Night.
The air was warm, and in her hazy state, Wan Yinyan saw a man whose face was more handsome than any popular celebrity.
Who sent you here?
Wan Yinyan mumbled softly. Her hand had already slipped under the man's clothes, and when she felt his abs, she chuckled softly.
Is it my dad or my mom?
Anyway, they had already arranged her marriage, pretending to be sick to avoid going on blind dates. Ms. Lu Xingyun kept suggesting she meet a perfect, talented young man. Unexpectedly, she was introduced to one right after returning home, at a family dinner, and they even arranged for him to stay in her room. Her mother was so worried she might not succeed. But this man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a tan complexion, looking especially strong. Compared to the young idols she'd seen in the entertainment industry, he was much more impressive. Wan Yinyan couldn't help but giggle again, patting her chest confidently. Don't worry, follow me, and I won't let you lose out. Her hand boldly moved toward the man's abs, while her lips kept kissing his face. She was exploring his face, trying to find the right spot to kiss. In her hazy state, she seemed to see the man's face turn a little pale. She comforted him softly. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt. Jiang Ran's face darkened, and a vein on his forehead throbbed. Under the woman's bold actions, sweat started to form on his forehead. Even so, he was still holding back. He grabbed her restless hand tightly, his eyes fixed on her small face, and sternly said, Wan Yinyan, do you know what you're doing? His voice was hoarse, almost spilling out. Wan Yinyan blinked twice and smiled. I know. Don't worry, you're in my heart, and I will definitely give you a proper status. She moved her lips closer to him again, but a moment of passion is priceless, so let's not waste time now. Since we're already in the same bed, why be shy? After murmuring these soft words, her tender lips pressed firmly against his. Suddenly, it was like igniting a fire, and the surrounding air grew hotter. Wan Yinyan was exhausted, her hair messy from fatigue, but besides tiredness, she also felt a bit of pleasure. Before falling asleep, her hand rested on the man's abs. She thought to herself, tomorrow morning, she would tell Ms. Lu Xingyun to give this handsome man a proper status. After all, he was very good-looking and everything else about him was also impressive. Her eyes were nearly shut, and she mumbled, Handsome, what's your name? Jiang Ran's hand tightened slightly, resting on her arm. His hand was rough, making Wan Yinyan feel uncomfortable and shift a little. The man whispered, Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran? That name sounded familiar. Wan Yinyan thought, but she was too tired to think clearly. Her mind was exhausted and almost couldn't turn. She guessed it was the matchmaking date her mother arranged for her. She didn't pay much attention and closed her eyes to sleep. Jiang Ran waited a moment, but didn't hear any sound beside him. He looked down at the woman next to him. His gaze swept over her face. She was sleeping peacefully, very different from her earlier boldness. The sleeping Wan Yinyan looked especially well-behaved. This made him feel unexpectedly good. His eyes moved lower, noticing the faint red, intimate marks on her neck. In the dark, Jiang Ran's Adam's apple moved slightly. A deep, dark look crossed his eyes, but in an instant, the emotion disappeared. At the same time, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought, give him a title? She would regret it as soon as morning came. She would probably cause a big fuss again. Tonight, he lost control. If she hadn't suddenly been so affectionate and said some tempting words, how could he have done that? Maybe she thought she was that man. The man's face was full of coldness and hostility. Wan Yinyan was suddenly awakened by the blinding light shining into the room. She raised her hand to block the light. Her arm was sore and stiff. Her eyes hadn't even opened yet, but last night's memories flooded her mind like a tide. She had slept with a man, an extremely handsome man. He had touched her heart deeply. She even promised on the bed to give this man a proper status. Suddenly, Wan Yinyan sat up stiffly. When she opened her eyes, she was stunned by what she saw. A bright red basin was placed on a wooden stand. The walls of the room were covered with newspapers. Unlike the delicate decor of her princess room, here, not even a coat of white paint was applied. Everything was dull and gray. She looked down at her quilt and bed sheets. They all looked very old-fashioned. She had only seen this kind of scene on TV. Ms. Lu Xingyun and Mr. Wan Wenchao, now successful and accomplished, loved reminiscing about the past and watching old dramas. Could this be another way they were reminiscing about the good old days? Wan Yanyan pulled back the blanket, looked at the marks on her body, and immediately blushed. These two people reminisced about hardship and sweetness, yet they didn't have to arrange her first time sleeping with a man in such a tough environment. Before she could finish her sigh, a sudden sharp pain struck her mind like needles. A book appeared in her mind. Its cover showed a man and a woman, the most typical pose of online novels, full of ambiguity and tension, with large pink characters saying 1970s beloved, pampered by Mr.
Song.
She had read this book because she shared the same name as the eccentric female character in it, MS. Lu Xingyun happily shared it with her, telling her to memorize the whole story and be careful not to get caught in the story. This middle-aged woman, obsessed with various novels and TV dramas, finally kindly advised, "Little girl, if you do get caught in the story, hold on to Jiang Ran's big thigh tightly." She scoffed at Ms. Lu Xingyun's advice at the time. She was raised under the red flag and couldn't believe such absurd things could happen. It was purely a coincidence.
But now,
it seems she really did get transported into the story. Wan Yanyan regretted not listening to MS. Lu Xingyun's advice to memorize the whole story. She only knew that she was the ultimate villainess in the book. How villainous was she? Wan Yanyan felt that those things weren't something a rational person could do. The male lead in the book was a gentle and refined educated youth named Song Siming, who was her neighbor. Because he couldn't find a job in the city, he was sent to the countryside. When Wan Yanyan found out, she sold her city job to others and followed Song Siming to the countryside, insisting on being placed in the same area. Now, fewer people wanted to go to the countryside, especially someone like Wan Yanyan, who was beautiful and had a good job. The person responsible for arranging the educated youth's assignments saw her as a typical example and used her as promotional material, so they really agreed to her request. They arranged for her to be in the same village as Song Siming. The village was tough, not as good as city life, but the original owner still believed that love could conquer all. Who knew? She was sincere, but Song Siming, upon arriving in the countryside, quickly fell in love with the daughter of the village party secretary, just to make life better. The secretary's daughter was pretty and capable. Wan Yanyan had put in so much effort, and despite the hardships, she stayed only for Song Siming. After Song Siming was with someone else, Wan Yanyan felt very jealous. Out of jealousy, she started finding faults with the female lead, which caused the male lead to dislike her. She targeted the female lead everywhere. Meanwhile, the female lead got into a good university, started a business with the male lead, and became quite successful. In the end, she had a happy family and a happy life. The owner of this body stayed alone in the countryside, poor and digging wild vegetables to eat. When she finally returned to the city, her family kicked her out. She didn't have a proper job and eventually died. Watching the news about Song Siming and the female lead, Lin Jingxin, being interviewed about their long-lasting love. Wan Yanyan remembered all this, looked at herself and the things in the room, and realized what kind of story she was in now. After Song Siming married Lin Jingxin, Wan Yanyan was very sad. She then did something bold. She clung to Jiang Ran from the village team and even slept with him. But after sleeping together, the female lead in the story didn't let Jiang Ran touch her. She still loved Song Siming. A few days later, she dumped Jiang Ran and went to ruin the relationship between the main characters. But since she traveled into this body, everything changed. Last night, she slept with someone thoroughly and cleanly, feeling both relaxed and numb all over her bones. Thinking about last night, Wan Yanyan couldn't help but swallow hard. Just as she was halfway swallowing, suddenly there was a noise outside the door. Then, she looked out the window and saw a tall man in the yard. At first, she couldn't see his face clearly, only saw a tall man carrying a wild rabbit walking over. He came closer and closer. Gradually, his face appeared before Wan Nian's eyes. The man was extraordinarily handsome, with long eyebrows that reached his temples, deep dark eyes, and a high, straight nose. Very attractive. This man, whether in body or face, was flawless. Wan Nian thought to herself, this must be a man created by divine craftsmanship, as if crafted by divine hands, just as she wished. And this time, after traveling into the story, she even arranged for this man to be in her bed. She didn't care about abandoning Jiang to ruin the main character's relationship. She wasn't interested. Wan Yan thought about a bright future. She chuckled softly. Maybe her gaze was too bold, her smile too strange, because suddenly, the man's gaze, through the window, fell on her. Their eyes met. The man didn't look happy. His lips pressed together, his jaw tight, and his eyes were cold and sharp. Could it be that last night, she was too bold and made him upset? Wan Nian couldn't think of anything else for a moment. Although she didn't seem to fully understand the instructions from Lu Xingyun, she still insisted on reading until the character herself disappeared. The character Jiang was briefly mentioned by the author early on, mainly because Wan Nian caused trouble for this man. Wan Nian took away Jiang's family fortune, so he never married. Later, the author mentioned that after the reform and opening up, he went to Yangcheng. After that, the story mainly shows the daily love life of the main couple, their battles against villains, and their children's pursuit of love. Wan Nian saw herself disappear, but she had no idea what happened to Jiang in the end. Could it be that the man is upset because she mistreated him last night? A flood of thoughts flashed through Wan Nian's mind. When she looked back, the man was already gone. She hurriedly got dressed and looked around the yard, finally seeing the man at the kitchen door. He was silently crouched, skinning a rabbit. The rabbit was so cute. How could she eat a rabbit? But after the rabbit was put in the pot, Wan Nian swallowed hard several times. She seemed very eager for meat. Not surprisingly, in this era, meat was very scarce. The original owner had never eaten meat in the countryside. Now, smelling the meat, Wan Nian circled at the kitchen door. Finally, unable to resist, she entered the kitchen. Once inside, she saw Jiang wearing only a men's tank top, the kind worn by old men to stay cool in later generations. But on Jiang, it made her forget about the meat. Her eyes focused on his strong arms, where faint small scratches could be seen, perhaps from her last night's struggle. Wan Nian's gaze stayed intensely on the man. He didn't notice. The man cooking the rabbit meat had a furrowed brow. Was she here to tell him she was leaving? She didn't even eat and was in such a hurry.
Ha!
He knew this woman had no conscience. His expression grew colder. Finally, Wan Nian looked away from his figure, secretly glancing at his face, noticing his brow was furrowed. Did he realize she had just looked at him like a love-struck fool? Wan Nian scratched her head, hesitating as she tentatively spoke. Jiang. As soon as she finished speaking, the man's voice also sounded. Shut up. He was in a good mood now, and didn't want to hear her say unpleasant things, especially not about how much she liked song siming. Wan Nian quickly shut her mouth. I kept waiting for a pot of meat to be served. Jiang took a few steamed buns and placed them in front of Wan Nian. Then, silently, he put a large bowl of rabbit meat on her side. Almost all the rabbit meat was now in her bowl. Wan Nian looked at the man across from her. His face still looked unpleasant, with a cold expression as if someone owed him 8 million. But he seemed to have a kind heart. She didn't know Jiang's final fate, but she decided to listen to Ms. Lu Xingyun for the sake of his good looks. She clung tightly to Jiang's leg. Hey, his thigh felt nice too. Jiang frowned. The meat was right in front of her, yet she was still thinking about leaving him. Suddenly, he felt even colder. Wan Nian sensed that she was probably caught secretly looking at the man, so she quickly lowered her head to eat the meat. Maybe she was too hungry for oil and water, because after taking a bite, she felt she'd never tasted such delicious rabbit meat before. She couldn't stop after just one bite. However, the steamed bun was a bit tough and uncomfortable to swallow. Wan Yin ate quickly. Unexpectedly, she choked and turned red in the face. Cough, cough. She felt so uncomfortable, she almost thought her lungs would come out. Suddenly, a large hand rested on her back. The man didn't speak. The warm hand rhythmically patted her back. She was choked badly and didn't know how long it took before she felt better. The large hand then moved away from her. Just as Wan Yin was about to say thank you, the man got up and left. Soon after, he returned with a large, plain ceramic bowl, placing a bowl of clear water in front of her. He didn't say anything, but Wan Yin could tell he wanted her to drink. She picked up the bowl and took a few sips. Looking at the man across from her, she wondered, does he not speak? No, that couldn't be right. Last night, his voice was quite nice, even in a daze. His voice was low and husky, with a hint of desire, very tempting. So, why isn't he talking today? Actually, he did speak. He told her to shut up. Wan Yin thought maybe Jiang Ran didn't like noise around him. But it didn't matter much. The days were long, and she could get to know him slowly. They weren't close yet, so a few more times sleeping together might help them get familiar. She was thinking this as she lowered her head to eat the rabbit meat. The rabbit had run in the fields, so the meat was especially tender and firm. However, Jiang Ran had given her too much. She was craving meat so much that she didn't finish it all. She was full but still left half a bowl behind. She watched a lot of TV with Lu Xingyun and listened to Ms. Lu Xingyun's stories about hardships and sweet memories. She knew that in this era, even eating enough was not easy, let alone meat. She didn't want to waste food like that. She glanced at the man opposite her and pushed her bowl toward him. Jiang Ran looked up and saw her. Coincidentally, Wan Yin was also looking at him, and their eyes met his deep gaze. Wan Yin softly said, I'm full. Do you want to eat these? Don't dislike it. I went to brush my teeth and wash my face. I took a long time. If I don't eat it now, the weather might spoil it and it would be a waste. Jiang Ran didn't expect it was about this. Why would he dislike the woman opposite? Last night, they had both shared a bed. He saw her as family, but he didn't know what she was thinking. He didn't dislike her, but now he wanted to hear her speak. Her voice was soft, like she was teasing, and Jiang Ran wanted to listen to her talk more. He stayed silent and didn't speak. Wan Yin talked alone for a while, but seeing he didn't reply, her face turned a bit awkward. You're really disgusted? Then forget it. Actually, at home my parents also dislike leftovers. Maybe I should just put them in the water well. That way they shouldn't spoil. Her words suddenly stopped as a large, knobby hand reached out in front of her. The man clearly did physical work often. His palms had calluses. Wan Yin suddenly remembered last night, the feeling of his hand on her. Her face flushed instantly. Jiang Ran reached out his hand again, but saw her grip the edge of her bowl tightly, not letting go. This time, he finally spoke. Are you hungry again? His voice was deep, hoarse, very pleasant, with an unconscious flirtatious tone. Wan Yin quickly released her grip and hurriedly said, No, you eat. I need to go busy myself. After saying that, she quickly walked away. Jiang Ran watched her hurriedly escape, like a kitten caught stealing food. His gaze gradually fell on her red ears. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, then disappeared quickly. He lowered his head and quickly ate the meat from his bowl. Wan Yin returned to her room, wanting to look in a mirror to see her face, but found Jiang Ran's house didn't have one. She decided to look around the house instead. The original owner, who shared her name, had no intention of seriously being with Jiang Ran. She just wanted to irritate Song Siming, so she didn't bring much with her. Most of it was at the Jiang station. She didn't even have a change of clothes. Wan Yin thought about going to the Jiang station to get some things. Despite what the original owner might think, in this unfamiliar time, she wants to be with Jiang Ran. Moreover, if she doesn't stay with Jiang Ran, her lifestyle might be judged as problematic and she could be taken away suddenly. Wan Yin thought for a moment in her room, waited for the heat on her face to fade, then came out, planning to wash some dishes before heading to the youth commune. Unexpectedly, when she stepped out, she saw that the dishes on the small table in the yard had already been cleaned. Jiang Ran was wiping the table with a cloth. Wan Yinyan felt happy inside. Regardless of Jiang Ran's attitude, being able to cook and do housework was already better than many men. At least, the man she liked, Song Siming, wasn't good at cooking. Wan Yinyan smiled softly and said, "Jiang Ran, I need to go out for a while." Jiang Ran had already noticed her gaze and, upon hearing her words, lowered his head, his eyes turning cold again. Was she just thinking about saying this after so long silent? No wonder he felt regret. The man's lips tightened. He was a bit heartless. After just eating his rabbit meat, she was already thinking of finding another man. Jiang Ran looked up and stared at her. Wan Yanyan was about to say she was going to the youth commune when Jiang Ran suddenly put down the cloth and walked into the house. Did Jiang Ran not want to talk to her? It was hard not to feel disappointed. Wan Yanyan lowered her head, thought for a moment, then shook her head. She knew she was just an outsider clinging on, and she had taken his body. She had eaten so much of his rabbit meat, yet today she hadn't done any work. It was normal for him not to like her. Wan Yanyan stopped thinking and prepared to leave the yard for the youth commune. Just as she reached the door, someone suddenly grabbed her collar from behind. But they let go after a moment. She turned around in surprise. Jiang Ran took out a cloth bag, opened it layer by layer, revealing the contents inside. There were tickets and money of various sizes and amounts. He took most of it out and handed it to Wan Yinyan. She was stunned. What was he doing? Asking her to be a housekeeper? Wan Yinyan liked Song Siming and had given up her city job to chase after him. She often helped that young man, and the money and tickets she brought from the city weren't enough. Jiang Ran had heard about this too. Thinking of last night, he still took out most of her saved tickets and money. He coldly said, "These are not for others anymore." Then he turned back to wipe the table. Wan Yinyan looked at the tickets and money in her hand. She had just seen that Jiang Ran had given her more than half. She felt happy inside. It really is her butler. This person seems cold on the outside, but warm inside. Thinking of this, she carefully hides the ticket on herself and happily goes out. When the wooden door creaks shut again, Jiang Ran looks at the table, throws the cloth onto it, and doesn't look pleased. Suddenly, there's a knocking sound outside the door. Jiang Ran thought Wan Yinyan had come back again. He quickly walks out and opens the door. His expression turns cold again when he sees who it is. Wang Lu looks at him as if he's changed faces and glances behind him. "Brother, what's wrong?" Like, changing faces. "So, Wan Yinyan has gone back? You're not happy?" You know very well Wan Yinyan is completely focused on that young man. "Honestly, I don't see what's good about him. He can't carry things or do heavy work. You're better than Brother Ran. Look at your face, you could beat that young man easily." Wang Lu praises Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran is too lazy to bother with him. Wang Lu doesn't feel bored either. He knows Jiang Ran's temper well. He says quietly, "Brother, don't take someone like Wan Yinyan to heart. Women who have other men in their hearts don't see anyone clearly. If you care about her, maybe you'll work hard to earn points, but she might be outside keeping a young man." Jiang Ran frowns and sharply looks at Wang Lu. He raises his eyelids. "Are you done?" Wang Lu senses Jiang Ran's mood isn't right and quietly says, "Could it be that last night Wan Yinyan didn't let you get close? Maybe she has a young man in her heart." Before Wang Lu finishes, a dark shadow suddenly flies over, just aiming at his mouth. Wang Lu instinctively covers his mouth. Seeing the dark cloth in his hand, his face immediately looks unhappy. "Brother, don't take your anger out on me. It's not like I'm keeping a young man outside." Wang Lu doesn't dare say more. It's getting late. "Do you want to check the traps on the back mountain?" Jiang Ran remembers the traps he set on the back mountain and feels very annoyed. He nods immediately. Wan Yanyan comes out now, having finished her work. The village is lively, but this lively atmosphere isn't very friendly to her. Everyone's eyes on her are strange. It's obvious, without saying, that everyone knows about her passionate pursuit of love. The villagers look down on such behavior, but it doesn't stop them from gossiping in their free time. Wang Yanyan has no choice. She has inherited the original owner's body and must accept these curious glances as a matter of course. We arrived at the youth station, where 7 or 8 young women lived together in one room. Wang Yanyan's behavior was too outrageous, which made everyone start to have opinions about her. As a result, the people at the youth station didn't like her very much. Before Wang Yanyan entered the room, she heard faint sounds inside. Do you think she and Jiang's family can work out? How could they? She just looks down on Jiang Ran's family and deliberately bullies people. She'll just dump him later. The young lady keeps chasing Song Jiqing. I think Song Jiqing is fed up with her. Song Jiqing is about to get engaged and married. If she keeps ruining other people's marriages, our youth station's reputation will be ruined. Why are we so unlucky getting involved with someone like her? Suddenly, someone inside coughed hurriedly, then awkwardly asked, Wang Yanyan, why are you back? At this, others turned their heads toward the door, and several pairs of eyes looked over. The room fell silent. Everyone's face showed embarrassment. Honestly, if a colleague had a love-crazed personality like the original protagonist and it affected others, Wang Yanyan would also find it hard not to feel annoyed. So, she now understood why the people at the youth station felt that way. She said, you all talk, I'll pack some things. Then she went into her room and started packing her bed, including the quilt, clothes, and everything else. The people inside exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. A thought flashed through everyone's mind simultaneously. Is this still Wang Yanyan? If she had the temper of her previous spoiled personality, hearing what they said, she would have flipped the roof off the room. Such was her temper. For a moment, no one said anything. They all looked at another kind-hearted person at the youth station, nudging her and lowering their voices. Ask her what she's here for. They spoke almost in a whisper. But the room wasn't big, and since no one else was talking, even in a whisper, Wang Yanyan heard it clearly. She didn't look up. I'm packing my things to move in with Jiang Ran. I won't live here anymore. I'll pack up my bed, and you can use the space for miscellaneous items. Her voice was gentle, carrying a warm tone. Everyone looked at Wang Yanyan. She still looked like the same person, but now, when they looked at her, her face seemed paler, and she seemed a little different, like something had changed. Wang Yanyan, are you joking? Wang Yanyan packed the last of her clothes into a wooden woven box and looked up at the people at the youth station, blinking her eyelashes. What do you mean, joking? Are you really going to Jiang Ran's house? His family isn't doing well. Usually they get the lowest work points, and you're not very fast at working. If you stay together, how will life be? She didn't finish the last words. Wang Yanyan was momentarily surprised. After hearing others' comments, she remembered the part in the story where Jiang Ran's family went from rich to poor and their situation became difficult. Although they are now poor, Jiang's family still has a decent reputation in the village. When they were wealthy, they were known as good people in the area and often helped those who couldn't find work. But work points are fixed, and Jiang's family has to do the hardest jobs for the lowest points. Wang Yanyan combined this brief mention in the story with her own memories of the main character. His family is poor, and if you marry her, your children might be affected too. Wang Yanyan thought for a moment. The story is set in 1974. In the countryside, besides being poor, life isn't too hard elsewhere. She and Jiang Ran haven't had children yet, and she didn't know when they would. When the children grow up, Jiang's family issues should be resolved by then. She wasn't worried about this. She smiled at the others and said, "It's okay. I've already thought it through." Then she picked up her woven box and said, "I'll come back later to get the bedding." As she left, the sounds inside the house grew louder. What's she thinking? She really gave up Song Jiqing to live with Jiang Ran? 2 days ago, she was crazy about Song Jiqing, and yesterday she was in Jiang Ran's bed. Today she says she's moving in with Jiang Ran. Wang Yanyan's mind is all over the place. I bet in a couple of days, she'll be back chasing after Song Jiqing. Even though Song Jiqing is now engaged to the party secretary's daughter, if she dares to bother him, the team might assign her the worst jobs. The youth inside the house were discussing, and they couldn't quite figure out how they felt about Wan Yinyan. Suddenly, someone raised their voice. "Look, who's coming out of the men's youth house?" Song Siming. Everyone leaned forward to look outside the door. In the yard, a man and a woman stood facing each other. Ruyan Yen Yen didn't recognize Song Siming at first. Although she had the memories of the original owner, she also had her own. It was like a character from a TV show suddenly appearing in front of her. She hesitated for a moment and quickly moved aside to avoid the man blocking her way. As she dodged, Song Siming's eyebrows furrowed. Ruyan Yen Yen. Hearing her name, she looked at him. "What's wrong?" Song Siming felt something was off. Usually, if Ruyan Yen Yen saw him, she would be excited and come to find him right away. Why was she so cold today, even though he was standing right in front of her? Could it be because he was engaged to Jiang Xian and she was still upset about it? Thinking this, Song Siming cleared his throat and asked, "Ruyan Yen Yen, do you still have any cloth coupons?" When he mentioned the coupons, Ruyan Yen Yen suddenly remembered that the original owner had given this young man quite a few coupons and money. But she was not the original owner. She didn't want to be overly romantic or naive. "Ruyan Yen Yen, give me 6 feet of cloth coupons. Jiang Xian and I are preparing to get married. We don't have enough coupons to buy clothes." Hearing this, Ruyan Yen Yen's anger suddenly flared up. "Did you borrow my coupons and money before?" Song Siming didn't expect her to bring up this matter suddenly. His gentle smile froze. "Yes, I don't have coupons now, but once I get some, I will give them to you." Hearing this, Ruyan Yen Yen squatted down, took out a pen and paper from a box, and pushed them toward him. "Then write me an IOU and sign your name." When Song Siming took the paper and pen, he was caught off guard. He hesitated and looked at her with furrowed brows. "Xiao Nian, what are you doing? Don't you trust me? We grew up together. Do we have to be so distant?" When he said this, there was actually a hint of sadness and hurt on his face. It looked like he was the one wronged, even though it was about debt repayment. If she were the original owner, she would have already emptied her wallet and handed him the coupons. But unfortunately, she was not the original owner. In her mind, she muttered about encountering a green tea man. Then she decided to compare who was better at acting. Ruyan Yen Yen looked up, first giving Song Siming a sweet smile, then her little face turning cold again. "Who told you to marry Jiang Xian and take my coupons to buy her clothes?" Her tone was coquettish, but with a hint of grievance. Hearing this, Song Siming immediately knew she was jealous. Looking at her, he thought Jiang Xian didn't look as good as she did. Unfortunately, in this remote countryside, no matter how good-looking Wan Yinyan is, she cannot fill her stomach. Lin Jingxin is the daughter of Secretary Lin, and her family is better off, able to fill her belly. It's uncertain whether, in the future, the family might recommend her to a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers, and Lin's family could help her. Then he might finally escape this poor, lonely place. Song Siming thought to himself. Wan Yinyan's sweet voice rang out again. "If you don't write, I won't give you the ticket." Her voice sounded like she was acting cute. At this moment, outside the youth commune, a tall figure paused, with a cold face and a gloomy look, glancing inside. His face, already covered with frost, looked even more unpleasant now. Wang Lu shivered. It was quite frightening. Yesterday, Ruan Jiqing even insisted on marrying Brother Yan and shamelessly moved into Jiang Ji's courtyard. Today, she was acting cute with that Song Jiqing again. It seemed she still wanted to give her affection to her little admirer. Jiang Yan thought about how she had told him earlier today not to give the ticket to anyone else. That ungrateful woman was planning to give the ticket he gave her to her little admirer. Well, it made sense. Everyone in the team knew that Wan Yinyan liked Song Siming. He must have been confused to give her the ticket and money. Inside the courtyard, Wan Yinyan didn't know what was happening outside. She looked up at Song Siming. Just when she sweetly spoke, Song Siming knew she still had feelings for him, just mad at him. His heart immediately felt at ease. Whether Wan Yinyan liked him or not, he never really considered it. How could she not like him? She loved him so much she even gave up a good job in the city and followed him to this poor, remote place. She had brought plenty of food, tickets, and money to him. Having been spoiled for so long, Song Siming didn't think this affection would ever disappear. Even if Ruan Yinyan got angry, he could just coax her a little, and everything would be fine. Thinking this, Song Siming quickly wrote an IOU. Ruan Yinyan's mood was a bit excited, and she slightly curled her lips. You owe me 5 cloth tickets, 8 oil tickets, 10 grain tickets, and 1 bicycle ticket. Write them all down. Song Siming thought that once he finished writing, he could coax her a bit more, and then burn the IOU. First, he wanted to get the cloth tickets. Ruan Yinyan directed him to make sure the format of the IOU was correct, and finally, she watched him sign her name. They were very close, and Jiang Yan's face grew darker. He already knew that woman couldn't live peacefully with him, didn't he? Since he knew it all along, why worry about it now? Jiang Ran looked away from that direction and walked back with a cold face. Wang Lu quickly followed. Ruan Yinyan was focused on writing the IOU for Song Siming and didn't notice anything else. When she reached out to take the IOU, Song Siming still looked gentle. Xiao Nian, don't be angry. It's not that I don't love you. Now that we're in the countryside, I have no future. For our future, you. Ruan Yinyan put away the IOU. Then she smiled and said, Song Jiqing, I got the IOU. I'm leaving now. She didn't have time to listen to Song Siming make empty promises. His words suddenly got stuck. Seeing Ruan Yinyan about to leave, he hurriedly tried to stop her. Xiao Nian, what about the tickets? Give me the tickets first. Ruan Yinyan looked innocent. What tickets? Cloth tickets, 6-foot cloth tickets. You said it, I wrote the IOU, and then you give it to me. Song Siming's face was full of worry and anger now, no longer the calm and refined look he usually had. He had promised the Lin family that if he couldn't produce the tickets later, how would the Lin family see him? He suppressed his anxiety and said kindly, Xiao Nian, you can leave if you want, but give me the cloth tickets. Ruan Yinyan suddenly looked as if she understood something. You didn't tell me. I forgot. She then pretended to search herself and touched around, but found nothing. She turned her head, spread her hands, and said, When I came, I only brought that many tickets. I lent them all to you. I have no tickets left. Song Siming's face froze, and he looked at Ruan Yinyan in disbelief. Ruan Yinyan, are you telling the truth or lying? Ruan Yinyan nodded. In January, you borrowed 2 grain tickets and 1 cloth ticket from me. In February, 1 oil ticket, 2 grain tickets, and 1 cloth ticket. In March. Hearing her voice, he realized she was listing his debts, and his face grew even worse. Stop counting. Ruan Yinyan's voice stopped. When I came, I only had this many tickets. I have no more. I'm leaving now. Song Jiqing, you should also find money and tickets quickly. Pay me back later. She turned to leave. Song Siming watched her back and felt something was wrong. His face darkened, showing extreme displeasure. Until that figure disappeared, Song Siming suddenly remembered that today Ruan Yinyan didn't cry or beg to marry him. She was carrying her suitcase. Where was she going? A strange feeling of unease grew in his heart. She was probably still upset about having to marry Jingxin, Song Siming thought as he planned his next visit to ask Ruan Yinyan for a ticket. Just as he was about to leave, someone came out of the female youth dormitory. Curious, they asked Song Youth, are you happy now? Song Siming's request for a ticket had just been rejected, so he didn't feel like saying much. The person didn't notice his bad mood and said casually, Ruan Yinyan said she won't bother you anymore. He was shocked. What did you just say? Ruan Yinyan said she's packing her things to live with Jiang Ran. She won't bother you anymore. That news hit him like a thunderbolt. Ruan Yinyan was going to live with Jiang Ran? Song Siming's eyes widened. That couldn't be true. How could Ruan Yinyan abandon him to be with another man? It was impossible. There must be some mistake. He thought about Jiang Ran's appearance and blurted out, how could that be? Jiang Ran isn't a good person. Xiao Nian wouldn't fall for him. The girl speaking was Su Yao. She felt that Song Siming's reaction was a bit strange, but also thought Ruan Yinyan's words might not be trustworthy. Maybe she just said that to upset you, and she made this decision impulsively. She might leave Jiang Rand in a few days anyway. That wouldn't surprise me. And you, Song Youth, will have to start dealing with more trouble again. Hearing Su Yao's words, Song Siming's initial panic gradually eased. He thought about Wang Yinyan's attitude today, and then about her actually planning to live with that bad influence. He was sure she was just trying to upset him, going so far as to sleep with another man. The idea that Wang Yinyan would do such a thing was hard to believe. He also remembered he hadn't gotten the ticket today, and a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. But at the same time, he judged that Wang Yinyan was probably very angry this time. He needed to find a chance to coax her back and get her to write a letter to the city asking for money and tickets. Wang Yinyan had no idea what he was thinking. She was happily holding Song Siming's IOU, looking forward to the day he married her so she could go to the village chief and make things clear. The youth camp was in the middle of the village, while Jiang Rant's home was at the end of the village near the mountain. Rumor had it that the mountain was home to tigers, wild boars, and other fierce animals, so no one dared to live there, and they didn't want that land. Only Jiang Rant's family lived nearby. Wang Yanyan carried her suitcase, thinking about the man's face, and made up her mind to live a good life with a handsome guy. On the other side, Wang Lu looked at Jiang Ran with a cold and serious face. "Brother Jiang, we just passed by our house. Are you not going in? Are you just here to see Wang Jiqing at the youth station?" Jiang Ran shot him a cold glance and said sharply, "Aren't you going home?" Wang Lu stopped in his tracks, feeling like he was doomed. He thought, "Oh no, my brother Jiang has fallen in love, and he likes Wang Jiqing, who has feelings for another man." Reluctantly, he turned around and headed back home. Wang Yanyan happily carried her things back to the Jiang family. She pushed open the wooden door and, in the next moment, widened her eyes in surprise. Realizing her reaction, her face turned red, and she quickly closed her eyes. But her mind kept replaying the scene, those abs, the beads of water running down his thin skin, and finally into. Wang Yanyan swallowed hard, covering her eyes with her hands, leaving a small gap to peek. She wanted to look at the man's perfect figure, but was met with a cold, gloomy gaze. She was caught peeking again. Suddenly, her face flushed even more. While she was blushing, she didn't notice the man's face darkening across from her. Why was she back again? Was the ticket she bought not enough? Was she coming to ask for more tickets to support that little white face? Thinking of this, Jiang Rant's expression darkened further. He casually grabbed a piece of clothing and put it on, covering his perfect body. Wang Yanyan felt a bit disappointed, but thought, there will be other days. She looked at the man's cold face and cleared her throat. "I didn't mean to intrude earlier, but I promise I didn't see anything important." Jiang Rant's heart skipped a beat. His tone was not very good. "What are you coming here for?" Wang Yanyan closed the door again, carried her suitcase over, and smiled apologetically. "I told you last night I will take responsibility. Comrade Jiang Ran, let's go get our marriage certificate." She spoke seriously, her voice clear and earnest. Hearing this, Jiang Rant's heart suddenly raced. Seeing her clear eyes, he felt his usual composure slip away. He had never felt his heart beat so fast, not even when he shot a wild boar. Does this woman know what she's saying? What exactly is she trying to do? Jiang Ran quickly frowned. "Wang Yanyan, are you still not sober?" Wang Yanyan paused. Seeing her silent, Jiang Ran assumed his guess was correct. He pressed his lips thinly. "If you're not sober, go wash your face. If you're going to act crazy again, go do it somewhere else, but not here. I don't have time to deal with you." The man's words were cold and hurried, as if she were some sticky, disgusting thing clinging to him. He didn't like her at all. Ruyan Yan felt like she was stuck in place. Although Ms. Lu Xingyun said that if she traveled through a book, she should hold onto Jiang Ran's thigh tightly, it seemed that this thigh didn't want her to be a pendant. Jiang Ran didn't want her. He really didn't like her. Realizing this, her heart felt like it was hit by something, making her feel very sour and sad. When Ruyan Yan was born, China had already begun reform and opening up. Her parents had worked hard to build a good life at that time. She was born into a smooth and happy life. Her life, studies, and career had never faced much trouble, and she had never met anyone who disliked her. She had always lived as a spoiled young lady. Today, she was talked about by villagers, disliked by the youth at the commune, and now she was being coldly ignored by Jiang. She had never experienced so much dislike, hatred, or disdain from others before. Her heart couldn't help but feel a little sad. You don't want me? Sorry, last night I forced you. Don't worry, if there's a chance, I will repay you. She hurriedly bent down to pick up her suitcase, but halfway through, she remembered she still had Jiang's ticket in her hand. She misunderstood. The meaning of him giving her the ticket today wasn't to ask her to be his housekeeper. She put the suitcase down again and reached for the ticket. As she loosened her grip, the wooden rattan box suddenly opened, and her clothes spilled out. Yan clumsily scrambled to tidy up, squatting down, feeling inexplicably wronged inside. She didn't want to travel back to the 1970s. In her previous life, she had lived a good life as a wealthy young lady, cherished by her parents, loved by her family, and praised by her mentors. Even her hobbies were at a master level. Even strangers who didn't know her often praised her. Now, she was in a body that nobody liked, disliked by others. Staring at the tattered clothes, her eyes involuntarily turned red. When had she ever worn clothes with so many patches? But this era was tough, so she chose to pack everything up. A drop of crystal-clear tears fell. Yan hurriedly stuffed everything away. Jiang, noticing something was wrong only after a moment, approached and just saw that tear fall. The man froze completely. Crying? Why was Yan crying? She had already given her ticket to the young man, and she was still crying? Even with this thought, the uncomfortable feeling in her heart still overshadowed everything. Jiang's fingers were a bit stiff, and his voice sounded unnatural. Don't cry. His tone was cold. Yan didn't want others to see her embarrassing state. Hearing his voice, she quickly held back her tears. When she opened her eyes again, she reached into her pocket and took out a few tickets and some money. She grabbed Jiang's hand and pushed the items into it. I'm sorry. Last night, I didn't know I was coming to this terrible place. I slept with you. Since you don't want to marry me, I'll find a way to make it up to you later. After saying this, she picked up her suitcase and prepared to return to the youth commune. Jiang looked at the tickets in his hand and was slightly surprised. The tickets he held were the ones he had just given her. Did she not give the tickets to the young man? What was going on at the youth commune? Before Jiang could think clearly, the small figure in front of him was already heading toward the door. His body reacted faster than his mind. He hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. The man's strength was very great, causing Yan to stumble. In the next second, a large hand landed on her waist, supporting her. Only then did her figure stabilize. She turned around in surprise. Having just cried, her beautiful eyes looked as clear as water, transparent and pure. Her palms seemed to feel the softness and warmth beneath her rough clothes. Jiang, seeing her gaze, felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. He cleared his throat and asked, Where are you planning to go? I originally planned to stay with you and get married. If you don't want to marry me, I will go back to the youth commune, Yan said softly, honestly sharing her thoughts with this man. I already told the people at the youth commune that I want to marry you. If I go back now, it would be embarrassing. Her soft voice carried a hint of grievance. Perhaps because Ms. Lu Xingyun had instructed her, she seemed to have a little bird-like attachment to this man she had slept with for a night, trusting him especially. Her eyes were clear and sincere. For a moment, Jiang almost believed what she said was true. But even if it was a lie, so what? As long as they were married, he wouldn't give her to that young man again. Today, she didn't give the tickets she had to the young man. Maybe she still had some feelings for him? After all, she seemed to like his body quite a bit last night. Yan didn't listen to Jiang's words. She hesitated and said, I'm sorry for what happened last night. I shouldn't have forced things without understanding the situation. She brought up last night again. Jiang Ren couldn't help but think of her appearance, her arms, delicate and fine, holding on to him. It made his heart feel a strange heat. Jiang Ran's face remained calm as he spoke slowly, not too bad. If he didn't want her, with her small frame, could Wan Yinyan really overpower him? When Wan Yinyan heard this, her eyes blinked rapidly, and her mind seemed to freeze for a moment, unable to respond. Jiang Ran initially had no good impression of the woman who kept clinging to him, especially since she appeared mysteriously in his bed. He had wanted to throw her off, but last night, her coquettishness, her voice, and her gaze had all tempted him. He didn't know how it happened, but listening to her nonsense and her words about their relationship, he ended up sharing an intimate moment with her. Thinking back, Jiang Ran felt a little embarrassed, his ears burning. Then he saw her looking at him boldly, with her head lowered, and their eyes met. The woman's voice then rang out again, "Jiang Ran, do you want to marry me?" Her eyes blinked happily, shining brightly with joy. If he didn't know she liked a certain handsome man, and if he didn't understand his own situation in the village, he might have mistaken her gaze for genuine affection. He might have thought she truly liked him, and that marrying him was something to be happy about. Jiang Ran said nothing, releasing her wrist, bending down to take the box she was holding, and walked toward the house. Wan Yinyan watched his tall, broad back, a gentle smile spreading across her face. She quickly stepped forward and asked, "Jiang Ran, you haven't said yet, do you really want to marry me?" The man didn't answer her, but instead folded her clothes and placed them in the only large wooden cabinet in the room. He also returned the ticket she had just given him, even adding a few more. "These are savings from the past few years. Buy whatever you want." Wan Yanyan looked around the small room. It was simple, with few belongings, but everything was clean and tidy. The clothes and bedding were from this era, gray and blue tones, somewhat dull, with patches and uneven stitches, but they were washed clean. Is this going to be her home from now on? It wasn't as luxurious as her princess room in her previous life, but seeing the tall man, the man she saw first when she traveled here, she felt very content. Her gaze was completely open, and Jiang Ran, sharp-eyed, felt uncomfortable under her stare. He quickly finished tidying up. "I'll go clean the yard," he said, leaving the small house. Wan Yinyan's lips curled into a slight smile as she looked at the tickets in her hand, then took out some left behind by the original owner. Jiang Ran's tickets were mostly food coupons, cloth coupons, and oil coupons. She also had some soap coupons, thermos bottle coupons, and even pastry coupons. These weren't because the original owner was intentionally withholding them from Song Ziming, but because Song Ziming didn't expect her to have them, so he didn't ask for them. He mostly wanted common tickets. These special tickets were rewards for her as an educated person who voluntarily went to poor areas. They were marked with, "Up to the mountains and down to the countryside, Youth Volunteer, Thermos Bottle Priority Supply Certificate," with an expiration date below. They clearly showed the era they came from. She put the tickets away, planning to buy more things when she and Jiang Ran register their marriage to celebrate. When she came out, Jiang Ran was still cleaning in the yard. Wan Yinyan hurried to help. Jiang Ran didn't want her to do the chores, but Wan Yinyan opened her mouth and said, "I can't just let you do all the work and not do anything myself. Don't forget, women can hold up half the sky. I can help with the cleaning." Jiang Ran naturally couldn't refuse her. They both busied themselves, occasionally exchanging a few words. Most of the time, it was Wan Yinyan talking. Suddenly, she remembered something. "By the way, Jiang Ran, should we tell our parents about getting married?" Hearing her casually call her parents mom and dad, Jiang Ran felt both strange and satisfied. Villagers said Wan Yinyan was difficult and spoiled, a delicate girl with a temper, but only to Song Jiqing. But he felt it was different from the rumors. She was indeed delicate, but where was she arrogant? Wan Yinyan waved her hand. "Should I go tell my parents?" She switched to a more suitable way of addressing them now. Jiang Ran reacted and said seriously, "Let's wait until we get the marriage certificate before telling them." Jiang Ran's parents and brothers all lived in the old courtyard. Most of Jiang's family assets had been voluntarily handed over. During the earlier years of the war, Their area was also a war zone. Jiang's grandfather and grandmother had sent a lot of food and supplies to support. Jiang's grandfather and grandmother were kind-hearted and had gained some benefits. Although they suffered and were criticized in the first few years, they were much better off than the neighboring county, which was greedy and unkind. The family had handed over their fields, houses, furniture, and various belongings, but they still kept a modest-sized courtyard for themselves. Because her 3 older brothers got married and had children one after another, the place became too crowded. Jiang built a house at the foot of the mountain where no one wanted to live. The house is made of blue bricks and tiles, while the other side is a mud brick house mixed with wheat straw. The walls sometimes flake off, and Jiang used to think it was okay since he was alone, but now, when he secretly looks at Wan Yinyan's innocent face and remembers her gentle voice from last night, he feels a little sorry for her. Wan Yinyan doesn't feel upset. She is helping Jiang clean when she suddenly remembers something. Oh no, I can't help you clean anymore. Jiang pauses his work and looks back at her with deep eyes that seem a bit cold. Wan Yinyan isn't as afraid of him now. She says, "You keep cleaning here. The youth station still has my bedding. I'll go get it." She puts down what she's holding and plans to go back to the youth station. The man behind her also puts down his broom and follows her. It's getting dark now. There aren't many people in the village, and Wan Yinyan notices the man walking behind her, which makes her feel more at ease. Her steps slow down, waiting for him to come closer. She secretly walks side by side with him, just a few centimeters apart. Even so, her heart beats faster. Neither of them speaks.
Jiang. 1.
They both turn to speak at the same time. Their eyes meet, and the atmosphere feels strange. Jiang looks away first and clears his throat. "You go first," he says. Wan Yinyan says, "Let's get our marriage license tomorrow, okay?" "Okay," the man replies, his voice calm without much emotion, but at least he agrees. They walk a few more steps forward. Wan Yinyan softly asks, "What did you want to say just now?" "Nothing," he replies. "Oh," she responds softly, sighing. In the evening, she occasionally glances at the man beside her with her peripheral vision, thinking random thoughts. Ms. Lu Xingyun has read novels, knows Jiang and even told her to hold onto Jiang's leg. So, in a way, their marriage was also approved by their parents. She doesn't know Jiang very well, but Ms. Lu Xingyun seems to like him very much. She knows she must be satisfied. The youth station's gate is already closed. Today's lively scene was brought by Wan Yinyan, so when she knocks on the door to enter, everyone looks at her with surprise. Su Yao chuckles softly and says, "So, Wan Yinyan, are you regretting it again?" "Yes, you're not good at working either. If you marry Jiang again, he will have fewer work points, eat more, and can't support you. If you stay together, you'll go hungry 3 days out of 9. Everyone's words seem to suggest they see the hard days ahead for Wan Yinyan and Jiang. The discussion is loud, and the room isn't soundproof. Jiang is outside, and Wan Yinyan doesn't want him to hear, so she directly interrupts. "I'll carry the quilt." She picks up her quilt and mattress and quickly walks out. Jiang is just less than 2 meters outside the door. Wan Yinyan, holding her quilt, is about to explain something but doesn't speak. The man reaches out and takes her quilt, then turns to leave. It's already dark, and Wan Yinyan can't tell if he's angry. Since he's silent and quick, she follows closely and asks, "Jiang, are you angry?" He suddenly stops. Wan Yinyan, unprepared, bumps into his broad, strong back. The sudden sour feeling in her nose makes her tear up, and she can't help but whimper. Jiang frowns and instinctively reaches out to check her hand. Under the last faint light of dusk, she sees her slightly red nose and her clear, aggrieved eyes. Jiang feels a warm surge inside, like the midday sun, hot and burning. But Wan Yinyan reacts first. "I'm fine now. I just bumped into something suddenly and my nose feels a bit sore." Jiang responds softly, "Good that you're okay." His words are blunt, and he himself is annoyed by his poor way of speaking. In his mind, he can't help but compare. He heard that the young man is very good with words. Does she dislike him? Wan Yinyan looks at her wrist still tightly held by the man and asks, Jiang Ran, can you let go of me now? Hearing this, Jiang Ran releases her hand, which feels like jade. He steps forward quickly, but the finger that just held her slightly twitched, and a faint smile crosses his face. The village darkens, and Wan Yinyan still feels a bit scared in this unfamiliar place. She quickly runs ahead, following Jiang Ran's back. The man's steps slow down subtly until they walk side by side. Wan Yinyan asks, Did you hear what they said at the youth camp just now? Jiang Ran replies, Yes. Those words were quite unpleasant. Wan Yinyan frowns, looks at Jiang Ran beside her, and seriously says, Jiang Ran, I eat very little. Blood carries warmth throughout the body. It is said that the young man with a gentle voice is charming. Jiang Ran now thinks that the young lady, who is rumored to be arrogant and foolish in the village, also speaks quite nicely. People can be good at deceiving others. Jiang Ran remains silent, only a fleeting smile crossing his eyes in the darkness. Wan Yinyan thought he didn't believe her and earnestly promised him from behind. But the man stayed silent all the way, not saying a word, until they reached the house. Suddenly, a voice rang out, I can support you. Follow me, and I won't let you go hungry. In this time, going hungry was common. Wan Yinyan had already called out in her mind for her special luck to appear, whether it was carrying 100 billion in supplies or her family traveling with her. She wished for her magic to help. Sadly, she called for it all day, but none of her lucky charms appeared. Jiang Ran said he wouldn't let her go hungry. He probably thought it was just a man's way of saying he couldn't stand others saying mean things and didn't take it seriously. By the time they reached home, it was completely dark. Dea village still had no electricity, and only a kerosene lamp lit the room. The light was faint. Jiang Ran efficiently changed the bedding on the bed, then laid a rough cloth sheet over it for Wan Yinyan. He said, You didn't sleep well last night. I went to wash up. You rest first. She hadn't slept well last night.
Why?
Wan Yinyan blushed just thinking about it. But she didn't want to sleep like that again. Seeing Jiang Ran about to leave, she reached out and grabbed his clothes. Jiang Ran turned back. Wan Yinyan softly said, I want to take a shower. I don't know how to use that old stove. Can you heat some water? I want to wash the bedding. She took the bedding from his hands. This sudden move revealed the red marks on the sheet, marks that had been there all night. The bloodstains had left dark red traces on the dark, coarse cloth. Even with only a kerosene lamp in the room, it was very clear. Both of them felt a bit awkward. Jiang Ran was the first to speak. I'll go heat some water for you. He strode out quickly. As he left, the warmth in the room seemed to fade a little. Wan Yinyan took a deep breath. She held the bedding in one hand and the kerosene lamp in the other, then threw the sheet into a wooden basin and poured water from a jar. She gently rubbed the sheet, occasionally glancing toward the kitchen. Last night, she was so bold to sleep with the man because she was confused and not fully awake. Today, both of them are clear-headed. How will tonight go? Wan Yinyan thought to herself, her face flushing more and more. She looked down at the bloodstains that wouldn't wash away no matter how hard she scrubbed. She looked like a freshly boiled red-skinned egg. Jiang Ran heated water in the kitchen, poured it into a wooden basin, and adjusted the temperature. He brought it into the bedroom. When he came out, he saw her forcefully wringing out the water from the bed sheet. He strode over. Let me do it. You go wash yourself. The old coarse cloth sheet was especially heavy after being wrung out. Wan Yinyan didn't pretend to be strong. Then I'll go. Bring the lamp. Wan Yinyan struggled to wring out the water from the sheet. Under Jiang Ran's large hand, she quickly squeezed out most of the water and hung it on the rope in the yard. He sat on a stone bench in the yard. It was very quiet at night. His ears were better than others, and from inside the house, the sound of water kept coming from time to time. Every time the water sound seemed to hit her heart, disturbing her peace. Jiang Ran felt it was hotter tonight than usual and decided to take a cold shower. Outside, Jiang Ran was lost in thought. Inside, Wan Yinyan held a small white vest and also thought deeply. What could this thin layer cover? The original owner's figure was exactly like hers, curvy and attractive. These two pieces of cloth seemed almost useless. Tonight, she would have to lie in bed with Jiang Ran. Wan Yinyan looked through the original owner's clothes. In the end, she had no choice but to wear them like this. After putting them on, she also put on a cotton vest outside. Then she opened the door. Jiang Ran, I've finished washing. Do you want to wash now? The voice came from behind. Jiang Ran turned around and saw two white arms and a fair, small face.
It was even hotter today.
Jiang Ran stood up, didn't look at Wan Yinyan, and went straight back into the house, carrying the wooden basin. I'll rinse myself with cold water outside. You go back to sleep first. Hearing this, Wan Yinyan stopped her steps. Okay. After a moment, she said, let's go get our marriage certificate tomorrow. Do we need to ask for leave from the team leader? Jiang Ran. I'll go to the team leader's house later. All right, I'll go back to sleep. She turned around, then suddenly looked back. Don't take a cold shower. It's bad for your health. Jiang Ran was about to prepare to get cold water when he paused slightly. After a moment, he said, okay. Wan Yinyan lay on the bed. The wooden bed was very hard, and even the coarse cloth sheets beneath her rubbed against her body. But she still felt quite happy inside. Outside, the sound of water was splashing loudly. Wan Yinyan suddenly remembered how he had poured water over himself when he first returned from the Knowledge Youth Station. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, covered in just the right amount of muscle, probably from working often, and six-pack abs. The water droplets traced down his tan chest, flowing over his muscles, and further down. The vivid, lively scene played clearly in her mind. Before she could push these thoughts away, she heard some movement at the door. The wooden door creaked, and surprisingly, the man had already returned. Startled, Wan Yinyan quickly closed her eyes. The man didn't go straight to bed. It seemed he was wiping something with an object, then put on his clothes. His voice was soft and faint. Soon, he left the room again. He didn't say where he was going. Wan Yinyan guessed he was asking for leave at the village head's house. After a night of physical work since her sudden crossing, and now learning she had traveled to a different time, her emotions were all over the place. Lying in the small hut, she was truly exhausted. She thought she might not sleep in this strange new era and place, but she fell into a deep sleep very quickly. Jiang Ran took a day off to come and check on her. The kerosene lamp was still burning, and the person on the bed was already asleep. He quietly looked for a few seconds. Late at night, his face shifted from calm to gloom. Beneath his sharp brows, there seemed to be a strong, fierce expression. It was her who had taken the initiative to marry him. From now on, she couldn't complain about looking for a handsome young man anymore. The man lowered his eyes, blew out the kerosene lamp, and lay down on the bed. The wooden bed creaked, then quickly fell silent. The next morning, when Wan Yinyan woke up, the person beside her was gone again. She opened her eyes, pushed aside the curtain, and looked outside. The man was in the yard fetching water, going back and forth, filling the water jar. Wan Yinyan hurriedly put on her clothes, got out of bed. There was no mirror at home, so she fumbled to tidy herself up, then quickly went out to wash. Should I cook breakfast this morning? Usually they ate at the collective, and there wasn't much food at home. Wan Yinyan looked in the kitchen and found only some flour. No white flour like in later times, but it would do. There were also a few sweet potatoes. She originally wanted to make egg noodle soup, but couldn't find eggs in the kitchen. She washed and peeled the sweet potatoes, then lit a fire to boil water. Realizing she didn't know how to use the earth stove, she had no choice but to call out, Jiang Ran, can you teach me how to use the earth stove? Her clear voice rang out across the yard. Jiang Ran was feeding the chickens when he heard a shout and got up. He went to the kitchen, squatted down, lit a match, and added some dry wheat straw that burned well. Once the fire caught, he slowly added thin, dry wooden sticks. They were about to get their marriage certificate, but Wan Yinyan noticed he didn't seem to want to speak. She opened her mouth to say something but decided not to. While he was tending the fire, she put sweet potatoes into the pot. Before they finished cooking, she went outside to pick some green vegetables. washed and chopped them, and mixed them into the batter, preparing to make vegetable pancakes later. Normally, she would add eggs, but there were no eggs in the house. Their breakfast was simple: sweet potato rice and vegetable pancakes. They used little oil, only about 4 ounces a month. When they couldn't think of other ways to earn more money, they had to cut expenses. Although the ingredients were modest and they didn't use much oil, the food still tasted pretty good. Usually, Jiang didn't eat breakfast and had a big pot meal at noon. But today, he was drinking warm soup and eating soft, tender vegetable pancakes. He ate quickly, almost 2 bites at a time. His sharp features softened unconsciously. After eating, Wan Yin wanted to wash the dishes, but before she could, a large hand snatched her bowl away. Jiang lowered his head and tidied up the things on the table. Then he headed toward the water basin in the yard. Wan Yin watched his back, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. After washing the dishes, the two of them went to get their marriage certificate. Jiang borrowed a bicycle from the brigade, a sturdy, old-style bike. They set out together. It was still early, so they missed the busy work hours. There weren't many people in the village, but occasionally someone saw them and stared with wide eyes. They went to the county town to get the marriage certificate. First, they took a photo at the studio. It was just one photo, but really it was just one. Wan Yin changed into a plain, patched military green uniform, while Jiang wore a blue uniform. The distance between them in the photo didn't look like a couple about to get married. The photographer didn't instruct them to get closer either. When he was about to press the shutter, Wan Yin leaned toward Jiang. The picture was frozen, Wan Yin's first photo in this era, and it was a wedding photo. But she couldn't look at the photo right away. The staff said they could pick it up in a few days. Then they went to handle the marriage registration. Jiang took 2 recommendation letters from the brigade for their marriage. Her grain account was in Dahu village, and coincidentally, Jiang was also a villager there. She didn't know how he managed it, but he got the recommendation letters for both of them. In fact, she didn't even know when he had gotten them. Their marriage was successfully registered. When Wan Yin received the certificate, it felt like she was awarded a big red prize. She looked at everything with curiosity. Jiang didn't pay much attention, just glanced briefly. "Let's go, get in the car." Wan Yin quickly folded the big red certificate and put it away. She jumped into the back seat of the car. She knew this man didn't like her very much and didn't dare to hold his waist. In her previous life, she never solved her marriage issues, but here, they were resolved in one night. Wan Yin thought for a moment, a smile appearing on her face as she looked at the man's broad back in front of her. Just as she was daydreaming, the bicycle suddenly jolted, startling her into a cry. She instinctively hugged the man's waist. Her movements were clumsy and hurried. It wasn't until the bicycle had traveled some distance that Wan Yin realized she was still holding onto his waist. Through his clothes, she could feel that his waist was very
strong.
Holding him like this felt quite nice, but she worried. What if this man got angry again? Wan Yin decided it was better not to upset him. Quietly, while he hadn't noticed, she slowly loosened her arm. But just as she loosened her grip, the bicycle jolted again, and her arm, which she had just loosened, instinctively tightened around him once more. Her face pressed against his broad back, and she seemed to hear a muffled sound. Embarrassed, Wan Yin said, I didn't mean to." In the place she couldn't see, the man kept his smile, his voice deep. "Hold on, the road isn't good." She thought Jiang would ride the bike back to the village, but unexpectedly, he took her to the supply and marketing cooperative. Until they entered, Wan Yin didn't realize Jiang was bringing her to buy things. She was still waiting for Jiang to finish shopping. Unexpectedly, the man was silent for a while, then looked at her and asked, "Do you still have the cloth tickets?" Yesterday, he had given her quite a few tickets. "Yes, I do." She reached into her pocket and then handed all the cloth tickets to Jiang. Since it was this time, most workers and employees had already started their work, and the supply and marketing cooperative wasn't crowded. Jiang took the tickets and money. 8 ji of cloth, 2 jin of oil, 5 jin of rice, 5 jin of flour. Wan Yinyan listened as Jiang Ran bought things, almost like reciting a shopping list. He bought so much at once that even the sales clerk at the cooperative looked at him strangely. But she still handed him what he asked for. The clerk looked at both of them and asked, "Are you newly married?" Finally, Wan Yinyan had a realization. This man was buying things because they had just gotten married? She looked at the man beside her with surprise. From her angle, she could only see his firm jawline. The man's face showed no expression, not even a hint of happiness, and he didn't look like someone just married. Maybe she was overthinking. However, Wan Yinyan still smiled and nodded at the shop assistant. "Yes, we just got our marriage certificate. Then there's clam oil, you see, for face rubbing. The young bride loved these things." The shop assistant smiled as she mentioned it. The supply and marketing cooperative wasn't big, but it had many items, from farm tools to needles and thread. The original owner left some clam oil, and she brought face oil from the provincial city. But the soap she usually used for washing hands was gone. She wanted to ask the shop assistant, but the assistant was already applying oil to Jiang Ran. There were rows of bottles, each labeled with large characters indicating what kind of oil they were. Wan Yinyan's eyes moved to the corner, and she was surprised to see the words on the label. "Is that palm oil and coconut oil?" The shop assistant glanced at her upon hearing her voice. "Yes, these two don't need receipts. They aren't tasty, so most people prefer to buy soybean oil. Only those without receipts at all will buy these. They're cheap, 60 cents a jean. Soybean oil costs 80 cents and requires a receipt. These oils aren't very good for cooking, but she knew they had other uses. When the main purpose couldn't be solved, washing hands or bathing with these oils might make her feel a bit more comfortable. 2 jean of palm oil and 3 jean of coconut oil, please." Jiang Ran, who had been expressionless, looked at the woman beside him. When Wan Yinyan reached into her purse to pay, the man's large hand had already taken the money and set it down. "I have my own money." Jiang Ran's voice was calm. "Keep it."
He was firm about it.
Wan Yinyan's lips curled slightly, and she put the money back. She realized this person seemed to keep his promises. He could support her. Wan Yinyan took out a ticket for a thermos from her bag and handed it to Jiang Ran. "We don't have a hot water bottle at home. Use this to buy one." She also took out a ticket for cakes. "Buy me a jean of chicken cakes. Our wedding day is a big celebration. We should celebrate." Wan Yinyan arranged her things casually. Jiang Ran didn't say anything. The two of them left the supply and marketing cooperative empty-handed, but they were already carrying many bags. Everything was hanging from the handlebars of the bike. Wan Yinyan also carried some bags and sat in the back seat, muttering, "We're married now. Shouldn't we go see my parents? Third sister-in-law is pregnant, and I bought her a jean of red sugar." She bought fruit-flavored hard candies for the other children. They should like them, right? She was generous and bought something for everyone in Jiang Ran's family. A pound of brown sugar is usually only given during weddings or when relatives are resting after childbirth. 1 mouthful, and it's a pound. Jiao Jiao, from the city, isn't afraid of being seen as a fool for accepting it. That young man doesn't think she's a fool, does he? A flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. When she thought of the bright red marriage certificate, his expression slowly softened. "Go home and pour out half of the sugar, and give the rest to third sister-in-law." Wan Yinyan suddenly heard the man give an order. This was his money, and he used his ticket. Wan Yinyan didn't refuse and smiled happily. "Okay. After you finish your work and get tired, I'll make you some sugar water at home. Eating sweets can boost energy." Jiang Ran. This showed that Wan Yinyan cared about him, but she didn't say anything. The two rode their bikes to the village for lunch. When they arrived, they just happened to meet the workers finishing their shift. The curious looks at her from the monkey watchers were back. But today their gazes were especially excited. Jiang Ran's status in the village was strange. His background wasn't good, so no one wanted to get involved with him. But he was good at fixing things and feeding livestock. During the drought season, when water was scarce, he stood tall and commanding, which made people need him. Yet, no one could look down on him outright. This created a delicate balance. Although these people saw him and her as monkeys, no tourist dared to tease the monkeys. There were no secrets in the village. Everyone in Dea village already knew about Wan Yinyin and Jiang Ran being together. Even during meals, the ingredients they used were their shared secret. They talked and ate, and the food seemed tastier than usual. Finally, at the village's edge, Wan Yinyin let out a sigh of relief. She got off the bike and took out the things she brought. She boldly commanded Jiang Ran, "I'll cook, and you can light the fire, okay?" Jiang Ran didn't refuse. After washing his face and taking off his coat, he put on a vest, revealing his strong arms. He squatted down and lit the fire in the stove. The match struck, and a small flame appeared. His features were illuminated by the faint firelight, and Wan Yinyin couldn't help but think. He looked handsome. Jiang Ran's appearance seemed to dance on her mind. The crackling sounds filled her heart.
"The pot is dry," a male voice said.
Instantly, Wan Yinyin stopped daydreaming and hurriedly put the sliced meat into the pot. Most of it was fatty meat. She wanted to render some pig fat. It was summer now, and the kitchen was very hot. They kept the fire burning, and both of them started to sweat a little. However, the pork fat was also melting at this temperature, turning the fatty meat into oil residue, which tasted very good when eaten by hand. The yard felt warm and cozy. But just as Wan Yinyin was about to extract the oil and prepare to stir-fry the 2 ribs she bought for soup, the ribs hadn't even gone into the pot yet. Suddenly, loud noise came from the door. Jiang Ran's small courtyard was at the end of the village, quite remote, with few neighbors around. It was usually very quiet. Wan Yinyin frowned and asked, "What's going on?" As soon as she finished speaking, a loud knocking on the door sounded. Jiang Ran got up and went to open the door. Wan Yinyin closed the kitchen door to keep the aroma from escaping and also to stay inside the kitchen herself. When the door opened, a crowd rushed in. Seeing the leader of the group, Jiang Ran frowned. Song Siming saw him and immediately shouted loudly, "Whereas Wan Yinyin? What's happened to Wan Yinyin? Everyone in the village saw that you and Wan Yinyin live and eat together. Are you threatening her?" The villagers, who had come to watch the commotion, found this a bit strange. Could Wan Jiqing, with his temper, really be threatened? But at this moment, everyone was too busy to think clearly. Jiang Ran, "What's going on with you and Wan Yinyin?" Song Ziking said that if you mess around, you'll be sent to jail. It's serious enough to even eat peanuts. Jiang Ran's face turned cold. The loud voices outside were so loud that Wan Yinyin, inside the house, could faintly hear something. She was about to open the door when she heard Song Siming shouting, "Jiang Ran, do you know that what you're doing now is considered? Hand over Wan Yinyin and take him to the police station." Hearing this, Wan Yinyin dropped the pot she was holding in the kitchen with a loud clang. Instantly, countless eyes in the yard turned to her. Song Siming quickly stepped forward and asked, "Xiao Nian, are you okay? Did he bully you?" "Don't worry, we are from the same place. Tell me the truth, and I will support you." "We must make him go to jail," he said, glaring fiercely in Jiang Ran's direction. His face showed no emotion, and Wan Yinyin couldn't tell if he was angry. He even leaned lazily against the wall nearby. Jiang Ran's heart was not as calm as he appeared. Hearing Song Ziming's words, he suddenly wondered if this was a trap aimed at him. Wan Yinyin was probably standing on her older brother's side. He had fallen for that delicate woman again that night.
So, what if he fell again?
His lazy gaze swept toward Wan Yinyin. Seeing his look, Wan Yinyin frowned slightly and glared at Song Ziming. She quickly walked over to Jiang Ran, angry, and said, "He's falsely accusing you. Don't you know how to speak? Jiang Ran, are you mute?" The people watching the scene didn't expect this situation. An older woman from the village suddenly asked, "What's going on here?" "Song Jiqing, you said Jiang Ran bullied Wan Jiqing, but now it doesn't seem like Jiang Ran is the bully." Wan Yinyin was shouting at Jiang Ran fiercely, but it looked like Jiang Ran was the one being bullied. Since Wan Yinyin left yesterday, Song Ziming had been thinking that she loved him very much and couldn't possibly dislike him. He believed Jiang Ran threatened her, which was why she said those things and refused to give him her vote. But now, things seemed different from what he imagined. What's going on? Song Ziming suddenly felt uneasy. Xiao Nian, did he threaten you? Bad people should go to jail. Wan Yanyan suddenly sneered. Shut up. Who told you he threatened me? Song Zimming, did a donkey kick your brain? And what's wrong with us living together? We're married. If not here, then where? Wan Yanyan reached out and took Jiang Ran's hand. Since everyone is here to watch the fun, let's have everyone witness this. Wan Yanyan and comrade Jiang Ran, voluntarily become husband and wife and form a family. This is our marriage certificate. She took out a bright red certificate that looked like an award, and everyone around was stunned. Song Zimming was the most shocked. A few people who recovered from their surprise whispered to each other. He stared in disbelief, eyes wide. Xiao Nian, is this fake? It must be fake. Wan Yanyan rolled her eyes and ignored him. Song Zimming moved toward her, reaching out to grab her arm, shouting, Did he threaten you? Before he could touch Wan Yanyan, the man who had been silent all along suddenly moved. Song Zimming was thrown to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Wan Yanyan looked at Jiang Ran with a surprised expression when he suddenly made a move. However, Jiang Ran didn't look at her. His gaze was fixed on the approaching villager. Following his gaze, Wan Yanyan saw the middle-aged man. He was the village's Lin branch secretary, Lin Jingxin's father. Wan Yanyan released Jiang Ran's hand, holding the marriage certificate as she walked toward the man. Branch Secretary Lin, this Song Jiqing doesn't believe my marriage certificate is real. Please take a look at the official stamp. The branch secretary didn't take it. He looked serious and said, It's real. Put it away. Wan Yanyan obediently folded the certificate, glanced at Song Siming, who was still trying to get up from the ground, and then smiled. Branch Secretary Lin, Song Siming is engaged to Sister Jingxin. Harassing me like this isn't good, right? If he keeps doing this, I will report him for harassment. A man who doesn't respect himself is like a rotten vegetable. I think such a man isn't suitable for Sister Jingxin. Wan Yanyan spoke cheerfully, but her words were sharp. Today, Song Siming had brought many people with malicious intent. He clearly wanted Jiang Ran to go to jail, wanted her to keep giving him tickets and money unconditionally, and on the other hand, he was trying to use Lin's secretary's connections to climb higher and leave the countryside sooner. With such wicked thoughts, Wan Yanyan didn't mind setting a trap for him. Sister Jingxin is your daughter, and you're a capable person in charge. She's pretty. There's no man she can't find. Why settle for a man who's indecisive? Song Siming finally realized something was wrong. He ignored the pain all over his body and quickly stood up to show loyalty. Uncle Lin, I truly care for Jingxin. The sun and moon can witness that. Today's matter, I only care about her because I grew up with Wan Yanyan. I was afraid she'd be bullied. I see Jingxin as a partner and future revolutionary comrade. Wan Yanyan is just my neighbor's little sister. I have no other intentions toward her. Song Siming's words sounded convincing, but his urgency, combined with Jiang Ran kicking him earlier, made him look rather awkward. Wan Yanyan chuckled nearby. Song Jiqing, you'd better stop trying to use connections.
I don't have an older brother like that.
Remember, don't forget to pay back the tickets you owe me. After saying this, Wan Yanyan looked at the others, then ran into the house. She took out a handful of candies. My brother Jiang Ran and I just got our marriage certificate. We won't stay long. In a few days, I'll invite everyone to a meal. I have no relatives in Dahuang village, so everyone is my witness. Ruyan Yanyan's words made people very happy, especially since she also handed everyone a piece of candy. Take it home for the children. Even Secretary Lin received one. When everyone left, someone couldn't help but sigh. Ruyan Yanyan really does things beautifully. Yeah, is this really Ruyan Yanyan? After they left, the yard suddenly became quiet, leaving only Ruyan Yanyan and Jiang Ran. Ruyan Yanyan was still holding Jiang Ran's hand tightly. In this quiet moment, she hurriedly let go of his hand. It was sudden just now. I saw you didn't say anything, so I was worried they might bully you, so I held your hand. You don't talk much like this. What should I do? You don't know that some words can hurt people, Jiang Ran said. He can do many things and gets the lowest work points, but even so, his reputation in the village isn't good. Partly because of his background, and partly because rumors spread that he is bad, fierce, and likes to fight. Actually, no one has seen him fight, but the rumors seem to come from the Jiang family. The stories spread more and more, and everyone started to label him this way. Seeing that she was still talking, Jiang Ran remained silent, shaking his head inwardly. Forget it. Hurry up, it's time to eat. The ribs should be ready. He said this and quickly ran to the kitchen. Jiang Ran watched her figure disappear in a gust of wind, his deep eyes thoughtful. He looked down at his hand again. This was the first time someone held his hand, standing in front of him, protecting him from being bullied. This feeling surprisingly didn't hurt. His dark eyes looked toward the kitchen. Is she still Ruyan Nian Nian? Before he could conclude whether this person was really Ruyan Nian Nian, a cry of pain came from the kitchen. Ouch, it's hot. Jiang Ran quickly walked over. The ribs had been cooked into a pot of soup, with radish added inside. Ruyan Nian Nian served 2 bowls of soup, the porcelain bowls slightly red from the heat. I'll carry the food, you use chopsticks, she said. He calmly handed the 2 bowls of soup to her. There was a small table in the yard for eating. Usually Jiang Ran ate alone, sitting casually and eating. Now, the 2 of them sat properly. They had cooked rib soup in the kitchen, added some pork fat, and stir-fried some greens with pork cracklings. Ruyan Nian Nian thought the bread she wanted was missing, but Jiang Ran took it down from the beam. She stared in shock, still asking as she bit into the bread, "Why did you hang the bread so high?" "There's a rat coming in downstairs looking for food," Jiang Ran explained. Wan Yinyan feels that even though she has watched many old TV dramas, she still doesn't understand this era very well. While drinking pork rib soup, eating stir-fried vegetables with lard, and having a steamed bun, this meal isn't as balanced or colorful as the ones she later enjoyed, but she eats it very happily. To be precise, her body is really enjoying the food. Having pork rib soup is already the best meal she could have. The news that Wan Yanyan and Jiang Ran are sleeping together spreads quickly through Dahe village, like a gust of wind. After Song Simon causes a fuss, the news of Wan Yanyan and Jiang Ran's marriage sweeps through every household. In the afternoon, the work bell rings. The team leader assigns tasks, and as people prepare to work, they continue discussing this matter. I went there. Wan Yanyan is quite sensible today. I think she and Jiang Ran are a good match. Hee, I even got a candy. I'll give it to my kid at home. That Song Jiqing did something strange today. He's about to marry Lin Jingxin, but he still tried to hold Wan Yanyan's hand. Today, Wan Yanyan said that men who don't love themselves are like rotten cabbage. She made a good point. Stop talking. Song Jiqing is at the Lin family's place at noon. I heard crying from their house. Maybe Lin Jishu's little daughter. Wan Yanyan's story adds endless fun to Dahe village. The main characters, full and satisfied, are washing dishes when someone knocks on the door. A gray-haired old lady, bent over with wrinkles on her face but a kind smile, appears at the door. Jiang Ran sees her and frowns slightly. Grandma, why are you here? Someone told me you got married. What's going on?
You didn't tell the family.
If you didn't tell us, not many in the village know. Now I find out only because I heard it from others. Marriage wasn't something Jiang Ran expected either, but since she mentioned it, Jiang Ran didn't think much and decided to get the marriage license first, just in case Wan Yanyan changed her mind later. While the old lady was scolding Jiang Ran, Wan Yanyan just happened to come out. She suddenly reached out and patted Jiang Ran's arm. Oh, you little rascal, how can you let your wife wash dishes? Her hands are so tender. Hurry up and go wash. Wan Yanyan was worried that her family from Jiang might be difficult to get along with, but hearing this, she relaxed her worries. Grandma, it's okay. I'll wash. Jiang Ran, go quickly. The old lady, walking with small steps, looked at Wan Yanyan with a smile. Come, say a word to Grandma. This dish should be washed by a brave man. She suddenly took the item from Wan Yanyan's hand and handed it to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran helplessly took the bowl and went to the kitchen to wash dishes. Wan Yanyan helped the elderly woman sit on a high stool. Jiang Ran's grandmother was thin and small, still with bound feet. walking slowly. The old lady looked like she had suffered a lot, but she was in good spirits. Her kind eyes looked at Wan Yinyan with great satisfaction. "Little girl, you look pretty. Jiang Ran is also handsome. When you two have children, they'll definitely be good-looking." The old lady habitually tried to take something from her wrist, but halfway through, she sighed. "It's hard for you, girl. Our family is not doing well now. I don't have much to give you." She took out a dollar bill and put it in Wan Yinyan's hand. It was actually made of small coins, cents, and nickels. Wan Yinyan held the loose change in her palm.
Keep it.
Use it to buy some food with Jiang Ran. The old lady then remembered the egg cake they bought today and quickly went inside to get it. She cut it into small pieces and handed it to her carefully. The old lady's gaze softened even more as she watched Wan Yinyan. Everyone was short of food, and she usually saved her own rations to give to the younger ones. She was hungry too. Wan Yinyan forced the small pieces into her mouth, and the old lady ate the whole egg cake. There were only 2 bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Ran quickly finished washing them. When he saw the 2 women sitting together, one old, one young, he was supposed to do something else, but somehow, he stopped in his tracks. His eyelids drooped as he watched that scene. The woman seemed to be glowing with a gentle light. The old lady hadn't been here long, and Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran hadn't told anyone about their marriage yet. They decided to go back to the house together now. The old lady moved slowly, so they also slowed down. When they reached the middle of the village, they happened to meet Song Siming. Today, Song Siming looked very awkward. If Lin Jingxin hadn't insisted on marrying him, this marriage would have been ruined by Wan Yinyan's interference. At this moment, the 3 of them crossed paths. Song Siming looked at the 2 women walking side by side, with some distance between them, and they didn't seem very close. Song Siming's mind turned quickly as he thought about Wan Yinyan's actions today, which disrupted his marriage with Jingxin. Does she still have feelings for him? So, her goal in ruining his relationship with Jingxin was probably just to be with him. Song Siming realized he had figured it out. He looked in Wan Yinyan's direction and hurried over. "Xiao Nian, I know you're unhappy about my marriage, but you can't just marry someone else to upset me. You need to be responsible for your life." He spoke earnestly now, but no one paid attention to his words. Wan Yinyan slightly frowned. Jiang Ran's expression looked even worse. He clenched his fists slightly, applying a little force, and the bones made a cracking sound, which was quite frightening. Immediately, Song Siming forgot about talking to Wan Yinyan. He looked at Jiang Ran, his face turning pale. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the places where Jiang Ran had kicked him still hurt faintly, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Then, he staggered and ran away. He entered the courtyard of the Youth Brigade station, and a voice called out from inside, "Xiao Nian, if you continue to be so reckless, Uncle and Auntie will be upset." Wan Yinyan rolled her eyes. Ms. Lu Xingyan really liked Jiang Ran's good qualities. As for the original owner's parents, they weren't very kind to her either. They favored boys over girls. One reason she hurriedly sold her job and followed Song Siming to the countryside was because her parents wanted to marry her to a widower. They wanted to use her appearance and charm to find a job for their younger son in an office. She was raised by Lu Xingyun and Wan Wenchao from a young age, and someone was trying to sell her using this method. In Wan Yinyan's mind, she didn't feel much attachment to her original family. Thinking this way, she was about to let Jiang Ran leave when she saw him holding a stone, intending to throw it at Song Siming. She was so frightened that she quickly grabbed his hand. "Don't throw it." Jiang Ran frowned, his lips pressed into a displeased line. He knew she still cared about that little white-faced man. Anyway, no matter what situation she was in, she suddenly changed her mind overnight and was willing to marry him. But she probably didn't like him. Was it that little white-faced man who said it was to upset him? Thinking this, Jiang Ran's face darkened even more. Wan Yinyan moved closer to him. During the daytime, if you accidentally hit someone with a stone, how unlucky for them. It won't happen. But you shouldn't throw stones now. You're not doing well, and your reputation will suffer. If others see and spread it, what then? Wan Yinyan whispered. Jiang Ran looked at her with a low gaze. "I'm not afraid.
I am scared.
For a moment, everything around them was quiet. Wang Yinyan said, "We are married. I don't want you to have a bad reputation, especially because of someone like that. It's not worth it. Do you want me to go out in the future and be pointed at? And our children?" A stone rolled on the ground, spinning a few times. What she said might be a lie to herself, but her words included their future and children. Jiang Ran's hand stopped obeying him. Just a lie. He was willing to believe it. Wang Yanyan looked at the stone he threw down, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She lowered her voice even more. "When we find a chance, late at night, I'll help you with a bag." Jiang Ran suddenly looked down, staring at the person beside him. "Don't get so excited. We do this quietly, understand?" If during the day Jiang Ran beat Song Siming up, who knew who might see it? If Song Siming kept bothering him, it wouldn't be good for Jiang Ran. A secret beating wouldn't matter. No one would find out who did it. "Let's go. We'll take Grandma back," Wang Yinyan said softly, gently shaking Jiang Ran's hand. Jiang Ran's face remained cold and handsome, but his mind was changing rapidly, thoughts shifting back and forth. Thinking about her soft words just now. He didn't know when, but a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Though fleeting, it revealed his good mood. He looked down at the woman beside him. She was very fair, with a hint of pink in her whiteness. Wang Yinyan didn't have many thoughts. Seeing Jiang Ran's fierce expression subdued, she loosened his wrist and prepared to find the old lady. As soon as she loosened her grip, her small hand was held by a large hand. Wang Yinyan looked down. Jiang Ran's skin was not very fair, tanned, but now his hand covered her snow-white one, creating a striking contrast. His large hand had clear bones, dry and warm. Wang Yinyan looked at Jiang Ran. His expression was still cold and stern, showing no emotion. He seemed as hard as stone. Her small hand was held by his dry, large hand. Suddenly, a not-so-pure thought crossed her mind, and her face turned slightly red. They had already registered their marriage. Tonight, she planned to sleep beside Jiang Ran. He should agree, right? "Wow, why are you slower than me, an old wife?" On the way, they unexpectedly shook hands. "Don't let the discipline team see." Ruanianian quickly pulled her hand away from Jiang Ran's and hurriedly ran ahead. "Grandma, I'm coming with you. Did that nasty Jiang Ran bully you? He's got a bad temper. If I don't listen, I cry. He's most afraid of people crying." The old lady happily taught her how to deal with her grandson. Most villagers had gone to work, including the Jiang family. Only the third sister-in-law, who was about to have a baby, was still busy at home. Jiang Ran didn't like to talk much. Ruanianian didn't know the Jiang family well either. She remembered the third sister-in-law from the original owner's memory, which she had retrieved. It was also introduced by the old lady. Ruanianian took out nearly half a jean of brown sugar. "Third sister-in-law, I heard Jiang Ran say you're pregnant. Take this to help your health." When she took out the brown sugar, the woman looked at Ruanianian more kindly. "I've also heard from the village that you got married. It's just that I'm pregnant and can't move around easily, and my brother has gone to work." "No problem. Even if the Jiang family came over, they wouldn't have time." Ruanianian handed the brown sugar to the pregnant woman. "You came just now and brought something?"
Why?
She said that, but her hands were quick when taking the items. Ruanianian smiled happily. Since there weren't many people from the Jiang family, she sat down to talk with the third sister-in-law. Jiang Ran was called into the house by the old lady. Sugar was a rare thing, especially for the Jiang family. Third sister-in-law Wang Fingxia also knew to be grateful. Although the Jiang family didn't have much good stuff, when Ruanianian left, she still handed her some greens and 2 eggs. "I'll take the greens, but you should eat the eggs," she said. It wasn't that she craved eggs. It was clear that the pregnant woman needed them more. Wang Fingxia smiled and said, "You can take them. The eggs are from the chickens of your third uncle. He brought them over." Jiang Ran just happened to hear this. "Third sister-in-law, tell third brother to find someone else for the eggs. I want to keep the eggs at home." Wang Fingxia also understood that once her younger brother-in-law got married, the eggs naturally wouldn't be taken from her family often. "All right, I understand. You've helped us a lot these days. Jiang Ran's wife, who was from the city and delicate-looking, said she wanted to eat something good. When Ranianian left, she was holding a bunch of greens in one hand and 2 eggs in the other, thinking about how to eat the eggs. She thought of many ways to handle the eggs, but since they were limited, she finally decided to boil them to keep the most nutrition. The 2 of them returned to the small courtyard. By noon, Wan Yinyin kept yawning and said, "I'm going to take a nap." Jiang Ran saw she was so sleepy, she was almost dazed and took the eggs from her hand. Even though she was sleepy, she didn't forget Jiang Ran completely. "Husband, you should rest too." After muttering, she left, leaving Jiang Ran standing alone in place. A storm of thoughts rose in his mind. By the time Wan Yinyin was in bed and asleep, Jiang Ran's inner storm gradually calmed down. He put the eggs and vegetables into the kitchen. Then he went to check the chicken coop in the backyard, and after a while, he came out holding 2 eggs. He didn't listen to Wan Yinyin. Instead, he left the courtyard and went up the back mountain. He was fine living alone, but since they kept a pet, he couldn't just do nothing. They would have their own children someday. When Wan Yinyin woke up and came out, she saw Jiang Ran in the courtyard working on preparing rabbit skins. His movements were skillful, clearly experienced in this. Suddenly, Wan Yinyin remembered the palm oil and coconut oil she bought. Although these oils are generally not used for cooking, the former is good for frying, like the popular fried chicken in later times, mostly fried with palm oil. The latter has high beauty uses and can be used in many ways. In her previous life, Wan Yinyin had many hobbies. She was especially obsessed with making beautiful handmade soaps and cold soaps. To achieve different effects and looks, she would add milk or various essential oils. Although the current environment couldn't support high standards, making basic soap was still possible. Wan Yinyin looked at Jiang Ran working on the rabbit skins and went to the kitchen to take out some wood ash from the stove. She put it into a cloth bag, rinsed it with water, and extracted lye. Making soap wasn't difficult. Wasn't this a common activity for women in ancient stories? Jiang Ran watched Wan Yinyin busy with her tasks and frowned slightly. Why was she washing pot ash for no reason? Although puzzled, Jiang Ran didn't ask much. For the saponification process, continuous stirring was needed. As she stirred, Wan Yinyin started to feel a bit tired. Jiang Ran finished working on the rabbit skins and saw her struggling to stir. He frowned and said, "Let me do it." Wan Yinyin looked at him, then finally handed the tool over. Jiang Ran repeated the stirring motion, not asking what she was making or why. Wan Yinyin saw that he didn't ask and couldn't help but speak. "I read in a book that ash from plants can be used to extract alkali. Adding clean water and coconut oil or palm oil can make soap. You can also use pig fat or replace water with milk or add some milk. But all of these are too expensive." Jiang Ran listened to her words, looked at the object in his hand, and wondered if it could be made into soap. He didn't doubt her. His wife was well-educated and experienced, so if she said it could be done, it probably could. In the evening, the bell signaling the end of work rang, and Wan Yinyin's first batch of soap was poured into molds. Although it wasn't very useful, for the sake of appearance, she also found some wildflowers by the roadside and pressed them onto the soap. Then she left it to dry in the yard. Just as she stretched lazily, there was a knock at the door. "Brother Ran, are you home?" Jiang Ran went to open the door. It was not someone else but Wang Lu. Seeing Jiang Ran, he looked into the yard and saw Wan Yinyin's figure. "Brother, did you really marry that Wan Jiqing? Why are you suddenly confused? Don't you know she likes? If one day she cheats on you." Jiang Ran's face darkened instantly, and he kicked at him. Wang Lu dodged quickly, exclaiming, all right, brother, don't kick me. I'm not saying any more. Brother-in-law, Brother Rand is going to beat me to death." Hearing the terrible cry outside, Wan Yinyin walked toward the door, curious, and looked at Jiang Ran. "What's wrong?" "He's itchy," Jiang Ran said with a sullen face. Wan Yinyin tugged at his arm. "I told you not to hit people, understand?" Her voice was soft and gentle, looking very pretty. Wang Lu was stunned for a moment, staring at her back. Jiang Ran saw Wang Lu's expression and frowned again. A woman nearby tugged at his sleeve. Although Jiang Ran looked impatient, he still said, "Got it." Wan Yinyan was happy. Not many people came to see Jiang Ran in the village. She smiled and said, "Come in and sit." Then she turned and left. Wang Lu and Jiang Ran were left behind. Wang Lu kept staring at Wan Yinyan's back. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked his view. "Brother, sister-in-law is a fairy. She would never do anything to hurt you. Don't look so grim. Sister-in-law will be scared if she sees you." Wan Yinyan went to fetch water, but Wang Lu didn't come in. He just called out to Jiang Ran and left. Wang Lu came out and, when he reached the back mountain, looked mischievous and excited. "Brother Ran, the wild boar in the back mountain has been caught. It fell into the trap you made. Its meat is stuck on the thorns and can't get out. When will we get it out?" Jiang Ran looked at the sky, which was already evening, and thought for a moment. Midnight. He had been waiting for this wild boar for several days. He finally caught it, but originally, he planned to find an excuse to tell the village team, keep some meat for himself, and improve Jiang's family's life in the village. But now that there was someone at home, he didn't want her to suffer hardships with him. Jiang Ran left, and Wan Yinyan was in the kitchen cooking. She boiled rice porridge, and also boiled 2 eggs. Then she stir-fried some vegetables with pork fat. The steamed buns they had for lunch were finished, so Wan Yinyan chopped some green onions, sprinkled salt and oil, and fried pancakes in the pan. Because the household oil was limited, she used more than others, and soon the fragrant aroma filled the air. Wang Lu, smelling the delicious smell coming from Zhang's house, felt his stomach rumbling. But he knew it wasn't easy now, so he didn't stay for dinner. Instead, he sourly said, "Having a wife is great. Brother Ran, your house smells so good. I'm going back now. I'll come to call you tonight." Wang Lu left, and Jiang Ran entered the house. He went to the kitchen and saw the stove was already burning. "Did you learn it?" Wan Yinyan was still a bit stunned, then realized what he meant. "When you were making rabbit skin earlier, I came over and learned." "Yes, I learned." They ate together. Jiang Ran stood up, cleaned the bowls, and washed them. Wan Yinyan went to boil water to prepare for a bath. Jiang Ran looked at her face, which was reddened from the fire. "I'll do it." He reached out his big hand to her arm, trying to pull her away. Wan Yinyan was startled by his touch, and hurriedly tried to get up. The more anxious she was, the more she messed up. She stepped on some firewood beside her and twisted her body awkwardly, hugging Jiang Ran's waist. Jiang Ran also reached for her waist. They were close together, the kitchen hot, both wearing little, and the fire made the atmosphere change somehow. Their hearts pounded loudly. Wan Yinyan looked at his handsome face and swallowed hard. The match in the stove made a crackling sound. It wasn't loud, but it seemed startling to both of them. Wan Yinyan quickly tried to stand up. Jiang Ran also let go of her and squatted down to stoke the fire. Wan Yinyan crouched nearby, trying to change the subject. "I was thinking of making a big wooden tub for bathing. Does anyone in the village know a carpenter who can make one? Tomorrow." The kitchen was silent again until the water boiled. She went into the room to wash herself. While changing clothes quietly, she heard water sounds outside. "Tonight, how will I sleep?" Before she could figure it out, there was a knocking on the wooden door, loud and steady, making her nervous because she had little practical experience despite her many theories. "Are you done?" "I'll get a towel," Wan Yinyan hurriedly said. "Almost." "Wait a moment," she replied, hurriedly tidying her clothes before opening the door. The man was damp with water, and as soon as he entered, he seemed very imposing. He took a towel, wiped his hair, then saw the water on the floor and the clothes nearby. Wan Yinyan quickly picked up her clothes, which she had taken off, and put them aside to wash tomorrow. Tonight there was something more important. Thinking of this, she felt a bit excited. She waited inside the room. Several minutes passed, but Jiang Ran hadn't come in. She started to feel anxious. This was their wedding night. Shouldn't Jiang Ran be anxious too? Wan Yinyan opened the door, ready to go out. As soon as she did, she bumped into the man coming in. He was stiff and strong, radiating a sense of aggression. Wan Yinyan winced and let out a small sound. Jiang Ran panicked immediately. "Are you okay?" He looked down. The moonlight was hanging in the sky, and the room was dimly lit by a small kerosene lamp, so she could only see her pale face vaguely. Jiang Ran leaned in, about to look more closely. Suddenly, Wan Yinyan tiptoed, her arm wrapping around his neck. In an instant, Jiang Ran's mind went blank. Her experience was limited to that night she came in, but she had read many novels and comics in her previous life. Though not very skilled now, she was much better than Jiang Ran, who was just standing there. But soon, the man took the lead. On a summer night, both of them had some sweat. Under the kerosene lamp, she could see Jiang Ran's forehead beaded with sweat. Wan Yinyan couldn't help but smile, but then she suddenly remembered something important. No tools. She didn't want to have children too soon, so she quickly moved back. Jiang Ran's brow furrowed at her move. His eyes, tinged with a hint of sadness, weren't as frightening as before, but his tense jaw showed he wasn't in a good mood. Wan Yinyan whispered, "It's not that. I'm afraid of getting pregnant." Jiang Ran realized what she meant and stiffened slightly. Today, when she refused to hit her little admirer, she also said she wanted to have his child. Was that just to stop him? The man's face was cold in the dark night, and his deep eyes looked at her. "You don't want to have children with me?" Wan Yinyan hurriedly explained, No, I just don't want to have children so early. Our family still doesn't have enough food for the adults. If we have a baby, how will the baby eat?" Wan Yinyan was thinking about practical issues. Jiang Ran said, "I will support you and the children." Wan Yinyan instinctively felt that this wasn't a good time to discuss this. He looked quite upset, so she got off the bed, moved closer, and whispered a few words into his ear. Jiang Ran's face instantly looked uncomfortable. Wan Yinyan thought of a solution and started to carry out her plan, but just as she was about to act, her hand was suddenly caught by a large hand. "I'll go take a shower." After saying that, the man got out of bed and left. Wan Yinyan looked at her hand and then at herself, feeling a bit uncomfortable too. She sighed deeply. Tomorrow she planned to find that tool. Jiang Ran took another cold shower. When he returned, Wan Yinyan was still awake, her gaze fixed on him. That look was like she had a hook in her eyes. Jiang Ran wiped his body with a towel and said, "Don't tease me." Wan Yinyan really felt wronged. "I didn't do anything." Jiang Ran. He couldn't just say that her look at him was unusual. He kept a serious face and said nothing. Wan Yinyan lay in bed, but her mind was elsewhere. Today, she checked the supply store. The soap there cost 4 Mao 1 fun, the fragrant soap 4 Mao 5, and they also needed tickets. Today, she made soap with coconut oil and palm oil. In later generations, people used it for laundry, but now her soap was better for washing the face than the soap they currently used. As for failures, Wan Yinyan wasn't worried. She had tried all kinds of ratios in her past life. This was just basic. 1 jean of oil cost only 6 Mao, and 1 jean could make several bars of soap, so the cost was low. She wished she could sell it in the county town. But with Jiang Ran's situation, if he got caught selling things, it would be a big problem. Wan Yinyan felt a headache. Why was it that others could travel through with space and supplies, but she was alone? Heaven was unfair. She thought about serious matters. Jiang Ran noticed that the gaze falling on her disappeared. She felt a bit strange and wondered why he was no longer looking at her. She casually dried herself and lay down beside Wan Yinyan. With a man in front of her, her mind quickly drifted away from other thoughts. She looked at him a few more times, but Jiang Ran blew out the lamp. Suddenly, the room was dark. In the darkness, people's senses seemed to become sharper. Wan Yinyan could hear his breathing. Pretending to be sleepy, she moved closer to him and first wrapped her arms around his waist. His breathing grew heavier, but he didn't say anything. He simply stayed silent. Wan Yinyan, spoiled by her parents, was not content with just stopping. She became a little bold, pulling at his clothes with her hands. This time, Jiang Ran firmly grabbed her hand and whispered, "Sleep." Wan Yinyan stuck out her tongue, thinking she was so close, but she had to close her eyes and sleep. She fell asleep quickly. Jiang Ran watched her sleeping face. He didn't feel sleepy at all. His mind kept replaying the kiss, everything that had just happened, even what he had whispered in her ear. He felt uncomfortable all over. How was she so skilled at these things? Had she done this before with that handsome guy? Jiang Ran felt a twinge of jealousy.
No, he thought.
A dark red color appeared in his mind. He couldn't understand why, and he didn't want to think about it anymore. He hugged the soft, fragrant person in his arms and closed his eyes to sleep. But he didn't sleep long. Outside, a few birds chirped. Jiang Ren opened his eyes, carefully covered Wan Yinyan with a thin blanket, and silently got out of bed. Early the next morning, before dawn, Wan Yinyan opened her eyes. She instinctively looked for Jiang Ran, but didn't see him. She muttered to herself that he had gone to work so early and had already gotten up to wash and cook. The original owner wasn't very hardworking either. Her job in the city was easy, but in the countryside, farm work was too much for her. Either she didn't go to work, or she went but earned the lowest wages. Wan Yanyan didn't plan to skip work. She was thinking of switching to a lighter job like Song Siming, who, because of his connection with Secretary Lin, had very easy daily work. It was just reading the newspaper for 20 minutes before political studies, which was not tiring and earned good points. From the original owner's memory, she knew Song Siming wanted to be a primary school teacher. Whether it was teaching or reading the newspaper, it was better than farm work for someone like Wan Yinyan, who hadn't done heavy labor. She also had leverage over Song Siming. When he got married, it would be her turn to act. Wan Yinyan was secretly planning something bad. There was a creaking sound at the door, and she was startled. In this village, it was not fully dawn yet. Was it a bad person or a wandering spirit? Wan Yanyan's breath caught. She carefully turned her head and looked, then immediately relaxed when she saw the person at the door. "Didn't you go to work?" Wan Yanyan asked in surprise. "I'm about to go now." Jiang Ran entered the house, put things down, and was about to leave again. Wan Yanyan ran out from the kitchen.
Wait.
"Here, take this pancake and eat it." The pancake was still warm. Wan Yanyan, in her rush, burned her finger, and it turned red. Jiang Ran suddenly felt a soft warmth in his heart. He lowered his eyelids. Usually, he went out late at night and came back early in the morning to work, but no one cooked for him. It's already late. If there's still time, you should eat first before going to work. "I'll go too," Wan Yinyan said, stuffing the pancake into Jiang Ran's hand. She remembered the original owner still had a watch. "I'll check the time." In the countryside now, there's not much entertainment or mobile phones. She went to bed early last night. Now, holding the watch, she checked the time. It's only 5:30. There's still time. In Daya Village, summer work starts at 6. When Wan Yinyan returned to the kitchen, she was still calling for Jiang Ran to stay and eat. Jiang Ran, holding the pancake, turned back and went out again. He ate quickly, drinking 2 bowls of soup in about 10 minutes and eating 3 pancakes. After finishing, he got up and went to fetch water. He made 2 or 3 trips, filling the water tank. Drawing water tensed his muscles. Maybe because he often worked hard, his muscles looked attractive and well-defined, catching Wan Yinyan's eye. During the meal, she secretly kept looking at him, until Jiang Ran came back and took the bowl from her hand. He said casually, "If you want to look, just look. Don't be sneaky."
Sneaky?
Although she still didn't know what the original owner looked like, she knew she had many admirers and people showing interest. The original owner's appearance was probably pretty good.
How could she be called sneaky-eyed?
Wan Yinyan almost spat blood. Before she could speak, there was a loud sound of drums and gongs outside. Time to start work. Jiang Ran, it's time to go to work. Jiang Ran quickly came out. She hurried to follow him. Jiang Ran's work points weren't high, and she wasn't very capable either. But the more they worked, the better their life would be. Wan Yanyan followed behind Jiang Ran. Early in the morning, the team leader was organizing tasks, and everyone gathered together. The villagers of Daya Village had already heard about Jiang Ran and Wan Yinyan's relationship. Now, seeing the young couple come out together, their eyes lingered on them intentionally or unintentionally. These two are really together now. Jiang Ran's family is poor and has a complicated background. Why do you think Wan Jiqing is with him? Wan Jiqing isn't a good person either. She likes Song Jiqing. Everyone in our village knows that, and so does the whole commune. But suddenly, she ended up in Jiang Ran's bed. Look at them, they won't last long. That's true. Jiang Ran is poor, but he's a man. Which man would tolerate his woman liking another man? Besides, both of them are working for the lowest wages, going hungry every day. Sooner or later, they'll argue and cause a big mess. I think they look good together. Yesterday, when Song Jiqing caused trouble at Jiang Ran's house, Wan Yinyan even defended Jiang Ran. She doesn't seem as bad as everyone says. Hey, when two people just get into bed together, problems will come out after a while. People get tired of new things. No matter how good it is now, after a few days of hunger, nothing matters anymore. Even if these people lower their voices, most of what they say can still be heard clearly by Wan Yinyan. She rolled her eyes and sighed. She won't argue with Jiang Ran. He's so handsome that just looking at his face makes her anger melt away. How could she argue with him? She turned to look at Jiang Ran beside her. His face was dark and angry, lips pressed tight, jaw clenched. Wan Yinyan had been with him for 2 days and understood this was how men looked when they were angry. She looked around secretly, then reached out and held his hand, gently scratching his palm twice with her fingers. Jiang Ran looked down at her. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Wan Yinyan's voice was soft. Only the two of them could hear. Jiang Ran's lips twitched. His words sounded nice, but something still felt off. However, her words eased his anger inside. The team leader shouted a couple of times, "Stop arguing, be quiet." He quickly assigned the tasks for the day. Wan Yinyan was sent to pull weeds, along with other women from the village. Pulling weeds isn't physically hard, but bending and lowering her head repeatedly made her feel her blood sugar dropping. The land was dry and hard, some weeds taller than seedlings. The stems were prickly to the touch, and her delicate hands had red marks all over. She started with enthusiasm when she arrived, but after less than 10 minutes, she couldn't go on. Her speed naturally slowed down behind others. Wan Yinyan, this won't do. You're married, and soon you'll have a child. Are you planning to let your kid drink the northwest wind? She doesn't have a child yet, and she's almost drinking the northwest wind herself. Nguyen Yen Yen persisted, thinking to herself that this wouldn't do. In her past life, Ms. Lu Xingyun and Nguyen Wenchao, although from the countryside, had been brave enough to venture out after the reform and opening up. Later, even though her family had a farm, Nguyen Yen Yen never did farm work all day. She watched short videos online showing beautiful scenes, and sometimes she would visit her grandparents on their farm for a few days. But her rural life now was definitely not like that. At noon, the sun was out, and she was sweating on her forehead. The other women were skilled workers, already far ahead of Nguyen Yen Yen in the work. Just when she felt she couldn't hold on any longer, a shadow suddenly appeared around her. At the same time, a deep voice said, "Fragile." Hearing Jiang Ran's comment, Nguyen Yen Yen felt a bit wronged. She just hadn't done it before, and she was trying her best. She felt a little upset and didn't speak. Jiang Ran looked down at her reddened skin, find a tree, and sit down to rest for a while. He then roughly handed her a military green water bottle. Nguyen Yen Yen had been feeling a little sad, but when she saw the water bottle and heard Jiang Ran's words, she felt a bit touched. "Thank you." Jiang Ran's gaze swept over her delicate hands, which had grass juice and marks from being pulled. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Go under the tree." His tone was firm, with no room for refusal. "Have you finished all your work?" "Yeah." Jiang Ran worked quickly. The weeds that made Nguyen Yen Yen headache were easily pulled out by him. He then sent her to the shade of a tree. Other women working in the same field saw Nguyen Yen Yen sitting in the shade drinking water, and Jiang Ran helping her from behind. Their eyes showed envy. "It looks like they get along well. My man, he finishes work and then just sits on the ground. He wouldn't come help me. Honestly, I'm quite envious of Nguyen Yen Yen." "Envious of what?" "They just got married. When I first married, my husband helped me with farm work too. Now, I hardly see him all day. Nguyen Yen Yen watched Jiang Ran busy bending over, thinking she couldn't go on like this. Relying on her to farm, her family might starve. If she let that burden fall entirely on Jiang Ran, she couldn't bear it. She thought about turning to the black market. She would be careful. She couldn't let her family starve. After finishing her work at noon in the afternoon, Wan Yinyin hesitated and told Jiang Ran, "I don't want to work this afternoon. I want to go to the county town." Jiang Ran looked at her hand. It had been a while, but the red marks on her hand hadn't disappeared. He felt uncomfortable and said, "If you don't want to work, then don't." Wan Yinyin whispered, "Then I won't earn any work points." Jiang Ran didn't lift his head. "You don't need those 2 work points anyway." She felt despised. All right, her work skills were not as good as those of the children, so being looked down upon was normal. In the morning, Jiang Ran helped her finish her chores. At 2 p.m., she went to work, with a political study class scheduled earlier. Song Ziming was giving a confident lecture in a shirt. Wan Yanyan thought to herself that she would not let him be so proud forever. After everyone else went to work, Wan Yanyan rode a village donkey cart to the county town. There were few others with her. The small donkey cart was full of people. One person, dressed noticeably better and with lighter skin than most, looked at Wan Yinyan with unkind eyes. That was Lin Jishu's youngest daughter, Lin Jingxin. The local heroine with a popular script in her hands looked at Wan Yinyan as if she had killed her parents. Wan Yinyan understood why this young girl was acting like that. It was all because of Song Ziming. People love to watch drama and stir trouble. She and Lin Jingxin sat in a donkey cart. An older woman smiled and said, "Jingxin is about to marry Song Jiqing. Are you going to the county to buy something?" Lin Jingxin proudly raised her chin and said, "Brother Ziming gave me some cloth tickets. I'm going to buy fabric to make myself a new dress." She pointed her chin at Wan Yinyan. Wan Yinyan thought to herself she didn't want to be a useless person. The older woman looked at her and then at Lin Jingxin. "I remember Wan Jiqing also liked Song Jiqing before. Why did she suddenly get together with Jiang Ran?" "Oh, Auntie, your intentions to stir trouble are so obvious." Wan Yinyan thought, watching Lin Jingxin's sharp gaze on her, and smiled. "I was young and blind back then. Now I see clearly. Jiang Ran is the best." "Wan Yinyan, how can you say that?" Lin Jingxin always saw Wan Yinyan's liking for Song Ziming as shameful. She didn't expect Wan Yinyan to say such things. Her princess temper immediately flared. "You married Jiang Ran and don't even have a new outfit, wearing patched clothes. Brother Ci Ming gave me a 6-foot cloth voucher. Jiang Ran bought her 8 feet of cloth. Did she show off?" "No, she didn't." Ruanianian thought to herself, watching Lin Jingxin get angrier, and smiled, showing her little white teeth. "About that, I don't mind. If you look good, anything you wear looks nice." Her smile made everything around her seem brighter. Indeed, the old clothes on Ruanianian didn't matter. No one paid attention to the patches because her face attracted all the attention. Her figure was also obvious. Even the same clothes couldn't hide her curves. Lin Jingxin's face suddenly looked bad. Ruanianian had a bad reputation in the village. People didn't think highly of her when they mentioned her, but everyone agreed she was pretty. If she hadn't been so focused on Song Ziming, the young men in the village would have chased her, worried she might be cheated on. "Comrade Lin, isn't that right?" Ruanianian said with a bright smile. Lin Jingxin felt like vomiting blood. She'd never seen such shamelessness. She was so angry she spat out, "Brother Siming is going to marry me. Don't bother him again." "Who cares?" Lin Jingxin didn't want Ruanianian to bother Song Ziming, but her words made her look even worse. Her tone seemed to look down on her. Song Ziming was the best-looking young person in the area, wearing a white shirt, glasses, gentle and scholarly, clearly educated, unlike the rough villagers. "Ruanianian is right. If you're pretty, anything you wear looks good. If you're not, even if you look like a fairy, it doesn't matter. Young and dressed well, Jingxin looks good too." The people on the bus kept talking, but they weren't comforting. Ruanianian couldn't tell if they were setting her up or making things uncomfortable for Lin Jingxin. Seeing Lin Jingxin's face darken more and more as they reached the county, Ruanianian got off the bus. Why are you in the county, Ruanianian? She casually made up a reason. Yesterday, I took wedding photos with Jiang Ran. I came to see if they're out yet. That was a ready excuse. As she stepped off the bus and took a few steps, the women chatting about village gossip suddenly started talking about Ruanianian again. What wedding photos? It takes at least 4 or 5 days to develop. I think she just doesn't want to work and is lazy. I don't know what Jiang Ran saw in her. She's so lazy. She clearly isn't someone who can live a good life.
Did you see?
That tattered, patched-up clothes can't even hide her figure. Her chest is full and prominent. Jiang Ran usually doesn't speak much, but he's a man. Wang Jiqing used to cry and cling to Song Jiqing, but after sleeping with Jiang Ran for a night, now she speaks highly of Jiang Ran everywhere. Maybe she's after him too? Look at Jiang Ran, tall, strong and fit. Last time, he brought down a wild boar from the mountain. His arm muscles are bulging. He's obviously powerful. He must be very capable in bed too. A few married women muttered quietly. Wan Yan felt her ears becoming sharper. She had walked quite far, but she still seemed to hear their laughter. She stumbled slightly. These people know a lot. Finding the black market wasn't hard. The original owner didn't work much, relied on old savings, and had come to buy things there before. But Wan Yan wasn't there to buy. She was there to sell, to make herself less noticeable. She entered a small alley behind the county textile factory. When she arrived, there were already many people inside, all watching cautiously. Wan Yan found a corner and laid out her handmade soap, cut into pieces. Most people were selling eggs, rice, and flour. Fewer were selling soap, and the best-selling items were meat, rice, and eggs. Her stall wasn't very attractive. She waited about 10 minutes before a middle-aged woman squatted down and asked, "Big sister, what are you selling?"
Soap.
"It can be used for washing clothes, hands, and face," Wan Yan said, holding up a piece of smooth, white soap. "Look, sister, this one comes from Shanghai. The quality is good. The workers over there love to use it. One piece is worth 3 elsewhere." Wan Yan confidently praised, "This soap makes your hands so soft when you wash with it." Hearing this, the middle-aged woman didn't doubt her. After all, Wan Yan's soap was different from others. The soap sold at the supply and marketing cooperative was yellowish, but hers was white and smooth, like milk. Her family's soap was indeed gone, so she asked, "Big sister, how much for this?" 4.5 cents with a ticket, 5.5 cents without. The woman frowned slightly. She was at the black market now. What tickets? The soap sold at the supply and marketing cooperative cost 4.5 cents and required a ticket. The ticket was only 10 cents more expensive. She managed the household affairs carefully, spending money only on what was really needed. "Big sister, this is too expensive. Can you lower the price a bit? I think you really want it, so how about 2 for $1? Just forget the small change. Also, please introduce me to more people." The woman frowned and tried to bargain further. Wan Yan smiled again. "Big sister, you can't find this quality at the supply store. The one there is only for washing clothes, and it costs 9 cents. Plus, you need a ticket. I use $1's worth for washing my face and clothes, and I don't need a ticket. Think about whether it's worth it." Wan Yan, with her clever tongue and constant smile, made people trust her without question. "I offered you this price because I see you're a person who knows how to live. You can go around and see if there's anything cheaper than what I have." The big sister was a regular visitor. She checked around, but nothing was cheaper than what Wan Yan sold. "Give me 2. After a while, Wan Yan sold only $1's worth, feeling a bit excited when she looked at the money. That afternoon, she sold a total of 8 pieces, earning $4. Just as she thought it was time to pack up, a loud noise came rushing toward her. Her heart skipped a beat. Was she going to get caught for her first risky deal? Wan Yan's stall was small, and she hadn't displayed all her soap. She quickly grabbed the cloth on the ground. Just as she was about to leave, she heard hurried shouts behind her. "Big sister! Big sister!" That voice sounded familiar. Wan Yan realized it was the aunt who bought her soap first. She hurriedly stopped. When she stopped, the woman caught up. Big sister, do you still have soap? Yes, I do. Do you want more? The middle-aged aunt nodded slightly. It's not for me, it's for them. Give me 2 more, and I'll take it back to the people in our courtyard. By the way, your soap really works well. Clothes wash whiter than usual, and it's good for washing hands too. I was about to wash clothes in my yard when they saw me. Wan Yin understood from her words that the aunt was going to wash clothes at home. Everyone who washed clothes with her noticed the soap was different, and word spread to a few families, who then came over. Mostly because Wan Yin sold her soap cheaply, didn't require a ticket, and the quality was good. Wan Yin smiled and said, the longer the soap is stored, the better it works. Everyone doesn't need to worry about it expiring. If there are other soaps at home, just leave this one for a while. Wan Yin had been shyly selling for a whole afternoon and only managed to sell a few pieces. The woman who brought people back bought all of Wan Yin's remaining dozen or so pieces. As she left, Wan Yin smiled happily and said, I give the big sisters a lower price. Please help me spread the word, and come again a few times. She also handed out a piece of candy. These people were all from the textile factory staff compound. Since there were many workers, especially women, they gathered to discuss buying good things. They would also promote it within their small social circles, so Wan Yin could sell quite a few. Carrying a cloth bag, Wan Yin went back. First, she visited the county hospital, then the local supply and marketing cooperative, where she bought 20 jin of coconut oil and 10 jin of palm oil. The clerk at the cooperative recognized her. Did you finish what you bought yesterday? When she mentioned this, Wan Yin's little face fell, looking pitiful. I wasn't home yesterday. The jar fell and spilled. I came here today on the village donkey cart. I put it on the cart, so it won't spill. The clerk believed her and looked regretful as he packed the oils into jars. 1 jar costs 1 yuan. With the oil, it's 20 yuan in total. Wan Yin paid the money. She stored the items there temporarily, then called the village's carriage driver to help carry everything onto the donkey cart. The old man, smoking dried tobacco, asked, buying so much oil. Wan Jiqing? This oil is cheap and doesn't need a receipt. I'm worried it will sell out, so I bought more. It's called palm oil. It was clear he had heard of it before, and he frowned slightly. Not tasty, a few cents cheaper. If you want to eat good oil, you should buy soybean oil. Wan Yin smiled and said, it's because I don't have much money. The old man didn't say anything and went to tease the donkey, while Wan Yin sat on the cart, calculating. Last time, she used 3 jin of coconut oil and 2 jin of palm oil, making 5 jin of oil for 3 yuan, which produced 20 pieces of soap. This time, she left 2 jin at home. She sold all 20 pieces at 50 cents each, earning 10 yuan. After deducting 3 yuan for costs and the candies she gave out, her gross profit was over 6 yuan. Making over 6 yuan profit at once wasn't small. Factory workers in the county town usually earn just over 30 yuan a month. This business could work. But she couldn't do it too often, or she might expose herself. While Wan Yin was calculating on the cart, Lin Jingxin happily returned. Seeing the jar, she frowned slightly and asked, Wan Yin, what did you buy? This takes up too much space. Wan Yin, it's good stuff. Others also started to arrive, all curious about what Wan Yin bought. I know, it's the coconut oil and palm oil sold at the supply and marketing cooperative. It doesn't taste good. I bought it once. When I just fried it, the oil solidified right away. The flavor was strange, but it was cheap and didn't need a receipt. Lin Jingxin chuckled dismissively upon hearing this. You bought so much. Are you planning to eat this for the rest of your life? Does Jiang Ran know you're wasting money? Lin Jingxin sarcastically said. People from the city just don't know how to live simply. That night, the 2 large jars of bad-tasting oil spread through Da village. Jiang Ran naturally knew about it. She saw the soap that was hanging in the shade was gone. Where did she put the soap? Jiang Ran washed her face with water, wiped off the dust, and walked into the kitchen, seeing the busy Wan Yin. Her eyes were deep and ocean-like. Where did you go to the county this afternoon? Wan Yinyan turned around and smiled when she heard his voice. I bought some good things. Wait here for me. I'll go get them. After saying that, she ran off, then came back quickly with the items, handing them to Jiang Ran. Her eyes darkened again. Wan Yinyan asked, Are they good things? With this, we'll be safe. What she was holding was not just anything, safety tools, a child's umbrella for protection.
She bought 20 of them.
Jiang Ran, being from the 1970s, felt his ears turn red listening to Wan Yinyan's words. The questions he wanted to ask earlier had already disappeared from his mind.
During the daytime, forget about this.
Put it away quickly, Jiang Ran said, rarely speaking more. Through her sun-kissed skin, he saw her slightly red ears and suddenly realized Jiang Ran was shy. He was actually shy. This made it even more fun. What should he do? Now he just wanted to pounce on her. Wan Yinyan's mind was full of little plans, but since it was daytime and her stomach wasn't full yet, she could only put the safety tools away again. She whispered, Jiang Ran, do you have plans tonight? Maybe do something a little naughty. Wan Yinyan's words were straightforward, and Jiang Ran's Adam's apple bobbed. He felt the kitchen heat up even more. I have nothing tonight. I bought quite a few. The things that happened last night won't happen again. She, a young girl, shamelessly kept saying these things. Jiang Ran felt hot all over, even more uncomfortable than her. He couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. Wan Yinyan could only obediently keep quiet. Jiang Ran went out for a while and brought back a piece of meat. Seeing the high-quality pork belly, Wan Yinyan's eyes widened. Where did this come from? Eat it, but don't tell anyone, Jiang Ran instructed. The meat was so good. Firm, tender, layered, weighing about 2 or 3 jin. It wasn't cooked yet and Wan Yinyan couldn't help but swallow. But from Jiang Ran's expression, it seemed the meat's origin wasn't legitimate. Wan Yinyan lightly examined Jiang Ran and suddenly remembered what happened that morning. What had he gone to do? Before she could figure it out, a voice came from the door. Is Jiang Ran at home? Wan Yinyan hurriedly put the meat into the basket she had just brought down and pulled the string tight. Now that person had entered the Jiang family. A middle-aged woman, exhausted-looking, entered and called out, Son. It was Jiang Ran's mother, Wan Yinyan's mother-in-law. Yesterday, she had gone to Jiang's house with Jiang Ran, but everyone who could work was already working, leaving only the elderly and Wang Fingxia, who was 8 months pregnant. The woman came in holding some greens, looking at Wan Yinyan, who was following Jiang Ran. She was quite good-looking, no flaws, even very beautiful. She had good conditions, a city girl, even a model. In the old Jiang family, her son might have matched someone like her, but now, in the current Jiang family, this girl was not a good match for their family. Sulan suddenly had many thoughts. This is Ranjiqing, right? You're getting married. The family doesn't have much, so take this. She handed Wan Yinyan some cloth vouchers. Red fabric looks nice. Today, Secretary Lin's daughter took a few yards of cloth, and everyone in the village is praising her. If she has some, you should too. Wan Yinyan blinked. The long-standing conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was common. Even in later generations, many families lived separately, and there was a lot of anger. Looking at the old lady from Jiang's family and her current mother-in-law, she felt she didn't need to worry about conflicts anymore. But she still didn't take the vouchers. She didn't know how long Jiang's family had been saving them. Thank you, Mother. Yesterday, Jiang and I went to the county supply and marketing cooperative to get fabric, and it's enough. When Sulan heard this, her smile became more genuine. She tried to push her to take the vouchers, but Wan Yinyan refused firmly. Finally, Jiang Ran spoke. Mom, take it away. Even in front of his own mother, he kept a serious face. Sulan said, Now that you're married, you can't act like you used to. Nian, Jiang Ran just has that grumpy face, but he's kind-hearted. If he tries to bully you, come to me at home, and I'll stand up for you. Hearing these words, which sounded no different from the old lady's, Jiang Ran felt a bit helpless inside. How fierce do they think he is? Does he really bully his wife? Nian stayed with Sulan for a while. Sulan invited her to dinner at their house, But Nian Nian still remembered the piece of meat hanging from the beam and declined. She found an excuse to go to the kitchen to busy herself. Su Lan watched Nian Nian's back, then looked at her silent son and approached him. Son, you're married now, but you're still keeping that cold face. Are you afraid it will scare your wife? Scare Nian Nian? Jiang Ran thought about what she had just held and the words she had spoken in front of him. She was very brave. Your wife looks delicate, like that little white cat we used to keep at home. You should treat her better. This son of hers was full of hostility, seeming to care about nothing most of the time. Sometimes, she felt like he was an emotionless knife. Steel can bend, but it's easy to break. She still hoped he was like ordinary people, capable of feeling other emotions. I also heard about Nian Nian. The villagers are bored and like to watch gossip. Since you're already married, don't worry about the past. This is a new society, and old ideas are not allowed, Su Lan said seriously. She understood some men's thoughts and was worried her son might be stubborn. Jiang Ran nodded slightly. I understand. Don't just say you understand. You need to keep it in your heart. Su Lan clenched her teeth, as if she had made a firm decision. It's definitely not Nian Nian's fault. I think that little white face is just loafing around the village, probably trying to Nian Nian for money. That guy has bad intentions. If you're really angry, wait until night when no one is around. Put a bag over his head, give him a good beating, and call your third brother to join you. Hearing this familiar plan, Jiang Ran's face showed a slight ripple. He raised his eyelids lazily and said indifferently, That's not good. I won't do that. Was his son really so obedient? Su Lan looked up, as if trying to see something on her son's face, but Jiang Ran returned to his usual calm. I won't say much more. After this busy period, let's set up a few tables and have a lively celebration for your wedding. Mother is going back to cook. Su Lan hurriedly came and left quickly, leaving a bunch of greens and slipping a few tickets into the vegetables. Jiang Ran went back to the kitchen. He watched Wan Nian's eyes stay fixed on a piece of pork belly. Hearing the noise, Wan Nian looked back. This meat is best for braised pork. Paired with rice, Wan Nian was salivating just thinking about it. Jiang Ran said, Then just eat it. Wan Nian thought for a moment. Unless she marinated the meat into cured meat, she could only eat it now. The weather was too hot to store it, so instead of letting it spoil, she decided to use it for herself and her friend. She quickly got to work. Wan Nian cut the pork into two parts, one for braised pork and the other for garlic pork slices. The meat was good quality, so she sliced it thinly. She originally planned for Jiang Ran to cut the meat, but as soon as he moved the knife, Wan Nian quickly stopped him. Let me do it. Go find some small cucumbers. The garlic pork slices looked simple, but to make them tasty, the pork belly had to be cut into evenly thin slices. Jiang Ran was fine with chopping rabbit meat. He didn't care much about knife skills. Just cut it casually and cook it to remove the smell. But for more delicate dishes, good knife skills mattered. Jiang Ran realized he was being ignored. He touched his nose and went outside. His wife might not be good at farm work, but she seemed to have a special talent for tasting food. He sliced the garlic pork and cut the braised pork into large cubes. He put the water on to boil. While blanching the meat, Wan Nian prepared the seasonings: star anise, cinnamon, soy sauce. Jiang Ran's home didn't have white sugar, only yellow rock sugar. It wasn't as clear as white sugar, but enough to make a good caramel for cooking. He picked some greens from the backyard. While cooking, Wan Nian asked him to peel garlic. Jiang Ran had never cooked so seriously before. Usually, he ate big pots of food at the commune. The cooks weren't great, but it was enough to fill his stomach. But Wan Nian was different. She was very careful about every step. She loved many things, and eating was one of them. In her past life, she often traveled around just to find good food. To restore the authentic taste, she would repeat recipes many times. Jiang Ran noticed that at first, she was teasing him, but now her eyes weren't on him at all. Still, Jiang Ran couldn't help but look at her. The meal was quickly prepared. The meat cooked in a large pot over the traditional stove was especially tender and flavorful. With firewood rice, Wan Yinyin took her first bite and closed her eyes happily. Life should be like this, every meal with meat and rice. Her soul felt satisfied. Jiang Ran took a bite too, and his appetite grew. He usually eats quickly, and now he ate even faster, like a whirlwind. Wan Yinyin had only eaten half a bowl of rice when the man opposite had already gone to serve a second bowl. Occasionally, she picked up some garlic pork slices, which, with cucumber shreds and garlic chili sauce, were rich but not greasy, tender yet firm. Feeling full, Wan Yinyin asked, "Where did you get this pork? It tastes better than usual with firm meat. The quality is much better than the supermarket pork I used to buy. From wild boars on the back mountain. It's a cross between wild and domestic pigs. They run around the mountain and get caught," he replied. "So, it's a mixed breed hunting pig. No wonder the meat is so good." Wan Yinyin didn't ask who caught the pig. After eating and drinking enough, she put the remaining braised pork in a bowl and looked at the sunset, which had completely set. She handed it to Jiang Ran. "This you take to Grandma and our mother." Jiang Ran looked up at her with deep, calm eyes. His gaze seemed to see right through her. Wan Yinyin thought he was unwilling. She frowned and said, "You shouldn't eat alone." Grandma and her mother-in-law looked very thin, especially her mother-in-law, who seemed exhausted. It was probably due to life's hardships and emotional struggles. Jiang Ran took the food, and his heart softened. "I'll go now." Just as Jiang Ran was about to leave, Wan Yinyin called him back. She handed him the ticket her mother-in-law left, and also gave him 2 egg cakes. "Take these back too. They need them more than we do. And these 2 egg cakes, I saw Grandma really likes them today. Please give them to her quietly." Jiang Ran took the ticket, thinking to himself how good his wife was. He must make her live a good life. After Jiang Ran left, Wan Yinyin started cleaning the dishes and bowls at home. She planned to put the leftover meat in the water basin to keep it fresh until the next morning. However, as soon as Jiang Ran left, someone stood at the door and called out to her, "Wan Yinyin." She thought the voice sounded familiar, like someone she knew from the youth commune. She went to the door and saw Su Yao. The original owner of this body was someone who looked down on everyone except Song Siming. Although she was at the same youth commune as Su Yao, they weren't close. Seeing Su Yao, Wan Yinyin was a bit surprised. Su Yao directly explained her purpose. "You forgot something at the youth station. Do you want to go pick it up?" Wan Yinyin thought for a moment. She had already packed everything she could that day. Could she have missed something she didn't notice? "Wait for me, I'll get a flashlight." It was dark in the village. Wan Yinyin took a flashlight and went with Su Yao to the youth station. Along the way, Su Yao subtly asked why she married Jiang Ran. "Of course, I like him." Su Yao scoffed at this, not believing it. Everyone knew Wan Yinyin liked Song Siming, but that could change overnight. Could it really be true what the villagers said, that Jiang Ran was especially skilled in bed? Since she wasn't married, Wan Yinyin thought about the gossip people discussed during the day, and her face flushed. They reached the youth station. Wan Yinyin went into a room to look for something. After searching for a while, she found a notebook. She had no memory of it from her previous life. It was just her own. Wan Yinyin took it and didn't stay long before pushing open the door to the girl's room. Just as she stepped out and was about to leave, her arm was suddenly pulled, causing her to stumble.
She was about to shout, "Ah."
"Don't scream, Xiao Nian, it's me." It was Song Siming's voice. Wan Yinyin frowned slightly. She felt something was off. Su Yao liked to take small advantages. Knowing she forgot this notebook, Su Yao must have secretly used it herself, yet she still kindly came to find her. Seeing Song Siming in front of her, Wan Yinyin instantly understood everything. These two had colluded. Her face darkened. "Song Jiqing, were you looking for me at this late hour? Could it be to return my ticket and money?" Her tone was slightly sarcastic. Song Siming's face then showed some embarrassment. "Xiao Nian, do you really want to talk to me like that? We grew up together. You don't know how much I care about you. I came to find you because I don't want you to fall into a trap. What kind of person is Jiang Ran? Are you willing to ruin your future for him?" Wan Yinyin was impatient. "What does that have to do with you? My affairs are none of your business. Song Siming thought she was angry because she married Lin Jingxin. His tone softened further. Xiao Nian, you're being silly, but I can't watch you make a mistake. Jiang Rand isn't a good match for you. If you stay with him, the person who loves you will be hurt. Song Siming, handsome and clear-featured, spoke earnestly, seeming genuinely concerned for Wan Yinyan. If it were truly the real Wan Yinyan, she might believe him. Unfortunately, she was not that way. She was even impatient when she saw Song Siming pretending to be serious. Jiang Rand isn't a good match for me. Are you? Song Siming's heart sank. Wan Yinyan, I can't give you marriage, but I can treat you like a sister. In this remote place, I have to take care of you.
You can't just give up and marry that man.
He's poor, mean, and I heard he likes to hit people. Wan Yinyan couldn't stand hearing such words. She firmly said, don't speak badly of Jiang Ran. Taking advantage of Song Siming not paying attention, she suddenly kicked him.
Ah!
In the dark night, a sharp scream sounded. Song Siming was caught off guard and kicked in a sensitive area, turning pale and hunched over. Wan Yinyan sneered, don't speak badly of Jiang Rand anymore. I don't like it. Jiang Rand isn't good enough for me. I'm the best. Wan Yinyan finished angrily, then turned on her flashlight and headed toward the door. Song Siming was in so much pain, he couldn't hear what Wan Yinyan was saying. The pain hit him deep inside. Wan Yinyan was still very impressive at the rural youth station. As soon as she stepped out, even with the flashlight, it was pitch dark outside. The old flashlight could only light the path at her feet. A breeze blew, making the trees sway and casting shadows, which made Wan Yinyan sweat cold. She wasn't afraid of Song Siming. She was afraid of ghosts. She silently recited words about strength, democracy, and harmony, telling herself there were no ghosts. But her mind kept wandering. If there were no ghosts, how did she end up in this situation? What was that faint shadow ahead? Wan Yinyan felt cold all over.
Suddenly, a ghost.
She cried out. But then she swallowed her scream, her lips covered by a dry, large hand. A warm, deep voice whispered in her ear, it's me. Next moment, Jiang Rand's body stiffened. He looked down at the person hanging on him. Her little head kept burrowing into his chest. Jiang Ran, ghost, I'm so scared. Her voice was sweet and soft, her whole body as limp as a puddle of water. As a man, Jiang Ran couldn't ignore this. His voice grew hoarser. There are no ghosts. It's so dark. I'm scared, she said nervously, shifting. Jiang Ran's body stiffened even more. His voice became even deeper. Let go of me. I'll take you home. Wan Yinyan hugged him. She liked how good he felt. She was less afraid now, but she didn't want to let go of him. She softly said, I'm scared. Holding you makes me safe. Carry me home. Jiang Ran, hug me. The woman hanging on her body was as soft as a lump of water, just like her name, gentle and charming. Except for that one night when she clung to him, Jiang Ran had never been so close to a woman in his life. He wanted to make the woman hanging on him go down, but he also didn't want to. He was caught in an unprecedented dilemma. Wan Yinyan, being so cold toward her, didn't dare look around. She felt like there were ghosts everywhere and tentatively asked the man, maybe you can go back on your own? It seemed better to carry her secretly than to hold her openly. Last time, Wang Lu was bumped by a wild boar, and Jiang Ran carried him too, so it should be fine. Okay. Jiang Ran squatted down again. Wan Yinyan, experienced, leaned comfortably on his broad back, holding a flashlight. Let's go home together. Jiang Ran stood up, and Wan Yinyan felt very light, almost lighter than the wild boar in the back mountain. She didn't expect anyone to compare her to a wild animal, and she didn't know what Jiang Ran was thinking. She was quite happy about it now. Suddenly, Jiang Ran remembered something. Why are you here? This place wasn't far from the youth camp, and she was here to see that young man again? Wan Yinyan was unaware. I came to the youth camp to get something. Hearing her light words, Jiang Ran wasn't sure whether to believe her or not. He fell silent for a moment. Instead, Wan Yinyan mischievously poked his back and whispered, Jiang Ran, your back is so hard, like a stone. A warm voice brushed past his ear, causing Jiang Ran to stop in his tracks. Was this person shameless? Jiang Ran's deep voice said, Shut up. Just want me to shut up? Fine, I'll shut up. Wan Yinyan closed her mouth but was still restless on Jiang Ran's back, occasionally looking around. It was pitch dark and she couldn't see anything. She kept moving, and Jiang Ran, both annoyed and helpless, could only quicken his pace. When they reached home and he pushed open the door, Jiang Ran felt he had walked too fast. But Wan Yinyan had already jumped down. Boil water and take a shower. Tonight, things couldn't be delayed any longer. She was excited, still washing inside the house while Jiang Ran rinsed outside. Waiting for both of them to lie on the bed, looking at the ceiling with a kerosene lamp, neither knew who had touched whom first. Wan Yinyan whispered, Don't be shy. Don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt. Jiang Ran heard her words and suddenly thought of that night. His face darkened, seeming unwilling that she was taking the lead in this matter, and he quickly took control. At a crucial moment, Wan Yinyan reached under her pillow and pulled out the item she bought today. Wear this. She didn't want to have a child now, worried about the child being hungry. Jiang Ran could only reassure her that he wouldn't let the child go hungry. Once she was at ease, they would have a baby. She took the item and bit open the sealed plastic film. Then, Yinyan waited for a while, but no storm came. She opened her eyes and looked at the man under the dim kerosene lamp. She thought to herself, he probably wouldn't wear a child's umbrella for protection, right? She kindly asked, Do you want me to help you put it on? Jiang Ran's face turned even redder. His voice was hoarse and tired, and after a moment he said, It's too small.
Nyen.
She got up to check, but when her eyes met his, her face flushed. But when she bought this, it wasn't because she doubted his size. In this era, these things only came in one size. Jiang Ran didn't expect her to suddenly get up. His body reacted uncontrollably, and he coughed softly. Soon, everything around them was quiet. Jiang Ran had never seen such a bold woman, more daring than himself. They looked into each other's eyes, and she kept glancing at places she shouldn't. Jiang Ran felt himself burning up from her gaze. He threw the item aside, his face unusually grim, and said, I'm going to take a shower. He quickly left the room. Nyenyen looked at the useless item, staring at the dark ceiling, thinking to herself, what is all this about? When Jiang Ran left, his neck was red, probably feeling uncomfortable. Nyenyen thought to herself that she could help him. Although she didn't have much practical experience, she knew some theoretical knowledge. While Nyenyen was lost to her thoughts, she heard the sound of rushing water outside. It seemed she needed to earn money quickly to support the child. She hoped Jiang Ran could sleep well. Nyenyen was planning her money-making strategy in her mind. Outside, Jiang Ran was also thinking, should he tell his wife about the pig he sold? Or when could he do that? When Jiang Ran returned to the room, Nyenyen was still awake, watching him closely. Jiang Ran wasn't wearing a shirt now, wiping his body with a dry towel. His intense gaze made it impossible to ignore. Jiang Ran said, Sleep, don't look at me. Nyenyen asked, Jiang Ran, do you feel very uncomfortable? Jiang Ran replied, Shut up. Nyenyen said, Jiang Ran, do you know? The most you've ever told me is to shut up. The matter of selling soap couldn't be told to Jiang Ran all at once. Wan Nyenyen thought for a moment and whispered, Our family will soon have a good life and be able to support a child. Then everything will be fine. Wan Nyenyen added silently in her heart, but unfortunately Jiang Ran didn't hear her. He was tense but had to hold back, which didn't feel good. He responded with a dark face. On the second night after getting the marriage certificate, the two still lay on the same bed, just sleeping. That night, Wan Nyenyen said she wouldn't go to work. Jiang Ran didn't oppose. She got up early to prepare food. When she looked around, it was only 5 a.m, and Jiang Ran was already gone from the bed. She searched in the yard but couldn't find him, so she decided to go to the kitchen to cook. Yesterday, there was half a bowl of braised pork left, which she reheated. She also picked a few green vegetables from the small garden and stir-fried them with lard. Today, she didn't cook rice. Instead, she cooked cornmeal. She saw there were 2 eggs and wanted to cook them together, but then remembered there was meat this morning, so she decided to save the eggs for later. Jiang Ran's 2 hens in the backyard didn't seem to lay eggs on time. They belonged to the collective, but were raised by individuals as a side business. The eggs were sent to the market, but Jiang Ran's family's eggs were apparently not sent. They were used to nourish the pregnant third sister-in-law. Jiang Ran returned home at 5:30 a.m., and seeing his busy figure, his stern expression unconsciously softened. Jiang Ran, breakfast is ready. Early in the morning, when everyone went to work, a rumor spread through the village. It seemed that Song Jiqing might not make it. Oh, didn't you hear what Dr. Su from our village said? His swelling was so bad he couldn't see him and had to send him to the county hospital. Director Lin's family rushed to send him to the county hospital overnight. Could he be done for? I think it's serious. The swelling was so bad, it looked like a bun. Song Jiqing probably can't have children anymore. What will happen to him in the future? That's not good. Will Lin Jingxin still marry him? Even if Lin Jingxin agrees, Director Lin probably won't. Recently, there was a lot of gossip in the village, and today, everyone was more focused on Wan Yinyan and Jiang Ran. The gossip center was clearly Song Ziming and Lin Jingxin. People kept guessing whether Song Ziming would be able to marry her, even after their wedding. As for the person who was harsh yesterday, she was now at home rinsing herbal ash water. She planned to make more handmade soap this time. Actually, yesterday I got some soap from the market, but it wasn't the best quality. This kind of soap needs a curing period, which can vary depending on the oils used. Usually, it takes about 15 to 20 days. She made a few more pieces and plans to store the unsold ones at home to cure slowly. There's no worry about them expiring. Making a few bars is just a hobby, but if she makes more, it becomes a physical job. Without a modern mixer, she has to stir everything by hand, which makes her arms sore. Wan Yinyan gathered all the molds at home and used about 10 pounds of coconut and palm oil. Halfway through, she also soaked some green beans. After finishing her chores, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and went back to the kitchen. She wants to earn money early. She also wants to start planning with Jiang Ran. While boiling green bean water, her mind drifted to some not-so-healthy thoughts. Thinking about Jiang Ran's tall figure, the task of boiling water didn't seem so boring anymore. Around 11 in the morning, when it was hot in the fields, everyone was feeling lazy. The cicadas were singing non-stop, and people didn't want to work anymore. They started to slack off and take it easy. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Is that Wan Jiqing? She's still holding a bucket. Could she be delivering water to Jiang Ran? Impossible, she's probably delivering to Song Jiqing. That shameless fox. Didn't you forget? Song Jiqing got kicked and went to the hospital. It must be for Jiang Ran. Maybe she doesn't know. I don't believe she's delivering to Jiang Ran. Why don't you ask her directly? You'll find out." Someone teased. It seemed they just wanted to watch the joke. A few older folks discussed among themselves, while a young man stared in the direction of Wan Yinyan. She was wearing a light blue long dress and walked gracefully, like a cool breeze under the hot sun. Zhang big head. Why are you staring over there?
Clap, clap.
I told you not to look around. The woman who had been waiting to see Wan Yinyan get teased, saw her man's gaze fixed on her and angrily slapped his shoulder a few times. Everyone around burst into laughter. Wan Yinyan kept an eye on Jiang Ran working nearby, but didn't see him. Suddenly, someone called out, "Wan Jiqing, who are you looking for?" The middle-aged woman, who had just hit her man, turned around and looked at Wan Yinyan. She frowned at her delicate face and then smiled, asking, "Are you looking for Song Jiqing or Jiang Ran?" This speech and gaze are too vicious, filled with strong ill will. As she finished speaking, others looked at Wan Yinyan, seemingly waiting for her to speak. They are all people who enjoy watching trouble. In her past life, Wan Yinyan was a delicate young lady, but she was not someone who couldn't do anything or didn't understand anything. Lady Lu Xingyun had been cultivating her interest since she was young. She could play piano and dance gracefully, but she could also cook and clean. She excelled academically and was accepted into the top university, and she could spar with national masters in martial arts. She was also brought up in the business world, understanding social skills from a young age. She knew most rural folks were simple and honest, but she absolutely didn't think everyone was untainted good people. Some people's evil was even more obvious than those with education and culture, like the person asking her questions now. But Wan Yinyan seemed unaware of the malice in that person's eyes. Why would I look for Song Jiqing? Of course, I look for Jiang Ran. Zhou Mingxia asked with malice, but Wan Yinyan's answer was so straightforward that it made the questioner seem overly rude. For a moment, those who agreed with Zhou Mingxia felt a bit embarrassed and resentful, thinking she was asking such a question. Zhou Mingxia, who was questioning Wan Yinyan, didn't think it was too much. She just thought Wan Yinyan was pretending. She pouted, "You're pretending pretty well, and you can really change your mind. Everyone knows you like Song Jiqing. Don't give Jiang Rand a green hat." When she said this, she started to laugh herself. Wan Yinyan was not angry. "Andy, you should take care of yourself first. Someone else's house isn't green, but yours is already green on top." Her voice was soft and gentle. Everyone around burst into laughter. "Mingxia, your husband's eyes are glued to Wan Jiqing. Wan Jiqing likes pretty things, but she doesn't even look at him." Zhou Mingxia noticed the gazes on her and looked at her husband, then slapped him again. "I told you not to look around. Stop looking around. Zhang Dezheng, aren't you tired of living? Stop hitting him. Go work." Wan Yinyan didn't expect these people to tell her where Jiang Ran was. Just as she was about to walk forward, a young girl shouted, "Wan Jiqing, Jiang Rand isn't here. He went to the brick kiln." Wan Yinyan smiled gratefully at her, then searched her memory for the location of the brick kiln. Almost as soon as she left, Zhou Mingxia spat at her back. "Shameless fox." The brick kiln at Hongxing Commune was built in the fields near the village. As Wan Yinyan approached, a few young men looked her way. The place was tiring, mostly men coming and going, many of them in their prime. Suddenly, a tall, beautiful woman with fair skin stood there. When some people saw her, their eyes stayed on Wan Yinyan for a moment. Wan Yinyan was the first to speak. "I'm looking for Jiang Ran." As soon as she finished, a figure appeared from nowhere, frowning as he looked at her. He suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her away. Startled, she stumbled slightly, clutching her bowl of mung bean soup, and asked confusedly, "Who are you? Stop what you're doing. I called out to you." Jiang Ran's face darkened, his voice low and hoarse. His familiar voice brushed past her ear. Wan Yinyan was momentarily stunned and stopped struggling, watching the man pulling her. She looked up at the man holding her wrist. He was behind her, and she couldn't see his face clearly. His short hair was dusty, and his neck was sweaty and dirty, with layers of sweat marks and dirt. She didn't care about how dirty he looked now. She only felt a little sad. Jiang Ran looked like he had just finished hard work. Thinking of the green bean soup she brought, she wanted him to drink some to cool down from the heat. But the man's voice was even earlier than her thoughts, stern and seemingly holding back anger. "Who told you to come here?" His tone was serious and tight with anger. Wan Yinyan's hand holding the soup froze slightly. Was he angry? She thought he was tired from working hard, and she brought him some to drink. Why was he angry now? She had never taken care of someone like this before, and a strange feeling of unfairness grew inside her. Does Jiang Ran have a problem? Jiang Ran didn't know what she was thinking. Remembering what just happened, his brows furrowed, and his face looked serious.
"Don't come here again," he said.
The brick kiln was full of rough men, many shirtless. The men's eyes seemed eager to stick to Wan Yinyan. Jiang Ran was pulling her away while speaking, waiting for her to answer. When she didn't respond, he frowned and turned around. "Did you hear?" He started to say, but before he finished, he saw her eyes slightly reddened. They had been walking in the midday sun, and her face was flushed pink. Her eyes, cheeks, and nose were red, and the tears in her eyes shimmered, swirling in her sockets, refusing to fall. That last word was swallowed back, by Jiang ran. Why was she crying? Wan Yanyan saw him stop and look at her. She raised her head and said, "Your grip hurts my hand. Let go of me." Jiang ran hurriedly released her hand, noticing her fair wrist was red and there were finger marks from his dirt-stained hand. At that moment, he understood why Wan Yanyan's eyes were red, even though she hadn't used much force. His wife was more delicate than he thought. Her skin turned red with the slightest touch. He wanted to look closer, but Wan Yanyan had already hidden her hand behind her back. She was holding a bowl of mung bean soup in her other hand, which she shoved into his hand before turning around without saying a word and walking away. Jiang ran watched her back, took a step forward to follow her, but then looked at the sun in the sky and the man at the kiln. He decided to give up that idea. He thought about going to find the barefoot doctor later to get some medicine to put on Wan Yanyan's wrist. While Jiang ran was lost in his thoughts, a voice suddenly came over and patted his shoulder. "Brother, what does wife want from you?" Jiang ran looked at the small bucket in his hand. He opened it and saw the clear green bean soup still swirling inside, giving off a faint fresh smell. Wang Lu-yi saw the soup and moved his mouth as if to speak. "Brother, if you're not thirsty, let me have a sip. It's so hot. Working at that kiln is just inhuman." He reached for the small bucket Jiang ran was holding. Jiang ran raised his hand to dodge. "Let your wife cook it." After saying that, he turned and headed toward the kiln. Wang Lu-yi had been following Jiang ran since they were kids. They shared everything. If Jiang ran had a bite to eat, Wang Lu-yi would too. But this was the first time he hadn't even gotten a sip. And he was even insulted. Did he not want his wife to cook for him? Did he even have a wife? Wan Yanyan had made that small bucket of green bean soup. Jiang ran could usually drink it all at once, but this time he drank it slowly, finishing it only after work. Everyone at the kiln knew that Wan Yanyan had brought him the soup. Wan Yanyan didn't know about the kiln's gossip. She left under the blazing sun, sweat beading on her forehead. Thinking about Jiang Ran's attitude just now, she felt upset. She knew Jiang Ran didn't like the original owner, nor did he like her, but he shouldn't have been so rude. Her mouth was dry as she kicked small stones on the road, frowning. If she had known, she wouldn't have given him the green bean soup. She'd be better off drinking it herself. Anyway, he wouldn't appreciate it. She decided not to feel sorry for him anymore. Under the hot sun, she reached home. Wan Yanyan drank a bowl of green bean soup herself and put the rest in water to chill. Then she started cooking. Yesterday's meat wasn't much. She and Jiang Ran ate some, and she also gave most of a bowl to the Jiang family. Only a tiny bit was left, and she ate it early in the morning. Now there was almost nothing to eat. Yesterday, she ate rice and Ruanianian thought about eating noodles today. She skillfully mixed flour in a basin to make dough, rolled out the dough, and cut noodles. In the kitchen, there was one egg left. Ruanianian went to look in the chicken coop. When she arrived, the old hen was sitting in her nest. She wasn't in a hurry. She squatted outside the coop, waiting for the hen to lay an egg. When the hen left, she picked up the egg. It was white and still warm, with a bit of chicken droppings on it. She didn't mind and happily took it back to the kitchen. After washing it, it was a perfect egg. While boiling the noodles, Ruanianian thought about Jiang Ran just now scolding her at the brick kiln. She was tempted not to cook for him, but then she remembered that the eggs she ate came from his chickens. When making the noodles, she even added a portion for him. Just as she finished cooking and was about to serve the food, the wooden door creaked. She thought Jiang Ran had come back and didn't pay much attention. But when a figure approached, Ruanianian realized something was wrong. The third family is still pregnant. Their eggs are all reserved for her. "You're grown up now, fighting with a pregnant woman over food?" The person's voice arrived before they appeared. Ruanianian looked up and saw a darkened face. The woman looked to be in her 30s, with short hair. Her eyes showed strong disapproval as she looked at her. Apart from occasionally glancing at her, her gaze mostly fixed on the half bowl of noodles in Ruanianian's hand, which had big chunks of egg, chili, and white noodles. Her stomach and eyes were hungry. She seemed eager to the noodles from Ruanianian and eat them herself. Noticing her greed, Ruanianian turned and hid the noodles inside the house. She wondered in her mind, the third family? Pregnant? This wasn't the third sister-in-law. The woman looked like she was here to stand up for her, but her appearance didn't resemble the third sister-in-law at all. Ruanianian didn't recognize her. The original owner's mind had no impression of her either. She asked confusedly, "Who are you?" Jiang Hui watched as Ruanianian hid the noodles inside the house. She was already unhappy, and her face grew even more grim upon hearing her words. It was as if she had been insulted. She said, "Ruanianian, is this how you treat elders? I don't know who you are. If you say you're my elder, you do look quite similar. Wan Yanyan is not a kind person." When someone came to her house to cause trouble, she didn't wait for the woman to speak. Her red lips slightly parted as she asked, "Grandpa Xiao Ming lived to 99. Do you know why?" Zhang Hui was still angry. Hearing her words, she instinctively asked, "What?" Wan Yanyan replied, "Because he never meddled in other people's affairs." Zhang Hui was stunned for a moment before realizing Wan Yanyan was criticizing her for interfering. Her face turned pale and then flushed with anger. Of course, she didn't hold back her words. "It's a shame you went to school. Did your books never teach you to care more about pregnant women? Selfish and narrow-minded." Wan Yanyan didn't understand where this person had appeared from. The eggs belonged to her and Jiang Ran, and her third sister-in-law had agreed. Who is this person to call her selfish and narrow-minded? She was trying to moralize her, but she wouldn't be manipulated. "I think it's because you didn't go to school that you can say such shameless things. The eggs are ours. Why can't we eat them? Should I give the eggs to third sister-in-law? Does that mean the baby in her belly is mine? That's not right. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have that ability," Wan Yanyan said quickly. City-raised youths value face. They wouldn't say such words. Even Jiang Hui couldn't listen to what Wan Yanyan was saying. Just as she was about to reply, she saw Wan Yanyan's small mouth moving like a machine gun. Besides, third sister-in-law agreed. "Are you here to vent your anger for her or to stir up trouble?" Not only was Wan Yanyan sharp-tongued, but her gaze was also very piercing. For a moment, Zhang Hui felt like she was being seen through. She hurriedly said, "What are you talking about? As the second sister-in-law, I naturally care about the pregnant third sister's family. Unlike you, who don't understand manners." At this point, Wan Yanyan realized who this person was. She was also from the Jiang family, her sister-in-law, coming to her fourth house to vent her anger over eggs. Looking at this middle-aged woman, she didn't seem kind-hearted at all. She hadn't met a bad mother-in-law, but she had met a bad sister-in-law. Wan Yanyan smiled slightly. "You're right. I don't understand manners, but my mother taught me that if it's not my own, I shouldn't try to take advantage." Then she turned around, holding the leftover noodles and water she had just used. "I'm going to splash water. If you don't leave, guess where this basin of water will land?" She made a motion as if she was about to splash. It was clearly aimed at her. Zhang Hui's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly dodged. Meanwhile, clatter. Water splashed all over Zhang Hui, causing her to almost scream as she ran out and bumped into someone. She looked up and saw Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran's eyes were colder than Wan Yanyan's. Zhang Hui knew he was also a ruthless person. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she mumbled and ran away. Jiang Ran had just been standing at the door, watching Wan Yanyan without feeling wronged, and he was happy inside. He took the ointment and went into the yard. Wan Yanyan was feeling happy inside, but when she looked up and saw Jiang Ran standing at the door, she was surprised. When did he come back? Did he hear everything she just did? Would he think she's a troublemaker? Wan Yanyan bit her lip, then suddenly remembered what he said at the kiln today. Her mood cooled down, and she turned around with a cold face to the kitchen to bring out the half bowl of noodles she had just prepared. Usually, she would think about giving the noodles to Jiang Ran, but today she was still upset, so she didn't care about him. Unfortunately, Jiang Ran was slow to react. He placed the ointment on the table where Wan Yanyan was eating and said, "Apply the ointment." The man spoke briefly, then set the ointment down and went to wash himself with cold water. After cleaning up, he went to the kitchen to get noodles. Wan Yanyan was left alone, looking at the ointment tube. She read the instructions: pain relief, reduce swelling, and disperse bruises. She wondered why Jiang Ran bought this for her. She had read countless colorful books in her previous life, and her mind couldn't help but wonder. Did Jiang Ran think that night when she got hurt, he was supposed to help her apply the ointment? Her face warmed up involuntarily. Were people from the 1970s this thoughtful? Jiang Ran looked like a rough man, not someone so attentive. She didn't expect such a contrast. Jiang Ran brought the noodles to the table and immediately saw Wan Yinyan's face, which was flushed. Her skin was fair and transparent. While others had tanned, she seemed to get whiter the more she was in the sun. Right now, she looked even more tempting than the peaches in September. Jiang Ran quickly looked away. Wan Yinyan also put down the ointment and didn't say anything. She couldn't be mad at him just because of this tube of ointment. She ate her meal with a cold face. In the small yard, only the sound of two people eating could be heard. Spicy scrambled eggs with hand-pulled noodles tasted especially fresh and delicious. Jiang Ran ate quickly and a lot. Wan Yinyan had just finished half a bowl, but he had already eaten 2 bowls. He even looked a bit eager for more. Wan Yinyan forgot. She was still angry. She was a bit distracted, thinking she needed to earn money quickly. Otherwise, she wouldn't just be unable to support her child, but she might not even be able to support her man. The sun was at its highest point at noon, so the team was taking a break and giving villagers some rest time. Jiang Ran finished eating and waited for Wan Yinyan to finish. Seeing her eat so slowly, he frowned slightly and asked, "Is that all you're going to eat?" Wan Yinyan nodded with a serious face. Jiang Ran frowned, thinking she hadn't eaten much more than a cat.
No wonder she was so thin.
Maybe she thought there wasn't much good food in the village. He needed to find a way to get his wife to eat more meat. Wan Yinyan didn't know what Jiang Ran was thinking. When she was about to wash the dishes, the man took the bowls from her again, just 2 bowls. Jiang Ran was quick and finished tidying up the kitchen in no time. When he came out, Wan Yinyan had already gone back to her room for a nap. Jiang Ran looked at the woman lying on the bed. Perhaps because she was resting, she had taken off her outer shirt and was wearing a tank top. Her fair, slender arms were exposed, and because of her sleeping position, the tank top was pulled up a little, revealing a slim, white waist. There were 2 shallow dimples on her back and a tiny red mole, which added a touch of allure and made anyone watching feel a bit thirsty. His presence was so strong that as soon as he entered, even the air seemed to be taken over by him. Wan Yinyan was originally thinking about what to do next, but when he came in, her thoughts were all disrupted. She immediately felt annoyed and turned around. She turned around and met Jiang Ran's gaze, surprised, and asked, "What are you looking at?" After asking, she remembered she was still upset with Jiang Ran and immediately made a pout. Jiang Ran coughed twice, hurriedly changing the subject. "Nothing. What is second sister-in-law here for?" That woman really was her second sister-in-law. Wan Yanyan frowned slightly. Even though she was upset with Jiang Ran, she repeated what the woman had said about coming here. "I don't think she's here with good intentions to ask for eggs to boost her pregnancy nutrition." Jiang Ran's face was cold and indifferent. He seemed to dislike talking about his second sister-in-law. "Of course not. The eggs she took from me, at least half, went into her son's stomach." Jiang Ran knew well enough that since he had moved out on his own, he didn't care what happened to the eggs after giving some to his brother. Hearing this, Wan Yinyan thought of her second sister-in-law's honest-looking face and sneered. "She's got the nerve to ask for more, and even said I'm selfish and self-centered for snatching the eggs from the pregnant woman. If she dares come again, I'll just hit her away with a shovel." Using water to splash her was too polite. Wan Yinyan looked angry, her cheeks slightly puffed out. Jiang Ran suddenly wanted to poke her, but he held back his hand. His usually cold eyes softened a bit. Wan Yinyan thought about what she said today and realized that this matter had nothing to do with the third sister-in-law. Her careless and reckless words seemed a bit too much. Although the third sister-in-law didn't hear her, Wan Yinyan was thinking about finding a chance to make it up to her. Mainly, She needed to tell her about the incident where the second sister-in-law used her name to cause trouble. She didn't believe the third sister-in-law would be happy with others using her name to ask for food. Not only did she not get anything, but she also left a bad reputation. Wang Yanyan's mind was full of wild thoughts. This morning, she made a lot of soap, boiled mung bean water, and cooked. After finishing, she felt a bit tired. As she kept thinking, her eyelids started to fight, and she almost immediately fell asleep. Jiang wanted to ask if her wrist, which he had grabbed, still hurt, but he waited too long for her to answer. When he looked down, she was already asleep. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, like tiny fans. Jiang also lay down beside her and fell asleep. Last time, when Jiang shouted at Wang Yanyan, she really stopped going to the brick kiln. At most, she would watch the hot weather and wait for Jiang to come home and drink mung bean soup. That was just occasional. They had been living like this for 3 or 4 days. Jiang suddenly realized that his wife seemed to be upset with him. She no longer clung to him. She didn't say those embarrassing words anymore. She didn't even talk to him. While Jiang was working, his mood grew darker. Wang Lu, who had grown up following him, noticed his strange mood. During a break, he asked Brother what's wrong. Jiang kept a serious face and said nothing. His mind was thinking about why Wang Yanyan was angry. Last time, he had made her hand red and bought medicine. Why wasn't she happy? He was rough in life and had never been close to a delicate woman like her. His gaze fell on Wang Lu. I have a friend. His wife is angry, but he doesn't know why. Wang Lu looked at Jiang awkward face and couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, is that friend you? Besides me, how many friends do you have? Jiang's face darkened even more. He kicked Wang Lu and said, Work.
Come on.
Wang Lu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is it your sister-in-law who's angry? Tell me, maybe I can give you some advice. Jiang didn't answer. He just glanced at Wang Lu. Wang Lu, eager to prove his usefulness for gossip, said, I may not have a wife, but I have 2 older cousins. That was true. Jiang was half skeptical, but had never experienced anything like this. He thought about Wang Yanyan's cold attitude towards him and felt angry. Deep down, he felt a strange sense of uncertainty. After a moment, he asked, Tell me, brother, if you don't tell me what's going on, how can I analyze it? Just tell me. Jiang thought for a moment. He couldn't figure out what was wrong. Over the past few days, Wang Yanyan had been less talkative and hadn't flirted with him. She also didn't talk to him during meals, unlike before when she would chatter happily. He wondered when things started to change. He remembered the day she brought him mung bean water, and she had been cold ever since. Suddenly, Jiang realized that if his second sister-in-law hadn't caused trouble that day, perhaps his wife wouldn't have wanted to talk to him at all. Could it be because he hurt her? Wang Lu looked at Jiang's stern face, with his eyebrows slightly furrowed. As a childhood friend, he said, Brother you probably don't even know why your wife is angry. Jiang was exposed and looked even worse. Still, he wanted to understand why Wang Yanyan was upset, so he softly replied yes. Jiang was good at working, hunting, and reading. Wang Lu admired him a lot. It was the first time in years he saw Jiang so troubled and couldn't help but laugh. His laugh was a bit loud, and Jiang shot him a sharp look. Wang Lu immediately held back his laughter. Brother, tell me everything from the beginning. I want to hear. Jiang didn't expect Wang Lu to come up with any good ideas, but he thought about his cold wife and recounted what had happened over the past few days. There wasn't much to say, except for the day Wang Yanyan visited the brick kiln and the incident with his second sister-in-law. After that, the 2 of them didn't speak at all. Wang Lu finally understood. Brother you really don't understand how to read people's hearts. Look at the brick kiln. How many wives brought you mung bean water? Your wife brought it, and you didn't praise her, only scolded her and told her not to come again. No wonder she's upset. If I were her, I'd be mad too. Jiang argued. I didn't scold her. Wang Lu said, Brother look in the mirror when you get home. If there's no mirror, go to the river and look at yourself. Your face is so serious all the time. It's pretty scary. I'm used to you, so I'm not afraid, but your wife just married you and doesn't know you well yet. Plus, my sister-in-law used to like that young, handsome man. He always smiles at everyone, unlike you, brother. Women prefer gentle men. You are not gentle, brother, but we could look a bit better. Don't look so angry when you face sister-in-law. Jiang Ran was originally asking Wang Lu for advice, but the more he listened, the more annoyed he felt. He turned around immediately. Time to work. He said this and went to busy himself. However, until the end of the workday, he kept thinking about this. Could it be that Wang Nian is really angry because of what he said? After work, Wang Lu looked at Jiang Ran. By the way, is sister-in-law angry because Song Jiqing got hurt? The village is talking about it. Don't talk nonsense. My sister-in-law isn't like that, Jiang Ran interrupted Wang Lu. But deep down, he didn't believe it. Everyone knew that Wang Nian liked that young handsome man. He even saw her teasing him on the back mountain. The young man only said a few nice words, and she handed him money. She gave up a good city job for him. If she doesn't like him, then she doesn't like him? Jiang Ran felt restless. After work, he didn't go home first. Instead, he separated from Wang Lu and went to wash himself in the river. When he looked at his face in the water, it seemed colder and darker than that young handsome man's face, a bit fierce. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Ran's mouth. The people in the river felt awkward. Jiang Ran's face grew darker again. Wang Nian didn't know Jiang Ran's feelings. She didn't go to work during the day. Now, in midsummer, everything was growing and blooming. The village didn't have rare flowers, but many wildflowers. Wang Nian picked some pretty ones to make dried flowers, planning to add them to soap. Last time, she made simple household soap, which didn't sell for much. She wanted to make some high-quality, attractive soap that could sell for more. As for the market, she wasn't sure, but she was confident she could sell it. Ms. Lu Xingyun once told her, no matter the era, there are always poor and rich people. Some can spend $1 million on a bag, while others spend a lifetime earning that much. The poor pursue basic living, while the rich seek a refined life. Now, everyone was generally poor, but prices were low. If she made exquisite soap, it wouldn't sell for much, but right now, the market wasn't exactly a buyer's market either. Due to various restrictions, there was indeed a shortage of goods. Wang Nian still has confidence in selling some high-priced soap, so she carefully selects each flower for her products. She is planning to focus on household soap, with essential oil floral soap and goat milk soap as additional options. Although she doesn't have goat milk yet, she has heard that someone in the village is raising goats. Jiang Ranhai frowns, thinking about how to comfort his wife. Meanwhile, Wang Nian is busy with her business plan. The villagers in Daya village are starting to look worried. They're so idle that they pick wildflowers instead of working in the fields for their work points. Zhou Mingxia frowns and scoffs. Lazy woman. There's no one in our village this lazy. She then looks at Zhang Hui nearby and says, your sister-in-law is lucky. Even when Jiang Ranhai goes to the brick kiln, she doesn't have to work. Her tone is clearly jealous. Zhang Hui, who was splashed with water by Wang Nian last time, is still unhappy. She shrugs and says, women like that don't exist. She's always pushing her man to work hard. Zhou Mingxia and Zhang Hui, along with a few others nearby, gather and talk about Wang Nian with a dismissive attitude. Inside, they can't help but feel a bit jealous. Who wouldn't want to work in the fields and dry crops? But why does Wang Nian get to avoid work? When the workday ends, Zhang Hui returns home and sees her husband with a bad attitude. Your brother knows not to make his wife work, but why haven't you learned anything from your brother? Old Jiang, who is eating sweet potato bread, frowns and says, Jiang Ranhai and his wife don't have children, but we have 3. How can you compare us? He continues, and do you really want me to go work at the brick kiln? That's exhausting work. For a woman, Jiang Ranhai is really crazy, he adds, feeling a bit resentful toward Wang Nian. Zhang Hui, hearing old Jiang's words, feels a bit upset but understands how tiring the kiln work is. The brick kiln in Daya village is a side business for the collective. Those who work more there can earn extra money, meat, and points, which are always valued highly. But long hours at the kiln are hard to sustain. Jiang Hui mutters, "That woman is like a fox spirit, always scheming to get men to work for her." She then goes to eat, biting into the spicy sweet potato bread that's a bit rough on her throat, drinking thick porridge. Her mind drifts back to the white noodles with eggs and chili she ate that day, rich, yellow eggs and green chili, looking especially tempting. Once, I couldn't even get enough to eat. Now, I am only eating plain noodles with eggs because there's nothing else at home. Such wastefulness. My wife is living like a fairy, while I suffer here with you. Look at me. Following you. I only endure hardship. The sweet potato flour bun in my mouth tastes even worse. Old Jiang looked unhappy when he heard this. He looked at his wife and then thought of Jiang Ran. Although he wasn't very close to Jiang Ran, he was still his younger brother. He couldn't just let his brother keep suffering because of a woman. He lowered his head and took a sip of soup. As the older sister-in-law, you should talk to Ruan Yen Yen tomorrow. Jiang Hui snorted and said, I dare not say anything to her. Last time, she splashed a basin of water on me. I've never seen someone so unreasonable. Even though she said that, Jiang Hui felt supported by her husband. She was thinking about how to talk to Ruan Yen Yen when she saw her. She hoped she could get a bowl of plain noodles and some eggs. She didn't want to keep giving and then suddenly not get anything in return. While Jiang Hui was talking about her, Ruan Yen Yen was staring at the soup in the pot, which was getting cold. Jiang Ran hadn't come home yet. Usually, he wouldn't come back so late. The soup had eggs in it. When it cooled, it would taste a bit fishy and not very good. She left the kitchen, took a flashlight, and went to the door, walking back and forth a few times, looking into the dark night. She thought if Jiang Ran doesn't come back soon, she would have to ask Wang Lu what was going on. She knew Jiang Ran sometimes went into the back mountain, where wild boars and wolves were said to live. Jiang Ran was alone. Just as Ruan Yen Yen was gritting her teeth and preparing to rush into the darkness with her flashlight, a tall figure suddenly appeared in her blurry vision. She tentatively called out, Jiang Ran? Jiang Ran saw clearly that she was standing at the door. His brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. It was so dark outside, and she was so afraid of ghosts. What was she doing outside? He immediately wanted her to go back. But then he remembered she had been angry these days, so he held back his words. Ruan Yen Yen confirmed that the person was Jiang Ran. She let out a breath of relief, then thought of something and turned back into the kitchen to add some firewood. As she crouched down, someone entered the kitchen. A man bent over, holding her hand, and pushed something into her palm. She hadn't turned off her flashlight and saw what was inside her hand. It was a bunch of small flowers. Wildflowers from Daya village. Although the man was rough, his taste was good. The flower arrangement was pretty, simple and fresh. Ruan Yen Yen looked up at Jiang Ran, her eyes straight and steady. Why did he suddenly give her flowers? Jiang Ran saw her looking at him and felt his throat itch. His Adam's apple moved, and he cleared his throat softly.
Just pick some.
No place to put them. After saying that, he left. As the tall man stepped out of the kitchen, he immediately regretted it. He remembered that he had planned to explain everything to Ruan Yen Yen when he brought the flowers, but he had completely forgotten. Ruan Yen Yen looked at the bunch of casually picked flowers. Each flower was blooming beautifully. Recently, she had been picking flowers all over the village, but she couldn't easily achieve this effect with just any flowers. A slight smile appeared on her lips. She called out to the man outside the kitchen. Dinner is ready. Ruan Yen Yen found a vase, arranged the flowers, and placed it on the dining table. During the meal, everything was very quiet. He had brought flowers and the soft, delicate woman across from him didn't say a word. Jiang Ran wanted to speak several times, but swallowed his words each time. He thought about saying something again, but what if she wasn't angry because of him? Maybe she was just worried about that young man going to the hospital. He drank 2 bowls of soup and finally asked, Why are you upset? Ruan Yen Yen thought to herself, Finally, this man has realized she's upset. His tone was genuinely confused. Wan Yanyan glanced at the fresh wildflowers and thought, since it's about the flowers, she might as well tell him. That mung bean water was made by me after boiling for a long time. It's hot weather, and I was worried you wouldn't feel comfortable drinking hot water. I even put it in the ice water tank to cool it down. I just wanted to see you happy. But I didn't expect you to be ungrateful and yell at me. Wan Yanyan's voice sounded a bit wronged, as if she was extremely sad. Every word seemed to squeeze his heart, making Jiang Ran feel uneasy. He panicked and said, "That's not what I meant." Wan Yanyan stared at the man opposite her. "Then what do you mean?" There were many men at the brick kiln, and they all wanted to stick close to her. He didn't like that and didn't want her to be looked at that way. Their gazes on his wife made him feel like he was suffering. Jiang Ran was quiet and hadn't had much contact with women, so these feelings lingered in his mind, but he couldn't say them out loud. He couldn't bring himself to tell Wan Yanyan how he truly felt. "Still saying it's not what I meant?" "I can't even think of a reason," Wan Yanyan said with a slightly annoyed tone. Jiang Ran's heart tightened again, and his lips moved slightly. Wan Yanyan looked at him and hummed softly. "But since it's because of the flowers, I'll forgive you for now." Jiang Ran felt a bit relieved. Today's meal tasted especially good. Recently, there hadn't been much meat on the table. Jiang Ran thought to himself that he should go to the mountains soon to get some meat for his wife to nourish herself. That night, when she went to bed, her wife finally didn't lie at the very inside of the bed, but at the outside, allowing him to sleep on the inside. Although nothing happened, at least the space between them, which could fit two people, was now reduced to just the size of a palm. Jiang Ran worked all day, but tonight he wasn't tired at all. Under the moonlight, he looked at her delicate face, which was lovely. Suddenly, he remembered how she cried softly when she was bullied by him that day, and he really wanted to see her cry again on the bed. When his wife was angry, it was mentally exhausting. When she wasn't angry, it was physically tiring. Jiang Ran took a cold shower that night. The next morning, Jiang Ran was already gone from the bed. He always woke up early, and Yuan Yan was used to him getting up early to cook. She looked at the wildflowers, her eyes brightening with a warm smile. Early in the morning, she cooked plain porridge, casually pickled a cucumber, and served it with steamed buns made of 2 kinds of flour. The buns were steamed by Yuan Yan herself, mostly made of white flour with a little cornmeal, tasting much better than what Jiang Ran had eaten before. He ate 3 buns and drank 2 bowls of soup. After breakfast, Jiang Ran went to work as usual, while she went to visit the sheep farmer in the village. She was thinking of making sheep milk soap today, similar to the floral-scented soap they planned to sell at a high price. The sheep were kept by a family in the brigade, about 6 or 7 sheep in total. The person responsible for caring for them was a young boy around 10 years old. He had no parents, only a younger sister. The brigade arranged work for him, like grazing the sheep, earning just enough to survive. He looked very thin and had a stubborn look in his eyes. Compared to him, Yuan Yan felt she was even less capable than a 10-year-old child. To avoid giving her a reason to criticize, she took eggs and 2 steamed buns with her. The boy, holding a bun, couldn't help but salivate and stared eagerly at the buns and eggs in Yuan Yan's hand. She repeated, "Do you have sheep's milk? I want to trade these for it." "Yes, yes. A few days ago, 2 ewes just had lambs, and their milk is enough. I feed them grass 3 times a day, and they're well taken care of. The milk is good too." Yuan Yan handed over a jar, and the boy skillfully squeezed the sheep's milk. She traded 5 buns and 2 eggs for most of a jar of sheep's milk, which she thought was quite a lot. The boy looked a bit embarrassed and said, "You can't squeeze more today, or the lambs won't have enough milk. Come back tomorrow, and I'll give you more." He hurriedly added, "No more buns, okay?" If the sheep's milk soap sold well, Yuan Yan wanted to develop this business long-term. She smiled and asked then, "What do you want?" She smiled, looking more beautiful than anyone she had seen since she was born. Her small face turned red, and she said, "I don't want anything. I don't want anything at all. You've given me plenty of bread. These goat milks aren't enough." Wan Yan understood what he meant. He thought she had been given too little. I'll come back later for more goat milk. But this is our secret. Don't tell anyone. The little boy wasn't stupid. He nodded obediently. Wan Yanyan carried a jar of goat milk home. Before she reached the house, she was stopped by Jiang Hui on the way. Wan Yanyan frowned immediately, but she kept her smile and looked at Jiang Hui. She looked like a gentle, fair person, but right now, her presence was almost as strong as Jiang Ran's. Jiang Hui felt a bit scared and thought about what her husband had said. She gained some confidence and said, "Don't look at me with those eyes. Wan Jiqing.
We are sisters-in-law.
I came to talk to you about something." Wan Yanyan replied calmly, "Your words are full of nonsense. I don't want to listen." The smile on Zhang Hui's face instantly faded. Zhang Hui was annoyed with herself for not being from the city and for marrying into this family. She wished she could switch places with Wan Yanyan and not come to this village. But now that she was here, everyone was having a hard time. Wan Yanyan not only ate plain flour but also didn't have to work. Now she was holding goat milk in her arms. How could she be so lazy and proud? Wan Yanyan was impatient to leave. Zhang Hui suddenly blocked her again. Zhang Hui's hatred was obvious. Wan Yanyan didn't understand where it was coming from. She asked second sister-in-law, "Are you still blocking my way because you're upset that last time I got wet all over?" She smiled happily, and those who didn't hear her might think she was saying something good.
Zanues face change d'instant-lit.
She looked at Wan Yanyan with such hatred that she wanted to slap her, but she remembered Jiang Ran's madness and held back. "Wan Yanyan, I came to see you today because I have something to tell you," Zhang Hui said. "I'm here for your good. Say what you need to say, and get it over with."
I'm busy?
Hearing this, Zhang Hui almost laughed. Everyone in Day Village knew Wan Yanyan was lazy. Seeing Wan Yanyan really wanted to leave, Zhang Hui quickly said, "Don't you want to know why Jiang Ran was assigned to work at the brick kiln, doing the hardest and most tiring work every day? The work at the brick kiln is very tough. Doing it for a long time can really wear you out." Ruyan Yan thought about how Jiang Ran had been coming back these days covered in sweat, and how she saw him that day at the brick kiln with dirt and sweat on his neck and face. Her steps paused slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Hui realized her words had some effect and sneered. "Do you know which job at the brick kiln is the hardest? As the saying goes, mixing mud is easier, but breaking the kiln is tough. Loading the kiln makes you sweat and get muddy, and taking the kiln apart is even more exhausting." Zhang Hui looked at Ruyan Yan. Jiang Ran is responsible for taking apart the kiln. Most people can't handle it, but Jiang Ran does it for many days. In this hot weather, he goes to the kiln every day. Aren't you afraid he'll get too tired? Ruyan Yan frowned slightly. Growing up in the village, Zhang Hui always described working at the kiln as very hard, and she knew that the hardships were not ordinary. Recently, Jiang Ran had indeed come home each time covered in sweat and dust. He would take a shower, eat, and then sleep. Ruyan Yan looked at Zhang Hui in front of her. Why does he go to the kiln?
Was it assigned by the team?
Hearing this, Zhang Hui wasn't sure if Ruyan Yan was truly unaware or just foolish. More likely, Jiang Ran had never told her why he worked at the kiln. Could it be to make Ruyan Yan feel at ease, so she could lazily enjoy life and be a lazy wife? Thinking of this, Zhang Hui felt even more jealous and almost went crazy. She immediately curled her lips. The team leader isn't that cruel. It's all because of you, that fox spirit. He doesn't work much. Jiang Ran working at the kiln doing the hardest jobs is to support you, to get more things, and to earn more work points. Ruyan Yan and Zhang Hui parted ways, both feeling upset inside. Zhang Hui's words kept echoing in her mind. It's all because you're a lazy wife, a fox spirit, who seduced Jiang Ran and made him risk his life for you. The whole village can't find a lazier wife than you. Ruyan Yan carried the goat's milk back home. After making goat milk soap, she took the already boiled mung bean water and carried a small bucket to the kiln. From afar, she saw the kiln billowing smoke, with several men busy working. Jiang Ran was among them. If it weren't for him being taller and darker than the other men, blending in with the crowd, she might not have recognized him. Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Was it because of her? Ruyan Yan Yan suddenly remembered the fight she had with Jiang Ran a few days ago. He looked genuinely confused about why she was angry, even picking flowers to cheer her up. Thinking of Zhang Hui's words and looking at the smoky kiln in the distance, she felt she might have overreacted. A faint sense of regret filled her chest. She wanted to look more at the brick kiln area. Wang Lu, who was working with mud, saw Wan Yinyin first and shouted to Jiang Ran, "Brother, sister-in-law is here." His voice was like a drop of water falling into a hot oil pan, making a crackling sound. Everyone at the kiln looked toward Wan Yinyin. Jiang Ran quickly put down his work and hurried over before she could get close. He wanted to hold her hand, but remembered the red marks and stains he left on her arm last time. His hand froze slightly. He stood in front of her, not moving, with a serious face. "Why are you here again?" A group of young men looked at her, making Jiang Ran feel uncomfortable. After speaking, he regretted it. His wife had been angry about this last time. His heart fluttered with worry, but his face showed nothing. He tried to explain, "I didn't mean." Before he finished, a damp towel landed on his face. This time, Wan Yinyin was not angry. She looked up at the dirty face and smiled softly. "You don't want me here?" Her voice was gentle and a little soft. Jiang Ran couldn't say he didn't want her, but his brows remained tightly knit. She brought a damp towel and reached out to wipe his face. As the towel touched his face, Jiang Ran froze completely. A flash of surprise crossed his deep eyes. He felt hotter than when he was in the kiln, but it didn't seem so uncomfortable. Instead, he felt a little joy from deep inside. Jiang Ran knew how he looked. Wan Yinyin was clean and pure. He didn't want her to get dirty, not even to wipe the dirt off his face. He reached out and took the towel from her hand. "I'll do it myself." Wan Yinyin let go. Jiang Ran wiped his face roughly, then his neck. The towel turned completely black, but his handsome features and face were visible again. Wan Yinyin handed him some mung bean soup. "Drink some. Don't get heat stroke." Jiang Ran took it and looked at the cold mung bean water in the bowl. He felt happy inside. He tilted his head and started drinking. As he drank, his Adam's apple moved. A few days ago, because she was upset and because the little kid's umbrella was small, she didn't dare tease Jiang Ran or look at him properly.
Now, she had a chance.
On Jiang Ran's arms, neck, and hands, there were many small scars when looked at closely. Did he do all this just to support her? Wan Yinyin felt a sour feeling in her heart. She thought she needed to talk to Jiang Ran. She couldn't let him keep working here. Jiang Ran finished drinking a whole cup of mung bean water in one go, then handed the small bucket to Wan Yinyin. "You should go back quickly," he said, feeling very hot. Wan Yinyin nodded. Before leaving, she looked around, took a quick glance, and while Jiang Ran wasn't paying attention, she suddenly tiptoed and kissed his face. The soft lips touched his face for a moment. Jiang Ran's mind went blank. When Wan Yinyin turned to leave, he only reacted afterward. His face and neck were red, and his ears were especially flushed. Suddenly, the usually fierce person let out a quiet laugh. Today, Jiang Ran was very happy, but anyone paying attention could tell. No, even the big dog watching the brick kiln could see it. Wan Yinyin returned home and started making goat milk soap. There wasn't much goat milk, so she worked quickly. After finishing, she checked the other soaps. The dried soaps were placed in a dry room to mature. They weren't fully ready yet, but they could be sold in the market now. In a few days, the goat milk soap would be ready, and she planned to take it all at once. She tidied everything up, cleaned the house, and then went outside to cut some grass for the chickens. Usually, Jiang Ran would do these chores when he came home, but she didn't want him to work so hard now. Most of the flour was given to the young sheep herder, and what was left wasn't enough for Jiang Ran's meal. Wan Yinyin looked at the remaining plain flour, went to the backyard, pulled some fresh green onions from the ground, washed and chopped them, mixed with oil and salt, and made small scallion oil buns, steaming them in a pot. Finally, she cooked some porridge with millet, boiled 2 eggs for Jiang Ran and 1 for herself. There was no meat at home, so she picked some greens and fried them with pig fat, which was considered a kind of meat. She felt it still wasn't enough, but compared to what most people in Dahuang village ate, this meal was quite good. Only the village chief's family and the secretary's family could eat white flour daily. When Jiang Ran arrived home, it was already dark. He was still carrying a large wooden bucket. Wan Yinyan saw the big bucket and was slightly surprised. Jiang Ran said, "Someone prepared it. You can take a bath in it tonight." She thought Jiang Ran had forgotten about this, but he still remembered. Wan Yinyan jumped up, wanting to kiss him again, but before she could, he dodged away. She was stunned. Jiang Ran almost ran away in a hurry. "I need to take a quick shower first." He was too dirty and didn't want to dirty his wife. Wan Yinyan looked at the perfectly smooth, splinter-free wooden bucket, feeling satisfied. She went to the kitchen to prepare the meal and bring it out. In the backyard, the sound of Jiang Ran taking a shower echoed loudly. Wan Yinyan suddenly remembered something, went inside briefly, then came out and headed straight for the backyard. When Wan Yinyan arrived, Jiang Ran was just finishing watering and drying himself. When he saw a figure, he hurriedly covered himself. But it was too late. The person had already reached him. "Jiang Ran, I'm here to bring you medicine," a soft, gentle voice said. Thinking about her bold actions, Jiang Ran's forehead twitched with veins, and he quickly grabbed a towel to cover himself. Crazy. Does she know her voice can tempt people? With the towel covering him, Jiang Ran clearly felt his reactions. His throat was hoarse, and he said in a low voice, "Go out." Wan Yinyan paused slightly, realizing he might be shy. She quickly comforted him. "Don't be shy. It's dark now. I can't see clearly. I promise I didn't see anything. I just came to give you medicine." Thinking about Jiang Ran's expression, she guessed he might be blushing, and her lips curled up slightly. "Besides, we're married. There's no need to be so distant. We've done more intimate things before. I've seen everything about you. Don't be shy." Jiang Ran listened to her words and felt somewhat comforted, but when he heard the latter, his face darkened again. His voice was low and hoarse. "Go out." He hadn't been with other women, but during work, he'd heard some men talk dirty. Still, he felt his wife was bolder than others. The words she said were even more shameless than some men's. Wan Yinyan stopped in her tracks. Forget it, she thought, not appreciated. If she had to go, she would go. Then hurry up and come out to eat. After Wan Yinyan left, the sound of cold water splashing resumed. She didn't realize her few words had made the man's blood rush. In the kitchen, she thought her cooking was simple. Wan Yinyan felt the food wasn't very good, but Jiang Ran ate happily. He finished 3 bowls of rice, 2 or 3 small scallion buns, 1 egg, and gave the leftover to Wan Yinyan. Wan Yinyan, with a small appetite, couldn't finish 2 eggs. She peeled one and threw it into Jiang Ran's bowl. "I'm full, you eat." Jiang Ran frowned slightly, looking at her thin frame across from him. "Even stray cats eat more than you." But Wan Yinyan didn't agree. She got up first, washed the big pot in the kitchen, then boiled water, preparing for a good bath today. Jiang Ran finished eating and tidied up the bowl, then wiped it again to check that there were no splinters on the wooden tub. He washed it and filled it with cool water for Wan Yinyan. When the tub was full and Wan Yinyan soaked inside, she closed her eyes comfortably, feeling warm water envelop her, and her muscles relaxed completely. As she soaked in the warm water, her mind gradually slowed down. She thought that Jiang Ran, being so tired, should also take a bath. Hearing the sound of water in the house, outside the courtyard wall, there was a noise like a cat's cry. He went outside. Wang Lu looked excited. "Brother, we found a few little wild boars in the trap. They seem to have been born not long ago. What should we do? Should we sell them?" Jiang Ran shook his head slightly. "Selling the small ones isn't worth it." "How many are there?" 4 in total. "Bring them out. Hand them over to the team leader for handling." When Jiang Ran finished speaking, Wang Lu looked a bit disappointed. He still wanted to exchange them for money himself. Jiang Ran understood his meaning instantly. With just a glance, he saw his little plan. "These pigs are yours and mine. If we raise them until New Year, we'll get more meat. If we sell them, we might not get much money, and it's risky. If we get caught, it'll be a big loss. He rarely spoke so much, and it was clear he was in a good mood now. Wang Lu listened and agreed. His discomfort faded. All right, I'll bring them out. We'll hand them over together tomorrow. Jiang Ran nodded slightly. At night, no one in the village was out and about. Jiang Ran thought about Wan Yinyan taking a bath inside, and his mind kept wandering. He decided to take a flashlight and go up the mountain. Wan Yinyan finished her bath and came out, feeling relaxed. She lay quietly on the bed, looking at the medicine she placed on the table. No, she still needed to apply this medicine on Jiang Ran's body, or his wounds might get infected, which wouldn't be good. She kept thinking about it until she fell asleep. When Jiang Ran returned, he looked at the person lying quietly on the bed. His gaze lingered on her face for a long time. Wan Yinyan, asleep, looked very obedient. Her eyelashes slightly curled, her nose delicate, and her lips faintly pink. At this moment, she was peaceful and wouldn't say any rude words. Jiang Ran lay beside her, leaning slightly toward her. Before he could touch her, suddenly a soft arm reached out. In the darkness, the man's body stiffened. Feeling drowsy, Wan Yinyan thought her stuffed toy on the bed seemed to have become harder, but she didn't think much of it. Habitually, she stretched her legs over, lying in a position like a koala, and her head rubbed against the toy. Jiang Ran, who had finally used up his energy on the mountain, seemed to feel renewed now. Wan Yinyan slept very well that night, but the man beside her was different. It was almost dawn when Jiang Ran forced himself to close his eyes. As a result, Wan Yinyan woke up first, but Jiang Ran was still asleep. She noticed that he was still sleeping, wearing a tank top, with his arms exposed to the air. His lightly tanned skin had noticeable red marks. Wan Yinyan reached for the ointment on the table, squeezed out a little, and carefully applied it to his scratches. Her movements were gentle, her fingertips delicate, and the ointment was slightly cool. Just as she carefully touched his arm with her fingers, Jiang Ran woke up. He instinctively kept his eyes closed. Wan Yinyan focused on applying the ointment, not noticing his trembling eyelashes. It felt like a kind of punishment, painful yet pleasurable. The delicate fingertips and the slightly cool ointment on his body made Jiang Ran feel an uncontrollable warmth rising inside him. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed her wrist with his large hand, intending to quickly pull it away to stop her from fussing around, but seeing her slightly reddened arm, he softened his grip. Pretending not to notice anything, he asked, "What are you doing?" Wan Yinyan obediently replied, applying medicine. Jiang Ran looked at the area she had treated. The ointment was something he had bought for her. He frowned slightly. It's just minor injuries, no need to apply. Hearing his indifferent tone, Wan Yinyan squeezed out more ointment and continued, "How can you not apply? If it leaves a scar, what then?" "That's a man's badge," Jiang Ran said, not thinking scars on a man were a big deal. Wan Yinyan, "I don't like it," she said. Jiang Ran. He stopped talking and let her continue applying the ointment. Wan Yinyan said while working, "The brick kiln work is hard. You shouldn't do it." "It's not hard. I have strength," he replied. Wan Yinyan looked up at Jiang Ran. He showed no intention of changing what he was doing. His brow furrowed slightly. "I still have money. If it runs out, I can write to my family and ask them to send some back. I don't want you to go to the brick kiln." Wan Yinyan still didn't dare to tell him about selling soap. She could only wait to improve her original owner's reputation with her strict parents. Jiang Ran frowned when he heard this. Isn't he just a freeloader? Can he really marry a wife and have his father-in-law send things to support her? Early in the morning, the newlyweds lay in bed, both frowning, and the atmosphere in the room felt strange. Wan Yinyan knew immediately that he disagreed. She suddenly reached out and pinched his arm. The pinch was gentle, but a little ticklish. Jiang Ran looked down and met a pair of clear, moist eyes. At the same time, a soft voice also reached his ears. "Jiang Ran, I feel sorry for you." These few words hit his heart hard, like a heavy, making his blood rush to his head and causing dizziness. It was the first time someone said such words to him. feeling sorry for him. Even though Jiang Ran knew Wan Yinyan didn't like her, he was still enchanted by these kind words. Wan Yinyan didn't know what he was thinking. I've asked around. Everyone in the village says working at the brick kiln is very hard, and the work you do is the most tiring. Her voice sounded a bit sour as she said, I can't bear to see my man get tired. The woman beside her seemed like a fairy, always saying sweet words to deceive and comfort. Jiang Ran's heart was stirred deeply, and something seemed to flow through his blood vessels to his whole body. He felt boiling hot, as if his heart was about to burst out of his chest. This situation was very wrong. He couldn't let it develop like this. Suddenly, the man jumped out of bed hurriedly and rushed out, leaving Wan Yinyan sitting alone on the bed, stunned. Why did he leave? She hadn't finished talking yet. She hurriedly chased after him. Did you hear me? I don't allow you to go. Jiang Ran washed his face with cold water, feeling a bit clearer. I promised the team leader yesterday.
Just 2 more days, he said.
Although Jiang Ran was trying hard to control himself and stay calm, his slightly hoarse voice still betrayed him. But Wan Yinyan was more concerned with other things now, and didn't notice. She blinked her eyes, thinking that stepping back a little was also okay. She shouted at Jiang Ran, Finish these 2 days, and don't go again. Okay. Zhang Hui thought she had said those things yesterday and was happily waiting to see the show early in the morning. She thought that the lazy woman who never touched spring water with her fingers would finally go to work. But when it was time to start work, she still didn't see her figure and frowned slightly. Does Jiang Ran really spoil her like this?
There are still some mistakes.
On the 3rd day, Wan Yinyan still hadn't gone to work. Today, Wan Yinyan planned to sell a batch of soap. She couldn't let her man do hard labor. How could she support her man? Before leaving, she told Jiang Ran, Our wedding photos should be ready by now. I'm going to the county town today. Jiang Ran was quiet. She didn't stop her from going to the county town, only reminding her, bring some money. If you're hungry, buy something to eat. Wan Yinyan felt happy and responded softly. After breakfast in the morning, Jiang Ran went to work, and Wan Yinyan took the village donkey cart to the county town. Zhang Hui frowned as she looked around the fields, but didn't see Wan Yinyan's figure. Could that lazy woman still be skipping work? Does Jiang Ran really allow this? Could Wan Yinyan really be so cruel as to tire out her man? By noon, Zhang Hui still hadn't seen Wan Yinyan go to work. As the sun rose, someone finally mentioned, I saw Jiang Ran going to the brick kiln again today. And I saw Wan Yinyan going to the county town. Zhang Hui's mind was racing. She couldn't help but say, she's trying to exhaust her second brother. She likes Song Jiqing, not Jiang Ran. I think she married Jiang Ran just to have him support her.
Exactly.
Zhang Hui, you should tell your parents-in-law. Don't let her not only cheat Jiang Ran, but also wear him out. While the villagers were discussing Wan Yinyan, she had already arrived at a small alley in the black market. Wan Yinyan quickly found a spot and took out her soap. Just as she was about to start, she sneezed loudly, muttering, Who's scolding me? She rubbed her itchy nose. Around 10 o'clock, there weren't many people. Wan Yinyan waited a long time, but only managed to sell 2 bars of soap. By noon, the small alley near a clothing factory, a textile factory, and a glass factory was bustling with people as work ended. Most buyers were women. Some lingered at her stall. Wan Yinyan, speaking charmingly, sold 7 or 8 bars quickly, mostly regular soap, until a well-dressed woman squatted down and pointed at the nearby goat milk soap, asking, This one is different from the others. What kind of soap is it? Wan Yinyan was excited. Finally, someone noticed her goat milk soap. She immediately explained, This is goat milk soap. It contains no water at all. It's very gentle for washing the face and body and can make the skin smooth and elastic. Nguyen Yinyan spoke, and the woman was already feeling excited. At this age, few women don't love to look good. She immediately asked, How much does it cost? Nguyen Yinyan wasn't in a hurry to give the price. She said, First, smell this and see if you like it. The soap was small compared to laundry soap. The woman took it in her hand and brought it to her nose. It had a light milk scent, Not the strong smell of goat's milk, but a pleasant aroma like milk candies. The soap was smooth and delicate, making it hard to put down. She wanted to show how good the product was before talking about the price, so it would be easier to accept. Nguyen Yin Yin knew this trick well. She said slowly, "Goat's milk is called the king of milk. In the Compendium of Materia Medica, it says that goat's milk can nourish the heart and lungs, benefit the skin, make hair shiny, and keep people healthy. This soap not only cleans well, but also leaves a faint milk scent on your skin." The woman listened and looked at Nguyen Yin Yin. Although she wore a mask and her face wasn't fully visible, her skin looked white and clear, smooth like jade. Maybe if she bought this soap, her skin could become just as smooth. She asked again, "How much is this one?" Nguyen Yin Yin saw she was serious about buying. She said, "This one normally costs 1.20 yuan, but I prefer to be straightforward. 1 yuan, and you can take it. I'll also give you a few small ones to try at home." When she heard 1.20 yuan, her heart skipped a beat. She wanted to put the soap down but hesitated. Then she thought, if I get the small ones along with the big one for just 1 yuan, it's not that expensive. Nguyen Yin Yin continued, "No receipt needed. Look, these small ones are for laundry or have floral scents. You can try the small ones first. Using the big one after a few days will be even better. If you're not satisfied, you can come back and get a refund. These small ones add up to almost half a block of soap. It's about the same as buying ordinary laundry soap. Isn't our skin more delicate than clothes?" This finally convinced the young woman. Yes, her skin is definitely more delicate than fabric. Nguyen Yin Yin then said the well-known phrase, "Women should take better care of themselves." Now, the young woman agreed. She worked hard every day, came home to take care of her children and husband, cooked, and did laundry. Why not treat herself better? "Put it away for me, and also give me a piece of laundry soap." Nguyen Yin Yin said, "I have small laundry soap for you. No rush to take it. Go home and wash your clothes twice. If you find it useful, come back again. I often come here." Her words surprised He Miao a little, because she didn't seem eager to sell her things. This made He Miao feel very friendly toward her. Nguyen Yin Yin wrapped the soap in a paper bag and sold it for 1 yuan. She was still very happy inside. When He Miao was buying something, others also gathered around to watch. Hearing Nguyen Yin Yin's words about trying it first and then coming back made He Miao like her even more. The others watching also felt good about her. People who weren't planning to buy anything at first also started to consider paying after hearing this. After all, soap doesn't spoil easily. The seller said her soap gets better the longer you use it. They didn't understand all the details about pH balance, but it sounded reasonable. This young woman carrying the Compendium of Materia Medica seemed very knowledgeable, which naturally made people trust her. Anyone who has run a small business knows that the fewer people on the stall, the fewer customers come. Once a few people arrive, more will follow, and everyone is just there to watch. Recently, the stall has become busier. Nguyen Yin Yin sold quite a lot, including 6 pieces of goat milk soap. Those who bought the goat milk soap stopped buying regular soap. For those who couldn't afford it, they bought laundry soap at the same price as the supply store, without receipts. Some of them had bought her soap before. Your soap really does get better the longer you use it. I bought 2 pieces last time. My sister-in-law from the city came to visit, and I washed her baby's clothes. She insisted on taking all of it and even gave me an extra dime. Few days ago, I tried to find you, but couldn't. I had no way to wash my clothes at home. Now you finally came." Hearing such words from loyal customers made Nguyen Yin Yin happy. Others watching also trusted her. Some were just curious about how good it was, especially since even her sister-in-law took some and gave her an extra dime. During the noon break, Nguyen Yin Yin sold out all her soap in about half an hour. Many people discussed buying 2 pieces together, sharing the cost. After lunch, most people finished work and went home for dinner. The small alley was quiet. Nguyen Yin Yin's stock was also sold out. She wandered around the black market, seeing sellers of eggs and meat, these popular items, and also noticed a stall selling blue porcelain cups. In her previous life, she had attended many auctions, like Christie's and Sotheby's.
She knew little about antiques.
When she saw these cups, she didn't think they were fake. Besides, nowadays, people avoid these items because there's little market for them, and no one would bother to fake something if they weren't interested. She felt very excited. Very excited. From now on, this will be quite valuable. Even if she didn't sell it and kept it as a collection, it would still be worth something. Wan Yinyin squatted down and asked the price. How much? The seller was a middle-aged man. Just give me what you think it's worth. My child is sick at home, otherwise I wouldn't dare to bring this out. As for the price, I really don't know. Wan Yinyin played with it in her hand for a moment, then suddenly thought of Jiang Ran and his family's situation. She bought this to dig a hole and hide it underground. In the countryside, inspections aren't as strict as in the city, so it's not impossible to hide. But what if? Selling things on the black market is already bold enough. She couldn't risk causing trouble for Jiang Ran. These items could be collected again when the market loosens up later. Wan Yinyin put down her cup. The middle-aged man's face showed obvious disappointment. His lips moved slightly. This cup was passed down from my ancestors. I heard it's from Jing. If you want, I can. He didn't finish his sentence. Wan Yinyin took out a yuan coin, placing it in front of him, along with a few coins. Take this to see a doctor. I don't want the cup anymore. Please be more careful. She then stood up and left. The man stared blankly at her back, incredulous, then looked at the ground. Suddenly, tears welled up in his eyes. Wan Yinyin had already reached the egg vendor. Eggs are in high demand, and the vendor didn't have many. How much for each? 8 cents with a ticket, 10 cents without. Wan Yinyin didn't have the ticket, but she had money. I'll take all the remaining eggs. How much is it in total? She counted the remaining eggs. Only about 16. The vendor, seeing her straightforwardness, didn't bargain and automatically deducted a dime. Wan Yinyin paid 1.50 yuan and gave him a small soap piece. The vendor was very happy. The soap was leftover scraps she had cut from a larger piece. She didn't need these herself, but they made good favors. In later times, whole bars of soap weren't valued much, but now anyone who gets one is happy. She originally carried the soap in a cloth bag. Now, she was holding over a dozen eggs and walking toward the photography studio through the small woods. Her and Jiang Ran's photos had already been developed. She paid 1 yuan for the photos when they were taken. Now, she had her own information, and she received the photos. The photos were small and black and white. The moment she saw them, she was first stunned by her appearance, specifically, the appearance of the original owner, who looked exactly like her. Even the small mole at the corner of her eye was the same. Jiang Ran's house has no mirror, and she hasn't bought one. Wan Yinyin usually washes her face with water and doesn't look very clearly. Now that she sees clearly, she feels a strange sense of peace inside. Looking at Jiang Ran again, Wan Yinyin smiles at the camera and unconsciously tilts her head toward him. But Jiang Ran sits straight, not leaning toward her, and his handsome face shows no smile at all. If this weren't a wedding photo, no one would recognize it. People say body language is the most honest way to tell feelings. You can see from the photo whether Jiang Ran likes her or not. If he doesn't like her, then he doesn't like her. One day, she will make Jiang Ran like her. Maybe, while sleeping, feelings will come out naturally. When she's free and looks at the photo, her mind starts to think about silly things. She originally planned to just have a meal, but instead, she bought a small pancake for 3 cents. While eating, she heads to the hospital. At the hospital, she isn't shy. She looks at the doctor in a white coat and asks, "Doctor, do you have a bigger size of the small umbrella for babies?" The doctor is momentarily stunned and doesn't respond immediately. What? Wan Yinyin realizes her words are not common for this time period and quickly rephrases, "Do you have a larger size of it?" The room falls silent for a second. Are people this bold now? She's seen many young people come here asking for this, but always secretly. The doctor quickly understands and says no, only one size. Wan Yinyin feels disappointed and leaves. The doctor watches her back and silently laughs to himself about what she just said. It's quite vivid. He also sighs, thinking about how young people are so bold nowadays. 2 people asking for the large size, and last time that man was almost off work when he came. Wan Yinyan finishes her pancake feeling a bit down. She wants to sleep with Jiang Ran and develop feelings, but she has no tools. She can only work hard to earn money, so she can arrange for having a baby sooner. She silently counts her money. She sold 26 soap bars, 2 for $1 each, totaling $13. She sold 6 goat milk soaps, earning $19. She also gave $1 to the middle-aged man and bought a $1.50 egg. She still has $16.50. This amount isn't small for most people. Now, factory workers in the city earn only about $40 or $50, and interns make around $30. Wan Yinyan only visits the black market every 6 or 7 days. If she went more often, she might sell more, but overall, she's satisfied. She secretly went to cut some meat again and bought a crispy baked pastry for Jiang Ran. She put everything into a cloth bag and then went to find the village donkey cart. When Wan Yinyan returned today, someone was already there. Seeing her bulging cloth bag, they stared intently and asked, "Wan Jiqing, what did you buy?" Wan Yinyan smiled and said, "I didn't buy anything, just brought a pastry for Jiang Ran." She was telling the truth about bringing the pastry for Jiang Ran, but no one believed her. When she returned to the village and was about to cook, she also went to the county town to buy delicious food. The story of her smelling good all the way spread around. When Jiang Ran finished work and entered the village, people who usually avoided him now blocked his way, looking concerned and saying, "Jiang Ran, you can't always spoil your wife." Today she went to the county and spent a lot of money. She also said she bought a pastry for you. I think she just ate it herself. Others eagerly agreed. Yes, you shouldn't spoil her like that. If she needs a punishment, give her one. If not, she'll cling to you forever. Jiang Ran suddenly thought that it was pretty good that his wife clung to him. He just wanted his wife to cling to him and stop thinking about that young man. Jiang Ran, everyone is doing this for your good. Did you hear that? Jiang Ran finally spoke. He was tall and looked very indifferent. I know. It was my idea for her to go to the county to buy things.
No need to worry about it.
After saying that, he continued walking faster than before. His wife was at home. The people behind him looked at each other in surprise. An elderly man said, "This kid, how ungrateful can he be? Really clueless. Isn't our village good enough for him?" After Jiang Ran left, there was another round of criticism behind him, and the conclusion was that a fool and a lazy wife made a perfect pair. If he's tall and willing to support her, let him. He'll tire himself out sooner or later. Zhang Hui naturally also heard about this and felt a lot of resentment. Tonight, Su Lan cooked a meal, cornmeal soup with sweet potato flour buns. They contained about a third white flour, but still felt scratchy and harsh on the throat. While eating, Zhang Hui thought about the oil and crispy pastry Wan Yinyan bought from the county. She was still eating such unappetizing food and became dissatisfied. "Mother, have you heard about what happened in the village?" Wan Yinyan didn't go to work and spent her days playing. The story of her buying food in the county had already spread throughout Dahua village. Su Lan knew about it. Jiang Ran was her son, and she felt sorry for him. My wife is married to Jiang Ran, and her son is also a strong-willed person who wants a peaceful family. She cannot interfere, especially since she sees that Wan Yinyan is not someone who doesn't know what's right. Last time, the tickets she saved up were not only returned by Jiang Ran but also sent back with half a bowl of braised pork and 2 eggs for the old lady. Without Wan Yinyan's approval, Jiang Ran wouldn't take these things without permission. If he did, both of them would definitely get angry. At that moment, Su Lan said, "What rumors are there in the village?" "I don't know." Zhang Hui immediately wanted to tell her everything Wan Yinyan did, but she didn't get the chance. Su Lan added, "Mind your own business. Don't always watch others. How others live is their own matter." Zhang Hui's words were stuck back in her mouth. That night, she was so angry she couldn't sleep and complained to Jiang Lao Er about her mother's favoritism toward Jiang Ran. Although Jiang Lao Er was unhappy with Wan Yinyan's laziness, he couldn't admit that his mother favored him. "You said before that the house was too small, so you pushed Jiang Ran out. Now, the house is still occupied by your eldest and second sons. If my mother favored him, she wouldn't agree. Zhang Hui immediately held back her words. That evening, Wan Yanyan made spicy stir-fried pork and egg noodle soup. She took a steamed bun and gave Jiang Ran a pancake. Fresh out of the oven, it was quite fragrant and crispy, but now it's not as crispy. I just toasted it a little on the fire. Hurry and eat. Jiang Ran came out after taking a shower, looked at the pancake, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. He didn't seem like what the village said. His wife still cared for him deeply. However, Jiang Ran didn't eat the pancake himself. He picked it up and handed it to Wan Yanyan. I love steamed buns. You eat. The oil pastry was made from plain flour and had some oil, but the steamed buns, except for a few scallion rolls, were made from 2-in-1 flour and tasted quite plain. Who would love that? Although Jiang Ran's face showed no emotion, Wan Yanyan felt that he was showing his affection in his own way, which made her feel a bit better inside. I ate one at noon, specially brought for you. But since you care about me and want me to eat, let's eat together. Jiang Ran blushed deeply from her words. He held the pancake in his hand, unsure whether to give it to her or not. While he hesitated, Wan Yanyan already snatched the pancake from his hand, split it into two, and gave him the extra half. Eat. Green pepper stir-fried pork, egg soup, and oil pastry. These were the only meals in Daya village. After eating, Jiang Ran washed the dishes, boiled water, and helped Wan Yanyan prepare the bathwater. Jiang Ran thought about the rumors spreading in the village today and couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he stood up. I'm going to the captain's house. It's a sign of progress that she even told him her plans. Wan Yanyan smiled. Go ahead. Remember to tell the captain that you won't go to the brick kiln tomorrow. Got it? She was standing beside a wooden tub filled with mist, unbuttoning her clothes as she spoke. Jiang Ran watched her actions and completely ignored her words. It wasn't until a fair, white face appeared close to him that he reacted and took a step back. Wan Yanyan said, Did you hear what I said? If you go to the brick kiln tomorrow, I tell you, Jiang Ran, you'll soon lose the best wife in the world. Her words were a bit spoiled, but Jiang Ran liked it. His ears turned red and he replied, I won't go. Only then did Wan Yanyan let him go. After Jiang Ran left, Wan Yanyan locked the door and soaked in warm water, feeling very comfortable. In the peaceful village of Daya, some families had kerosene lamps lit. Many people, while working, would say Wan Yanyan was lazy and sometimes complain about their bad luck for not meeting a good man like Jiang Ran. Even the captain's house was no exception. At Jiang Guichao's home, his wife was mending her child's torn clothes and said, It's just like the village says, Jiang Ran married that ignorant girl, Wan Jiqing. She doesn't do any work, so lazy. Jiang Guichao frowned at her words. He was usually responsible for dividing tasks and knew everything about the team. Since marrying Jiang Ran, Wan Yanyan had only gone to the fields once, and he heard Jiang Ran even helped her. Jiang Guichao sighed. Jiang Ran is just from a poor background. There's nothing wrong with him otherwise. He's clever and works hard. This morning, he even took 4 piglets to the team with Wang Lu. It's a pity he married someone like that. She's pretty, sure, but beauty doesn't put food on the table. As soon as Jiang Guichao finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his arm and looked into his wife's wide eyes. Who are you calling pretty? Jiang Guichao didn't understand why his wife was angry. He was straightforward and said, I'm just stating the facts, nothing else. Jiang Guichao, don't sleep with me tonight. Go find your son. Finally realizing he had said the wrong thing, Jiang Guichao wanted to explain, but just then, a clear voice called from outside. Captain, are you home? Both Jiang Guichao and his wife were stunned. Why was Jiang Ran here? Just now, I was talking behind someone's back, and now I feel a bit guilty. Jiang Guichao coughed hurriedly and replied, I'm at home, Jiang Ran. Why are you coming so late? Is there something you need? Jiang Ran entered the house. Jiang Guichao instructed his wife, Quick, go pour some water. Jiang Ran said no need. Even so, Jiang Guichao's wife still went to pour the water. When she returned, no one was in the house. Did they leave so quickly? Didn't they sit for a while? Seeing Jiang Guochao sitting blankly on a stool, looking like he was in a daze, his wife frowned and patted him. "What's wrong with you?" The sudden force on her shoulder woke her up. Jiang Guochao turned to look at his wife. "Tell me, what do you think Jiang Ran is thinking?" His words were confusing, and his wife didn't understand. She frowned and asked, "Can't you speak clearly? What did Jiang Ran come for? Could it be that he's asking you to do his lazy wife's work and make her go to work in the fields?" That was the most reasonable guess she could come up with. Jiang Guochao looked hesitant, speechless. If that's really the case, that would be great. But guess what he's here for? From what he said, he's telling me to warn the villagers not to spread rumors, and he even said when he left that Rwanziking isn't that kind of person. Jiang Ran's original words were that his wife isn't that kind of person and that she cares about him. Hearing this, Jiang Guochao felt a sharp pain in his teeth and couldn't say anything. His wife also looked stunned. "Did you agree?" This morning, those 4 piglets were delivered by Wang Lu and Jiang Ran together, but that set definitely came from Jiang Ran. If they grow big by the end of the year, they'll be the property of the team. The village can have a good year. Do you think I wouldn't agree? Not to mention, sometimes Jiang Ran finds things in the back mountain and reports everything to the brigade. As for whether Jiang Ran has hunted anything for himself to eat, Jiang Guochao just turned a blind eye. If someone in the village manages to hunt wild game, it's their own. The deeper into the back mountain, the more dangerous it gets. Last year, 2 young men went pig hunting. One was gored in the stomach by a wild boar's tusks and died before reaching the county hospital. Others were bitten by venomous snakes and died. No families went hungry because of this. Hearing this, his wife felt a twinge of envy. You say, why is Rwanziking's life so good? She's pretty and can really make a living. Wan Yinyin took a bath at home, washed her hair, and hung it to dry. Her hair was long. She was lighting a kerosene lamp and writing something at the table. When Jiang Ran returned, he saw this scene and felt a moment of peace in his heart. He now had a home. Jiang Ran moved out of the Jiang family when he was 15 because there wasn't enough space at home. His older sister-in-law and second sister-in-law often hinted at wanting to send their children into his small room. Su Lan strongly disagreed, saying that since they were all sons, they shouldn't treat the younger son unfairly. Jiang Ran was annoyed and didn't want the family to argue, so he took the initiative to ask the village leader for permission and built a house on the barren land at the foot of the mountain. He didn't think of that place as a real home. It was just a place to sleep after work. But now he felt like he had a home. The house was made of mud bricks. He didn't think it was bad, living there was fine, as long as it provided shelter from wind and rain. But at this moment, his eyes fell on Ruyan Nian Nian, who was dazzlingly beautiful. Jiang Ran's lips tightened, feeling sorry for his wife. He wanted to work harder to earn more money so that his wife could live in a house with blue bricks and tiles. They would have children someday, and he wanted to build a bigger house for them. Ruyan Nian Nian's thoughts were completely different from Jiang Ran's. The way the man looked at her was clear and obvious. She had already noticed and was waiting for Jiang Ran to come over, hug her, and kiss her. But instead, he just stood there like a pole, unmoving.
Ruyan Nian Nian.
If she had to, she could kiss the pole too. She put down her pen, turned around, and smiled sweetly at Jiang Ran. "You're back?" she asked, walking over and looking up at him. They were so close that Jiang Ran wanted to step back. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm. At the same time, a woman stepped on her toes, breathing warm air onto his neck. The gentle heat felt like a spark ready to ignite, making Jiang Ran feel almost like he was going to explode. The veins on his forehead twitched slightly. What followed was like a spark that could ignite gunpowder. "Jiang Ran, do you want to kiss me?" Jiang Ran had never expected such a thing in his life. He was momentarily confused. His mind told him to step away, fearing he might lose control and hurt her. But his body's instinct, or a man's instinct, made it hard for him to move. He even thought, she's usually so bold. Why ask if she can kiss him now? If she wanted to kiss him, she should just do it directly. Unfortunately, Ruyin Yen Yen didn't hear his inner thoughts. After waiting a moment without his response, she said, "No? Then forget it." Her voice sounded a little disappointed, but she let go of Jiang Ran's arm without hesitation. Seeing her about to leave, Jiang Ran had no time to think about anything else. His body's instinct didn't want her to go. He reached out and grabbed her arm. He is very strong. Wan Yin Yin was pulled along by his arm, spun around, and a large hand rested on her slender waist. The man's scent also hit her face. It was very overwhelming, but Wan Yin Yin felt a faint sense of excitement inside. Touching. The man's movements were stiff. He was almost blank when it came to this kind of thing. Most of the experience he had was caused by Wan Yin Yin herself. They had little practice and no instructional materials, so it was all based on instinct. A kiss that was awkward yet teasing. But Wan Yin Yin was a good teacher who had watched countless tutorials. She also took her role seriously and had never been so careful in guiding a student. Fortunately, her student was talented, and soon he surpassed her. Once they tasted success, it was hard to stop. Wan Yin Yin couldn't remember how many times she had done this until her lips felt numb. Her mind was hazy, and she thought, it must be swollen. This was unexpected. She only wanted a good-night kiss. In the end, the man went out to take a cold shower. Wan Yin Yin lay on the bed and suddenly smiled. Early the next morning, Jiang Ran didn't go to the brick kiln. He followed others to water the fields. It was a relaxed task. Everyone was assigned to different areas, and just when everyone thought they would disperse, Jiang Guichao said, "Everyone should work hard. Don't spread nonsense or promote bad habits in the village." What was the hottest topic in the village recently? A few days ago, Song Jiqing's cow was injured and taken to the hospital, and she still hadn't been discharged. Recently, the talk was all about Wan Yin Yin, that lazy woman. Everyone quickly realized what Jiang Guichao was referring to. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, disperse and get to work. Focus on doing your jobs well, and stop talking about unrelated things." As people grouped into small groups and left, someone who used to be friends with Zhang Hui from the same village whispered, "What did Wan Jiqing do? Why is the team leader still talking about her?" Zhang Hui didn't know. Ever since Wan Yin Yin splashed water on her last time, she held a grudge. "I don't know. That fox spirit, who in this village isn't trying to someone?" Her words went too far. Wan Yin Yin liked Song Jiqing in the village, and she showed no good attitude toward other young men, especially since she was already married and the team leader. People guessed that her relationship with Jiang Ran was probably because he looked good. No one dared to continue her sentence. Jiang Ran still spoils her. "Zhang Hui, what did your mother-in-law say? Let her take care of it." It's natural for a mother-in-law to manage her daughter-in-law. Zhang Hui thought about what her mother-in-law had said and felt even more upset. Wan Yin Yin was so lazy that everyone in the village knew about it. Did her mother-in-law not hear about it? Yesterday's words were deliberate. Her mother-in-law clearly favored Jiang Ran, and by extension, even that lazy woman was favored. But Zhang Hui's words were hard to defend. If her mother-in-law truly favored Jiang Ran, she wouldn't just watch her son do such hard work all the time. Zhang Hui pursed her lips and said nothing. At this moment, someone else spoke up. "Forget it. Don't say anything. If it gets to the captain's ears, and we're made to do the heaviest work, it'll be terrible." Hearing this, the people who wanted to gossip also shut their mouths. Wan Yin Yin cleaned the yard at home, fed the chickens, boiled mung bean water, and then took a few eggs she bought at the black market yesterday to Zhang's old house. When she arrived, the old lady was sitting in the yard, sunbathing, while picking vegetables and watching her grandson. The third sister-in-law was also busy, pregnant, and cleaning the house. The Jiang family was large, and except for Jiang Ran, no one else shared the chores. Wang Fingxiao is now in her late pregnancy and didn't need to go outside, but there was still plenty to do at home. The old lady saw Wan Yin Yin first, her kind eyes smiling as she squinted. "Little Nian is here. Come over, Grandma wants to see you." Her gentle and loving tone made Wan Yin Yin feel like a little child. She couldn't help but smile. "Grandma." Wang Fengxia heard the noise and saw Wan Yin Yen. Wan Yin. Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Wan Yin Yen handed over the eggs. Third sister-in-law, take these to improve your health. Wang Fengxia looked at the eggs in her hand, her eyes widening with a hint of surprise, but she quickly composed herself. I can't take these. You should keep them for yourself. She lowered her voice. You and Jiang Ran are married. Maybe soon you'll have a child. These are for you to keep. Wan Yin Yen thought to herself that her marriage to Jiang Ran hadn't yet resulted in a child because of incompatible safety measures, but she knew she couldn't say this to others. Third sister-in-law, just keep these, she said. I'm giving you these eggs not just for that. I'm here to apologize. Wang Fengxia looked confused. Wan Yin Yen recounted the events of that day from the beginning and then apologized, saying, I shouldn't have said those things without asking first. Wang Fengxia was stunned, her mouth forming an O shape. Wan Yin Yen thought she was surprised because she had said that the children belonged to her. She explained, I later found out the truth and realized my words were a bit too much at the time. So, I'll consider this egg as a token of apology. She then handed a cloth bag to Wang Fengxia. Wang Fengxia was no longer surprised about the egg. She had been married into the Jiang family for 3 years and had suffered many setbacks, especially from Zhang Hui, who was difficult to deal with. She knew how tricky her sister-in-law was. But what surprised her more was that Wan Yin Yin had poured a basin of water on Zhang Hui. Although she didn't do it herself, Wang Fengxia felt a little pleased inside. She didn't mind what Wan Yin Yin had said earlier. She had already guessed that Zhang Hui was probably asking her second sister-in-law for eggs under the pretense of doing good. If Zhang Hui asked for eggs in her name and got them, they would go to her son and not to herself. If the eggs didn't come, or if Wan Yin Yin was fooled by Zhang Hui's words, she might end up blaming herself. She didn't even know why she had offended anyone. Wang Fengxia was annoyed by Zhang Hui's small tricks. She said, kindly, sister-in-law, take this egg back to nourish your health. I won't blame you. Brother gave me the egg. I've already received quite a few. Now that you're married, you should eat well. If you give me one, I'll be grateful. If not, it's only fair. She spoke sincerely, and Wan Yin Yin looked up to her as a good sister-in-law. However, she still decided to keep the egg. Both women tried to give and refuse, but in the end, the old lady spoke up. Third sister-in-law, just eat it. When Yin Yin has a child, you can return it then. The old lady made the final decision. Wang Fengxia could only accept this. She smiled gratefully, took out the egg, and handed the cloth bag to Wan Yin Yin. Thinking of Jiang Ran's words, that Zhang Hui had taken the eggs to give to her son, Wan Yin Yin reminded her, Third sister-in-law, I brought this egg for your health. You must eat it yourself. If someone else eats it, I might end up pouring a basin of water on them again. Wang Fengxia understood her meaning and nodded. She took a few eggs and insisted on keeping them for her lunch. Wan Yin Yin left, saying she needed to cook for Jiang Ran. Before leaving, she peeled a candy and put it in the old lady's mouth. After she left, the elderly woman's cloudy eyes looked at her back and told her about her third grandson's wife. Nian Nian is different from what people say in the village. Don't judge her based on those rumors. Not to mention that Wang Fengxia had eaten many eggs from Jiang Ran's family. Just seeing the eggs that Wan Yin Yin had brought, she wouldn't believe the village's gossip. Grandma, I understand. Wan Yin Yin carried a cloth bag and returned home, feeling that the suspicious looks cast on her today had decreased. She wasn't in a hurry and looked at the wildflowers and grasses by the roadside, planning to pick some when she saw a suitable one to make soap. As she was walking, suddenly she heard a commotion. Before she could turn around, a sharp voice shouted, "Get away!" At the same time, there was a donkey's bray. Hee-haw! Wan Yin Yin dodged aside and saw Song Siming sitting on a donkey cart. His face was pale, and his lips looked white. When she saw Song Siming, he also saw her. His pale face quickly darkened, and his eyes looked gloomy and angry. Seeing Wan Yin Yin, Song Siming felt like his reason was about to leave him. Wan Yin Yin. His voice was slow and filled with resentment. Last time, Wan Yin Yin didn't hold back her words. Facing Song Siming's dark face, she immediately smiled. I heard that Song Jiqing went to the hospital. Is he okay? To outsiders, her words might seem caring, but Song Siming, involved in the situation, felt no concern at all. Thanks to you, he's very well. Song Siming's tone was full of hatred. He looked at Wan Yen Yen with confusion. She used to love him so much, so why had she suddenly changed? She had even almost caused him to be childless and grandchildless. Could it be that his love for her was too deep? Wan Yen Yen didn't know what he was thinking. She replied, I hope Song Jiqing only needs to go to the hospital this once. After all, not everyone comes out safely every time. Hearing her words, Song Siming felt pain again between his legs. His face turned even paler, and he couldn't hold back anymore. He said disappointedly, Wan Yen Yen, why have you become like this? Someone like you makes me very disappointed. Song Siming couldn't understand why Wan Yen Yen, who loved him so much before, suddenly changed. And she became so cruel? Thinking about her actions that night, Song Siming even wondered if she was possessed by a ghost. Could it be that love turned into hate? No, it's impossible. Yuan Yen Yen must still love him. She just can't accept that he's going to marry Lin Jingxin right now. Nian Nian, Jiang Ran is not a good match for you. Don't ruin your life just to upset me. Yuan Nian Nian hadn't spoken yet, but Lin Jingxin, standing nearby, looked upset when she heard Song Siming's words. Song Siming's attitude made her uneasy. Siming, what's there to say? This time you're sick, so let's quickly have the wedding. I'll ask my dad to arrange for you to go to a school nearby. The work there is easier. This reminded Song Siming that he couldn't let Lin Jingxin misunderstand. He didn't have time to think about the pain from that night. Let's go. Lin Jingxin felt relieved. Yuan Nian Nian, this shameless woman, always tries to steal his man. She can give Song Siming a comfortable job, but what can Yuan Nian Nian give him? Lin Jingxin looked in Yuan Nian Nian's direction and raised her voice. Some people should do the hardest work, but still can't get enough to eat. Uncle, let's go. Before the donkey driver could wave his whip, a hurried voice called out. Make way, make way. Menora's coming, make way. Yuan Yen Yen smelled something and quickly stepped back. Then she saw a figure staggering, carrying something on a pole.
Bang!
Foul water splashed everywhere, and the air suddenly fell silent, filled only with a strong, disgusting smell that made breathing difficult. The pole carrying Menor and the donkey cart collided in some strange way, hitting the donkey squarely. Get off quickly! The woman shouted, but it was too late. The donkey was startled by the sudden change and let out a harsh scream, thrashing wildly. The middle-aged donkey driver reacted quickly, jumping down immediately. Lin Jingxin wasn't so lucky. For a moment, she felt the smell on her body and face, and her whole body was filled with a strong stench.
Ah, ugh.
The donkey's neighing and her screams sounded together. Song Siming, sitting in the cart, hadn't fully recovered and didn't have time to run. The foul water splashed all over him. The scene was a complete mess. Yuan Yen Yen was glad she had stayed far away. After a while, Lin Jingxin finally calmed down and asked, "Who is that?" "Who?" Her voice was full of suspicion, but the other person didn't want to be polite, yelling from afar to make way, making way. "What are you blocking the road for?" This manure was hard to get from the county town to the fields. "What are you doing?" "Blocking the road. Is that better now?" "The manure has spilled." "Miss Lin, do you know how far this manure can spread? You've caused a lot of trouble. I'll find the village secretary soon and ask him to judge who is right and who is wrong. One relies on Mr. Lin not working the land, and the other is a man who doesn't do any chores, always sickly. Even the village children contribute more to the team than you two. Lin Jingxin, a young girl, isn't a match for a middle-aged woman in a fight of words. She was blushed with embarrassment after a few sharp words. "You're still sitting in the cart and haven't left. Look at Ruanziking." I called out to her, and she left right away. Ruanziking may be lazy, but she's not as lazy and clueless as you two.
Wan Yen Yen.
If you want to praise someone, do it properly. If you don't praise her well and instead stir up trouble, she'll see the anger in Lin Jingxin's eyes. But when Wang Yanyan saw how Lin Jingxin and Song Siming looked, she couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes full of mockery. You two smell terrible. I'm leaving now. Don't sting me up later. She hurriedly left, waving her hand near her nose as if fanning away a bad smell, pretending she was the one who smelled bad. Lin Jingxin was so angry her teeth itched. Even Song Siming, who always believed Wang Yanyan loved him, couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this moment. Wang Yanyan took a few steps and then stopped, turning back. If you two don't go home and take a bath soon, the manure will soak into your skin. Hearing this, Lin Jingxin realized it might be true. The smell was so strong that she had been too busy arguing to remember to wash off the disgusting stuff on her body. She wanted to pull Song Siming to go, but when she looked back at her favorite white-faced scholar, she saw traces of dark manure on his face and hair, and on his usual white shirt. Lin Jingxin couldn't hold back. Ugh, Song Siming looked at her with the same disgust. Ugh. The middle-aged woman carrying the manure saw this and said, "Why are you two still complaining about each other? Hurry up and wash yourselves. And remember to tell the village secretary. These 2 big buckets of manure are on you too, and you'll have to compensate our team. It was clearly you who bumped into us. Why should it be her fault?" Lin Jingxin was about to speak angrily when she saw the middle-aged woman pick up her shoulder pole again and shake it. At that moment, she gave up on talking. She and Song Siming almost ran away in a panic. After they left, Wang Yanyan looked at the efficient woman and smiled. "Thank you, Auntie." The middle-aged woman snorted. "No need to thank me. I just can't stand those two. They've taken over all the shows. If they bully you again next time, tell me." Ruyan Yan listened to the woman and knew she was right. She had just felt something strange. Although the road was blocked, it didn't seem to be enough to splash manure on the donkey cart. It turned out she had overheard Lin Jingxin and Song Siming defending her earlier.
She didn't know who this aunt was.
In the year she spent in Dea village, she mostly focused on chasing after Song Siming. Immediately, Ruyan Yan said, "Auntie, if you don't mind, come to my house and wash up." The manure water splashed, and some of it also got on the middle-aged woman. The woman was surprised. "You don't mind me? I'm all dirty now." Ruyan Yan thought the manure water was quite smelly. She hadn't touched it before, but she had watched many old dramas and heard Lady Lu Xingyun say that in rural areas, manure was a good thing. Any team that could get the job of collecting manure in the county was happy because it meant a good harvest of grain. She wouldn't dislike someone who stood up for her. "I don't mind, Auntie. Let's go to my house." Back home, Ruyan Yan took out a piece of soap she had made herself. "Auntie, use this to wash." The soap was still new and white. The middle-aged woman quickly waved her hand. "No need, I'm a farmer. My skin is rough, and I don't need this. Keep it for yourself." Ruyan Yan didn't want to argue, so she simply placed it on the wash basin. "I have plenty at home. This is for you. If the manure water doesn't wash off completely, there are many bacteria, and it's bad for your health." "Oh, I can't believe you're giving this to Jiang Ran. If I were your wife, I'd be so happy." Ruyan Yan. "I am Wang Lu's mother. Do you know Wang Lu?" The one always following Jiang Ran around. Wang Lu had come to their house several times. Of course, Ruyan Yan recognized him and nodded. "The Jiang family used to help us a lot. When Wang Lu was sick as a child, if the Jiang family hadn't given us money and found a doctor, my son wouldn't have survived. Now Jiang Ren always takes Wang Lu with him when he has something to do. I'm not ungrateful. I just overheard those two talking about you, and it made me angry. I splashed manure at them. Your mother-in-law is educated and gentle. Next time they bully you, come find me. I won't let them get away with it, and I'll tear off their fake faces. I'm not your big sister for nothing." Thinking about Lin Jingxin and Song Siming's expressions earlier, and looking at Wang Lu's bold attitude, Ruyan Yan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. She liked this kind of temper. She wanted Wang Lu's mother to stay at home for dinner, but she was refused. "We have things to do in the fields, so we won't eat. This soap is good, it cleans well." Wang Yan gave her the soap, and Wang Lu's mother, who was busy and hurried, washed up quickly, and left. Once she was gone, only Wan Yinyan was left in the Jiang family's yard. She checked the soap. Seeing that it was almost time to finish work, she didn't have time to deliver green bean soup to Jiang Ran and had to wait for him to come back. While cooking in the kitchen, Wan Yinyan thought about Lin Jingxin's suggestion for Song Siming to become a teacher. In recent days, she learned that teachers at the commune primary school earn quite a lot of work points, about 10 points a day, enough to match a strong labor, and the Education Bureau also pays a 5 yuan salary each month. Since Song Siming wanted to become a teacher, she decided not to let him. She was actually hoping that Song Siming and Lin Jingxin would get married soon. At the Lin family's house, Lin Jingxin was washing while stomping in anger. The smell of manure seemed impossible to wash away, lingering around her nose. She was covered in a foul odor. She washed 3 times but still smelled terrible. Her mother, Wang Xiao, helplessly called out, "This soap is almost used up. It's no longer fragrant."
Come out now.
Lin Jingxin rinsed again, then looked at her mother. "Mom, is it really gone?" As she approached, Wang Xiao hadn't even spoken yet. Her older brother's son couldn't hold back anymore. "Little sister-in-law, Grandma is lying to you. It still smells. It definitely still smells. It's so stinky, like it fell into a manure pit." Hearing this, Lin Jingxin's face turned pale and her lips twitched. She turned and went back inside to wash again. Wang Xiao was at a loss. When Lin Jingxin came out again, she stopped her little nephew from speaking and looked at her daughter. "What's going on? You said you want to pick up Siming from the hospital, but now you're covered in manure water." As her mother's concern reached her, Lin Jingxin's eyes reddened instantly. She reached out and hugged Wang Xiao, sobbing into her arms. The faint scent of soap mixed with the foul smell. Before Wang Xiao could step back, her daughter's sobs came through. "Mom, you have to stand up for me. It's all Yuan Yinyan's fault." "It's her fault." Wang Xiao frowned. Although Wan Yinyan didn't recognize everyone in Daya Village knew her. Especially the Lin family. They had seen how crazy she was about Song Siming. Unfortunately, Song Siming didn't like her. Wang Xiao didn't have a good impression of this girl, who was so persistent in liking her son-in-law. "What's going on?" Lin Jingxin recounted everything that had happened. Frowning, she listened as her daughter spoke. It seemed like Wan Yinyan was walking down the road, first encountering her daughter causing trouble, then being hit by Wang Lu's mother pushing a dung bucket. Throughout, Wan Yinyan only said that they were both smelly. Wang Xiao wanted to stand up for her daughter, but holding her daughter, who smelled of soap and filth, and recalling the strong smell when they first entered, indeed smelled bad. Lin Jingxin looked at her mother, who was lost in thought, and shook her arm. "Mom, you have to stand up for me. I don't care. If it weren't for Wan Yinyan, I wouldn't have gotten into this trouble." Seeing tears streaming down her daughter's face, she remembered she had 4 sons. This daughter was the last born. Wang Xiao always spoiled her. Even knowing that Wan Yinyan hadn't done anything wrong this time, she gently patted Lin Jingxin's back and promised, "All right, I'll stand up for you. Don't cry anymore. You've washed so long your skin is rough. If you cry again, it won't look good. Do you still want to be a beautiful bride at your wedding?" Instantly, Lin Jingxin stopped crying, her eyes red. "Where is Brother Siming?" Wang Xiao said he went back to the youth village. Lin Jingxin, smelling the lingering bad odor on herself, wanted to see Song Siming but stopped herself. "Oh, right, Mom, and Wang Lu's mother. You also need to ask my dad to stand up for me." At noon, Jiang Ran returned home, and Wan Yinyan told him what had happened.
She was a bit worried.
"Auntie stood up for me. Do you think Lin Jingxin might go home and complain? Will Secretary Lin cause trouble for Auntie or Wang Lu's mother?" Jiang Ran took a big sip of mung bean soup, feeling the heat suddenly subside. "Don't worry, Auntie won't be at a loss." Wan Yinyan rested her chin on her hand and blinked at Jiang Ran. Her clear eyes showed curiosity, without hiding it. Jiang Ran felt a little ticklish inside but forced himself to look serious. The Wang family is very loyal. Wang Lu's great-grandfather and second-great-grandfather both sacrificed on the battlefield. Later, his father also joined the army. When Wang Lu was less than a year old, his father went to fight and never returned, his body still missing. The Wang family has a special status in the village. Raising Wang Lu wasn't easy, and she developed a strong temper. No one in the village dares to bully her. Hearing this background, Wan Yinyan felt relieved. All her thoughts were on her face, and Jiang Ran couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Jiang Ran said, "Other people in the village are afraid to cause trouble for my family, but Wang Lu isn't." Wang Lu indeed has the confidence and background to not fear anything. He is honest and straightforward, very different from Jiang Ran. As long as he doesn't cause big trouble, his background makes him safe in this era. However, Jiang Ran has only had Wang Lu around all these years. Thinking about how he was isolated and disliked by the whole village, Wan Yinyan feels a bit uncomfortable. She looks at the man with caring eyes. The person being cared for can't bear her gaze and coughs softly, saying, "Eat your meal." There was a commotion at Lin Jishu's house. Wang Lu's mother has a special status. When Lin Jishu got home, Lin Jingxin immediately went to complain. Lin Jishu frowned and said, "I've already heard from your aunt. She called for us to clear the way, but you refused." She couldn't control her strength and accidentally bumped into something. Lin Jishu sniffed the faint smell of odor and subtly stepped back. He looked at Lin Jingxin and explained, "Your aunt said she will come to our house tomorrow to ask for manure. If you hadn't blocked the road and made her work harder, she wouldn't have lost 2 buckets of manure." Lin Jingxin was shocked and said, "Does she have no shame? She was the one who bumped into us. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't smell so bad." Wang Xiao, standing nearby, also expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "What kind of official is this? Not only does he not stand up for his daughter, but he also helps outsiders. When your daughter is bullied, it's useless. Why are you still acting as the village head?" Lin Jishu thought about how today, before finishing work, Wang Lu's mother had scolded him in front of many people for not working and delaying things. Now he was being criticized by his own family again. Feeling overwhelmed, he said impatiently, "Wang Lu's mother has a special status. She is the widow of a hero. Moreover, she already told you to move aside. If you didn't listen, how can I stand up for you? What's the use of being the village head? If I weren't the village head, could you eat plain flour every day? And what about Song Jiqing's job? Can ordinary people arrange that?" Both Wang Xiao and Lin Jingxin looked stiff. "That's true," Lin Jishu thought, looking at his daughter and wife. "Don't spread rumors about arranging a job for Song Siming. Otherwise, the job will fall through, and I won't take care of him anymore." Lin Jishu was growing more disappointed with that young man. After saying this, he went to eat. Lin Jingxin's face kept changing. She couldn't trouble Wang Lu's mother, but instead, she started to resent Wan Yinyan deeply. Unaware of the resentment, Wan Yinyan kept pestering Jiang Ran, asking him to take her to the back mountain. Jiang Ran, with a cold face, refused her, saying, "The back mountain is dangerous. You can't go." "I won't go deep into the mountains. I'll just look around outside." Jiang Ran frowned and said, "No." He refused without hesitation, and Wan Yinyan looked at him with her innocent, slightly aggrieved eyes. Her clear eyes shimmered with emotion, as if someone had hurt her, but she only didn't want him to take risks. Jiang Ran felt helpless inside. He was defeated by her expressive gaze and said, "You are not allowed to go into the mountains." Wan Yinyan instantly became happy and agreed, okay. They had just walked a few dozen meters out of the yard when they reached the foot of the mountain. Wang Lu was already waiting. Seeing the person behind Jiang Ran, he exclaimed in surprise, "Sister-in-law." Wan Yinyan was pleased by this title and smiled warmly. "I also want to see the mountains. Do you think it's troublesome?" Wang Lu thought to himself, sister-in-law is so polite. No trouble at all. Jiang Ran wouldn't let me go. I begged for a long time, but it's better coming from you. Wan Yinyan casually sighed. Wang Lu suddenly felt a cold gaze fall on him. It was scarier than when wild wolves stared at him in the mountains. He hurriedly said, Brother Rand doesn't want you to go, sister-in-law. It's for your own good. Sister-in-law, you used to live in the city, so you don't know. Many people have died in our mountains. Just in recent years, Gao Dan's father was killed by a wild boar that poked him in the throat while he was in the mountains. His mother was already ill, and after the accident, she passed away too, leaving 2 children. There's also that blind old woman at the village entrance. Her 2 sons went into the mountains and were injured by wild boars. Wang Lu described everything clearly to avoid Jiang Rant's cold gaze. Sister-in-law, you didn't see it. Her intestines were hanging out, and they didn't even take her to the hospital. That blind woman's eyes were ruined from crying. Jiang Ran coughed and said, Enough, shut up. Why describe everything so clearly? He might scare Wan Yinyin later. Wang Lu didn't understand why Brother Ran told him to be quiet again. Watching the tall and slender figure walking together, one tall, one delicate, he suddenly realized he might have affected Jiang Ran and Ruan Jiqing. He quickly understood and said, Brother Ran, I'll go up the mountain first to see if I find anything. Then he ran off like a monkey. The back mountain was dense with vegetation, and fierce wild animals often appeared. But this mountain was also full of treasures. Just walking there, Ruan Yinyin already saw several kinds of herbs. Some were medicinal plants, some toxic herbs. Common ones included wild mint for colds, plantain, and ghost needle grass. Wan Yinyin happily went to pick herbs. Jiang Ran quietly followed her, watching her run around picking wild herbs with a look of curiosity in his eyes. When her hands were almost full and she couldn't carry any more, Jiang Ran couldn't hold back and said, There are vegetables in the backyard. You don't need to pick wild herbs and grass to eat. Wan Yinyin blinked slightly when she heard Jiang Ran's words. Did he think she wanted to eat these? These herbs can treat colds and fevers. They are common medicinal plants. I thought I'd pick some to dry and keep, just in case I need them. Jiang Ran was a bit surprised. The Red Star commune does have barefoot doctors, but he had never heard of any doctor going up the mountain to gather herbs. Also, how would Wan Yinyin know about these? He asked, Did you learn traditional Chinese medicine? Hold this for me, she said, handing the herbs to Jiang Ran. I'll pick some more. She explained without hiding anything. My grandpa is a traditional healer. When I was young, my parents were busy, so I stayed with him. I also learned to recognize common illnesses from him. Jiang Ran thought she was talking about her parents in the city, but actually, she meant Lu Xingyun and Ruan Wenchao. Her parents were indeed busy when they were young and didn't have much time for her. She grew up with her grandparents and learned herbal medicine from her grandpa. When Jiang Ran took the herbs, Wan Yinyin ran off to pick more. He followed her and they didn't talk much while walking in the mountains. Still, he liked this quiet feeling. But the peaceful moment was broken by a shout. Brother Ron. The voice carried through the trees, faint but urgent. Jiang Ran's face changed instantly. He handed the herbs to Wan Yinyin and said sternly, Come down the mountain quickly. Don't delay. I'm going to see Wang Liu. Wang Liu's voice kept calling out. Although Wan Yinyin knew some martial arts, her body was still weak. She could surprise Song Siming, but in an emergency, she might fall behind. In her past life, whether watching TV or playing games, she disliked heroes who couldn't tell the situation and ended up causing trouble. Without hesitation, she hugged the herbs and said to Jiang Ran, You go check on him. I'll come down now. Be careful. I'll wait for you below. Jiang Ran nodded. He ran into the deeper mountains, while Wan Yinyin headed in the opposite direction. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she was still panting heavily. She stood quietly at the bottom, looking up the mountain and listening carefully to the sounds from above. It was noon, and the sun was strong. The trees provided shade inside the mountain, so it wasn't too hot. Outside, sweat soaked through Wan Yinyin's clothes as she stood there. Time passed second by second. As she focused on listening, she finally heard the sound of running. At first, she thought it was Wang Lu and Jiang Ran coming. But unexpectedly, 2 figures rushed out from the mountain, one man and one woman. They looked disheveled. The man was even holding up his pants while running, and the woman's clothes were messy, her hair tangled. It was clear they had just been doing something private. The woman was Ruanianian, whom she had seen before. She was Zhou Mingxia, the one who had arranged things for her that day. The man was not her husband, Zhang Datu. Ruanianian ignored the herbs on the ground. When the two figures approached, she hid behind a pile of firewood. Zhou Mingxia and a man ran down the mountain looking around. Once off the mountain, it wasn't as dangerous. Zhou Mingxia nervously asked the man beside her, "Did you see anyone down there?" The man's belt was lost on the mountain, and he was awkwardly holding up his pants. "It's so hot today. Everyone's probably at home sleeping. There's no one out here. It's too hot. You're probably just dizzy from the heat." Zhou Mingxia wasn't sure if she had seen things. When she ran out of the woods, she thought she saw someone faintly, but when she looked carefully, there was nothing. Thinking that a wild boar was still chasing her, she didn't stop and ran down the hill. "Maybe I saw wrong," Zhou Mingxia said, glancing at herself and then at the village. She quickly tidied her clothes. "I'll go ahead.
Don't come with me.
If someone sees us, we'll both get into trouble." After saying that, Zhou Mingxia lowered her head and hurried toward the village. The man behind her bent down, pulled some grass to tie around his waist as a makeshift belt, and chewed on straw as he followed her. Ruanianian waited until the two people left before coming out from behind the firewood pile. Zhou Mingxia had previously accused her of something righteous, but she had been secretly playing tricks. But this was just a minor episode. She didn't take it seriously. Looking at the situation in the mountain, Jiang ran and Wang Lu hadn't come down yet. Based on Zhou Mingxia and the man's reactions, something must have happened in the mountain. Ruanianian frowned, unsure how long she waited. Finally, someone came down from the mountain. Wang Lu ran down awkwardly, looking around. Seeing this, Ruanianian quickly walked over. "Where's Jiang Ran?" Wang Lu suddenly heard her voice, and his heart pounded nervously. "Brother Rand is behind. I'll go call him." "Sister-in-law, you should go home quickly." Wang Lu, now close to her, immediately saw the bloodstains on him, spotty and dark. "Is Jiang Ran okay?" Wang Lu heard this sound, scratched his head, and hesitated to speak. Wan Yanyan frowned. "Sorry, sister-in-law. It's all my fault. Brother Ran was also trying to save me." With each word Wang Lu said, Wan Yanyan's eyes grew redder. Tears almost welled up. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the woods, carrying a large object on his shoulder. A sharp wooden stick was stabbed above the large creature's eyes, and bright red blood dripped down the stick. Jiang Ran looked at the small girl with red-rimmed eyes and softly said, "I'm fine, just pig blood." Wan Yanyan's eyes were moist. She looked him up and down. He could still carry a wild boar, so he didn't seem seriously hurt. Jiang Ran couldn't stand such looks and awkwardly said, "No one's around now, let's go home." Jiang Ran's small yard was at the foot of the mountain. A few people quickly went down. As they entered the yard, Wang Lu was a bit excited. "Brother, where should we put this pig?" Wan Yanyan looked at the pig with black mane, which was still trembling when Jiang Ran had thrown it to the ground. She realized Jiang Ran might also be doing other work to make a living. His work points weren't high, and he had been living on his own since he was a teenager. Without other ways, he definitely wouldn't have been able to come up with nearly 100 yuan last time, not to mention all the tickets and certificates. Realizing this, Wan Yanyan blinked. Could they make little people now? His gaze was too intense. Jiang Ran noticed early on but held back from looking at Wan Yanyan. He said to Wang Lu, "Take it to the brigade and kill it for food." Wang Lu's eyes widened.
"Why?"
"Brother, this is the pig you fought so hard to kill. Why give it to the brigade to eat?" Thinking about the pig being given to the people in the brigade, Wang Lu felt pain in his meat, his mind, his whole body. "No, brother, this meat can't go to them," he said. Wan Yanyan also wondered why Jiang Ran wanted to give it to the brigade. She frowned slightly. "Jiang Ran, why do you want to give it to the brigade?" Her voice was soft and gentle, but Jiang Ran looked at her. His wife looked delicate, with tender skin, and couldn't do heavy work. He didn't want to see her suffer after marrying him. Jiang Ran said, "I want to send this meat to the brigade so they can give you a lighter job. You can read, so it's easier to arrange things." She thought of many reasons but didn't expect it was because of this. Her heart beat a few times faster, and a warm feeling spread through her. Wang Lu clearly didn't expect this reason either. Jiang Ran had already turned his attention to Wang Lu. This pig was caught by both of us. I'll give you your share of the money based on the market price. Wang Lu quickly shook his head. No need, brother. This pig was caught by you. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have lost my life on the back mountain.
I don't want anything.
Do whatever you want with it. As he spoke, Wang Lu was about to leave. Jiang Ran called out to him, Wash the blood off yourself before you go. Wang Lu realized this and hurried to wash off the blood. Jiang Ran placed the pig in the backyard, with Wan Yinyin following him. She kept muttering, Jiang Ran, you don't need to give the pig to the team just because of me. I don't want to be a scorekeeper. The scorekeeper's job was quite easy. It used to be done by the team leader's sister, who recently got married and moved to town. Several people were eyeing this position, but Jiang Ran, for sure, couldn't get it. However, giving over a pig that weighs over 100 jin was a different matter. Not only could this meat satisfy the village's others, but it also made the job easier for Wan Yinyin. Wan Yinyin didn't really want the scorekeeper job. She was planning to compete for teacher Song Siming's position. If Jiang Ran took the scorekeeper job away, it would be less convenient for her to sell soap in the county. Jiang Ran, I really don't want this job, Wan Yinyin said, almost stomping in her frustration. Jiang Ran frowned slightly. Are you Zhanqi this job? It's true. Wan Yinyin was a well-known figure in Dea Village. Jiang Ran had heard others whisper about her before, saying she was a formal worker at a factory in the big city, earning 36 yuan a month. The team scorekeeper's salary wasn't that high. Wan Yinyin realized Jiang Ran misunderstood. No, I don't Zhanqi this job. But Jiang Ran clearly didn't believe her. He first threw the wild pig into the cellar in the backyard, then said, handing this pig over to the team isn't entirely for you. It's because there are people in the mountains. If they find out that Wang Lu and I caught something in the mountains, and if it gets reported to the team, it wouldn't be good. Wan Yinyin thought of Zhou Mingxia and the man running down the mountain in a panic, and couldn't help but smile.
You don't need to worry about that.
The two people in the mountain are even more afraid that you'll report to the team. Wan Yinyin told about seeing Zhou Mingxia at the foot of the mountain. I don't know that man, but he's definitely not her husband. Jiang Ran frowned slightly. On the mountain, besides their own people, there were only 2 sets of footsteps. Jiang Ran looked at the wild boar. Got it. He covered the wild boar with dry grass. When the 2 of them came out, Wang Lu had already finished washing. He had even taken off his shirt at some point. As soon as Wan Yinyin appeared, a man's large hand blocked her view. The man's hand was not as white and smooth as those she knew from her past life. Jiang Ran's hand was big, with calluses from work on his fingertips and even some bloodstains from the wild boar. But his hand still gave a strong sense of safety. Wang Lu felt Jiang Ran's cold stare and awkwardly smiled. There's too much blood on the clothes. Jiang Ran said, Go home. Okay. Wang Lu responded and ran off like a monkey. Jiang Ran finally lowered his hand. He went to the water's edge, took a bucket, and washed the blood off himself. Wan Yinyin went to hang the medicinal herb she brought. The sound of water stopped. Wan Yinyin finished drying the herbs. She looked up and saw Jiang Ran, shirtless, holding a towel and drying his hair. His tanned muscles were glistening with water. Water droplets slid from his hair down his neck, onto his chest, tracing the lines of his muscles, then gathering into the valley of his abdomen, slowly sliding downward. Wan Yinyin's face flushed suddenly. But then she felt a bit happy, thinking that the wild boar and Jiang Ran's and Wang Lu's conversation showed they weren't so simple. The idea of having a child was just around the corner. But it wasn't just about the child. She had long been longing for Jiang Ran. Her gaze was too noticeable. Jiang Ran looked at her reddening face, a fleeting smile crossing his eyes. He turned and went inside to change his clothes again. When he came out and looked at Wan Yinyin, he said, Time to work. You can sleep a little longer. The redness on Wan Yinyin's face slowly faded. After Jiang Ran left for work, she carefully selected the dried flowers she had hung earlier, preparing to make soap. In the evening, a cat's cry came from outside the small yard. Soon after, Jiang Ren got up, opened the door, and Wang Lu arrived with a donkey cart. The two of them loaded the wild boar onto the cart. They headed down a small path on the donkey. Ahead was darkness, with shadows of trees swaying. Wang Lu couldn't help but think of the ghost stories told by the elders in the village when he was a child. He shivered and tried to change the subject to distract himself. "Brother Ran, where are we taking this pork?" Jiang Ran, driving the donkey cart, had no expression on his face and didn't seem afraid like Wang Lu. "To the glass factory." He simply ended the conversation. Wang Lu kept seeing ghosts everywhere and couldn't help but ask, "Today, your sister-in-law saw the pig. Are you coming out? Does she know?" Jiang Ran didn't answer. Wang Yanyan was clever and probably already guessed what was happening. Wang Lu said, "Do you want to explain to your sister-in-law about what we did?" Jiang Ran hadn't decided yet. Wang Lu, afraid of not getting a reply, said if you tell her, she might understand. "We're just trying to make life better, or else we can't even fill our stomachs. How can we get married or raise children?" He then doubted himself. "No. Wan Jiqing is from the city. She doesn't lack money or tickets. I heard she didn't eat the sweet potatoes the village sent her before, gave some to a young girl named Yang Guifan. She probably doesn't know how hard life is for us. If she finds out and thinks we're taking advantage, what if she reports us?" Wang Lu kept rambling. Jiang Ran, who wasn't thinking about these problems before, was annoyed by his words. He told him, "Shut up." Wang Lu, scared of Jiang Ran and even more scared of ghosts, closed his mouth, but after a couple of minutes, he started talking about something else. "Today, when I was working, I was with a few women. I heard that before the busy farming season, that young man got married to Lin Jingxin. Once he's married, Brother Ran, you don't need to worry anymore. Your sister-in-law will live a good life with you." Jiang Ran felt Wang Lu was deliberately trying to bother him today. He casually picked up a clump of dirt from the cart and threw it at him. Wang Lu screamed and shouted, scared out of his wits. Wan Yanyan slept until dawn. When she woke up, she saw Jiang Ran fetching water into a tub. He worked quickly, making 2 or 3 trips, and soon the water was ready. She first went to the backyard to check the cellar. The wild pig was gone. Her eyes sparkled as she ran over to Jiang Ran.
"Did you sell it?"
Seeing her approach, Jiang Ran thought about Wang Lu's words yesterday. He wasn't sure how his wife would feel about it. He said nothing, put down the water bucket, and walked into the house. Wan Yanyan blinked, unsure what she had done to offend him again. A man's heart is as mysterious as the sea. During this time together, she had learned a bit about her husband. Jiang Ran was a quiet, straightforward man who didn't talk much or explain himself, but he had no ill intentions toward her. That wild pig was so big. He wasn't thinking about eating it, but about giving her an easier job. Also, they were lying on the same bed. The young man, full of youth, sometimes as hard as stone, had taken many cold showers. Because she was worried about having children she couldn't afford to raise, he hadn't made a move on her. Such a man is hard to find. Wan Yanyan was not angry. She brushed her teeth and washed her face. Soon, as she was about to go into the kitchen to cook, Jiang Ran arrived, holding money and tickets. He gently took her hand into his palm and placed the money and tickets in her hand. "I sold the meat to the glass factory. This is the split with Wang Lu." Wan Yanyan looked at the money in her hand, knowing that the man who handed over his salary was still explaining a few words. Is this progress for the usually talkative man? Just as she was about to praise him, his voice came again. "I know what I did is risky. If you're afraid, take this money and leave. We'll divorce, and you can pretend you don't know anything." After saying this, Jiang Ran left the kitchen. A surge of anger rose in Wan Yanyan's heart. No wonder this talkative man explained a few more words. He was trying to chase her away. He still doesn't believe she's serious about spending her life with him. Watching his tall, broad back, Wan Yanyan loudly called out, "Jiang Ran, stop right there." His steps paused slightly. He was about to walk further. Wan Yanyan shouted, "If you take one more step, don't bother with me anymore." His steps stopped completely. Wan Yanyan quickly stepped out of the kitchen, walked up to the tall man, and looked up at him. Jiang Ran was too tall. Without looking down, Wan Yanyan, at 168 centimeters, had to lift her head to look up at him, which made her seem less imposing. "Lower your head." Jiang Ran looked down at her angry little face, waiting for the final judgment. Holding the money and tickets, Wan Yanyan restrained her small temper and asked seriously, "Jiang Ran, do you want us to divorce?" When she asked this, Wan Yanyan felt a slight sourness in her heart. Her clear, moist eyes stared at Jiang Ran without blinking, not missing a single expression on his face. Jiang Ran felt a moment of panic. Their eyes met. He sensed that if he said those words, Wan Yanyan would truly ignore him and divorce him. He would forever lose this person. Suddenly, a warm image of her appeared in his mind, her gentle figure under the lights. In this yard, because of her, it felt like a home. Neither of them spoke. Wan Yanyan asked again, "Jiang Ran, are you serious? If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement." With that, Wan Yanyan lowered her head, quickly turned back into the house, and efficiently packed her things. She had been living here for a while now. Her belongings were no longer as few as at the beginning. As she packed, her accumulated grievances grew heavier. Jiang Ran married her not because he liked her, but because their feelings and trust were still too weak after such a short time. Suddenly, the room darkened, and a tall figure blocked the door. Soon after, Wan Yanyan felt surrounded by a tall presence. In the next moment, a pair of large hands took away her neatly arranged clothes. Jiang Ran whispered, "Wan Yanyan, as long as you don't want a divorce, I won't want one." Warm breath brushed her ear, and his voice was a little hoarse, but still commanding. Wan Yanyan was about to turn around when his voice dropped again. "Think carefully. If you regret later, it will be too late." After this, he would never agree to a divorce. He finished by putting all her clothes back into the only wardrobe in the room and tidied up the things she had just messed up. Watching this, Wan Yanyan felt strangely amused. He had put her things away and told her to think carefully. This man, he was insincere. Suddenly, Wan Yanyan burst into clear laughter. Her laugh was loud and obvious in the quiet little house. Jiang Ran froze in his packing. Her ears felt strangely warm. "It's getting late. I need to get ready for work," she said. Without even finishing breakfast, she hurriedly left the house. Wan Yanyan wanted to call after him, but his figure disappeared too quickly. She couldn't call out and just laughed at his retreating back. Her man was quite adorable. Wan Yanyan took the money Jiang Ran gave her, along with the original owner's money, her soap sales earnings, and the money from selling pork. She counted it all. There was a total of 180 yuan. There were also some small valuables like stamps and cloth tickets. The villagers of Daya village were the most hardworking, and they couldn't save so much money in a year. Wan Yanyan thought that as long as nothing unexpected happened, she might be able to support the children too. She carefully stored the money away and went to the kitchen to cook. Jiang Ran left without eating, so she made egg drop soup. Since she didn't want to cook much in the morning, she didn't make stir-fry and just ate plain bread or made pancakes with eggs and a handful of green onions. Just as she was about to take the food to Jiang Ran in the field, she heard faint noises outside the door, followed by a timid voice. "Wan Jiqing, are you at home?" Wan Yanyan peeked out from the kitchen and saw a thin, weak girl standing at her door. She stepped outside. The closer she got, the clearer she saw the girl's appearance, dark and thin, with cheeks that should have been full at this age but now sunken, and big, bright eyes looking at Wan Yanyan timidly. She seemed scared and took a step back, thinking for a moment, then restrained herself and stood still. Wan Yanyan glanced at her clothes again. Very loose and big. The little girl was naturally thin, and wearing such baggy clothes made her look like a skeleton. The clothes were patched in many places. Wan Yanyan felt a pang in her heart and bent over. "Is there something you want to tell me?" The little girl raised a cracked ceramic jar in her hand.
Wan
Jiqing, my brother said you didn't go to get the goat's milk. He's waiting for you, but can't find you.
So,
He asked me to bring this. The goat's milk was delivered before her, swirling inside the jar, with a faint goat smell. Suddenly, Ruan Yin remembered what the little boy had told her when she went to exchange the milk. She had forgotten because of Jiang Ran's matter at the brick kiln. "Here, give it to me," she said, taking the jar. The little girl obediently handed it over. Ruan Yin turned around and said to her, "Come with me." She called out, but the girl hesitated, seeming unsure whether to follow. Ruan Yin said, "I'll find a jar to pour out the milk. You wait inside for a moment." Only then did the girl take a small step forward and follow her inside. Ruan Yin went into the kitchen, found a jar, and poured the goat's milk into it. She had just baked 4 pancakes, 3 for Jiang Ran and 1 for herself. After thinking for a moment, she took out 2 pancakes and also prepared a bowl of soup. When she came out, the girl was tilting her head, quietly sniffing something. Her thin, worn face surprisingly showed a hint of satisfaction. Probably hearing the noise of her coming out, she opened her eyes, saw Ruan Yin, and blushed deeply. Then she looked down, nervously glancing at her feet. The girl wasn't wearing shoes, just barefoot on the ground. Ruan Yin pretended not to see and walked over with the pancakes. "Here, have something to eat." The smell of the pancakes was even stronger. The girl secretly took a couple of sniffs of the fragrant air. When she heard Ruan Yin speak, she looked up blankly, thinking she had misheard. Realizing this, she hurriedly shook her head. "I won't eat. My brother said everyone is having a hard time and I can't take others' things." Her voice was a bit urgent, clearer than before. Ruan Yin placed the pancakes on a small table. "Other people may have a hard time, but I am different." The girl seemed to be pondering what made her different, blinking her bright eyes. Ruan Yin said, "I am easy." The girl, "Huh? You don't know, I am a young educated person from the countryside. When I went to the countryside, I brought money with me. Also, the villagers say I am lazy. Am I easier to get along with than others? It seems like that." Sweet Girl thought about how, when she usually helped feed the pigs, people would secretly mention Ruan Jiqing. Everyone said she was lazy, the laziest woman in the village, and that brother Jiang Ran supported her. They said Ruan Jiqing only earned 2 work points a day for her chores. She could earn 4 points just by helping feed the pigs. But isn't being lazy considered a bad thing? Ruan Jiqing seemed pretty happy when she talked about it. Being lazy isn't good. Sometimes, people who say Ruan Jiqing is lazy also seem to envy her for not having to work. All these complicated thoughts made Sweet Girl's small mind confused. Ruan Yin wasn't sure what she was thinking. Hurry and eat. It smells so good. The aroma was everywhere, wafting into her mouth and nose. Sweet Girl knew Ruan Yin wasn't having a hard time, so she didn't feel guilty. She looked at the pancake, and her mouth was watering.
姐姐，我哥哥从昨天晚上就没吃饭了，我可以拿回家给哥哥吃吗？
Her big eyes were full of hope. Ruan Yin said, "No." The little girl couldn't hide her feelings and looked disappointed. Ruan Yin's heart almost melted. "Eat here first. I'll give you some later. Take this home to your brother, but secretly eat it at home. Don't tell anyone, understand?" Sweet Girl nodded obediently. A few days ago, her brother brought back some steamed buns, and she also ate them secretly. She reached out to grab the pancake, but Ruan Yin saw her dark, dirty hands. She was a bit particular about cleanliness and couldn't stand that. "Wash your hands first before eating." She took her to the water jar, poured water, and gave her the soap brother Jiang Ran usually used. "Use this to wash your hands carefully." Sweet Girl had never used soap before, not even soap, so she didn't know how to use it. Ruan Yin had no choice but to put soap on her hands and carefully rub them. The soap foam was black. While washing, Sweet Girl suddenly sniffed and said in a muffled voice, 姐姐，村里人都说你不好，我觉得他们说错了。 Ruan Yin changed the water for her and let her wash herself. She smiled and asked, "Where do you think they are wrong?" "You are very good. You are the most beautiful and kindest person I've ever seen," Sweet Girl said shyly. Ruan Yin also felt happy and said, "I think I'm pretty good too. Let's go. Wash your hands well and eat." Sweet Girl sat at a small table across from him, eating bread quickly. With each bite, she felt that losing her parents didn't hurt as much anymore. She ate 2 pieces of bread and drank a bowl of soup. Wan Yin placed the remaining piece of bread in a clay jar and also gave her a steamed bun to take home for the dog. Finally, she thought of her dark little hands and took the leftover soap scraps, telling her to wash her hands and bathe with it. After sending the girl away, Wan Yin looked at the meal she had originally prepared for Jiang Ran, which had all been sent out, and then started making more bread. By around 10 in the morning, she carried out the meal. It was hot lately, and during watering time, Jiang Ran was usually working in the fields. This work wasn't too tiring. When Wan Yin arrived, he was fixing the water outlet. Suddenly, someone in the field shouted, "Jiang Ran, your wife is here." Then there was a burst of laughter. Hearing this, she looked up and saw Wan Yin standing by the field. She quickly walked over. His tall body blocked her view, shielding her from sight. She handed him the meal and said, "You didn't eat this morning.
Here, have some."
Jiang Ran looked at what she brought and felt warm inside. Wan Yin was very kind to him, so much so that he didn't understand why, but he liked this kindness very much. He took the bread and saw her forehead beaded with sweat. The sun was already out by 10. "Go back quickly, don't get sunburned," he said. Wan Yin replied, "Jiang Ran, I want to go to the county town later." Jiang Ran agreed, "Bring more money with you." Both Jiang Ran and Wan Yin were good-looking. Jiang Ran's body could block anyone behind him from seeing Wan Yin, but not those in the neighboring fields. Is this food for Jiang Ran? People say Wan Yin liked Song Jiqing before, but I don't think so. Look at how happy they are now. If I didn't have to work in the fields every day, I'd be just as loving to my man. Rural folks have loud voices. Song Zimming heard everything clearly. Today, he finally came to work, and hearing such talk made him very annoyed. He couldn't help but look toward Wan Yin again. He had just seen her come over from afar and thought she was coming to see him. He almost got up, but it turned out she was looking for Jiang Ran. Could it be that Wan Yin really wanted to spend her life with that strong, simple man? Song Jiqing, now you can relax. No more nonsense from that scoundrel. Song Zimming smiled faintly and replied vaguely, "Yeah. I was only feeling a bit restless inside. I wanted to go ask Wan Yin about something, but when I saw Jiang Ran's tall figure, I changed my mind. He's much taller than me now, and I don't even know how he grew so tall. Right now, Wan Yin is pretending to be angry at me, but she might not even listen to me." Song Siming's eyes flicked around. He probably wouldn't listen to me either, but he would listen to his parents. Song Siming quickly stood up and said, "Oh, I have a stomach ache. I'll go back first." He hurried away. The people working in the fields looked at his back and made some dismissive comments. Stomach ache? He just doesn't want to work. Honestly, these young workers are all lazy. Besides reading a few words every day, Song Jiqing doesn't work as well as Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran can do the work of 2 strong laborers because his family isn't doing well. If his family was better and he looked good and worked hard, I would have introduced my niece to him long ago. That lazy woman doesn't deserve him. Hey, do you know why that lazy woman brought food to Jiang Ran? I heard she's planning to go to the county town again. No wonder she came to deliver food. That's just a sweet deal for Jiang Ran. He's really naive to agree to it. Who goes to the county town every day? Mingxia, why aren't you saying anything today? Usually, Zhou Mingxia criticizes Wan Yin, but she always feels that Wan Yin is trying to her man. Zhou Mingxia looked distracted. When she heard her name, she gave a vague smile, but her mind was thinking whether no one saw her that day. She thought for a while and couldn't figure out who might appear on the back hill. She subtly asked the workers around her, but didn't get any clear answers. Maybe she was overthinking. Zhou Mingxia steadied herself and looked at Wan Yin and Jiang Ran. She looks like a fox spirit, always trying to people. She tricked Jiang Ran into thinking she's naive. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold, sharp gaze fixed on her. It was as if a beast was staring at her. Zhou Mingxia looked up and saw Jiang Ran with a serious face. She panicked and quickly looked down again. Wan Yin delivered the food, and then left. The wild boar, Jiang ran, sold the whole thing to the glass factory. Wild boars aren't smoked, and they don't taste very good. She planned to go to the city to sell soap, then buy some meat on her way back. Jiang Ran's work is heavy, and she can't do without meat. The car to the county town had already left in the morning. Wan Yinyan was still thinking about how to get there when she saw a young man driving a donkey cart, with two young women sitting behind him. One was Su Yao, and the other was Zhou Weihong, a kind-hearted person from the youth camp. Wan Yinyan, are you going to the county town? Wan Yinyan hadn't had a chance to ask yet when Zhou Weihong called out to her first. Wan Yinyan asked, "How do you know that?" Before Zhou Weihong could speak, Su Yao interrupted, "I just went to the fields and passed by a few older women. They were saying you don't work and are going to the county town again, calling you lazy." Su Yao's tone carried a slight hint of mockery. Wan Yinyan didn't have a good impression of Su Yao. Last time, she claimed she forgot her things at the youth camp just as an excuse, but it was clear she was just trying to get Song Siming to call her over. Being called lazy by Su Yao made Wan Yinyan feel a bit annoyed, but Zhou Weihong was more anxious than she was. She hurried to explain, but she was honest and couldn't say much. Even when she managed to say a word, Su Yao, sharp-tongued, cut her off. Meanwhile, the person involved, Wan Yinyan, was smiling happily. "Su Youth, you're right, I am lazy." Su Yao was slightly stunned, looking at Wan Yinyan with a puzzled expression. How could Wan Yinyan be so shamelessly proud to admit she was lazy? She even seemed proud of it. Su Yao momentarily thought she had misjudged her. Wan Yinyan smiled again, and said, "There's no helping it. After all, I married Jiang Ran. He doesn't want me working in the heat, so he prefers I rest. He even lets me go to the county town to browse and buy food. If I don't go, he gets angry. I can't do anything about it. I'm not as hardworking as you, Su Youth." When she said this, her tone was full of helplessness. Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi, who was driving the cart earlier, burst out laughing. Su Yao was always competitive and eager to be the best. As the villagers said, she was even willing to fight for food. She used to be the most noticeable among the youth in the village, but everything changed after Wan Yinyan moved to the countryside a year ago. The young men who used to flatter her now all went to find Wan Yinyan, wanting to help her with chores. But Wan Yinyan only had eyes for Song Siming and ignored them all. Still, they were willing to help her. Being praised for being hardworking was a good thing, but Su Yao felt terrible about it. Like eating a dead fly, very disgusting. How could Wan Yinyan be so proud to call herself lazy? After marrying Jiang Ran, her confidence seemed to grow even more. Zhou Weihong, being a kind-hearted person, didn't want to see this scene. She looked uncomfortable, even though the person involved didn't seem bothered. She sat anxiously and said to Wan Yinyan, "Nian Nian, we're going to the commune. The distance from the commune to the county isn't far. Come on, you should come too." Wan Yinyan smiled kindly at Zhou Weihong and said, "Okay, thank you all." The person driving the car was a young, educated youth. Even though he knew that Wan Yinyan liked Song Siming and that she had now married Jiang Ran, his face still didn't look unkind. The young man smiled kindly and said, "Come on, get in. Su Jiqing, don't take up so much space alone. Move over a bit." Hearing this, Su Yao almost looked angry. These days, there weren't many skincare products. The educated youth were originally city people, but city folks couldn't handle working in the countryside for years. Now, Su Yao didn't look as fresh as when she first went to the countryside. The young man finished speaking and didn't pay attention to her. Wan Yinyan got into the car and sat down. At the same time, a bicycle left Dahu village heading straight for the post office. Wan Yinyan, Zhou Weihong, and the young educated youth Zhang Qi, who was driving ahead, casually chatted as they went. By noon, they reached the entrance of the commune. Wan Yinyan, Zhou Weihong, and Zhang Qi greeted each other and parted ways. Su Yao was completely ignored. She felt a bit uncomfortable and looked at Zhang Qi and Zhou Weihong, making sarcastic remarks. "She's so lazy, and she married Jiang Ran. Aren't you worried they'll get into trouble and drag you down?" Zhou Weihong wasn't good with words, and Zhang Qi thought that as a grown man, he didn't want to bother arguing with Su Yao, so he ignored her. This made Su Yao feel even more frustrated. She shook her head and went into the commune on her own. After walking a few steps, she saw someone she knew. The person was dressed in a neat, clean military green uniform, without a single patch. The person looked a bit more spirited. Su Yao's face darkened. Seeing Yang Guifan, she didn't even want to say hello, and just kept walking. Yang Guifan saw her and greeted her with a smile. Su Yao, why are you here? I just saw a figure. Was that Wan Yanyan? Yang Guifan said, glancing in the direction where Wan Yanyan had left. Yang Guifan used to be an unnoticed person at the educated youth point. She usually followed Wan Yanyan, so she ate well and dressed well. Now, for some reason, she had become a small official at the commune. It was unlikely that such a lucky break would happen to the ordinary Yang Guifan. Su Yao felt quite resentful and spoke bluntly, yeah, what? Do you want to go behind her back and flatter her? Hearing this, Yang Guifan's face changed quickly, but she soon steadied her emotions. We're all from the same brigade. Why speak so harshly? Are you here at the commune for something? Just as Su Yao was about to reply, Yang Guifan said, but it's not a good time now. Everyone here has finished work. Some have gone to the lower brigade to do chores. No one is available to see you. Come back this afternoon. After speaking, Yang Guifan nodded to Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi, then left. Zhang Qi sighed. Yang Guifan has only been working at the commune as an officer for half a month, but she already has that kind of attitude. Su Yao was very angry. She's just deliberately making things difficult for us. I don't believe there's no one else.
She walked inside.
People from the commune had gone to the brigade or to the county for meetings. The busy farming season was coming soon. The authorities said they would send more educated youth, and only Yang Guifan, who had just arrived, stayed at the commune. If Su Yao had been respectful to her, she might have been able to handle things smoothly. But because Su Yao was so arrogant, Yang Guifan knew she looked down on her. Hee. Wan Yanyan looked down on her too, but now they were not the same kind of people. Yang Guifan felt a bit disappointed because she just didn't see Wan Yanyan earlier. Wan Yanyan, who was being thought of, walked along a bumpy dirt road to the county town. The factories were probably already closed, and no one was in the alleys. She couldn't sell much. She wanted a ride, but it was noon, and only cicadas were singing. There wasn't even a donkey cart or a donkey's hair to see. Suddenly, she heard a familiar shout. Wan Jiqing, get in the car. Turning around, she saw Zhang Qi driving a donkey cart about 50 meters away. She blinked, and Zhang Qi waved the whip and came to her front. The people from the commune finished work, so no one's around. It's not far to the county town. We're planning to go for a walk. Wan Yanyan didn't hesitate and climbed onto the ox cart. She ended up in the same cart as Su Yao. Su Yao looked even worse than when she had just gotten off. Wan Yanyan guessed something had happened at the commune. She wasn't very interested, so she didn't ask. But Su Yao couldn't help but mock. Yang Guifan is already working as an officer at the commune. And you're still in the countryside. Aren't you jealous? The name Yang Guifan sounded familiar to Wan Yanyan. She deliberately tried to recall the original owner's memories and, after remembering, cursed silently. The original owner was hopelessly love-struck and often did foolish things, many of which were secretly stirred up by Yang Guifan. She encouraged the original owner, and she followed her as a close friend, giving her food and clothes. When she first went to the countryside, the brigade gave her 20 jin of sweet potatoes, but on the first day, Yang Guifan's flattering words tricked her into taking them. The reason she hadn't remembered this key person was because, when she transmigrated, Yang Guifan had just become a small officer at the commune. Others didn't know how Yang Guifan became a small officer, but she knew very well. The original owner bought a diamond watch for Song Siming when they went to the countryside. Yang Guifan had wanted it ever since she found out. When Song Siming got engaged to Lin Jingxin, the original owner was heartbroken. Taking advantage of this, Yang Guifan tricked her into giving the watch away. Later, Yang Guifan gave the watch to a local leader, which gave her the chance to move from the team to the commune as a small official. Wan Yanyan admires the original owner sincerely for this. She started working at age 15. After 3 years, Her family tricked her out of all her money. When Song Siming went to the countryside, she became infatuated and made a deal with her family. She would give them 20 yuan each month and keep the remaining 16 for herself. Over a year, she barely spent or bought anything, so she had less than 200 yuan. This money wasn't enough to buy a watch, but she sold her work to a relative for 800 yuan plus some tickets. However, most of that money was spent extravagantly on herself or was tricked away over the year. When Wan Yinyin traveled back in time, she checked the original owner's belongings and found only 20 or 30 yuan left. The money was gone, and she hadn't found someone she liked. Truly, she was a big fool of the 70s. When someone is both foolish and rich, there aren't many good people around. Many people around her had ulterior motives. Su Yao saw her silent and thought she was upset, so she kept talking. Wan Yinyin, annoyed, looked at her and said, "I have to work if I want to be a small official in the commune. At Jiang Rant's house, I don't have to work and can go to the county to buy food. Why should I envy comrade Yang Guifin?" She glanced at Su Yao and added, "You're so unhappy about this, but we don't know who's really jealous." Zhou Weihong, an honest person, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard Wan Yinyin. How did her words turn working hard into a good thing? But one person was calm, while the other's envy and jealousy almost became real. Anyone could see who truly envied Yang Guifin for becoming a small official in the commune. If you're jealous, just fight for it. The work in the commune isn't hard. Yang Guifin only has elementary school education, Wan Yinyin said, then turned away, too lazy to look at Su Yao. But a sly smile appeared in her eyes. Su Yao didn't bother to respond to Wan Yinyin. Yang Guifin only has elementary education but managed to become a small official in the commune. She had even attended middle school. She should be better than Yang Guifin. Why could she become an official and she couldn't? Su Yao's shallow mind was easy to read. Her thoughts were transparent to anyone paying attention. Wan Yinyin's fingers tapped on the wooden cart handle. The donkey cart moved very slowly. By noon, they had reached the county town. Wan Yinyin got off at a spot close to the factory. Zhou Weihong and Zhang Qi tried to persuade her to stay and explore the town together, but Wan Yinyin, who was there to sell soap, found a reason to part ways. Su Yao watched Wan Yinyin's back from the cart. So stingy, she says she wants to eat at a state-run restaurant. We're all from the same youth commune, but she won't share. Zhou Weihong didn't reply, thinking that normal people would avoid going to state-run restaurants, as everyone was struggling to eat these days. Zhang Qi, annoyed by her complaints, retorted, "If you're so generous, treat us to lunch today. It doesn't have to be a fancy state restaurant meal, just a couple of cheap fried buns will do. Why should I treat you?" Su Yao blurted out. Zhang Qi turned to look at her. Su Yao seemed to be choked by something, and after a moment, she said, "It's different. Wan Yinyin has money, but I don't. She has money, not because she owes you anything. Don't be shameless." "Zhang Qi, how can you talk like that?" The argument on the cart resumed. Zhou Weihong hurriedly tried to intervene. Wan Yinyin didn't know about these things. She had already arrived at a small alley. Before entering, she took a piece of cloth made to look like a mask and covered her face, letting her hair down to hide her features. Nearby, a factory had already finished work. Even the busy peak hours were over. Wan Yinyin's belongings didn't take up much space. She found a corner and waited for customers. With few visitors, her stall saw little activity. When most people had left, she had only sold 4 ordinary soaps and earned 2 yuan. While waiting, someone bent over and carried a basket to her side. "You sold out that day, and the next day, someone came looking for you." It was a few girls from the textile factory. "They came 2 or 3 days in a row, but you weren't here." Another one was from the clothing factory, and I heard she was a little leader. "She came several times, probably to see you." The person telling Wan Yinyin this was the small vendor who sold eggs last time. Wan Yinyin smiled. "Thanks. Things are busy at home, so I haven't been able to come to the town recently." The vendor squatted next to her. "The soap you sold me last time was really good." "Soap is in short supply. The Lighthouse brand from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative can only be bought with ration tickets, and it's yellow. But yours is better. I think the workers from the textile and clothing factories also want to buy more because of your soap. Selling things requires frequent visits. I saw that you're the only one selling soap in the market, and your products are very special. You should come more often. Then you won't have trouble selling. The vendor taught her some business tips. Ruanianian thanked him and asked if he still had eggs. There are only 12 left. Once they're sold, there will be none. Last time, Ruanianian bought about 10 eggs, gave half to her sister-in-law, and the rest she cooked and fried. She looked at the eggs in his basket and said, "Please give me the remaining ones." She paid him, and he gave her a small discount. It was good that someone in the market also shared news with him. She gave him some broken soap pieces, and both were happy. She took his eggs, and he didn't stay long. After saying goodbye, he left. Ruanianian waited a little longer until it was time for work. A group of people came, and she sold 8 more pieces. In total, she earned 6 yuan. Since she arrived late today, her harvest wasn't much. She held the 6 yuan and thought about buying 2 jin of meat. That would leave her with only 4 yuan after buying, and after deducting costs, she wouldn't have much money left. This couldn't go on. She needed to find another way to sell more. As she was about to leave the alley, she was bumped by a person with short hair. The person kept apologizing, sorry, and then ran into the alley as if in a hurry. Ruanianian checked her belongings. Nothing was missing, and her eggs weren't broken. She continued walking forward. A few dozen meters ahead, she heard someone panting and calling, "Comrade, comrade." The voice was urgent. When she turned her head to look, she didn't realize it was her. "Are you the soap seller?" The person called out. Ruanianian became alert. "What's wrong?" She started to jog after him. "Comrade, don't misunderstand. I just want to ask if you still have soap. I want to buy some. I work at the neighboring clothing factory. I've come several times but haven't met you. I heard someone in the workshop say you're here, so I rushed over." The woman was capable and spoke quickly, then bent over to catch her breath. Thinking of what the small egg vendor said, Ruanianian guessed this person wasn't an inspector. "How many pieces do you want?" she asked. The person thought for a moment. "Just 4 pieces for now." He took out 2 yuan, clearly knowing the market. Ruanianian took out some ordinary household soap, which was smooth and fine to the touch. Zhang Ping also liked it, paid for it, and she gave her some broken soap pieces. Just as she was about to leave, the person called out to her again. Her voice was urgent. Wan Yanyan turned back. "Is there anything else?" Zhang Ping took a deep breath. "When will you come back?" Wan Yanyan thought for a moment and said, "I'm in the countryside. Coming here is not easy, and I don't have much soap, so my visits are irregular." This uncertainty made Zhang Ping a bit disappointed. She quickly thought, "Then where should I buy soap in the future? Or, if I need some, I can leave a message with the young man who sells eggs, and you can find me at the clothing factory?" She had already bought 4 pieces of soap, which she wouldn't use up quickly. Plus, the vendor mentioned that this person had contacted her several times. Wan Yanyan sensed that there was nothing harmful in this, and the person didn't seem to have bad intentions. Wan Yanyan agreed. "All right." Zhang Ping finally relaxed. "Next time, just go to the clothing factory and ask for Zhang Ping in the purchasing department." Hearing her department, Wan Yanyan thought that the purchasing sector was not very prominent, but this industry has always been profitable, with many connections and intricate relationships. For someone like Wan Yanyan now, it's better to be friendly than to offend anyone. She smiled and replied, "Okay, you can take this too. Leave it for about 10 days. It's good for bathing or washing your face." Wan Yanyan handed her a piece of broken soap. Zhang Ping looked at the flower petals inside and could smell a faint floral scent through the soap, feeling satisfied. Wan Yanyan went to the market and bought 2 jin of pork. She wanted to buy some pork fat to make lard, but she arrived too late. The fatty pork was sold out early in the morning, leaving mostly ribs. These ribs had little fat and weren't selling fast, so she bought 2 jin of them. Her rice and flour supplies were running low, so she bought some more. Finally, she bought a crispy oil cake. At home, she and Jiang Ran each had one. It was still early, so she planned to take the village's bus back home. She also stopped at the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a round glass mirror with a red plastic frame. The original owner had one before, but when she found out that Song Siming and Lin Jingxin were engaged, she was so angry she broke the mirror. Thinking about what the original owner had done before, Wan Yinyan felt a little headache. She pushed those messy thoughts to the back of her mind. Once everything was bought, she went to find the place in Day Village where the donkey cart stopped to go to the county town. The old man who drove the cart was quite old. When Wan Yinyan arrived, he was smoking dry tobacco with a wooden pipe. Seeing her, his cloudy eyes showed some surprise. "Didn't you take the big team's car this morning?" "No, I came early this morning with people from the youth station. They have already gone back. I was thinking of taking the village's car to return." Wan Yinyan took out some candies and said, "Grandpa, you eat." The candy is wrapped in colorful paper, clearly a good treat. She continued, "Grandpa, if you don't want to eat, take it home for your grandchildren. Kids love this." Hearing this, the old man put the candy away. On the way back today, everything went much smoother, probably because of the candy. Someone on the bus tried to ask what she bought, but the driver in front scolded them to stop. When they arrived at Dea Village, Wan Yinyan asked the driver before getting off, "Grandpa, when will you go back to the county again?" People who were about to leave the bus heard her and felt a little sad. No one in the village goes to the county as often as Wan Yinyan. It's like she's returning home. The driver replied, "Soon the busy farming season starts. I'll go for a few more days, then stop. I go every morning. If you want to go, come to the village entrance after work."
Thank you, Grandpa.
In the village, the old man wasn't used to saying thank you, but when he heard this, he smiled twice. Wan Yinyan carried her cloth bag home. She just passed by after work, and everyone saw her bulging bag first. When they looked closer, they recognized her. They felt a mix of sourness and envy inside. Jiang arrived home and saw the rice soup made by the third family. It looked like there were only a few grains of rice in it, almost like water from washing pots. It was served with a small steamed bun, mostly yellow flour and little white flour, with only some green vegetables. Zhang Hui said sarcastically, "We're all family, but they eat meat and white flour every day, go to the county to buy food, and we eat this." Only Wan Yinyan from Day Village can go to the county to buy food. Su Lan suddenly slammed her bowl on the table and said, "Eat if you want, don't if you don't. If you don't want to eat, go clean the yard." Zhang Hui was shocked by her words and looked at her mother-in-law in disbelief. Su Lan said, "What family? Jiang Ran left 3 years ago. You don't know that, or are you saying the kids have nowhere to stay and want to live in Jiang Ran's house?" Jiang Ran was 15. He went to the brigade himself to ask for land and took Wang Lu and Old Third to build a house. Did you help even a little? Now his wife buys some meat, and you can't stand it. When they couldn't even get enough to eat, why didn't you say anything? Su Lan mentioned her younger son, feeling deep guilt. Her words were straightforward and unkind. Zhang Hui couldn't speak. Su Lan was still angry. "If you want to eat meat, ask your man to buy it for you. There's none here in the village. If you love eating or not, finish your meal and then wash the bowls and sweep the yard." Zhang Hui was scolded by her mother-in-law and felt so angry her heart almost exploded, but she couldn't refuse to eat. She bit her steamed bun, not sure if she was treating the bun like Wan Yan or like Su Lan. Wan Yan went home and made pork rib soup, stir-fried some spicy peppers with meat, and cooked soup. She bought oil-crisp baked buns from the county town. There was still about a pound of leftover meat. Wan Yan looked at Jiang Ran, who was tending the fire. "Do you want meat buns?" When Jiang Ran was young, his family wasn't like this. He had also eaten meat buns before, but he was too small then and had forgotten the taste. Seeing Wan Yan looking at him, he said, "Anything is fine. Whatever you make, I will eat." He wasn't picky about food. These days, no one is really picky. As long as they are full, it's good. Moreover, his wife cooked very well. Wan Yan planned herself. "Then I'll make some meat buns with the leftovers and a few meat rolls. That should be enough for a few days." Today's meal was very hearty, and Wan Yan ate more than usual. After dinner, she stretched her arms in the yard to digest, then steamed the buns and meat rolls again. Jiang ran washed his bowl, then thought for a moment, and went to boil some bath water for her. There was still more than a bowl of pork rib soup left in the pot, mostly meat. He took 2 freshly steamed meat rolls. Wan Yen Yen ran over. Take these to your mother and grandmother. After the incident with delivering braised pork last time, Jiang Ran knew she was sincere, but he didn't say anything about delivering the food. Wan Yen Yen didn't understand his mood swings. She poked her finger into his back. I asked you to give the meat to your mother and grandmother. Why are you unhappy? Look at this Dahan village. Who could marry such a beautiful and generous wife? Wan Yen Yen shamelessly praised herself. Her soft and coquettish words were in her ears, and her hands were moving around her. She was delicate but unruly, and somehow her hands slipped from his shoulders to his waist. Jiang Ran's breathing involuntarily grew heavier. On the verge of losing control, Jiang Ran held his breath and grabbed her hands that were igniting sparks everywhere, then pulled them away. Wan Yen Yen, who was trying to get a little advantage, also caught his hand. She reluctantly retracted her own and asked seriously, What's really wrong? The braised pork I sent last time, Grandma and Mother couldn't bear to eat it, so they shared it with others. Jiang Ran's face looked unhappy. Usually, he didn't care about the things he sent, but that meat was given by his wife. Ruyan Yen Yen frowned when she heard this. No wonder Jiang Ran didn't want to go deliver it this time. Thinking that if Zhang Hui ate the meat she sent, she wouldn't feel happy. Ruyan Yen Yen said, We can't finish all this, and with the hot weather, it might spoil by tomorrow morning. Let's still send it over. I'll go with you. We'll tell Mom and Grandma. If next time it's given to others again, then we won't send it anymore. Jiang Ran was slightly moved inside. He stood up and couldn't help but ask, Are you silly? His voice was soft and a little unclear. Ruyan Yen Yen's eyes were focused on his face. While admiring his handsome face, she didn't hear him clearly. What did you say? Jiang Ran didn't repeat himself. Instead, he filled some firewood into the stove and said, Let's go. Send it quickly so you can come back and take a shower. In the dark village, Jiang Ran held a bowl of pork rib soup in one hand and a flashlight in the other. Ruyan Yen Yen followed behind him. Jiang Ran, slow down. I'm scared, she called out. No one responded to her. Jiang Ran's steps slowed down naturally. She quickly caught up and complained, You're walking too fast. Give me the flashlight, or I'll be scared. Thinking back to the last time she insisted on carrying it herself, she knew she was a bit timid. Jiang Ran handed her the flashlight. She took it, noticing the residual warmth from his grip still on the aluminum shell. She took it, and before he could pull his hand back, she quickly grabbed it. Jiang Ran looked down at her. Ruyan Yen Yen smiled sweetly and said, Even holding the flashlight, I'm still scared. The ghost stories say that men have strong yang energy and aren't afraid of ghosts. If I hold your hand, I won't be scared. Some strange reasoning came from nowhere, but Jiang Ran didn't loosen his grip. However, Ruyan Yen Yen wasn't someone who knew when to stop. Seeing that Jiang Ran hadn't let go, her hand moved slightly, scratching his palm lightly. Softly, like a feather, tickling her heart. A few fingers tried to squeeze into his fingers one by one. Jiang Ran felt that most of his attention was on his right hand at that moment. Why was it getting hotter at night? Seeing her testing his bottom line, which kept lowering, Jiang Ran suddenly wrapped his big hand around her small hand completely. Be good. Ruyan Yen Yen stuck out her tongue. To avoid overstepping, she behaved herself this time and walked with Jiang Ran towards Jiang's house. The Jiang family's main gate was already closed. Jiang Ran knocked on the door. After a moment, a middle-aged man bent over and came out. Seeing Jiang Ran and Yuan Yin beside him, he asked, Why are you here so late? I'll go call your mother.
Come in.
The middle-aged man's face showed signs of age, but it was clear he was quite handsome in his youth. Compared to other villagers, he had a scholarly air. This must be her father-in-law, Yuan Yin thought. Just as she was about to greet him, the man turned to call his wife. Su Lan came out quickly. Why are you here so late? Come inside. It was quiet at night, and the sounds from the yard soon reached elsewhere. Wang Fengxia saw Yuan Niannian and Jiang ran and said while tidying up inside, "Fourth brother and his wife are here." A young man, who had been pretending to sleep, sat up in bed. "Fourth brother is here? I should ask if he caught anything on the back mountain recently. If he brings some food, it can help you regain strength." Seeing her husband about to go, Wang Fengxia quickly stopped him. "Don't go asking for anything. Fourth brother isn't like he used to be. He's married now. He just doesn't eat, and his wife doesn't eat either." Jiang Ming said, "Don't worry. I'll give him money when I see him. I don't need much, just enough for you to eat. If you don't eat well, what if the baby loses again?" Wang Fengxia had lost a child before. It was a boy, and the local doctor said it was due to poor nutrition. Hearing her husband mention this, she felt a pang in her heart, but said nothing. "Fourth brother and his wife probably came to see our parents. You should go later." Wang Fengxia glanced outside. Zhang Hui, who lived nearby, overheard the noise outside and was leaning against the window, buttocks sticking out. Zhang's second son saw him and asked, "Why are you sticking your out like that?" Zhang Hui turned to glare at her husband. "Your fourth brother and that fox spirit are here. Why are they coming so late? Still holding a bowl. Maybe they're here to ask for food?" Zhang's second son rolled his eyes. "Do we have anything to eat at home?" Zhang Hui thought so too, but then said, "You never know. Maybe your mother hid something good for her. Did you notice? I just mentioned today that the fox spirit goes to the county town every day to buy food. Your mother looked at me like I was crazy." "Your mother just favors the fourth brother," she added. Zhang's second son was too tired to argue with her. Zhang Hui kept watching from the window. Wan Niannian and Jiang Ran carried meat into the house. Sulan was surprised and grabbed Niannian's arm. She said, "You can eat it yourselves if you bring it home, but don't bring more next time." Niannian replied, "We've already eaten. This is specially sent for you. Mom, Dad, and Grandma, you're older, so you should eat more meat to stay healthy. Otherwise, you'll get sick." Jiang Ran looked at the person talking to Sulan. He didn't say much, just like with his own parents. This time, he spoke briefly. "This is for you to eat. Don't share it with others, or next time Niannian won't send anything. Last time, your eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law saw it. They said kids are growing and your grandma, and I think so too." Sulan looked at her son with a scowl. "All right, no more sending this time." Jiang Ran's face eased a little. "Then we'll go back first." He was about to leave. Niannian, who was just there to deliver the food, quickly said to her mother-in-law, "We're leaving." She followed behind Jiang Ran. Sulan was about to complain to her husband about her young son, but suddenly remembered something. She patted her thigh in worry and hurried after them. "Wait, Jiang Ran, Niannian, wait a moment. I have something to tell you." Niannian and Jiang Ran both turned around, surprised to see Sulan. Sulan said, "Here's the thing. You two got your marriage certificate and tied the knot. Our family doesn't have much to celebrate, but we can't let Niannian be wronged. Your dad and I discussed it. Before the autumn harvest, we want the family to have a meal together. What do you think?" Niannian, with no busy work, had no problem. "It depends on Jiang Ran's schedule." Jiang Ran thought for a moment. "How about the day after tomorrow evening? Just a family meal, no outsiders." Sulan smiled helplessly and explained to Niannian, "Niannian, don't think it's not lively. It's just family. Since our situation is like this, no one else will come, so Jiang Ran said no outsiders." "It's okay, Mom. I don't like big gatherings either. Just a family meal is fine." After Sulan left, only 2 people were at the door. Jiang Ran looked at the woman beside him. "I'm sorry if I made you feel wronged. You're right here with me." "How could I feel wronged?" Niannian said happily. Jiang Ran, a charming little liar who sweet talks. Even if he couldn't tell whether her words were true or false, Jiang Ran still believed her and felt very happy inside. Wan Niannian doesn't feel wronged at all. If she had married in her past life, Lady Lu Xingyun would have thrown her a grand wedding with 10 miles of red decorations. More than enough. But times are different now. Few people in Day Village can afford to eat well, and considering Jiang Ran's family situation, she can't ask for much. Having Jiang Ran with her is enough. The moonlight softly shines down. The two walk home side by side without speaking, and today's atmosphere feels strangely good. The moonlight seems a little flirtatious. Wan Yinyin can't hold back anymore and quietly says, Jiang ran. I've decided. Our family now has nearly 200 yuan, enough to take care of the little one. Her words are clear. Jiang Ran's heart seems to be burning with fire. He stays silent. Wan Yinyin hints clearly, but he still doesn't react. She can't hold back anymore and pulls on Jiang Ran's arm. Did you hear what I said? Jiang Ran replies. Wan Yinyin asks, did you understand? Jiang Ran simply says, go home and take a bath. Just as he finishes speaking, a shadow coughs and steps out from the left front with a flashlight. Fourth brother, it's me. The figure approaches, and seeing her youngest brother with a stern face, he awkwardly says, I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. Wan Yinyin thinks to herself, what do you mean you didn't hear anything? She's usually thick-skinned, but now she blushes a little. Jiang Ran asks, why are you here? Jiang Xiaoran, I'm your third brother. Is this how you talk to your older brother? Jiang Ming complains. Jiang Ran, tired of him, looks at Wan Yinyin and says, let's go home. Jiang Ming gets anxious. Hey. Fourth brother, third brother, can you calm down? I came to see you about something. Jiang Ran stops and looks back. Jiang Ming touches his nose and honestly explains his purpose. If you catch any wild chickens or rabbits, just give me some meat soup. Don't worry, I'm asking for your third sister-in-law. I won't eat any myself. I'm just worried. Hearing this, Jiang Ran nods.
Got it.
Anything else? No, nothing else. Jiang Ran immediately turns around, and Wan Yinyin quickly follows. Third brother is quite good to third sister-in-law. Jiang Ran frowns. There's plenty of meat left for you. Wan Yinyin doesn't understand how Jiang Ming being nice to third sister-in-law relates to how much meat is left. You and your third brother have a pretty good relationship. Their tone of conversation just now was casual. If they didn't get along well, they wouldn't speak like that. My third brother is less than 2 years older than me. When we were young, he played with me, so we are closer. My older brothers are much older than me. Wan Yinyin and Jiang Ran chat casually, and she learns that Jiang Ming and Wang Fingxia grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Even when Jiang's family was in trouble, Wang Fingxia still married Jiang Ming without hesitation. They had a child, but she lost the baby at 6 months due to poor nutrition, so she is especially careful about this pregnancy. As she gets closer to her home, Wan Yinyin feels more excited and loses interest in asking about others. Once home, she says, I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Ran watches her run into the yard, clears his throat, and his Adam's apple moves in the dark. His wife is willing to have children with him. Jiang Ran goes inside. The hot water in the pot is still warm. He fills a large wooden tub with water, pouring it in bucket by bucket. Steam rises, making it hard for Wan Yinyin to see Jiang Ran clearly. The mist oddly makes her feel a bit shy. She says, want to take a bath together? This tub is pretty big. Jiang Ran almost runs away in a hurry. Wan Yinyin watches him leave, muttering, coward. It's not that she's too bold. Inside, she relaxes comfortably in the bath. Outside, Jiang Ran is also bathing, using the soap her wife gave him, washing twice. Though he's washing with cold water, a mist always appears in front of him, blurring his face. The more he washes, the warmer he feels. They usually lie on the same wooden bed, but today feels a bit different. Jiang Ran just finished filling the wooden tub and has a light sweat on his forehead. His short hair is damp. Wan Yinyin doesn't have much experience, and it seems she's serious this time. She tries to make conversation. It would be nice if there was a house just for bathing, so we wouldn't have to carry water back and forth, and the floor wouldn't get wet every time. Jiang Ran responds with a simple Suddenly, there's a creaking sound. He sits on the bed, making a noise that usually wouldn't be loud, but today it's much louder. Wan Yinyin gets up to tidy the bedding, though there's really nothing to fix. She just wants something to do. Thinking about her bold words while bathing, Jiang Ran feels he's not brave enough, and she's no stronger than him, just stubborn with her words. He can't help but chuckle softly. Ruyan Yen Yen suddenly stiffened. A large hand had already fallen on her waist, and her hot, hard back was completely wrapped around her. A strong arm wrapped around her waist, and a rough, calloused hand touched her slender waist. Both of them shivered. Jiang Ran's voice was low and hoarse. "Who's not brave?" His husky voice seemed to tug at her heartstrings. Ruyan Yen Yen had long suspected his intentions. They had been through this before, and everything seemed to be falling into place now. Their eyes met. Her soft, white arms boldly stretched out, and she tilted her head, boldly staring at his lips. Outside, the moonlight was as cold as ever, but inside the house, it felt like the height of summer. The wooden floor creaked with a squeak. But in their eyes, only each other existed. They had no time for anything else, and their breathing and heartbeat filled the air. Snap. At the Jiang family, Jiang Ming couldn't hide his smile. Wang Fingxiao looked at her husband with a frown. "Are you so happy?" Jiang Ming said, "You don't know. My fourth brother has always looked serious, like someone owes him 800 yuan. I've never seen him shy before. So he's afraid of a woman's teasing." Wang Fingxia thought of Ruyan Yen Yen's adorable look. She thought, my fourth brother, that cold-faced man, isn't afraid of teasing from women, but maybe he's afraid of Ruyan Yen Yen teasing him. Yes, with her delicate appearance and always smiling eyes, even women couldn't resist her teasing. Wang Fingxia said, "Stop talking about this. If your fourth brother finds out, you'll get scolded again." Before speaking, she took some money from a small cloth pouch. "Take this money to your fourth brother. When he eats meat, I can also feel at ease." Jiang Ming said, "It's too late now, let's do it tomorrow." Tomorrow, if the eldest or second sister-in-law see this, they'll start gossiping again. "Better to do it tonight when it's dark and they can't see," Wang Fingxia said helplessly. Jiang Ming understood his eldest and second sister-in-law's personalities. Both families had 2 and 3 sons respectively. They all feared being taken advantage of, and even small matters could turn into storms. Jiang Ming sighed helplessly. "You go to sleep first. I'll go out for a bit and come back soon." He quietly left. Outside was very dark, but he was used to walking these village roads. When he reached the door, he saw that Jiang Ran's house was closed. He habitually climbed over the wall. As soon as he entered, he suddenly heard a loud, sharp sound. Bang! For a moment, Jiang Ming was so startled that he jumped up. When he looked around, everything seemed normal, and the sounds appeared to come from inside the room. Jiang Ming was about to ask what had happened when he heard a woman's voice from inside. "Jiang Ran, did the bed collapse?" There was a hint of disbelief and doubt in her voice. "Jiang Ming." Late at night, after a meal, a man and a woman lying on the bed. How could the bed possibly break? Jiang Ming was married, and thinking about it made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He was here to deliver money, and he knew the place well, having climbed over the mud wall. Inside, the kerosene lamp was burning. Wan Yanyan was being held protectively in Jiang Ran's arms. She was still a bit confused. How did the bed break? In an emergency, Jiang Ran reacted quickly and protected her. Now, he also responded faster, carefully looking at his wife in his arms. "Are you hurt?" Wan Yanyan shook her head.
"No."
Jiang Ran, did we break the bed? Jiang Ran looked a bit uncomfortable. "I'll fix it." He picked up Wan Yanyan, whose clothes were still messy, and, seeing her, he took another jacket and put it on her. "Sit here and rest first." The bed legs were broken, the wood splintered, with sharp edges pointing up. The wooden slats in the middle of the bed were also broken in 2 places. Wan Yanyan thought that when Jiang Ran sat down, the bed made warning sounds. But it wasn't because they were eager to have children. They completely ignored these issues. By the time dinner was about to start, they had forgotten everything again. Wan Yanyan thought about it and covered her face with her hand, unable to help blushing. She wondered what all this was about. Why was it so difficult? Jiang Ran, shirtless, was fixing the bed by nailing the legs back together. After working for over half an hour, he shook the bed.
"Done. Go to sleep now."
Sleeping here just meant sleeping. This bed couldn't handle any more trouble. Wan Yinyan, who was always clumsy, poked Jiang Ran's chest. What's wrong with this bed? Jiang Ran's bed was the one he used at Jiang's house, about 10 years old. Usually they didn't move much, and it only creaked occasionally. But this time, with bigger movements, it collapsed. Thinking about the sudden incident, Wan Yinyan asked, "Are you hurt?" Jiang Ran replied, "No. Let me check." She reached out to look, but Jiang Ran couldn't help but hold her wrist, pulling her into his arms. He softly said, "Go to sleep." Still want to continue? There was no way to continue with that bed. Wan Yinyan didn't want to relive what just happened, so she silently withdrew her hand. The next day, when Wan Yinyan woke up, Jiang Ran was no longer beside her. Outside, a gentle breeze was blowing, and the sky looked a bit gloomy, as if it might rain. Wan Yinyan put away her soap and herbs that she had hung in the shade and brought them inside. Although it was cool today, it wasn't a good day to go to the county town. She drew a flower pattern for a mold, planning to see if a skilled carpenter in the village could make it. She hadn't gone far when she encountered a group of people surrounding someone. At first, she didn't pay much attention and was about to pass by when suddenly someone called out to her, "Nyanyan." Wan Nyanyan turned her head and saw a person walking toward her with a smile, trying to gently take her arm. She dodged away, and Yang Guifan's smile froze for a moment. "Nyanyan, what's wrong? We haven't seen each other for half a month, and you're acting distant." Yang Guifan lowered her voice. "I know what's been happening to you recently. I told you to find someone to casually tease Song Siming, so he would see you and pay attention to you. Why did you really marry Jiang Ran? Did he make things difficult for you? Don't worry, I work as an officer at the commune now. I have more connections. If you're feeling wronged, just tell me. I can report it to the Women's Federation. As long as you're sure Jiang Ran is bullying you, I can report him. One report and he'll be gone from your life." Yang Guifan looked genuinely kind, but Wan Yinyan frowned. She thought, what a sneaky trick. "No need," Wan Yinyan said coldly. Yang Guifan always felt that today Wan Yinyan wasn't as warm as before. "Yinyan, don't be mad at me. It's just that I've been so busy with work at the commune lately that I haven't had time for you. Don't worry, only Song Siming deserves you. I'll definitely help you get him. You don't know, life at the commune hasn't been easy for me either. They look down on how I dress, and I don't get enough to eat. They always bully me. Nyanyan, I remember you have a red coat. Could I borrow it to wear?" The original owner did have a red coat she never wore. She thought about wearing it when she married Song Siming. As for why Wan Yinyan didn't wear red, it was because she didn't like the color. Yang Guifan really dares to ask for anything. Wan Yinyan glanced at her military green outfit. "Alright, but if you want to borrow something, you should return what you've borrowed first." Yang Guifan suddenly had a bad feeling. "That outfit on you is borrowed from me, and that blue silk jacket is also mine. By the way, where is my watch?" Wan Yinyan looked at Yang Guifan with a clear voice and said, "People say if you borrow something, you should return it. You haven't given me back what you borrowed before. Since you're here today, can you give it to me now?" Yang Guifan had lowered her voice when talking to Wan Yinyan, but Wan Yinyan spoke loudly, without restraint. Suddenly, the people who had been talking to Yang Guifan turned their attention toward them. Yang Jiqing said her clothes were sent from her family, right? Why does Wan Yinyan sound like she's claiming the clothes are hers? Yang Jiqing has been with our team for 3 years. During the hardest 2 years, did you ever see her family send her clothes? It was only after Wan Jiqing came that she could wear clothes without patches. Su Yao didn't expect Wan Yinyan and Yang Guifan to have a disagreement. She didn't like either of them. She smiled and said, "We share a dorm. The clothes are definitely Wan Yinyan's. No one in Dahu village likes Wan Jiqing, except Yang Jiqing, who follows her around every day. Isn't it just because they want her money or her food?" Yang Guifan usually kept a low profile and was cautious in her dealings. When faced with such a dilemma, she turned her head and glared at Su Yao. "Su Jiqing, Wan Yinyan, and I are good friends. Don't talk nonsense." Su Yao looked down on Wan Yinyan and Yang Guifan. She usually appeared kind, but in reality, she was very petty. She said, "Who's talking nonsense? Do you dare to say that the clothes you're wearing aren't Wan Yinyan's?" Do you dare to say you haven't eaten her food? Why not call everyone in the dorm over to ask? She then really went to call someone. Zhou Weihong, come here and tell us. Zhou Weihong was pulled forward by Su Yao, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Usually, whether at the Jiqing site or in Dahu village, she was invisible, with a shy face and blushing. Su Yao was domineering. Speak up. Zhou Weihong looked at Yang Guifin and then at Wan Yinyan, but finally dared not look at anyone. She lowered her head and said, she borrowed Wan Yinyan's clothes, her snow cream, and food. I don't know about anything else. After speaking, she seemed to realize she had made a mistake and hid behind. No one paid attention to the shy Zhou Weihong anymore. The crowd was in an uproar, all looking at Yang Guifin. Yang Guifin usually seems pretty good.
She probably isn't like this.
Knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. Do you think Yang Guifin has been lying all along, or has Zhou Weihong been lying? At this point, everyone fell silent. Zhou Weihong usually worked hard in the fields, and she was willing to put in effort. She was shy when interacting with others.
Lying?
It seems that lying to her might be more uncomfortable than working in the fields. Yang Guifin was trying to show off her new role as an official and stand out from others when she stopped Wan Yinyan. However, the situation that unfolded was completely unexpected, and she became flustered. You misunderstood me. I only borrowed Nyanyan's things. I will return them. Su Yao was an unexpected surprise and did a great job. She didn't need to put in any effort. Just by doing this, she made Yang Guifin's image in everyone's mind worse. Wan Yinyan felt happy and smiled at Su Yao. While Su Yao was still happy about revealing Yang Guifin's true nature, she felt a bit tense when she saw Nyanyan smile. She had damaged Nyanyan's feelings for Yang Guifin, so why was Nyanyan still smiling? But Nyanyan was already ignoring her. Yang Jiqing, since you said you would return my things, just give them to me today. Before, Nyanyan was naive, only seeing song siming, and she thought everything she was tricked into taking was hers. She didn't want to give anything back. Yang Guifin quickly looked for an excuse. Nyanyan, Yang Guifin, I believe you won't say it, but you've put those things at the commune, Nyanyan said. If they're at the commune, then you probably never plan to return them to me. Nyanyan cut off her excuse. She looked around at the young workers. Since I came to Dea village, I've known Yang Jiqing. I believe she's not someone who borrows and doesn't return things. Why don't we all go with me and Yang Jiqing to the youth station to witness? Don't misunderstand Yang Jiqing. No matter the era, people like to watch the excitement. Everyone started making noise and heading to the youth station. Yang Guifin was almost dragged along. Her usual calm was gone. Sweat appeared on her forehead. At the youth station, she found each piece of clothing she had borrowed from Nyanyan. Some of these were said to be sent from her family, which made everyone look at her with strange expressions. Yang Guifin, who usually showed enthusiasm, kindness, diligence, and politeness in the village, had a good reputation. People even thought she was good friends with Nyanyan. If she wasn't extremely good, how could she tolerate Nyanyan's temper, personality, and mind? But now, she looked completely different. Everyone's thoughts varied, and many grew suspicious of Yang Guifin. Grinding her teeth, Yang Guifin returned the clothes to Nyanyan. Here are your clothes. Ruyan Nyanyan said, I won't mind some of the food, and you've been wearing many of these clothes for a year, so I won't complain. But what about my diamond brand men's watch? The diamond brand men's watch? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. That must be worth quite a lot, over 100. Did Ruyan Nyanyan lend it? You should say Yang Guifin dared to borrow it, and she didn't return it. Is she trying to hide it? Yang Guifin's face was anxious and sweating. Her cheeks flushed. Nyanyan, can I give you that watch another day? She had already traded the watch for a job. No, she couldn't take it back now. She didn't have the money to buy another one. Yang Guifin shook her head and said, I didn't take your watch.
I didn't take it.
Nyanyan, did you lose that watch? Don't wrongly accuse me. Yang Guifin's eyes nearly filled with tears. Ruyan Nyanyan couldn't help but laugh. Her acting was quite good. No wonder she fooled the original owner completely, and she managed to benefit everywhere while making the people of Dea village think she was a good person. Compared to her, the original owner's mind was even less sharp than a wild boar on the back mountain. Watching her cry so sincerely, Nian took a few steps forward and softly spoke. "The watch is with Director Jiang." Her voice was light, only the two of them heard it. Yang Guifen's face turned from flushed to deathly pale. How did Nian know about this? She hadn't told anyone. Even after trying hard to calm herself, Yang Guifen's pupils still showed fear. If you want people not to know, you must not do it yourself. Nian took a step back and said, "Yang Jiqing, when can you give me the watch? Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do." If Nian reported her, not only would she lose her job, but she might also be sent for re-education, making her life even harder than now. If Nian took the watch and didn't mind, she could still be her little assistant, and life would be much easier in the long run. Yang Guifen quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind. "Look, I thought you forgot." "I forgot? I left the watch at the commune." "The watch is old now. How about I give you money?" Nian smiled and said, "All right, I bought the watch for 120 yuan. You give me the money and also the receipt." Yang Guifen looked at her slender, fair, and uncalloused hand stretched out in front of her. Her face hesitated. "Nian, I don't have that much money right now. Can I pay you back slowly?" Nian hadn't spoken yet, but everyone already chuckled quietly at her shameless words. Su Yao still remembered how Yang Guifen had scowled at her yesterday at the commune entrance. If you don't have money, don't take others' things. If you take something and don't want to pay, people in the commune will find out, and you won't be able to work here anymore. Su Yao's voice was sharp and harsh, which annoyed Yang Guifen greatly. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't be in this difficult situation. Yang Guifen looked at Nian with pleading eyes. "Nian, I really don't have that much money." Tears fell as she spoke. Seeing her cries so hard, the people who had been joking now felt a bit soft-hearted. "Nian, you also have money. Just let her pay it back slowly. Over 100 yuan, where can she get so much money quickly? Plus, there's a ticket, an industrial ticket. How many of us young people sent to the countryside have one?" Nian also knew that Yang Guifen didn't have that much money. All right. Yang Guifen looked at her in surprise, as if she hadn't expected her to be so easy to talk to. She always knew Nian was a bit simple. "Write me an IOU, sign your name, and everyone will see it. I'll give you 7 days. If you don't pay me back in 7 days, I'll go to the commune to find your director." I heard there's a director named Jiang. Everyone thought Nian was there to ask for money, but Yang Guifen knew she was there to report her. Yang Guifen clenched her teeth. "Fine, I'll write you an IOU." These days, money was hard to come by, and it was unlikely she would get it back soon. Now, she had 2 IOUs. Nian looked at the IOU Yang Guifen wrote, making sure it was okay. "Thanks, everyone. I have some other things to do now, so I'll leave first." As she was leaving and passing Su Yao, she faintly sighed. "I don't know where that watch worth over 100 yuan went. I'd rather pay money or a ticket than lose my watch." Su Yao listened thoughtfully. Yes, Yang Guifen was usually careful and serious, so her watch definitely wasn't lost. It was a men's watch. She couldn't even wear it. Maybe she gave it to her partner? No, she hadn't heard of Yang Guifen having a partner. Her work was also strange. Could she have given the watch as a gift? Thinking of this, Su Yao was stunned and opened her mouth in surprise. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, why would Yang Guifen do such a thing? Nian left the youth camp and continued to look for the village carpenter. The old carpenter had inherited his craft from his ancestors. Usually, he earned a little money by making tables and stools for the village. His life was better than many others in the village. When Nian arrived, he was working on a stool. "Grandpa Jiang, I want to ask you to make something." In Day Village, the main family names are Jiang and Lin, with some Zhangs and Yes. The old man's ears seemed not very good, so Nian called him 3 times before he turned around. Nian said, "Grandpa, look at this design. Can you make it?" The old man took it, squinted at the drawing, and looked at it for a while. These days, no one makes such detailed things. Are you making mooncakes? Wan Yin was a little surprised, then realized he had mistaken her soap mold for a mooncake mold. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, she replied, yes. People are more particular now, the old man sighed. When I was young, only wealthy families in the county cared about these things. But now life is better, no one is starving. Hearing the old man sigh, Wan Yin agreed that life is better now and thought it will be even better in the future. Grandpa, can you make this for me? Yes, but it will be slow. If you're not in a hurry, come back in 2 days to pick it up. It looks small and detailed for Mao. Wan Yin thought for a moment. Grandpa, give me 5 of these. That's 2 yuan. I'll come back in a few days to get them. When she heard she wanted 5, the old man's cloudy eyes sparkled. On the way home after paying, it started drizzling. Wan Yin held an old piece of clothing over her head and jogged home. The village ground became muddy when it rained. When she arrived home, she saw a small figure standing at the door. Sweet girl, why are you here? Sweet girl's big, innocent eyes lit up when she saw Wan Yin, full of joy. Sister, you're back? My brother asked me to bring you milk, but today there's not much. Wan Yin didn't know how long she had been waiting there. Her clothes were wet, and she looked at the small jar of goat milk. She reached out to take it. Let's go inside first. She naturally took Sweet Girl's hand. Sweet Girl didn't expect her small body to stiffen, and her face turned red. She silently followed Wan Yin. Wan Yin poured hot water for her, wanted to find her some clothes, but after searching around, she couldn't find any suitable for a child. She decided to cover her with a large adult shirt. Don't wait outside in the rain next time, or you'll catch a cold, understand? Sweet Girl obediently nodded, looking at the shirt covering her, feeling warm inside. Sister, my brother is still waiting at home. I need to go back, she said, taking off the shirt. Wear this, sister. These clothes are not for me to wear. Although I wore the original owner's clothes, Yang Guifan has worn them before, and I feel a bit uncomfortable. The clothes that Tianyo is wearing are not suitable, so it's better if I give them to her. Tianyo looks over the clothes carefully. They are all good, with no patches. She looks at Wan Yin in disbelief and asks, Sister, are you really not going to wear these clothes anymore? They're still in good condition. Wan Yin replies, Yes, I really don't want to wear them. If you don't want them, I will give them to someone else. In this village, only you call me sister. Others say I am lazy. The sister is not lazy. She is very good. The child's voice is soft and a little childish, with a sweet smile and dimples that make her very adorable. Wan Yin laughs and says, Come on, sister will take you back. Wan Yin puts on a coat and holds it over her head, also helping Tianyo with her bag. Both of them walk forward, slightly leaning on each other. Today, all of Yang Guifan's clothes were taken by Wan Yin, and she was looked at with strange, unkind eyes by the young people she had been close to for years. She no longer wanted to stay in Dea village. Under the rain, riding a borrowed bicycle, she was about to leave when she saw 2 figures, one big, one small, in the drizzle. The clothes she was so careful not to get dirty or torn were now being worn by Wan Yin, who was shielding herself from the rain with her head. Her favorite military green coat was now on the head of a wild child who looked like a beggar. Why does Wan Yin treat her this way? Why does she deliberately humiliate her? Yang Guifan felt a lot of resentment inside and wanted to go and ask Wan Yin about it. She clenched her teeth and forced herself to hold back. Wan Yin had changed. If anyone in Dea village knew Wan Yin best, Yang Guifan believed it was herself. Her shallow ignorance, lack of brains, and stubbornness were all focused on song siming. Today, Wan Yin suddenly seemed to have become smarter. The issue with the watch hadn't been resolved yet, and Yang Guifan was afraid Wan Yin would bring up the IOU again. She pushed her bicycle wheel harder. Wan Yin didn't recognize that the person riding the bike in the rain was Yang Guifan. She took Tianyo home and said, You can wear these clothes. I'll find someone to alter them so they fit you. Tianyo was stunned and shook her head repeatedly. Sister, no need. These are perfect. I don't want anything else. She lowered her head and said, Brother said he brought milk because you give the most food, so he sent me to deliver it. It's not because of wanting clothes or other things. The little girl's voice was shy. I don't want anything. She was afraid that if she visited too often, Wan Yanyan would stop liking her. Hearing this, Wan Yanyan's heart softened. In her previous life, she was an only child, and although she had a close friend who had a baby, that child was spoiled by both families and mischievous like a monkey, not as obedient as this one. I am willing to give you this, she said with a smile. If the sweet girl doesn't want it, I can give it to other children. She explained, this dress was worn by someone I don't like, so I won't wear it anymore. If you don't mind, I can have it altered to fit you and your brother. If you don't like it, I can give it to other children. All of her sister's clothes were still new, and they were the newest clothes the sweet girl had seen. She hurriedly said, I don't mind, I don't mind. After saying that, she looked as if she was asking for something, her small face scrunched up, unsure of what to do. Wan Yanyan said, all right, sister has other things to do. You stay at home and wait patiently for your brother. She said goodbye to the sweet girl and left. The girl was still standing at the door, watching her figure, her eyes slightly red. No one had ever been so kind to her before. The people in the village were all lying. After leaving the sweet girl's house, Wan Yanyan went to the Jiang family. Despite the drizzling rain, she headed there. When she arrived, the old lady was sitting under the eaves, fiddling with a piece of string. Seeing her, the old lady said, Yanyan is here. Come, come, sit with grandma. She then directed her great-grandson, go help your fourth aunt carry a stool. Wan Yanyan quickly said, no need. I came to see third sister-in-law about something. She took a few candies out of her pocket and said, come here, one for each of you. She had visited the Jiang family several times, but had never seen the eldest sister-in-law. Last time, she saw her little son, who was only 3 years old. This time, the older children were also there around 6 or 7 years old. When she handed out candies, the boy obediently said, thank you, fourth aunt. As soon as the eldest brother spoke, the other brothers also said, thank you, fourth aunt. Although Wan Yanyan didn't like Zhang Hui, she didn't mind giving them candies, especially since they politely said thank you. She distributed candies to each of them. Wang Fingxia also came out. Little sister-in-law has arrived, she said. Stay inside. It's wet outside, and you might slip, Wan Yanyan replied and hurried over. Third sister-in-law, I have something to discuss with you, she said. Wang Fingxia looked a bit puzzled, wondering what Wan Yanyan needed. She put down a few old clothes and asked, third sister-in-law, could you help me alter these clothes into smaller sizes for children? As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Fingxia's gaze immediately fell on Wan Yanyan's belly. Yuan Yanyan reacted helplessly. You misunderstood. It's not me who used it, but I fixed it for someone else. The villagers' nutrition isn't good, so I've been asking Go Dan, who raises sheep, for some sheep milk. There's not much reward in it. I won't wear these clothes anymore, so I decided to turn them into fitting clothes for the two of them. Wang Fengxia clearly knew about Go Dan's family situation. They're 2 poor children. Okay, I'll help you fix them. Yuan Yanyan took out a bar of soap. Keep this. You can use it for washing your face, bathing, or laundry. Wang Fengxia looked at the smooth, white soap and hurriedly said, that looks expensive. I don't want it. Making a few clothes is easy, and your brother is also asking for food. I don't feel right accepting it. One thing at a time. I can't make clothes, and there might be more trouble later. In the end, Wang Fengxia didn't refuse Yuan Yanyan. When Yuan Yanyan arrived, the rain wasn't heavy. By noon, it was pouring harder, and she couldn't go out. Zhang Hui, soaked like a drowned rat after work, came home and saw Yuan Yanyan sitting on a small stool, twisting rope with the old lady. Her 3 sons were also around Yuan Yanyan, talking to her more affectionately than with her. Suddenly, Zhang Hui got angry. Big Dawa, Dawa, Sandawa, what are you 3 doing? The 3 children, hearing their mother shout, hadn't even realized what they'd done wrong and instinctively stood up. The eldest and second didn't dare speak, and the youngest, confused, said, Mom, little aunt said we need to go to school and learn. Little aunt knows a lot. Zhang Hui only knew a few words, and her words hit her sore spot. She yelled, "Learn what? Go back inside. If you catch a cold from the wind later, will she pay for your doctor?" The children, afraid of Zhang Hui, didn't want to leave, but still walked away. Zhang Hui looked at Yuan Yan with a forced smile and said, "Why is Ji Qing still here? It's already noon. Are you planning to eat here? Our food isn't good. Don't choke yourself." The old lady couldn't stand it anymore. She threw down the rope and looked up at Zhang Hui. "You brat, come and take care of your wife." Yuan Yan remained calm despite Zhang Hui's sarcastic tone. When she heard the old lady call her name, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. The nickname for Jiang Ran's second brother was too funny. She didn't even know what his real nickname was. Jiang Er was already 30. When he heard his nickname at the door, he was so scared his legs went weak. Jiang Ming, who had just finished work, couldn't help but smile. "Quick, second brother, Grandma is calling you." Jiang Er mustered his courage and went over. The old lady's face was cold. "Take your wife back and stop her from talking nonsense." After speaking, she didn't look at Zhang Hui and said to Wan Yinyan, "This rain seems like it won't stop soon. Maybe we should eat here." Wan Yinyan replied, "No, Jiang Ran is waiting for me at home." Second brother Jiang quickly pulled his wife and said, Why do you always upset Grandma? She's old. If she gets too angry, she might get sick." Zhang Hui's face showed mixed emotions. "I didn't upset her. I just told Wan Yinyan not to choke herself eating here. She got upset and said I was biased because no other daughter-in-law works like her. Mom, Auntie is working and even gave us candy." While they were arguing, a small figure appeared and said, "Fourth Auntie said she doesn't want to eat here. She wants to go home." "Mom, I think Fourth Auntie is pretty nice." Zhang Hui almost got so angry she nearly fainted. "Who do you think is your mom? Follow her if you like her so much." "Really? Can I?" Jiang Sanwa's eyes lit up. If he spends time with Fourth Annie, he might get candy every day, right? Second brother Jiang couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Hui was even angrier. "Laugh all you want. Men are protective of their wives. They stick with them everywhere. You don't understand caring for others at all. Like Jiang Ran, who doesn't let his wife do any work and even takes her to the city to buy food. You won't find another family like that in the whole commune." Second brother Jiang didn't want to argue with his wife.
"I'm hungry.
"I'm going to eat now." The rain outside hadn't stopped yet. It was already quitting time, and Jiang Ran should have gone home. Wan Yinyan didn't want to eat at Jiang's house anymore. After saying goodbye to her grandma, she ran into the rain. Not far from where she ran out, through the rain, she saw a tall figure. The man probably saw her too, and quickly walked over. Jiang Ran looked at her, soaked through, and covered her with a plastic bag from his own. He frowned and said, "It's such heavy rain. Don't you know how to take shelter?" Even though he was trying to hold back, some anger slipped into his voice. The raindrops that had been hitting her now hit the plastic bag instead. Wan Yan looked up. "I was waiting for the rain to stop, but it got worse. I thought you finished work and wanted to go home and eat with you." The anger that had been building inside Jiang Ran suddenly cooled when he saw her fair face and wet eyes. It was like a firework that had gone out. He hesitated and said, "Wan Yan, are you stupid? Let's go home." Wan Yan walked beside him. "You're just silly. My mom said I'm very smart and learn quickly." Jiang Ran replied, "If you weren't silly, you wouldn't get caught in the rain." Wan Yan looked at his tall body standing in the rain. "Then, if you're not silly, why are you standing in the rain too?" Jiang Ran. Who is he doing this for? He turned around, feeling a bit stiff inside. How did he end up arguing with Wan Yan on the road over such a childish thing? Wan Yan didn't notice his odd mood. "Honestly, I think you're even sillier than me. I cling to you, we got married, you even give me money, but you won't let me work in the fields. The villagers say you're silly and lazy. We're a perfect match." Wan Yan spoke proudly. The two of them reached home. Jiang Ran went to boil some hot water so she could take a bath and warm up. He also prepared some brown sugar water. His mother said women shouldn't catch cold, or they might get sick. He quietly did all this, and then went to the kitchen to cook. When Wan Yinyan came out, the smell of food was already in the air. Dinner was late tonight, and her stomach was growling loudly. She entered the kitchen. Jiang Ran had made noodle soup, and her bowl had 2 poached eggs on top, looking very tempting. Wan Yinyan sat down and picked up a poached egg to put into Jiang Ran's bowl. "Our eggs, I counted, they're 15, enough to eat." Jiang Ran didn't refuse. Wan Yinyan was hungry and thought Jiang Ran's noodles were very tasty. After finishing a bowl of soup noodles, she felt warm all over. She ate little and finished early. Resting her chin on her hand, she watched Jiang Ran eat. He ate quickly, already finishing a second bowl, but he still looked good. With that face, he seemed handsome no matter what he did. Jiang Ran coughed slightly from her stare. "Go tidy up the things on the bed." Wan Yinyan blinked.
"What?
"Why do I need to tidy up the bed?" Jiang Ran's face darkened. "Make the bed." Suddenly, Wan Yinyan thought of what happened last night. The bed's leg was still held together with nails, and it wouldn't last long. Making the bed is good. "No matter how much you mess around, it won't collapse," she said enthusiastically. "I heard it can even keep warm in winter. I'll go tidy up." She ran out quickly back to the bedroom. Jiang Ran decided to make the bed right away. Since it was raining in the afternoon and no work was scheduled, he cleared the space where the bed was and cleaned up. The village had clay bricks. Wang Lu carried 2 carts of bricks in the rain, and the 2 of them started building the bed inside the house. Yuan Yinyan looked at it for a while, feeling it wasn't very interesting, then went to the kitchen to make goat milk soap. She was afraid the goat milk would spoil if she didn't do it soon. After finishing this batch, she planned not to make goat milk soap anymore. In winter, she could freeze the goat milk naturally and then make soap, which would give better results. All afternoon, Jiang Ran and Wang Lu sat on the kong, a traditional heated bed, while Yuan Yinyan was making soap. In the county town, Zhang Ping sat in the procurement office, frowning slightly. The rain hadn't stopped, and since it kept raining, the soap seller probably wouldn't come to see her. "Director Zhang, everyone says the glass factory is eating well again. The canteen slaughtered a whole pig. One person can only eat 2 pieces. When will our factory get better benefits?" Zhang Ping frowned upon hearing this. She didn't know where the glass factory got a pig from. It probably wasn't from the meat joint, which she had already asked about several times. She remembered the soap she tried last time, and the factory director said it was good. She said, "Don't worry, our benefits will be better than the glass factory." The workers asked suspiciously, "Really? What could be better than eating meat? Maybe they would get more money?" Zhang Ping replied, "Of course, I can't lie to you. You should encourage everyone to work hard. Better benefits are coming. By the way, tell the guard that if anyone comes looking for me, report it to me immediately." You've already told him 3 times. Yuan Yinyan didn't know anything. Wang Lu and Jiang Ran worked quickly. By the afternoon, the kong was already prepared, only left to dry. Yuan Yinyan cooked some soup. Since there was no meat at home, she fried vegetables with pig fat and reheated some meat rolls and buns. Such a meal was already quite good in Dahu village. Wang Lu bit into a meat bun, ate a few bites, then gave Yuan Yinyan a thumbs up. "Sister-in-law, your cooking is so delicious. Brother Ran's cooking isn't this good. When you weren't here before, Brother Ran didn't even eat dinner. He doesn't rest on rainy days either." Jiang Ran raised an eyebrow and looked at Wang Lu. "Eat your food." That look seemed to say that if he kept talking, he would be kicked out. Wang Lu quickly buried his head in his food and ate. When Wang Lu left, Yuan Yinyan told him to take 2 meat buns for his mother. The bed wasn't dry yet, so that night they still slept on the same bed as the night before. The bed wasn't suitable for any vigorous activity. The 2 lay quietly and slept. The next morning, Yuan Yinyan got up. The sky outside was already clear and sunny. After the rain, the weather felt especially comfortable. Jiang Ran went to work as usual. Yuan Yen left early in the morning to take the village donkey cart to the county town. Unfortunately, she ran into Lin Jingxin again. When she got on the cart, she chose the seat farthest from her. It's not that she's afraid of her, but just thinking about the last time Lin Jingxin got covered in manure makes Yuan Yen feel uncomfortable. Lin Jingxin also seemed to remember what happened last time. Her face darkened. Yuan Nian Nian, I am getting married to brother Ci Ming tomorrow. Yuan Nian Nian raised an eyebrow. Congratulations. Wishing you a happy marriage, early children, happiness as vast as the East Sea, and a long life like the southern mountains. Lin Jingxin's face twitched at her words of blessing. That's not her usual personality. She used to cling tightly to Song Ci Ming. Now she's so calm. Could she be hiding something bad? It must be because she heard that Yuan Nian Nian bought a watch for brother Ci Ming. Lin Jingxin bit her lip and looked at Yuan Nian Nian, who seemed so calm. Brother Ci Ming is a honest person. Even when my dad arranged for him to teach at the commune primary school, he wanted to get in on his own strength. You can't succeed just by giving him a watch. If you look down on brother Ci Ming, he will only dislike you more. Hearing Lin Jingxin's words, Yuan Nian Nian almost wanted to laugh. She had read books, and although they didn't describe Song Ci Ming's mind much, it was mentioned briefly at first. He and Lin Jingxin's marriage would be much easier because his father-in-law was the village party secretary, a prominent figure in Daho village. He hoped to be recommended for urban studies for workers, peasants, and soldiers. Love makes people blind. Lin Jingxin wanted to believe that Song Ci Ming was this kind of honest person. Yuan Nian Nian didn't care. She didn't even reply to her. Lin Jingxin stared at her face. So fair her skin was, more delicate than milk. Villagers said she looked like a fox spirit. It was true, she was a fox spirit. Her appearance was just a tactic to lure and trap. Shameless. The more Lin Jingxin thought about it, the angrier she got. The others on the cart watched the two, full of gossip. Seeing they didn't argue, they felt a little disappointed. Jingxin, are you getting married to Song Jiqing tomorrow? When Lin Jingxin heard others mention her marriage to Song Ci Ming, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Yes, tomorrow my aunt will come to dinner at my house. My parents bought a lot of pork, and we're also killing chickens. Many rural families favored boys over girls, but Lin Jingxin was the only daughter of the Lin family. Now she was marrying a rural youth, and even her village chief father had sacrificed a lot. The banquet was the biggest in the village. This made Lin Jing feel proud. Yuan Nian Nian and Jiang Ran's wedding didn't even have a proper banquet. She looked at Yuan Nian Nian with an arrogant gaze, but her eyes were so dismissive that even a blind person could see it. Yuan Nian Nian didn't look at her at all. The donkey cart arrived in the county town early in the morning. The nearby factories hadn't finished work yet. Yuan Nian Nian thought of Zhang Ping, who had stopped her the other day, and first went to the clothing factory entrance. The clothing factory was a big factory in the county, with hundreds of workers. It had good production capacity, and was known for its excellent benefits and treatment in the county. The gatekeeper was an old man. Yuan Nian Nian put on her homemade mask and wandered around nearby for a while. The old man came out and asked, "What are you here for?" Yuan Nian Nian stepped forward and said, "Old man, I'm looking for Zhang Ping from the purchasing department." After she spoke, the old man looked at her excitedly, inspecting her from head to toe. "You're finally here. Director Jiang has asked about you several times. Come on, I'll take you inside." Yuan Nian Nian followed the gatekeeper into the factory. Most people were in the workshop. Occasionally there were people rushing back and forth transporting goods, all busy and full of energy. "Director Jiang, someone is here to see you," the gatekeeper called out at the door. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from inside. Zhang Ping got up quickly, accidentally hitting her leg on a chair, grimacing in pain. Despite that, she hurried out. Seeing Yuan Nian Nian at the door, her smile became more genuine.
Come in, come in.
The office wasn't big, and only Zhang Ping was inside. It was simply decorated, with a porcelain teacup on the desk. Yuan Nian Nian said, "I came to the county today for something. I wanted to see if you had anything to discuss with me." Zhang Ping pulled out a chair.
Come, sit.
She even poured her tea. With such warmth, Yuan Nian Nian knew she must have a reason for calling her. She currently had nothing but soap. So, this Director Jiang must be here for the soap. She was from the purchasing office. Thinking this way, Yuan Nian Nian's mood wasn't so calm anymore. "Director Jiang, just tell me what you need."
I'll do my best to help if I can.
Zhang Ping coughed twice, cleared her throat, and then whispered in a somewhat lecherous manner. That soap, how much do you have left? Can you sell it to our clothing factory? Yuan Yan frowned and pretended to think. Seeing her like this, Zhang Ping recalled that last time at the glass factory. They had a wild pig for the staff, which boosted everyone's enthusiasm. Their factory didn't have this channel, and they couldn't fall behind on the soap. There is no soap factory in the county, so making soap is indeed difficult. This is a big deal, and the two of them are working together closely. Yuan Yan is not worried about Zhang Ping reporting her. She thought about saying she could supply as much as needed, but decided it was better not to attract too much attention. Also, since she often buys coconut oil and palm oil, she's unsure if it might raise suspicion. Yuan Yan is cautious. How much do you need? About 500 yuan, Zhang Ping replies. Yuan Yan shakes her head. I don't have that much. Zhang Ping isn't disappointed. 500 yuan is a lot. How much can you give me? At most 200, Yuan Yan says. This is better than Zhang Ping expected. Alright, deal. When can you bring the soap? Zhang Ping doesn't ask where Yuan Yan got the 200 yuan for soap. Smart people don't inquire about such things. Within 3 days at the earliest, Yuan Yan thinks for a moment and adds, but the soap I bring back can't be used immediately. It needs to sit for a week for the best effect. Zhang Ping agrees, and they finalize the cooperation. Zhang Ping personally sees Yuan Yan off. After walking a short distance, she remembers the pork she got from the glass factory and quietly says, Girl, besides soap, do you have anything else, like meat or eggs? Meat and eggs are hard currency, all requiring ration tickets and are in high demand. Yuan Yan shakes her head. Not really. I also have to buy meat myself. Hearing this, Zhang Ping feels a bit disappointed but thinks that today she managed to complete something, so it's not a total loss. Alright, whenever you have it, you can come to the clothing factory and ask for me. Yuan Yan agrees. After leaving the clothing factory, she heads to a nearby small alley. Since she arrived early today, there are quite a few vendors selling things there now. Yuan Yan sees someone selling meat and quickly buys 2 jin, 1 jin of ribs. It's 3 mao more expensive than at the market, but she doesn't have many ration tickets left, so she prefers not to buy at the market if she can avoid it. After buying the meat, Yuan Yan finds a place to take out a few pieces of her soap. When there are few people around, she chats with the young man selling eggs, whose name is Lu Guangming. During the conversation, Yuan Yan learns that he sells eggs every day. She's surprised. Where do you get so many eggs? In this black market alley, everyone assumes others don't ask where their goods come from. Since everyone's supplies are somewhat suspicious, Yuan Yan asks out of curiosity. I'm just curious. If you don't want to say, that's fine. Lu Guangming lowered his head, showing hesitation and struggle. Lu Guangming thought that Yuan Yan wasn't a bad person, so he softly said, Our village is remote and poor. People are starving, so we raise some chickens in the mountains. The villagers know, but they turn a blind eye. Most don't sell the eggs because they're afraid of getting caught. They eat them themselves. I've been here for 2 months, and I have the courage to do this. From his tone, it seemed many people in their village kept chickens. Yuan Yan listened with envy. Chickens not only provide meat but also lay eggs, which are the best nutrition for rural people in this era. Thinking of what Zhang Ping had said, her eyes flickered slightly. How many eggs can you sell in a day? About 30 or 40. Sometimes I can't sell them all, and sometimes I don't have enough. My chickens only lay that many eggs. Selling here earns more than sending them to the collection station. Jiang Ran's family only kept 2 chickens, but compared to them, life was much better. Don't you want to sell more? Yuan Yan asked. Lu Guangming was slightly stunned and lowered his voice even more. Of course I do. But our family can only sell this much. The collection station wants more, but we don't dare go there often. If we do, it might look suspicious. In other villages, they only get this amount every half-month. They wouldn't dare go there often. Yuan Yan said, I know a place that needs more. You can go back and gather some from your village. I can introduce you to a buyer. That's better than coming here every day, which is risky. Maybe one day, they would get caught. Lu Guangming had also encountered inspectors before. Hearing this, he fell into thought. Just then, someone arrived at Wan Yinyan's stall. She stopped talking about that and focused on introducing her soap. She had just sold 2 pieces when she looked up and saw someone unexpected. Why was Lin Jingxin at the black market? Wan Yanyan suddenly remembered a part of a story from the book. It described how Lin Jingxin made her fortune. It mentioned she bought an antique teacup in a small alley in the county seat and sold it to a foreigner for 1,000 yuan. Later, the cup was auctioned for 10 million. The story said Lin Jingxin regretted selling it too early. Although she didn't know which time she got the cup, it showed that Lin Jingxin was at the black market. Wan Yanyan brought her homemade face masks, but she was dressed in her usual clothes when she went out. People who didn't know her wouldn't recognize her, but those who did would immediately know it was her. Lin Jingxin disliked her very much. If she saw her selling things, it wouldn't be good. Wan Yanyan told the young man selling eggs, "Can you watch my stall? I have a stomach ache and need to find a bathroom." People often have urgent needs, and Lu Guangming didn't suspect anything. Go quickly. The alley inside leads to a lady's house. She's very kind and will let you use her toilet. Wan Yanyan nodded, straightened her body, and walked into the alley. Lin Jingxin was walking with a tall woman, chatting happily. She thought she saw a familiar figure in her peripheral vision, but upon looking again, she didn't see anyone she recognized. She didn't mind and said, "Xiao Wan, what good things are you talking about?" The woman called Xiao Wan looked around but didn't see Wan Yanyan. Instead, she saw some soap and went over to ask the young man selling eggs, "Where's the soap seller?" He went to the bathroom because of a stomach ache. "If you want something, just pick." When she left, she told me to take care of the stall. Wan Yanyan waited for about 10 minutes, looked outside, but didn't see Lin Jingxin. She tidied herself up before heading out again. When she returned, Lu Guangming said, "Here's 3 yuan. 2 women just bought from me. They also bought all my eggs. I'm going back now. Be careful." Wan Yanyan took the money and said, "You should think about what I mentioned." Lu Guangming nodded. The busiest time for Wan Yanyan's stall was right after work hours at nearby factories. Many workers' families lived in the same courtyard, so they knew each other well. Sometimes they would chat and discuss what good things they had bought. Wan Yanyan came here every few days, and her business was pretty good. She usually sold out by noon. She sold 7 pieces of goat milk soap and over 20 other items. Today was her best day, earning 20 yuan. She had also finished the candies she bought with Jiang ran at the supply store. Wan Yanyan bought another 1 yuan pack. The clothing factory needed 200 yuan worth of soap, which at 50 cents each, would be 200 pieces, quite a large order. After buying candies, she asked the clerk, "Do you still have coconut oil and palm oil?" The clerk looked a bit puzzled. Why was she still buying these oils? Wan Yanyan understood her thoughts and explained, "The oils I bought last time were shared with several families, so I wanted to buy some more. As for coconut and palm oil, they are said to be produced near the sea." At first, many people bought them without receipts, but it's unclear whether they didn't want to eat them or what. The oils tasted unpleasant at home. People doing well would buy soybean oil or lard. Those living very poorly would find these oils expensive even without receipts. The sales were not very good in their county. This year, from the new year until now, she hasn't bought as many beautiful girls as she has. The shopkeeper asked, "How many do you want this time?" Wan Yanyan replied, 30 pounds of coconut oil and 30 pounds of palm oil. The shopkeeper was surprised by the large amount and couldn't help but ask, "Why do you need so much oil? Are you making something special?" "Palm oil is good for frying, and I use the coconut oil for salads. It tastes okay." The shopkeeper thought to himself, "It's not a holiday. Why buy so much oil? Even if you have money, it's too wasteful." Wan Yanyan first stored the oils there, then called the village elder to help carry them up. Everyone looked at what she bought and wondered why she bought so much oil. Wan Yanyan said, "The coconut oil is for hair care, to help my hair grow better." The people on the donkey cart were surprised and thought, "Using oil for hair? Really?" At just a few cents per pound, This seems like wasting money, what a shame. If Jiang ran married such a wife, their life might not even last through the winter before they run out of food. Wang Yanyan also felt tired. She had to find many reasons to buy things. She heard all kinds of comments from people. As for her reputation, having enough to eat and a good life was more important. Other things were secondary. Lin Jingxin returned the latest. She came back loaded with new items, an insulated jug, a porcelain wash basin, and many other things. No one in the village had ever bought so much when getting married. She received many admiring glances. Lin Jingxin saw the 2 jars of oil on the cart, knowing they were bought by Wang Yanyan. She curled her lips, surprised that she would buy things others looked down on. She introduced her purchases on the cart and occasionally looked at Wang Yanyan. But Wang Yanyan never looked at her. She only glanced when she heard Lin Jingxin say she bought 2 pieces of goat milk soap. Seeing Wang Yanyan look over, Lin Jingxin thought she was jealous and spoke louder. The seller said this soap can make your hands and face whiter. It costs 1 yuan each. You probably haven't seen this in the city, right? It turns out that the money Lu Guangming gave her was actually spent by Lin Jingxin. Wang Yanyan looked at the 2 pieces of soap and said, "They are pretty good." Her own handmade products couldn't be bad. Lin Jingxin felt like hitting a cotton ball, nothing. The others on the cart were interested and praised. "Jingxin, these soaps are really nice. Milky white, I dare not touch them, afraid of getting them dirty. 1 yuan each. We can't afford that." Lin Jingxin felt her mood improve with each shout on the cart. She proudly glanced at Wang Yanyan and said, "You definitely haven't used this before." Wang Yanyan smiled slightly, but said nothing. An older woman nearby looked at it closely, almost leaning over. Lin Jingxin thought she was jealous and felt even more proud. Suddenly, the woman spoke. "Wang Lu's mother uses this soap, exactly the same, with the same milky scent." Immediately, the surrounding area fell silent. Thinking of Wang Lu's mother, Lin Jingxin's face darkened at the memory of the mud and waste splashed on her. She angrily said, "What are you talking about? She can't afford this." Lin Jingxin felt insulted. Wang Lu's mother was a rough woman, and her voice could be heard across half the village. The woman knew Wang Lu's mother used the soap because they were on good terms. She said, "Hey Jingxin, your words are too harsh. This soap is bought by you alone, so only you can use it. Wang Lu's mother can't? I just checked yesterday. You're right. People who make a living from the land really can't afford it," Lin Jingxin replied. She sighed in relief. "It must be a mistake, Auntie. In our village, I am the only one. The reason Wang Lu's mother can't afford it isn't because no one else can." I asked about this soap specifically. "It was given to Wang Lu's mother by Wang Jiqing," the woman said, glancing at Wang Yanyan. "Coincidentally, Wang Jiqing is here. Ask her if she gave it." One Wang Lu's mother was enough to upset Lin Jingxin. How could she deserve such good soap? Now another Wang Yanyan appeared. Lin Jingxin's eyes widened with anger, staring at Wang Yanyan. Everyone on the cart looked at her. "Wang Jiheng, don't be afraid. Just tell the truth. Did you give it to her?" "Wang Lu's mother told me she got muddy and asked you to give her this soap to wash with." Wang Yanyan nodded in front of everyone. "Yes, I did give it to her." Lin Jingxin tightly clenched her hand holding the soap. Her nails dug into the white soap, and her gaze turned into pure hatred. She didn't like Wang Lu's mother, who was older and sun-darkened, but compared to Wang Yanyan, people from the city, like Wang Jiheng, didn't think Wang Lu's mother was unworthy of using it. They even gave her some. "You, coming from our village, where do you get your faults?" "I think it's because Secretary Lin spoils you too much," someone said. This comment hit home for everyone on the cart. Not everyone liked how Lin Jingxin took the easiest work through Secretary Lin, like just carrying the village tools and earning the highest points. People didn't say anything openly, but they certainly had their complaints. "This Wang Jiqing looks quite nice, and the 1 yuan soap was given away as a gift." Someone muttered, "No matter how expensive that soap is, it's still for washing your face and bathing. Why can't you use it if someone else gives it to you?" "Jingxin, you can't learn that capitalist way of thinking. Nowadays, Being labeled with such a tag makes people afraid. Even Lin Jingxin's face turned pale and stiff as she explained, "Aunties, I didn't mean it that way. I was just surprised. Wang Liunyang doesn't often go to the county town, so I didn't expect it was Wan Jiqing who gave the soap." Her attitude was okay earlier, but when she mentioned Wan Jiqing, her tone grew sharper. Anyone was fine, but Wan Yanyan was not. Wan Yanyan was specifically there to trouble her. Whenever she saw her, something bad was bound to happen. Wan Yanyan smiled and said, "That day Comrade Lin was also there. The smell wasn't good, so I told Annie to wash with goat milk soap." Hearing Wan Yanyan mention that day, Lin Jingxin's face darkened even more. No matter how well-dressed or tender-skinned the rural youth were, after working in the fields, their skin would become rougher, just like others in the village. She never felt inferior to anyone, but why had Wan Yanyan been in the countryside for a year and still looked as beautiful as ever? Lin Jingxin clenched her teeth, certain it was because she didn't do farm work. She needed to find a way for her father to arrange for Wan Yanyan to do some chores. Seeing Lin Jingxin's slightly twisted face, Wan Yanyan knew most of her hostility came from Song Siming. She rarely spoke, but this time she said, "I'm already married. I don't like Song Siming. But for your sake, it's better not to marry him." To her, Song Siming was truly not a good person. Before she finished, Lin Jingxin looked at her and said, "You say you don't want to be with Siming, but you just don't want to see me marry him. I tell you, I will still marry him. Wan Yanyan, you won't get Siming. He doesn't like you." Dark crows seemed to fly over her head as she shrugged. Believe it or not, Lin Jingxin's attempt to show off the soap failed and instead backfired. She was almost accused of capitalist thinking, and her mood was not good all the way. But now she finally calmed down. The people in the car started talking about the autumn harvest again, and there wasn't much else happening on the way. During the harvest season, the village donkey carts no longer go to the county town. Wan Yanyan slightly frowns. She needs to finish her deal with Director Jiang before then. The donkey cart travels on a dirt road. After rain, the road is difficult to pass, full of potholes and bumps, making her hurt so much she almost feels like it's splitting in two by the time they arrive home. The old man driving the cart helps load the goods onto the cart and unload them. Wan Yanyan gives him a handful of candies, telling him to go home and entertain the children. The old man thinks to himself that Wan Yanyan is quite sensible. The rumors in the village probably aren't true. What a good girl she is. Tonight, she promised to go to the Jiang family for dinner. She didn't go empty-handed. She prepared 2 jin of meat herself, quite a lot for this time. Jiang Ran finished work and was holding 2 rabbits. Seeing that Wan Yanyan bought meat, he said, "Keep the meat, just take the rabbits." Wan Yanyan kept the meat for herself, since she was still too thin. She stared at the 2 fluffy rabbits. These mountain rabbits don't have as much meat as farmed ones, but their flavor is excellent. "But I want to eat rabbit." She likes to eat whatever she wants. Jiang Ran put down the 2 rabbits. "Then just take the rabbits over." When she and Jiang Ran carried the meat to the Jiang house, the family was already busy. Su Lan and Wang Fingxiao were in the kitchen. Zhang Hui knew that today was a special meal prepared for Wan Yanyan. She was too lazy to help and said she wasn't feeling well, so she went into her room. Wan Yanyan took the meat into the kitchen. Su Lan saw her and pretended to be annoyed. "Why did you bring meat?" "Today we're killing chickens, bought tofu, and yesterday's rain caught a few field frogs. There are vegetables from the field, enough to eat." Field frogs are a good source of meat for people in this era, high in protein. But Wan Yanyan didn't dare to eat them. In her previous life, no matter how delicious or tender people said bullfrogs were, she never dared to try. She thought field frogs were about the same. But she didn't say anything. "Since I bought it, just cook it. And these ribs are good for health. Perfect for third sister-in-law." Wan Yanyan didn't get involved in cooking. She went outside to find Jiang Ran. As soon as she stepped out, she heard a loud commotion. She initially thought it was children playing and didn't pay much attention. Suddenly, she heard a heart-wrenching cry. The heartbreaking cry sounded very familiar. Wan Yanyan frowned, listened carefully, and then pulled Jiang Ran, who was fixing a bench, outside. I hear Tianyo crying. Jiang Ran knew who Tianyo was, but he wondered how Wan Yinyin knew her. The sound was quite familiar. As soon as the two people stepped outside, they saw a group of children surrounding two kids, with distant figures fighting. Several taller children were pinning one child down and hitting him very hard. Ruyan Yanyan hadn't even seen clearly who they were yet. Suddenly, crying came from the children. "Don't bully my brother. Don't bully my brother. Ugh, you're so mean." The sweet girl's grievance and anger made her cry, and instantly, Ruyan Yanyan's temper flared. These two children were so pitiful, relying on each other because they had no parents, yet a group of mischievous kids was bullying them together.
Stop it.
Everyone stop now. Ruyan Yanyan shouted loudly, her anger almost tangible. Some children turned around. The children looked to be about 10 years old. They looked at the handsome young man and weren't afraid at all. These young men were the weakest in the village. Their mothers said they could only read a little, but couldn't do any work. "Mind your own business, or I'll beat you too," one of the leading kids shouted arrogantly. It was the first time Ruyan Yanyan had heard children speak so harshly. She was momentarily amused and worried about how to handle them when a stick was handed to her. She looked at Jiang Ran, then walked toward the mischievous children, swinging the stick. Her movements were quick, and she aimed at the child's backside. "If you want to hit me, try it. Let's see who can hit who." She swung the stick down. Smack! The soft flesh on his backside was caught off guard, and the boy was stunned. When he reacted, he shouted, "You dare hit me." The boy tried to dodge desperately. Although Ruyan Yanyan's body was weak, her martial arts skills from her past life were still there. She was very agile. Dealing with a child was no problem. "I'm hitting you." She swung again. The rhythmic sound of the stick hitting echoed around, and the once arrogant child let out a pig-like squeal. "I told you not to bully the weak."
Who taught you that?
The flesh on his backside was soft and not easily hurt, but it was very painful. No matter how he dodged, the stick seemed to have eyes and kept chasing him. After several hits, the boy's tears and snot flowed freely as he cried out, "You're not good people. You're bad people. You're going to get beaten down. We'll take you away and send you to the farm for reform." Ruyan Yanyan was so angry she hadn't felt before. Because of this incident, the Jiang family kept a low profile in the village. "All right, I'll take you to see the team leader now. It's disgusting that you're bullying kids, or maybe it's something else. Let's see who ends up on the farm." Wan Yanyan directly lifted the person up. Suddenly, the child was suspended in midair. The children around were all frightened. Even the village women didn't have that much strength. Jiang Ran was surprised too, but he kept a calm face. He walked over to Wan Yinyin, took the child from her hand, and said, "Let's go. You said you wanted to send us to the farm. I'll take you to see the team leader." Jiang Ran was tall. When he took the child, he casually spun him around in his hand. The child was immediately thrown off balance and dizzy. Ugh, Mama. Mama. I want to find my mama. People are bullying a child. Ugh. Wan Yanyan loosened her grip, and the sweet girl ran over crying. "Big sister." Her face was full of tears. "Big sister, oh no, everything's ruined." Wan Yanyan reached out to wipe her tears. "What's ruined?" The girl pointed at the fruit on the ground. The fruit was crushed and unrecognizable. "Big brother picked it for me to give to you, but they stepped on it all." The girl sobbed, her tears making her look pitiful. Wan Yanyan looked at the other children. She bent down, picked up the girl, and said to the kids who had been teasing the child, "You all go find the team leader too." Some children immediately hesitated, trying to sneak away. Kids are easy to read. After Wan Yinyin finished speaking, she grabbed a stick with her other hand and coldly said to the children, "Are you going or not?" They saw her ready to fight earlier, so they weren't really afraid, but no one wanted to get into trouble. Reluctantly, they followed, looking dejected like wilted eggplants, completely losing their earlier bravado. Gooden had just been pushed to the ground and beaten. Now his face was bruised and swollen. He crawled over to Wan Yinyin and said, "Here, this is for you." He handed her a clenched fist. When she saw what was in his hand, he hesitated, then curled his hand back in sadness. Even so, Wan Yinyan saw clearly the muddy fruit in his small hand was from holding it too tightly. The ripe fruit was already spoiled. Gooden didn't cry like the girl. He kept his head down and said nothing. He had been careful to protect himself, and he didn't dare to fight back. When they hit him, he didn't even dodge. Why was it still spoiled? In her past life, Wan Yinyan had seen mischievous kids with tough skin, but she had never seen such obedient and grateful children like these. She put the girl down and gently ruffled Gooden's head. Next time, if you pick fruit, call me. We'll go together. Since their mother passed away, no one has spoken to him so gently before. When Dog Egg was just beaten, he didn't cry. When his fruit was all ruined, he didn't cry. But at this moment, he couldn't hold back anymore. He lowered his head, trying not to let anyone see, and hurriedly turned around and ran away. Wan Yinyan held a stick in one hand and pulled Tianyo towards the captain's house. It was already after work, and some families had already started eating. She and Jiang Ran were leading a group of children. One of the children was carrying something, and curious people looked over as they came out to eat. Some recognized familiar kids and went to call others. When they arrived, Jiang Guichao was in the yard eating noodles. He was slurping happily. A group of people entered his yard loudly. He was slightly surprised. Jiang Ran, why are you here? His gaze fell on the child Jiang Ran was holding. Jiang Ran casually dropped the child on the ground. The child fell on his and started crying loudly. Usually, he was the village's top kid, and no one dared to treat him like that before. What's going on? Wan Yinyan also arrived, holding her stick and tapping the ground twice. Just tell the truth honestly, and I'll let you go home to eat. If you don't tell the truth, you get the stick. Jiang Guichao was slightly stunned when he heard Wan Yinyan. He knew Wan Jiqing was quite wild, but before, she only acted like this towards Song Jiqing. Why was she now targeting the children? The children, frightened by the way Wan Yinyan had just hit Dog Egg, were too scared to speak. Under the stern gaze of the Child King, they obediently stepped forward and explained, "We were playing with Now Dan, and we saw Dog Egg and his sister picking wild grapes. Now Dan wanted to eat them, and so did we. We asked Dog Egg for some, but he wouldn't give it. So we tried to take it by force." Once one child started, the others quickly confessed. After they finished, Wan Yinyan said, "When Jiang ran and I saw it, Dog Egg was being pressed on the ground and beaten. Look at his arms and face, full of bruises." Jiang Guichao's face darkened. Everyone in the village knew Dog Egg's situation. They were all hungry now, and helping him was difficult, but bullying two orphans was unforgivable. Seeing the captain's gloomy, almost menacing expression, now Dan was a little scared. He cried out desperately, "I want to find my mom."
Mom.
Before his crying finished, a loud shout came from the door. Jiang ran, "You murderer! Bullying my son should get a mark, be beaten with beans, and be chopped into pieces." Before people arrived, the voice was already there. Then a burly man rushed in. Suddenly, the child on the ground cried even harder, "Mom!" Sniffle, sniffle. Zhou Mingxia saw her son crying with tears and snot, and her heart almost broke. She ran over and hugged him tightly, like a mother hen protecting her chick. She looked at Jiang Ran with a fierce gaze, as if she wanted to kill him. "You, a wolf cub from a landlord family, only know how to oppress us. Why did you hit my son? Captain, please stand up for my son," Zhou Mingxia said, looking at Jiang Guichao. Jiang Guichao was already angry about this matter. When Zhou Mingxia shouted loudly, he looked furious. "Stand up for you? Do you even know what happened?" Zhou Mingxia replied, "I just heard that Jiang Ran hit my son. Such a feudal leftover like him likes to bully us common people." Wan Yinyan, listening to Zhou Mingxia, suddenly let out a cold laugh. Zhou Mingxia, who already disliked her, snapped, "What are you laughing at? You married Jiang Ran. You're also a feudal leftover. Everyone should work. Our village is too good for people like you to still be here. Shut up." Before Zhou Mingxia finished speaking, she was interrupted by Jiang Guichao's angry shout. He looked at Zhou Mingxia and asked, "Are you the squad leader or am I?" Jiang Weichao was clearly very angry. Zhou Mingxia shrank back in fear. "You are." Jiang Weichao then looked at the boy in Zhou Mingxia's arms and said, "Zhang Chong, what good deeds have you done? Tell your mother again." Zhang Chong was a nickname meaning coward. Jiang Weichao was tall and often worked in the fields, so he was very dark. As a former squad leader for several years, he had authority. His shout made Zhang Chong tremble. He lowered his head and quietly told what he had done. Zhou Mingxia listened to her son's words and was unimpressed. "It's just some wild grapes. He gave them to me nicely. My son wouldn't hit him." She clearly didn't realize her mistake.
My son was just joking with them.
They're kids. What's wrong with joking? He can't even joke around. Zhou Mingxia spoke confidently. Wan Yanyan lowered her head and whispered a few words to Guden. Suddenly, Guden, like a little calf, ran straight toward Zhou Mingxia and bumped into her. Although Guden was thin, he was about 10 years old and quite strong. Zhou Mingxia staggered and fell flat on the ground, her mind blank. She was stunned and didn't react immediately. When she saw Guden clearly, she opened her mouth to curse loudly. "You little brat, are you crazy? Watch me teach you a lesson." He said this while trying to get up from the ground to hit Go Dan. Wan Yinyan kept her eyes fixed on that side and grabbed a stick to hit her hand. The stick was swift. If it hit, her hand would swell for days. Zhou Mingxia quickly moved to avoid it. Wan Yinyan smiled and said, "Just a joke, Aunt Zhou. As an adult, you shouldn't argue with a child under 10, right? Can't you take a joke?" She returned Zhou Mingxia's words. Some villagers had gathered in the yard, holding bowls and watching. When they heard Wan Yinyan's words, someone chuckled. Zhou Mingxia looked upset. Wan Yinyan continued, "Our family's Chung/F isn't perfect, but we don't do anything wrong. We work hard planting crops, doing our part for the team and the country. Unlike some people who bully the weak, bringing a group of children to tease two poor kids who lost their parents and can't even get enough to eat, without shame." Wah wah wah. Sweet girl, standing beside Wan Yinyan, suddenly started crying loudly. She was a young girl, tears streaming down her face. Go Dan hurried to check on his sister, holding her and wiping her tears. Most villagers were married with children, and seeing this scene made everyone feel uncomfortable. Wan Yinyan said, "Team leader, they lost their parents. You're in charge of the whole team, so you should stand up for them. Otherwise, if someone in our village has an accident someday and children are bullied without anyone to help, it would break everyone's hearts." Her words made many villagers feel uneasy. No one wanted to see children being bullied after an accident. With Sweet Girl crying nearby and the two children together, the scene looked very pitiful. Someone couldn't hold back. Zhang Nao Dan in the village just likes to bully smaller kids. It's his fault. Whose child is he? Zhou Mingxia doesn't care, and she even thinks her son is promising. "Team leader, you should take control." Zhou Mingxia was stunned by Wan Yinyan's words and couldn't respond immediately. Plus, her bottom hurt. It wasn't until she heard the villagers' murmurs that she finally reacted. She widened her eyes, her yellow teeth almost biting through. Jiang Weichao looked serious and said, "If you don't teach your son right, it's your fault. Tomorrow, Zhang Dezhang will go to work at the brick kiln. Also, you tore the wild grapes that Go Dan picked. Pay for the damage. These kids are from different families. Each family pays 2 mao. There are still 7 or 8 children standing in the yard. Their parents also arrived early." Suddenly, someone was unhappy and said, "The wild grapes on the mountain are small and sour. Why are they worth so much money?" Jiang Weichao looked sternly and said, "They weren't worth this much before. But since your children bullied others and even hit someone, this is compensation. If you don't want to pay, that's fine. Let Go Dan hit back." Immediately, no one spoke. It's okay for parents to discipline their own children at home, but if Go Dan hits back, it would be embarrassing for the children and shameful for the adults. Reluctantly, everyone paid 2 cents to Jiang Weichao. "Captain, can I take my son and leave now?" Having paid, they didn't want to stay longer, just in case something else happened later. Jiang Weichao said, Everyone must apologize to Go Dan and Tianyo before you can go back. Since we've paid, why do we need to apologize? Jiang Guichao gave a quick look, and everyone fell silent. They worried that if they refused, their children might be forced to work in the brick kiln. The adults told their children, shameful kids, go apologize and go home. The children felt embarrassed, but they couldn't resist the authority of the captain and their parents. Plus, seeing Wan Yanyan holding a stick and hitting someone was very frightening. They all went to apologize to Go Dan. In the end, only the coward, nicknamed Now Dan, remained. He was truly a coward, usually the leader among the kids, hanging out with a few troublemakers. When asked to apologize for the first time, he looked up at Zhou Mingxia, hesitant and not stepping forward. Zhou Mingxia hadn't paid yet. Seeing her son like this, she felt very uncomfortable and took out 2 cents to give to Jiang Guichao. Since you've paid, why do you still want to apologize? Wan Yanyan said, forget the money. Go Dan, go up and play a joke on him. If he plays a joke on you, just play back the same way. Zhou Mingxia's mouth twitched. She had never seen anyone as shameless and unruly as Wan Yanyan. Now Dan was so scared, he shrank into Zhou Mingxia's arms. Wan Yanyan swung her stick in her hand, and Now Dan still burned with pain. Thinking of the fear from being hit earlier, this educated youth looked gentle and weak, but was actually scarier than anyone. Don't hit. I apologize. She nervously walked toward Go Dan, feeling very reluctant inside, but lowered her head and said, sorry. Dog Egg lost his parents and was often bullied by children in the village. This was the first time someone apologized to him. He felt a strange, hard-to-explain feeling inside. He knew it was all because Wan Jiqing stood up for him. He felt a bit sour and his eyes teared up, but he held back his feelings. Zhou Mingxia said impatiently, you've given the money, apologized, are you satisfied now? Wan Yanyan smiled warmly, basically satisfied.
Just joking.
Aunt Zhou, you can't take jokes like that? Zhou Mingxia looked miserable, as if she had swallowed 1,000 dead flies. This sly woman, she never did anything good. She looked at her son and said, why are you still standing here? Let's go home. After Zhou Mingxia left, others lost interest and started talking among themselves, then also left. Jiang Guichao handed the money collected from those children's families to Dog Egg. Hold on to this well, don't lose it. Thinking about today's chaos, he said, next time someone bullies you, come find me at the brigade. Dog Egg nodded. Wan Yanyan said, hurry up and thank the captain. He's standing up for you. Dog Egg said, thank you, captain. Sweet Girl also called out, thank you, captain. Jiang Guichao's expression softened, and he understood that today, these 2 children owed a lot to Wan Jiqing and Jiang Ran. Go back now. Wan Yanyan took Dog Egg and Sweet Girl out of the captain's house and asked the 2 poor children, did you have enough to eat at home? Dog Egg replied, yes. Sweet Girl said, my sister still has some bread. After seeing them off, only she and Jiang Ran remained. When she was scolding the children earlier, she didn't feel embarrassed. Now that it was just the 2 of them, she felt a little uncomfortable. She touched her nose and wondered if she had been too harsh. Looking at the man beside her, she whispered, Jiang Ran, I don't usually act like that. Jiang Ran looked down and saw her guilty expression. He wanted to laugh, but kept his usual calm face. Like what? I don't usually hit people, and I'm not that rough. I'm usually very ladylike and obedient, Wan Yanyan boasted shamelessly. Jiang Ran thought about her bold words and actions earlier. Was she really obedient?
Yes.
That night, he had been very harsh with her. When she hummed and said she was tired, she was as obedient as a little cat. The scene kept flashing in his mind, and Jiang Ran felt a little warm. Fearing he wouldn't believe her, Wan Yanyan reached out to hold his hand. As soon as she touched him, Jiang Ran quickly pulled away as if electrocuted. Wan Yanyan was stunned. Sure enough, Jiang Ran still thought she was too harsh when she hit the children earlier. Yanyan was feeling upset as she kicked a clump of dirt on the ground, walking behind Jiang Ran toward the Jiang family. When they arrived, Su Lan just came out and saw them, sighing in relief. I was just saying the kids should come find you too. Today is to celebrate your wedding, so you can't miss it. Nian replied. We just went out for a walk. Hearing this, Su Lan smiled happily. Going for a walk was good. It showed they had a good relationship. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. The yard was filled with the smell of meat. The children were happier than during the New Year. For the first time, Nian saw the head of the Jiang family and his wife. The eldest and second eldest sons of the Jiang family, along with Jiang's father, were talking about the autumn harvest. The third son was busy helping Wang Fengxia. A thin woman with short hair and lines of age on her face was wiping the table. When she saw Nian, she smiled gently. Nian also returned a smile. The yard was full of the rich aroma of meat. The children, excited like during the New Year, ran over to call her. Little Annie, it smells so good. Little Auntie, can you come every day? Then we can have candy and meat. The children's innocent words were very funny. Nian took out some candies from her pocket and gave each child one. They cheered and expressed their thanks happily. The smell of meat was everywhere. Zhang Hui, who originally said she had a stomach ache and was hiding in her room, kept smelling the meat and heard her stomach growling. It felt like countless little cravings were stirring inside her, making her unable to resist and come out. As soon as she appeared, she saw her children praising Nian. Zhang Hui felt uncomfortable again. This fox spirit could win people over, even her son. Get your bowls and chopsticks. Dinner is ready. Su Lan's voice came from the kitchen. Suddenly, Zhang Hui stopped paying attention to Nian. The Jiang family had a large table which was usually not used, but now it was set up. A big pot of stewed chicken was placed on the table along with ribs, stir-fried vegetables with sliced meat, cold cucumber salad, and a portion of field frogs. There were also freshly steamed mixed flour buns and soup. This meal was extremely rich for the Jiang family. The children sat obediently, staring at the dishes on the table, drooling with hunger. Zhang Hui, holding her chopsticks, had already been eager to eat meat, but the elders hadn't started eating yet. She couldn't hold back her craving and picked up her chopsticks first. Let the children taste the sweet and salty first. She then reached for a big chicken leg with her chopsticks. Smack! No one has eaten yet. A chopstick tapped on her chopsticks, and Su Lan looked unhappy. Tasting sweet or salty? If you're so picky, don't eat. She then looked at the elderly lady and picked out a chicken leg. Mom, you eat first. Since there are 2 legs on one chicken, Su Lan also picked out the other and handed it to Nian. Nian, you eat. Today is a happy day for you and Jiang Ran. There's not much good at home, so you'll have to bear with it. Zhang Hui watched with a sour face as the chicken leg was placed into an empty bowl beside Nian. She felt annoyed, thinking her mother-in-law was showing favoritism. How could Nian deserve that chicken leg? It should have gone to her son, Jiang's grandson. Zhang Hui sarcastically said, life in the city is different. Mom loves you so much. She doesn't even care about her grandson anymore. Wan Jiqing, you must treat Mom well in the future. Su Lan, having lived half her life, clearly understood her words. I have 5 grandchildren, I don't care about that. Nian took a bite of the chicken leg and smiled. Thank you, Mom. She's not someone who likes to suffer losses. After thanking her, she said curiously, I just heard Sanwa say that second sister-in-law isn't feeling well. Eating something greasy suddenly might make her stomach hurt more. It's better to eat light. Second sister-in-law, do you agree? Su Lan replied nearby, that makes sense. If your stomach isn't feeling well, eating greasy food can cause more pain. Second sister-in-law, eat more vegetables. Zhang Hui listened to their back and forth and widened her eyes. These two are shameless, trying to find reasons not to let her eat meat. Seeing her mother-in-law's attitude, she thought she might not be allowed to eat. Her nose was filled with the smell of meat, so she quickly smiled. My stomach is fine now. Maybe I was just hungry earlier. Nian bit her chicken leg quietly and said, second sister-in-law is so sensible. When she was working and felt unwell, she still ate. Everyone around the table looked at Zhang Hui, their gazes full of disdain. Zhang Hui secretly wished she could tear apart Wan Yinyan's mouth. Her mother-in-law favored her, but no matter what she said, she wouldn't get any benefit. She lowered her head and ate. Su Lan looked at everyone at the table, some with chopsticks, some without, and said, "Everyone eat." Today was supposed to be a celebration for Nyenyen and the fourth brother's wedding. But all the meat and ribs on this table were brought up by Nyenyen. You all should keep that in mind. Wan Nyenyen ate a big chicken leg, and in front of her was a rack of ribs that Su Lan deliberately placed there. She took 2 pieces, one of which she put into Jiang Ran's bowl. When Jiang Ran looked at her, Wan Nyenyen was also staring at him, slightly lifting her chin. It was as if she was saying, "See, I am so gentle and ladylike." Jiang Ran pursed his lips slightly, but a gentle smile still appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everyone was focused on eating, so no one noticed their little gestures. Although there was plenty of meat, the Jiang family hadn't eaten much meat for a long time. This meal was even more lavish than New Year's celebrations. In the end, they finished all the meat and vegetables, leaving no soup behind. After dinner, the eldest sister-in-law and Zhang Hui were called by Su Lan to wash the dishes. After giving these instructions, they also called Jiang Ran aside. Looking at her tall son, she kept a stern face, just like her. Su Lan sighed, thinking that with that grumpy face, no young girl could possibly like him. Jiang Ran responded, "Mom, is there something you want to tell me? Nyenyen is from the city, and she looks like she was raised with care. You must not bully her, understand?" Jiang Ran thought to himself that his mother had already told him several times. "Yes, I understand." Seeing his still serious expression, Su Lan wasn't sure if her words had been heard. She got up and rummaged through her bed, then took out a small red cloth bag. She pulled out a few tickets from inside. "I see Nyenyen is still wearing her old clothes. Take these and make her a new outfit." Jiang Ran looked at the money and tickets, which were exactly what Wan Nyenyen had asked him to bring back before. Thinking about the fabric they bought at the supply and marketing cooperative last time, he hadn't seen her make a new dress, so he didn't take Su Lan's money and tickets. "I understand. I'll buy her a new one. You can keep these." Jiang Ran said again, "Mom, if you have nothing else, I'll go now." "Ah, you little brat," Su Lan scolded, thinking it was getting late, and it was their wedding day. She hurriedly waved her hand. "Go back quickly, and let me hold my granddaughter." On the way home, Wan Nyenyen and Jiang Ran walked outside under the swaying shadows of trees. Something felt off, but the usually quick-moving man was walking beside her at a slow pace, clearly deliberately slowing down. Wan Nyenyen reached out and grabbed his sleeve. This time, Jiang Ran didn't avoid her like during the day. Wan Nyenyen, getting bolder, slipped her hand into his sleeve and held it tightly. "Mom just called you away. What did she say?" Wan Nyenyen asked, holding his hand tightly. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Mom asked me to make you a new dress." Regarding the matter of holding her granddaughter, thinking about the slightly unstable bed at home, it suddenly collapsed. Then he remembered the unfinished Kong, heated brick bed, but Jiang Ran didn't mention anything. Ruyan Nyenyen was thinking this silently. Her mother-in-law was actually quite kind. She looked at the few yards of new fabric in the room and thought, "I can't make clothes. Third sister-in-law can do it. Ask her to make some for you and give her some money." Ruyan Nyenyen considered it and decided that was the best option. She wasn't sure if her sister-in-law would agree to help, but she had no other ideas. The two of them walked home together. That night, lying in bed, Ruyan Nyenyen couldn't sleep. She watched Jiang Ran's back turned away from her, then looked at the space between them, which seemed like a vast divide. Quietly, she moved closer to him. In the stillness of the night, her small movements were felt clearly by Jiang Ran. Without thinking, he didn't move until her soft body pressed close to him, her breath brushing his ear. "Did I scare you today? I usually don't act like that. I just saw them bullying Tianyo. They are quite pitiful." Ruyan Nyenyen spoke with a hint of grievance, and Jiang Ran was actually startled by her. Her tone was almost overflowing with sadness. Even a slow-witted person could tell she misunderstood what happened today. He turned around quietly and whispered, "You weren't scared." His voice was low and hoarse. Ruyan Nian Nian immediately looked at him. Though she couldn't see clearly, she could tell from his voice that he was happy. "You weren't scared. I reached out to hold your hand, but you still pulled away?" Suddenly, a scene flashed through his mind, an intimate moment late at night. It was not suitable to think about such dreamy images now. Jiang Ran's throat went dry, and the person in his arms was very close, with a faint fragrance filling his nose. Waiting long for Jiang Ran to speak, Ruyan Nian Nian softly said, "I read in a book that body language is the most truthful. You were avoiding me then." Jiang Ran didn't reply. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. Their young bodies pressed close, and his hoarse, tired voice whispered in her ear, "Is that true?" Ruyan Nian Nian's body stiffened. She felt his warmth and hardness, and that large presence was impossible to ignore. She silently shrank back, feeling timid. "Let's sleep, sleep." As she closed her eyes, she was still praying that tomorrow, the sun would shine brightly and dry out the Kong. The person in her arms almost immediately fell asleep, but not peacefully. Sometimes, she would nuzzle against him like a little cat. Jiang Ran couldn't sleep either. He reached out and held her tighter. Occasionally, he wondered if she really no longer liked that young man with white hair. Did she like him, as she said? What does Ruan Yinyin like about him? His character isn't good, and his family is poor. Why would she truly like him? The next morning, Ruan Yinyin got up early. Jiang Ran was already awake. The water in the tub was filled, and the 2 rabbits he had skinned earlier were ready. Since the weather was hot, if she didn't prepare the rabbit meat now, it would spoil. Early in the morning, Ruan Yinyin cooked dry pot rabbit with lots of chili peppers. It was spicy and flavorful. She and Jiang Ran ate most of it, leaving half a rabbit. When Jiang Ran went to work, Ruan Yinyin took some fabric and rabbit meat to Jiang's house to ask her sister-in-law for help making clothes. Halfway there, Ruan Yinyin noticed something was wrong in the village today. When she passed by the youth knowledge station, she saw red couplets posted on it, full of joy. Just as she was passing by, someone called out, "Ruan Yinyin." Ruan Yinyin saw the big red couplets at the youth knowledge station and understood what was happening. Hearing the shout from inside, she stopped her steps. Soon, several people came out, including Song Siming, dressed in a brand-new army green uniform. When he saw Ruan Yinyin, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Nian, are you here to see me?" She felt he was flattering himself. Ruan Yinyin's face was cold. "No, you're overthinking." Song Siming thought she must be here for him. He felt helpless inside. Why couldn't Ruan Yinyin wait for him? He was married to Lin Jingxin, but that didn't mean he was ignoring Ruan Yinyin. "Yinyin, today, I am marrying Jingxin. Don't worry, I am married now, but I still see you as my little sister." Ruan Yinyin rolled her eyes. "I don't have a brother as annoying as you." She then strode away. Her disgust was genuine. Today, Song Siming was getting married, and many people at the youth knowledge station were busy working. They all watched as Ruan Yinyin carried her things and left. Some people were stunned. Someone whispered, "Siming, does Yinyin really not like you anymore?" The person asking sounded doubtful. Song Siming blurted out, "Impossible. She liked me since she was little. How could she stop liking me just like that?" His answer was too eager, and those around him looked at him with confusion. Zhang Qi wondered, "If Yinyin doesn't like you anymore, isn't that a good thing? You used to bother her all the time, and she found it annoying, right?" Earlier, Song Siming had often been troubled in the dormitory. The boys knew about it. So many looked at him with surprised expressions. Song Siming quickly said, "I'm quite annoyed, but I also find it strange. I'm worried that because of me, he might get involved with that landowner's family and ruin his whole life." His words were reasonable, and he was easily fooled. He wondered whether the letter he sent had reached their wands. Ruan Yinyin happily carried a rabbit meat, thinking that Song Siming's marriage was a good idea. Once he married, she could take her money and tickets back. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Why didn't she ask Song Siming for it? She knew how poor he was. He had nothing, so she wouldn't give him anything even if she asked. When she arrived, Wang Fingxia was fixing clothes for Sweet Girl and Dog Egg. Seeing Wan Yanyan coming over with half a rabbit in her hand, she quickly stood up. "Come sit, sit," Wan Yanyan hurriedly said. "I came because I have something to discuss." Wang Fingxia looked at the half-rabbit and knew it was for her. The meat was at least a pound. She quickly said, "Yanyan, just tell me if you have something to say. No need to be polite." Wan Yanyan put down the fabric and explained her purpose. Wang Fingxia measured her size and listened to her description of the style. She agreed, saying, "You're thin, so you won't need all these fabrics. I can cut some for shoe uppers. When it's cold, you can make cotton shoes." Wan Yanyan usually wore the casual shoes bought by the original owner in the city. She didn't know how to make shoes, so she smiled and said, "Probably this will trouble you, sister-in-law." Wang Fingxia looked at Wan Yanyan's delicate, white fingers and knew she wasn't used to this kind of work. Plus, she always brought food when she visited, which Wang Fingxia needed. She naturally wouldn't refuse. "Just wait a moment, get a string, and measure your shoe size. I'll help you make them all." Wan Yanyan agreed, and didn't stay long at the Jiang family. She needed to go back and make soap quickly. Passing by Lin Jishu's door, some women from the village were busy at the Lin family's, clearly preparing for a wedding. In the village, weddings usually didn't involve big celebrations. They just invited familiar people for a meal. Only in recent years had someone like Lin Jingxin organized a more formal event. When Wan Yanyan passed by, Zhou Mingxia was also at the Lin family's gate. When she saw her, she glared fiercely. Wan Yanyan responded with a smile. Zhou Mingxia hated her even more. Yesterday, she saw her son's back covered with red marks, all caused by that fox spirit hitting him with a stick. Zhou Mingxia already hated Wan Yanyan deeply. Nguyen Yanyan is not afraid of much. She still has leverage over Zhou Mingxia. Calmly, she goes home, filters out the plant ashes, and adjusts the coconut and palm oils in the right proportions. Then she begins stirring, waiting for the soap to saponify. This process is slow and requires constant stirring. Without a mixer, relying only on manual effort is not easy. But she is familiar with every step. By noon, she has already poured 2 trays into molds. Just as she is about to make another batch, there's a knock at the door, accompanied by a sweet voice. "Sister." It's clearly the voice of Tianyo. Nguyen Yan gets up to open the door. Tianyo comes in. Maybe because of what happened yesterday, she's no longer shy around Nguyen Yan. Instead, she seems a bit more friendly. "Sister, brother said he's going to pick wild grapes on the mountain this afternoon. Are you coming?" The children usually stay on the outskirts of the mountain. Jiang Ran doesn't allow her to go inside, but outside should be fine. She can also pick some herbs, add their juice to the soap, making some anti-dandruff, itch relief soap, and also improve the soap's color. Nguyen Yan agrees immediately and then asks Tianyo to take 2 buns. "Hurry home and eat with your brother or they'll spoil." In this weather, meat buns can't be left out for long. Without a fridge at home, it's inconvenient. Tianyo originally didn't want to take them, but after hearing her, she hides the buns in her arms and runs off to give one to her brother. Soon, she comes back to help Nguyen Yan feed the chickens and clean the yard. The little girl, if she were in another time, would probably be spoiled by her parents or elders. But Tianyo is already very efficient in her chores. Poor children often grow up early. Nguyen Yan admires this a lot. At noon, they cook noodles, stir-fry some greens and eggs, and add the leftover rabbit meat from early morning. They eat well together. Just after finishing their meal, Tianyo and Godan arrive. "Sister, are we going?" Jiang Ran looks at Nguyen Yan with a puzzled expression. Nguyen Yan thought Tianyo and Godan planned to wait until everyone was working before going out. But it turns out they meant to go during the lunch break. Seeing Jiang Ran's gaze, she nervously touches her nose. "Tianyo and Godan want to go pick wild grapes in the mountain. I plan to go protect them." Her guilty look is obvious on her face. Jiang Ran doesn't believe her. He looks at the 2 children at the door and Nguyen Yan's hopeful eyes. He stands up, "Let's go." Nguyen Yan instantly feels happy. The plan for 3 people has now become 4. Godan and Tianyo are still a bit afraid of Jiang Ran, who is tall and usually stern. Following behind the 2 of them, not far from the back mountain, a few people went up the mountain. Dog Egg and Sweet Girl quickly went to find wild grapes. The village children are very familiar with the outskirts of the mountain and don't need anyone to watch over them. Wan Yinyan first looked for medicinal herbs. Soon she found a plant that can stop itching nearby. She quickly walked over to pick it. Jiang Ran followed behind her, and they walked together. Just as Wan Yinyan squatted down to gather more herbs, she heard faint sounds coming from inside. They sounded delicate and fragmented, seeming both painful and happy. Wan Yinyan listened to the sounds inside and instinctively looked at Jiang Ran. Ugh. My clothes are torn. I'll buy you a new one another day. Maybe 10 or 8.
Stop joking.
The voices sounded shy and timid. If not for their similar voices, it would be impossible to tell that this was Zhou Mingxia, who yesterday had threatened to send Jiang Ran to reform school. Wan Yinyan's beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran bent down and pulled her up, whispering, "Let's go." My plant. Wan Yinyan lowered her voice. Jiang Ran didn't recognize what the plant was, but the mountain didn't lack things that looked like grass. I'll take you to find something else. He moved quickly, reaching out to grab her, half carrying her. Wan Yinyan was afraid he might drop her, so she clung to Jiang Ran's neck. Neither of them spoke. Only their breathing intertwined. After walking for dozens of meters, Jiang Ran finally set Wan Yinyan down. His face looked a bit uncomfortable. Besides their first encounter, they hadn't done anything else, and they had just experienced that scene earlier. Wan Yinyan was the first to speak. This mountain is full of grass. They're not afraid of bugs or the hard ground. Last time, your bedboard was so hard that I felt sore all over the next day. She was a delicate girl with soft skin. Jiang Ran's mind drifted back to that night when she said such things. They had only been intimate once, and she often teased him intentionally or unintentionally. Jiang Ran thought of how he woke up early this morning to check the bed, which hadn't dried completely. He suppressed his feelings and said, "I'll take you to find herbs." But Wan Yinyan was not a quiet girl. As she picked leaves, she asked, "Do you know who that man was? Last time you and Wang Lu ran into a wild boar, I saw 2 people rushing down the mountain. I don't recognize the man." Jiang Ran had lived in this village for many years and knew almost everyone. The voice just now belonged to the village's notorious troublemaker. His name is Xuanzi. Don't get involved with him. He's not a good person. Jiang Ran casually mentioned something, and Wan Yinyan knew in her heart that he wasn't a good person. After all, a good person wouldn't be sneaking around the back mountain stealing someone's wife every day. Besides the ground herbs, there were many medicinal plants on the mountain. Jiang Ran picked some with him. Besides those, he also gathered a few small wild dates. They tasted sour and sweet, even better than some large dates. Jiang Ran put everything he picked into her hands. While she wasn't paying attention, he placed the reddest date near his mouth and said, "Eat this." Just as Jiang Ran was about to speak, the small sour date was put into his mouth. At the same time, a small finger also slipped in. His lips moved slightly, and he realized something was wrong. Wan Yinyan also froze for a moment, and the atmosphere suddenly started to feel awkward. Jiang Ran took a step back and cleared his throat. A tingling, prickly feeling came from his finger. Wan Yinyan watched Jiang Ran turn around. Someone was more shy than her, so she couldn't be shy anymore. She even wanted to tease him a little. "Is the date sweet?" Wan Yinyan asked as she caught up. Jiang Ran had eaten many small sour dates on the mountain before, even some that were redder than this one. But none of them were as sweet as this one. So sweet it touched his heart. But before Jiang Ran could say anything, a child's shout came from nearby. "Sister, where are you?" The child's voice echoed through the mountain. Only Wan Yinyan heard it, and the 2 people eating wild food froze completely. Zhou Mingxia pushed the man beside her up and asked, "Who is that?" The man she pushed down looked a little disappointed and said, "It's a kid's voice. You're here. I'll go threaten him a little and tell him to come down the mountain." He then adjusted his pants. Zhou Mingxia still felt uneasy. Maybe next time they should find a different place. Someone had already run into people on this mountain twice, who would come to the mountain without a reason. It's quiet deep in the mountains, but if a fierce animal appeared, no one could escape. Meanwhile, Gooden couldn't find Wan Yinyin. Instead, he was stopped by the village's notorious troublemaker. Tianyo was holding wild grapes in her clothes, and her smile disappeared instantly. The timid girl hid behind Gooden. Gooden politely called out Uncle Zhuangzi. He was about to leave, but Zhuangzi wasn't planning to let them go easily. He had heard Zhou Mingxia complain. These two orphan children had bullied Gooden. Holding a wild grass in his mouth, Zhuangzi looked down at Gooden and Tianyo, who had wild grapes in their clothes. He said, "Give me the grapes. Hurry up and get down the mountain." Gooden protected his sister and took a step back, stubbornly saying no. Then he quietly told Tianyo, "Sister, you go down the mountain first." Sweet girl looked at Dog Egg, then at the guy in front who was lazily holding grass in his mouth, and quickly ran back. While running, she called out, "Sister. Sister, someone is bullying us." Wan Yinyin faintly heard the sweet girl calling for help and looked in that direction. She saw the girls stumbling over, running toward them. That was the same direction where Zhou Mingxia and the second-rate guy were causing trouble. Wan Yinyin and Jiang exchanged a quick look, understanding each other's meaning instantly. They both headed toward that direction together. When the sweet girl saw Wan Yinyin and Jiang, she looked like she saw a savior. She stammered, "Sister, someone stopped my brother from picking grapes. Those grapes are for you. They always bully us." Wan Yinyin said, "We will go see what's happening." The mountain path was difficult to walk. The sweet girl ran over, sweating all over, but she still carefully protected the wild grapes in her arms. Wan Yinyin put her grapes into a cloth bag she brought and bent down to pick up the sweet girl. As for Jiang, he had already gone ahead to find Dog Egg. "You child without a father, who told you to bully my son?" When Jiang arrived, Zhou Mingxia was pushing Dog Egg, while the second-rate guy was happily feeding himself grapes he just picked. Dog Egg staggered, clearly being bullied by both adults. Zhou Mingxia thought about the mark on her son's bottom, looked at Dog Egg with hatred, and hated Wan Yinyin even more. She couldn't hit her directly, so she raised her arm and swung it toward Dog Egg's face. Ah! Dog Egg had already closed his eyes. He didn't feel the pain he expected, but instead heard a loud scream. After 2 seconds, he opened his eyes and saw Jiang. His eyes lit up instantly. Zhou Mingxia's hand was throbbing with pain. She swung her hand back and forth, shouting angrily. "Who?" The second-rate guy, eating grapes, saw who it was and frowned slightly. "Jiang, what are you doing here?" "I just got here." He felt a bit guilty, afraid that what he and Zhou Mingxia were doing would be discovered. Zhou Mingxia, hearing this, ignored her hand pain and felt a little scared. "Jiang, why are you here? This mountain is your home, right? If you can be here, why can't Jiang and I come?" Hearing Wan Yinyin's voice, Zhou Mingxia immediately turned her head and stared at her. Wan Yinyin looked away from her. "Dog Egg, come here." Then she looked at Zhou Mingxia with a strange expression. "It's noon, Aunt Zhou. Why are you with him? Are you teaming up to bully a little kid again? Are you trying to see the captain?" Zhou Mingxia felt guilty inside. When she heard what she said, she suddenly became nervous. "What nonsense are you talking? I was just here meeting him. Who told this kid to bully my child? I think he's not easy to get along with, so I just said a few words." Zhou Mingxia glanced at Zhuangzi, feeling relieved that her clothes were still intact. It was just that the strong man earlier had torn some parts of her clothes. "I won't say much more. I want to go home and rest," Zhou Mingxia said nervously, trying to avoid Yuan Yanyan's sharp gaze. She hurriedly left. Yuan Yanyan didn't stop her. Zhuangzi, who had taken Gooden's grapes, looked at Yuan Yanyan's face a few more times, thinking to himself, "Jiang is really lucky. Such a beautiful girl married someone like him, which is really a pity." But before he could look twice more, a cold gaze shot over. It felt like being stared down by a fierce beast, making his back chill. Zhuangzi turned his head and saw Jiang's murderous look. He hurriedly said, I won't stay here anymore. I'm leaving first. Jiang Ran looked at Yuan Nian Nian. Yuan Nian Nian nodded slightly, signaling for them to leave. Catching a couple in the act, making sure everyone saw, was the best way to confirm their relationship. If she revealed their relationship now, and they denied it later, she wouldn't be able to force them to take a test. She needed to find the right opportunity. Yuan Nian Nian looked at Gooden and Sweet Girl, tidying up their clothes. Let's go. We're going down the mountain. Gooden was a bit unhappy. Grapes were taken by him. Yuan Nian Nian said, Sweet Girl gave me a lot, enough for us to eat. I also picked some sour jujubes. We can come back next time if we want to eat more. Alright, don't be sad. People who bully the weak will get their comeuppance. While Yuan Nian Nian, Sweet Girl, and Gooden were talking softly, their faces gentle, Jiang Ran watched from the corner of her eye, thinking, if they have children someday, what would she be like? She must be a good mom, and he would be a good dad. When they reached the yard after going down the mountain, they washed the wild grapes and small sour jujubes several times. The two big ones and the two small ones sat happily eating, especially Sweet Girl, whose eyes were squinting happily. Zhou Mingxia also came down the mountain. She looked at Shuangzi, who still seemed carefree, and glanced around. She poked him and asked, Did Yuan Nian Nian and Jiang Ran see us just now? Yuan Nian Nian couldn't quite figure out what was going on inside her heart. She scratched her head and said, Maybe not. If they saw us, would they really let us go so easily just now? Zhou Mingxia still felt uneasy. What do you think it means that they asked why we are here? It's probably just curiosity. Don't scare yourself. If they had discovered us earlier, you wouldn't have been able to get away so easily after hitting that dog. Zhou Mingxia thought about it and agreed. That woman, Yuan Nian Nian, looked gentle and quiet, but she was actually a cunning fox and a dangerous snake. That woman isn't good news. We should teach her a lesson sooner or later, Zhou Mingxia muttered. Xuanzi didn't reply. Thinking about Yuan Nian Nian's face, he felt dry. Zhou Mingxia thought about it and agreed. That woman, Yuan Nian Nian, looked gentle and quiet, but she was actually a cunning fox and a dangerous snake. That woman isn't good news. We should teach her a lesson sooner or later, Zhou Mingxia muttered. She mixed herbs, crushed them, squeezed out the juice, and made a batch of soap to stop itching and remove dandruff. Once it dried and solidified, combined with some of her previous soap, she had about 200 pieces. Yuan Nian Nian wasn't planning to go to the county town for a few days. She decided to wait a little longer. In the evening, she mixed herbs, crushed them, squeezed out the juice, and made a batch of soap to stop itching and remove dandruff. Once it dried and solidified, combined with some of her previous soap, she had about 200 pieces. Yuan Nian Nian wasn't planning to go to the county town it was a grand wedding for the area, the kind that only happens once in a while. Yuan Nian Nian finished eating and took out the IOU she had hidden in the cabinet. She felt happy inside. Now was the time to collect her debt. Jiang Ran was called away by Wang Lu to check the traps on the back mountain. Yuan Nian Nian stepped outside. It wasn't dark yet, and many relatives. It was a grand wedding for the area, the kind that only happens once in a while. Yuan Nian Nian finished eating and took out the IOU she had hidden in the cabinet. She felt happy inside. Now was the time to collect her debt. Seeing her, everyone looked at her with curiosity. Someone quietly nudged the person next to them. Why is she here? She already registered with Jiang Ran. Today is Song Jiqing's wedding with Jing Xian. Is she suitable for this occasion? Could she be here to steal Song Jiqing away? Yuan Nian Nian is just a crazy woman. She even gave up her reputation. Seeing her, everyone looked at her with curiosity. Someone quietly nudged the person next to them. Why is she here? She already registered with Jiang Ran. Today is Song Jiqing's wedding with Jing Xian. Is she suitable for this occasion? She shivered inside. How could this shameless woman come here? Last time, she caused her daughter to be covered in mud and feces. She hasn't gone to find Yuan Nian Nian for trouble yet, but now she has come to my door. Wang Xiu's family has 3 sons. Seeing this, she gave her sons a look. Quick, go and chase her out. Old Lin's eldest, second, and third sons saw Wan Yinyin frowning together and quickly walked over. Old Lin's third son spoke first, looking at Wan Yinyin with a hint of helplessness. Wan Jiqing, what are you doing here? You should go back quickly. When the original owner first went to the countryside, this third son of Lin was kind to her, but she mocked him for not being as knowledgeable as Song Siming or as handsome. She also said she only came for Song Siming and didn't like him. Seeing that the original owner was sincere with Song Siming, Old Lin's third son felt lonely and stopped bothering her. This person is quite a good person, so Wan Yinyin said, I'm here to see Song Siming and Secretary Lin. Hearing this, Old Lin's third son didn't speak. Old Lin's eldest couldn't help but say, Is this your place? Song Siming already registered with Jiang Xian this morning. Don't bother them anymore.
Get out quickly.
My family doesn't welcome you. Old Lin's eldest was convinced that Wan Yinyin was here to cause trouble and disturb everyone's peace. Wan Yinyin looked at Old Lin's eldest and said, I have something to discuss with them. If you don't let me see Secretary Lin, and if something embarrassing happens, I won't be responsible. Old Lin's eldest got angry. If you have something to say it here. Since Secretary Lin still holds some status and face in the village, he didn't want to offend him. Wan Yinyin didn't say directly but took out a promissory note and held it up. Take a good look at this. Old Lin's eldest saw the big character's promissory note and reached out to take it back for a closer look. Wan Yinyin stepped back to avoid his hand.
Just look at it like this.
Old Lin's eldest was disappointed and stared at the writing on it. Person. Song Siming. Due to lack of money, tickets, and grain from September 1972 to August 1973, I borrowed 5 yards of cloth tickets, 8 half-jean stamps, 10 two-jean tickets, and 1 bicycle ticket from Wan Yinyin. Old Lin's eldest read each word aloud, feeling dizzy and even doubting whether he was hallucinating. Wan Yinyin said, Can I see Secretary Lin and Song Siming now? If not, I will stay here and read it. How dare Old Lin's eldest let Wan Yinyin read it here? If she reads it aloud, everyone in the village will hear, and the Lin family's face will be gone. Song Siming. He actually dared to owe so many tickets, including a bicycle ticket. How could he dare? Wan Yinyin saw that Lin's eldest son looked worried and changing expressions. She cleared her throat and said, I owe.
Stop.
Lin's eldest son immediately shouted to stop her. Everyone around was looking in their direction. Feeling watched, Lin's eldest son pretended to be calm and glanced at Wan Yinyin. I'll take you to see my father. Lin's second and third brothers also saw what was happening inside. Lin's second son looked no better than Lin's eldest son, but Lin Geng, the third brother, looked a bit dazed. Wan Yinyin followed Lin's eldest son all the way into a room filled with village officials or respected elders. When Lin's eldest son brought her in, many people looked surprised. Village Secretary Lin frowned and asked, What are you here for? Although he asked you all, his eyes were clearly focused on Wan Yinyin. Lin's eldest son quickly stepped forward, whispered everything that had just happened into Lin's secretary's ear. Lin's secretary, who was over 50, looked stunned after hearing his eldest son's description. His face, full of lines, froze for a moment, and his eyes widened, but he soon regained his composure. He then smiled and said a few words to others. When he went out and saw Wan Yinyin, he said, Come with me. There were many people in the Lin family, and with her and Song Siming involved, villagers were probably gossiping about it. Wan Yinyin was not worried about any trouble and followed Lin's secretary. Lin's secretary asked, Where is the IOU? Wan Yinyin opened the IOU just as she had before, but she didn't hand it to Lin's secretary. It was still early evening, and the light was clear enough to see the contents. Even after learning what had happened from her eldest son and seeing what was owed, Lin's secretary couldn't help but twitch his face at what he saw. That scoundrel. He had raised his daughter well, yet she had fallen for someone who couldn't work, caused trouble, and now owed so much debt. Wan Yinyin said, Secretary, if you don't believe me, you can call Song Siming over and ask him.
We can verify it.
Lin's secretary looked at Lin's eldest son, suppressing his anger. Go and call Song Siming back for me. Wan Yinyan was a shining star in the village, and she and Song Siming were known for their gossip and rumors. When they appeared together, villagers couldn't help but talk about it for days. Especially since she had shown up during Song Siming's wedding with Lin Jingxin. Everyone thought she was targeting Song Siming, maybe even trying to steal him away. The gossip in the front yard was about this, and soon it reached Song Siming's ears. When he heard Wan Yinyan was here, his heart suddenly beat faster. He knew that Wan Yinyan still loved him and couldn't bear to part with him. Otherwise, why would she appear here? Song Siming felt happy and looked at the Lin family's house, which was cleaner and more spacious than others. Inside, there were soft, new cotton quilts. The Lin family's life was the best in the village. After marrying Lin Jing, he could secretly send some grain to support his family and get the easiest job. Most importantly, he might be recommended as a student at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University. Thinking of these things and also thinking about Wan Yinyan outside, Song Siming's heart grew cold. He could only temporarily be unkind to Wan Yinyan. After all, she had also been with Jiang Ran. She was no longer pure. Later, he would sweet-talk her, and she would be convinced. Besides her good looks, Wan Yinyan probably had a lot of money. Otherwise, how could she afford a watch? That watch was his, and if she had money, it should be in his hands. Song Siming thought many things, and his face showed excitement. Song Siming, your brother-in-law is here. Suddenly a voice came from the door. A young worker leaned in and said, I think your face doesn't look good. Maybe it's because of Wan Yinyan, and you're misunderstanding your relationship with her. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lauda entered, with a dark face. The Lin family members were tall and strong. Song Siming disliked his brother-in-law because he was just a village man with brute strength. He was worried about his strength and looked like he might hit someone at any moment. Song Siming quickly forced a smile and asked, Brother, why are you here? Lin Lauda looked at this young, pale face and wished he could strangle him. He owed so much money. If Song Siming couldn't pay it, his father would have to. His father's money was public, and they all shared it. Song Siming felt nervous. His brother-in-law's dark face definitely meant it was because of Wan Yinyan. He hurriedly said, I know about Wan Yinyan. Brother, just send her away. She's like a dog's bane. You know she's been bothering me all along. Enough. You and I are going to see Dad. Lin Lauda suddenly interrupted him coldly. He turned around and left. Song Siming looked at his back, feeling a sudden bad premonition. Wan Yinyan was bothering him, liked him, and everyone in the village knew it. Usually, people felt sorry for her being so clingy. When they saw him, they would say bad things about Wan Yinyan. Why was Lin Jingdang angry with him? Before he could figure it out, Lin Lauda turned again. Song Siming hurried to follow. On the way, countless curious eyes looked at them. Nguyen Yen Yen has always been calm and relaxed. Even when facing a stern-faced leader, she is not afraid. In her past life, she never encountered many leaders. Ms. Lu Xingyun has always been admired by others. She grew up in that kind of environment, so naturally, she is not afraid. Secretary Lin is smoking with a dark expression. Today is a happy day, yet something like this has happened. When they faced each other, Boss Lin called Song Siming over. Seeing Nguyen Yen Yen, he was still unsure what was happening but quickly showed loyalty out of fear of misunderstanding by Secretary Lin. Yen Yen, why are you here? I already told you clearly I don't like you. I like Jing Xian. His expression was urgent, acting very sincerely. Nguyen Yen Yen smiled slightly, speaking coldly. Song Jiqing, don't misunderstand. I came here for something else. She then took out the IOU. Song Siming's face immediately stiffened. Seeing his expression, Secretary Lin was almost certain of what was happening. He felt a complicated emotion inside. He looked down on this city person who couldn't carry or lift anything. No matter how good-looking his face was, it couldn't fill his stomach. Few people in the village would like him, but his daughter liked him. Since he could make a living in the brigade, providing for his family was manageable. He only had one daughter, and fulfilling her wishes wasn't impossible. Who would have thought that not only was he bad at working, but he could also do something like this? Secretary Lin's face darkened as he coldly asked Song Siming, "Is what's written on this IOU something you borrowed?" The paper was clear and signed with Song Siming's name. His handwriting was unique in Daya village. Song Siming opened his mouth to defend himself. "Dad, it's like this, these are
all."
He suddenly couldn't think of a reason in his panic. Secretary Lin looked at him with growing anger, knocking his pipe on the nearby table. "Just tell me, did you write this? Did you borrow this money?" Nguyen Yen Yen said, "If Ziking doesn't remember clearly, I can help you recall." Song Siming looked at Nguyen Yen Yen and couldn't help but ask, "Yen Yen, why are you doing this? Paying debts and returning money is the right thing to do. Why do you think I'm doing this?"
When Mian Samai.
Song Siming felt like a heavy stone had fallen in his heart. He had been thinking that Nguyen Yen Yen couldn't bear to leave him, but it turned out she was here to harm him. Love turned into hate, and he shouldn't have been pushed to this point. Secretary Lin looked at Song Siming and raised his voice, asking, "Did you borrow it?" Unable to deny, Song Siming lowered his head and admitted, "Yes." He then knelt down, eyes turning red, and said, "Dad, I had no choice. I can't go on living, so I had to borrow from her. I originally planned to repay her slowly once I had a stable job, but I didn't expect she would come looking for me. She did it on purpose, taking advantage of my marriage to Jingxin to make our lives difficult." Wan Yinyan knew that Song Siming had no bottom line. She didn't expect him to kneel so obediently and even use a suffering act. No wonder he could make Lin Jingxin fall for him completely. No wonder in the story, the Lin family was willing to do everything to help him. Such a person with no bottom line, though high in emotional intelligence, could be seen as flexible and adaptable. But he was right. Wan Yanyan had deliberately waited until he was married before coming. Although Secretary Lin was just a village official, he knew what was on Wan Yanyan's mind, just like a mirror. He kept smoking his dry tobacco, glancing at Song Siming, who was crying with his eyes red and kneeling in front of him. He felt even more disdainful. But since he and Jingxin already had their marriage certificate and there were guests waiting outside, he couldn't afford to lose face. Looking at Wan Yanyan, he asked, "Wan Jiqing, what are you trying to do?" Wan Yanyan replied, "Secretary Lin, I just said owing money and paying it back is the right thing. I'm here to get back what belongs to me. As long as you give me those tickets, I promise not to make a big fuss. If you don't," her voice paused slightly, "you should also know that Jiang ran and I haven't had an easy life. People in the village say I'm lazy. I have to show something to make the Jiang family willing to support me." Her words made sense. Secretary Lin looked at the IOU and then at Song Siming, who was still kneeling on the ground. "Where did you put all those tickets? Return them to her." Song Siming lowered his head even more, almost afraid to make a sound, and meekly said, "They're
gone."
"All those tickets are gone?" Secretary Lin couldn't help raising his voice. "What about the bicycle ticket? Don't tell me it's gone too. I didn't see you buy a bicycle." Song Siming replied, "I didn't use it." Secretary Lin demanded, "Then where is it? Show it to me." Song Siming said, "I sent it to my parents." Hearing this, Secretary Lin's years of restraint suddenly vanished. The cigarette holder he was holding was thrown directly at Song Siming. The cigarette holder hit his head, and Song Siming cried out in pain. All right. You and Jingxin are getting married. Your parents haven't given anything, but I won't mind. Who asked you to go to our village to work? Who asked my little daughter to fall for you? Your whole family is like a greedy beast, only taking in but not giving out. You borrow things and still send them to your parents. Now I have to clean up after you. Really impressive, really impressive." Commissioner Lin, being the village leader, was not an ordinary person. Now he was very angry. "Fine, I'll pay you back. From now on, the child you have with Jingxin will carry my Lin family's surname. And if such a thing happens again, don't blame me for kicking you out." Does he think of him as a son-in-law who just moved in? Song Siming was shocked. He looked up, wanting to speak, but seeing Commissioner Lin angry, he silently swallowed his words. Once he returned to the city, he could decide which surname the child would carry. When he got back, he would have the power to change the child's surname back if he wanted. Song Siming quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. In the newlywed room, Lin Jingxin was happily admiring herself, feeling like a little rabbit bouncing inside her heart. She had married Siming. Thinking of this, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. There were female relatives with her, chatting softly. Soon, Wang Xiu came in. Seeing her joyful daughter, she said nothing. She had already tried her best to be happy, but she was still not good at hiding her feelings. Lin Jingxin noticed her mother's strange behavior. Mom, what's wrong? I married Siming, and you're not happy? Wang Xiu thought of Wan Yanyan and forced a smile. Happy? Of course I'm happy. She forced a laugh. You look like you're not happy at all. A middle-aged woman standing beside Wang Xiu couldn't hold back. You married Song Jiqing, and your mother wouldn't be happy? It's that sly fox again, she's still not over Siming. Shameless. When she heard the sly fox was here, Lin Jingxin immediately stood up anxiously and asked, Wan Yan is here. Where is she? Commissioner Lin carefully examined the IOU on the table. There were quite a few tickets, mostly from the city. Very few from the countryside. Song Siming had managed to get tickets from the rural areas to support his parents in the city. Thinking about it, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. These tickets probably drained his family's savings. He had worked so hard for so many years for nothing. Wan Jiqing, I can give you these tickets, but you must keep this secret. The Lin family couldn't afford to lose face. If the villagers found out, they wouldn't say anything good. Wan Yanyan's goal was also to get the ticket. Without a ticket, she felt truly helpless. At that moment, she assured him sincerely, I promise I won't spread this matter myself. I have no reason to offend you. She spoke honestly with a smile. Secretary Lin thought to himself that people in the village often called Wan Jiqing silly or a fox spirit, but now her eyes were clear, and her words were logical. She didn't seem silly at all. Secretary Lin looked again at Song Siming, who was kneeling on the ground. Since today was his wedding and he still had to meet people later, he wouldn't want him to be too embarrassed or shame the Lin family. You can also get up. As he spoke, he bent down to take the ticket. Once Secretary Lin left, Song Siming stood up, his eyes burning with fierce anger as he looked at Wan Yanyan. Wan Yanyan. Wan Yanyan was not afraid of Song Siming at all. Instead, she glanced at his legs and said, Song Zitsiking, tonight you are supposed to enter the bridal chamber. She said, if the Lin family loses so much because of you, and you can't even show kindness or help their family grow, how can you still live happily in Daya village relying on the Lin family? You're a useless man. Who needs you? Song Siming was initially angry and ashamed. Wan Yanyan really treated him like a son-in-law. But as her words became more and more over the top, he found himself unable to think clearly. He wondered how a young girl could say such things, and he felt a little nervous inside. Just as they were in a stalemate, a sharp voice rang out. Wan Yanyan, what are you doing? You fox spirit. Lin Jingxin angrily raised her hand to slap Wan Yanyan, but before she could touch her, someone forcefully grabbed her hand. Lin Geng pulled Lin Jingxin aside anxiously. Little sister, don't be impulsive. Lin Jingxin's face flushed. Third brother, she's come to my man. And you're still siding with her? Lin Geng nodded apologetically at Wan Yanyan while pulling Lin Jingxin away. He had seen the IOU and overheard the conversation between their father, Song Siming, and Wan Yanyan from outside. He clenched his teeth and said, she didn't come to see Song Siming. Don't think he's a good man. Lin Jingxin was slightly stunned and became even more angry. Third brother, how can you say that about Siming? I know you like this fox spirit, but does she like you? She'd rather marry that from the landlord's family than even glance at you. Only family members know where each other's pain lies and what words hurt the most. In the evening, the sunset cast a warm glow over the courtyard. Lin Geng's face turned pale after hearing Lin Jingxin's words. He held Lin Jingxin's hand, but did not let go. You are the bride today. You should look beautiful. Right now, you look like a shrew. Are you trying to make the villagers laugh at you? Lin Jingxin was slightly stunned. She was a proud person. Since her father became the village secretary, her family's life had improved day by day. The young women and wives in the village envied her. She would not let her wedding be embarrassed. Her gaze at Wan Yanyan remained fierce. But I don't want her to ruin my wedding with Siming. Third brother, please send her away. Lin Geng understood that Wan Yanyan wouldn't leave without getting what she wanted. He looked at the person responsible. Song Jiqing, you know why Wan Jiqing is here. Tell Jingxin. Song Siming sensed Lin Geng's distance, but dared not refuse. He walked over, held Lin Jingxin's hand gently and said softly, "Don't be angry, Jingxin. She's not here to see me." Then who is she here to see? Song Siming concealed what had happened and replied, "She came to talk to my father about something. You don't need to worry. You know how much I like you. I could never like someone else. Don't worry." As Song Siming's gentle words eased her mood, Lin Jingxin's face gradually improved. She even gave Wan Yanyan a provocative look. Wan Yanyan didn't look back at her. She was thinking about getting the ticket quickly and returning home. Otherwise, Jiang Ran would be worried when she saw she wasn't there. Wan Yanyan's guess was correct. Jiang Ran returned home carrying a brightly colored wild chicken. He looked around but couldn't find his wife. He frowned slightly. It was almost dark. Where could Yanyan have gone? Could she have gone to Jiang's house? The wild chicken was still alive. Jiang Ran placed it in a wooden cage and then left to go to Jiang's house. Many guests had gone to the Lin family's wedding. From afar, the joyful sounds from the loudspeakers could be heard. Jiang Ran thought about the meal at his own home. His expression was calm, hiding any emotion. When passing by the Lin family, Jiang Ran initially wanted to walk straight past. Someone saw him and started gossiping. Jiang Ran, come take a look. Song Jiqing is getting married, and Wan Jiqing is here too. Maybe she's trying to steal him away. Your wife might be giving you a green hat. His gaze was especially cold, and just one look made people feel afraid. The man instinctively took a half step back.
Don't look at me like that.
I didn't lie. Your wife is right inside the Lin family. Jiang Ran missed his chance and directly walked into the Lin house. Since the couple had arrived, everyone became even more curious. Wan Jiqing has been trying to marry her for so long, but there's been no movement. Causing trouble at the wedding. Isn't that embarrassing for Lin's family? Why haven't they kicked her out yet? As time passed, people started to sense something was wrong, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. When Lin Shushu took out the tickets in Wang Xiu's confused eyes and handed them to Wan Jiqing, he suddenly looked older by a few years. His voice was hoarse. Wan Jiqing, can I have the IOU now? Using the last rays of sunset, Wan Jiqing counted the tickets in her hand, confirmed they were correct, and then handed the IOU to him. Lin Shushu, Song Siming and I have settled everything. I was blind before, but now I have no feelings for him. Please make sure to clarify this, so no false rumors spread. There was no need for Wan Jiqing to explain further. Lin Shushu would handle it. After all, their Lin family's reputation in the village was more important than Jiang's family. In the end, they couldn't afford to lose face over this person. After saying this, Wan Jiqing glanced at the stunned Lin Jingxin and the dejected Song Siming, then said, "Happy wedding."
She turned and left.
Lin Jingxin hadn't figured out what had happened. She looked at her brother, then at her father, and finally at Siming Go, who looked like a wilted eggplant. What happened? Dad, why are you giving that fox spirit the tickets? Lin Shushu looked at his beloved daughter since childhood and thought about what had happened today. It was all because she liked that young man. He couldn't help but shout loudly, "Shut up." As Wan Jiqing left Lin's side courtyard, she saw a tall figure at the door. Her eyes lit up instantly. Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran looked at her, his eyes deep. Wan Jiqing realized something was wrong. She had just told Lin Shushu those words, worried that rumors might cause Jiang Ran to misunderstand. But from his expression, it seemed he still misunderstood. She quickly walked forward. Jiang Ran, when did you arrive? I'm here on some business at Lin's house. Don't misunderstand. I'm definitely not here for Song Siming. Jiang Ran quietly stared at her, his mind echoing her 2 sentences from earlier in the yard. She said she liked Song Siming before because she was blind, but now she had no feelings for him. A wave of emotion rose in her heart. Ruan Yinyan was confused. I can explain. Before she finished speaking, she was suddenly grabbed tightly by the wrist, and his warm hand completely covered her palm. Ruan Yinyan was pulled out of the Lin family by Jiang Ran. Amid everyone's gazes, she faintly felt that Jiang Ran didn't seem angry. This eased her initial worry. He walked quickly, and she almost jogged to keep up. Jiang Ran, I went to the Lin family to get tickets. When they reached the door, he suddenly pushed it open with a creak. Ruan Yinyan asked, Are you angry? As soon as she spoke, the door closed, and the man suddenly turned around. She was caught in his arms, instinctively leaning her back against the wooden door. His eyes fixed on her, and in that moment, it seemed as if he was her prey. Ruan Yinyan felt a little scared but also vaguely excited. She swallowed hard. Jiang Ran. His low, husky voice fell. Is what you said at the Lin family true? She had said a lot at the Lin family, and she didn't know exactly when Jiang Ran had been standing outside the side yard. He was asking the question she had mentally guessed. She didn't answer immediately, and the atmosphere between them grew silent. Jiang Ran's arm supported the door, and at that moment, it seemed as if he was in control. But he knew very well that the one truly in charge was the person he was looking down on. Her silence and unspoken words felt like a knife hanging over her heart. Suddenly, Ruan Yinyan thought of something, her eyes brightening. Of course it's true. I swear I don't like Song Siming at all. If I break this oath, heaven will strike me. Jiang Ran. Her unfinished words were drowned out by his breath. Her back lightly pressed against the wooden door. Jiang Ran's hand protected her head, but did not let go. This was Jiang Ran's first time being so proactive. Ruan Yinyan was momentarily stunned, handing all the initiative over to him, only responding. They didn't know how long it had been. Neither of them cared anymore. Finally, as it grew dark, Jiang Ran released her. She gasped for breath like a dying fish. Jiang Ran's breathing was also a bit heavy. When Ruan Yinyan looked up, their eyes met. Jiang Ran's face first turned red, and he coughed. Are you okay? Ruan Yinyan's lips were slightly swollen, but her eyes sparkled with water. Just being kissed by you so hard I couldn't breathe. Does that count as something? Jiang Ran looked even more uncomfortable. I was impulsive. Just moments ago, his attitude was almost eager to swallow her whole, to melt into her bones and blood. Yet now, he seemed so shy and reserved. Ruan Yinyan was amused by Jiang Ran's behavior, then be impulsive a few more times. I keep teasing you, but you don't take the bait. I start to doubt my own charm. Jiang Ran was radiating warmth all over. Since this was the 1970s, Ruan Yinyan didn't dare to let herself go completely. She took out the tickets she had been clutching tightly. Look at these. Jiang Ran took her hand and led her toward the house, as if looking for an excuse, saying, It's too dark outside. I can't see clearly. They lit a kerosene lamp, covered it with a glass shade, and it cast a warm, yellow glow. Excited to get the tickets, Ruan Yinyan exclaimed, Quick, look. There were many tickets of all sizes, from food tickets to industrial tickets. Ruan Yinyan had just gone to get these. He arrived late and didn't know what had happened earlier. After looking at the tickets and then at Ruan Yinyan, who looked so lively, he said, If you want these, I can find more for you. But can you promise not to go see Song Siming in the future? He had thought about this for a long time before saying it. He was jealous. These tickets are from when I was blind before. Of course I want to get them back. If I don't, we'll be at a disadvantage, Ruan Yinyan said. The mountains are dangerous. We have enough money now and enough tickets. I really don't want you to take risks. Her soft voice reached Jiang Ran's ears. Her words were like firecrackers, crackling loudly in his heart, making him feel happy. Ruan Yinyan put the tickets away. When she looked back, Jiang Ran was studying the Kong bed carefully, from start to finish, without missing a detail. She was curious. Jiang Ran, what are you looking at? Jiang Ran turned around with a calm face, seeing when I can do it. Her gaze fell on the bed nailed together with nails. Late at night, Ruyan Yen Yen took a shower. The two of them lay on the same bed. Although they hadn't done anything, it felt like they were closer somehow. Jiang Ran looked at her peaceful sleeping face. Gently, he held her in his arms, resting his chin on her long hair, and smelled the sweet scent coming from her. The next morning, Ruyan Yen Yen woke up feeling hot. She was alone. Jiang Ran was squatting in front of the Kong, adding firewood inside. She mumbled sleepily, Jiang Ran, "What are you doing?" "Dry the Kong." Drying the Kong is naturally for that purpose. Wan Yin Yen sat on the bed early in the morning, feeling stunned, and couldn't help but smile. "Then hurry up and dry it. The bed is making us nervous to sleep on," she said, getting out of bed, putting on clothes, and then going out to wash up and cook. Jiang Ran added some firewood and told Wan Yin Yen about the wild chicken. Looking at the colorful feathers of the chicken, Wan Yin Yen almost drooled. "Let's eat something light in the morning. How about we make a stir-fried chicken for lunch?" The chicken flinched back at the sound. Jiang Ran said, "You can cook whatever you want." Early in the morning, they cooked millet porridge and stir-fried some greens from the backyard. Jiang Ran went to work, and Wan Yin Yen wanted to make some different soap today, so she planned to ask the village carpenter if the molds were ready. Not far from home, Wang Fingxia, pregnant, came over. Seeing Wan Yin Yen from afar, she greeted her. "Yen Yen, the clothes you asked for are ready." The clothes were the ones Wan Yin Yen asked Wang Fingxia to alter for Tianyo. "I made them a bit bigger, so she can wear them longer," Wang Fingxia said. Now, in the countryside, children's clothes are often made a bit larger. The bigger ones are worn first, then the smaller ones, with patches layered several times. That's normal. Wan Yin Yen said, "Thanks, third sister-in-law. I'll take them back later for her to try on." Wang Fingxia also carried 2 large radishes in her hand. "The radishes from our farm are ready. You can take some to eat. In a while, the radishes will be harvested." I heard Jiang Ming say that Jiang Ran has nowhere to plant. "You can't just eat Chinese cabbage all winter. Secretly ask your mother for some." Avoiding the eyes of your sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, Wang Fingxiao advised. Wan Yin Yen took the radishes. "Let's wait until winter." Wang Fingxia didn't say much and suddenly thought of something. "When I came over just now, I heard our village is going to assign new educated youths." The team leader sent Jiang Ran to pick them up. The original owner also came to Daqiao village during last year's autumn harvest. It wouldn't be strange if new people were assigned this year. Wan Yin Yen didn't pay much attention to this. She chatted with Wang Fingxia for a few words, then took the radishes and clothes back home. Later, she went to the village carpenter. When the carpenter saw her, he said, "3 are finished, but the other 2 are not carved yet. The patterns are more complicated." The patterns were drawn by Wan Yin Yen herself, and she knew them well. "Then give me the carved ones first." The carpenter took out the carved mold and sighed. "This pattern, I've never seen it before. It looks both elegant and beautiful. The mooncakes made with it will surely be attractive." Wan Yin Yen carefully examined it in her hand. The carpenter is meticulous and truly skilled. The pattern may not be as lifelike as those carved by master artisans, but it far surpasses the molds sold on online marketplaces. Wan Yin Yen was very pleased. "In the future, if I want to carve other patterns, I will come to you." The carpenter was slightly surprised and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wan Yin Yen added, "But you can't tell anyone I carved this. If you do, I won't come to you anymore. Everyone in the village says Wan Jiqing is wasteful, and Jiang Ran spoils her." Before, Jiang Ran even asked him to make a large wooden tub for bathing. Now, making 5 mooncake molds isn't enough, and she wants to make others too. She really is wasteful. If this gets out, people in the village will talk even more. He's earning money, not making enemies. Not many villagers are as generous as Wan Yin Yen. He smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. I usually work with wood, so no one will say anything." After leaving the carpenter, Wan Yin Yen wanted to try her new mold. It's perfect for making colorful soap. The village is in the busy farming season. People come and go quickly, working hard. Zhou Mingxia was sent out early to pick corn. By noon, the sun was hot, and she was sweating. Picking corn in the field was both hot and prickly. Just as she reached the edge of the field, she saw Wan Yanyan leisurely picking wildflowers. Zhou Mingxia felt a surge of envy and jealousy. While others were busy in the fields, Wan Yanyan seemed out of place, even wearing a hat while picking flowers. Zhou Mingxia's presence was strong, but Wan Yanyan wasn't foolish. She turned her head and glanced. Seeing Zhou Mingxia, she smiled slightly. Wan Yanyan appeared to be very kind and friendly, always smiling when she saw someone. But Zhou Mingxia had seen the red marks on her son's bottom. His bottom was still swollen from being beaten. This woman is a fox and a venomous snake, not as kind as she looks. Zhou Mingxia felt uneasy about making eye contact and started thinking. She wondered if Wan Yanyan might see what she and Shuangzi were doing in the mountains. What if she saw? She couldn't see Shuangzi these days. If she got caught, it wouldn't end well. Zhou Mingxia felt guilty and smiled thoughtfully at Wan Yanyan. She hurriedly turned and entered the cornfield. Wan Yanyan watched her run away, her smile deepening. During her outing, she picked many different kinds of flowers. At home, she crushed the flowers into juice. While she was busy, Sweet Girl brought over a clay jar. Inside was half a jar of goat milk. Wan Yanyan forgot to tell her she didn't need goat milk for a while, but since Sweet Girl had brought it, she accepted it, thinking of making different drinks with the flower juice. She poured the goat milk into her own bowl and handed the clay jar to Sweet Girl. Next time, you and your brother can cook this goat milk and drink it. Don't bring it to me anymore. Sweet Girl's hands holding the jar froze instantly. The little girl stood still, silent for a few seconds, then softly replied, "Okay." Wan Yanyan didn't notice Sweet Girl's sadness. "Wait here for a moment," she said, then went inside to get the clothes her third sister-in-law had just brought. When she came out, Sweet Girl was sweeping the yard with a broom. She was so small that the broom was taller than her, and she was working very carefully with each move. Wan Yanyan said, "Put down the broom and try this." Sweet Girl turned around and saw the clothes Wan Yanyan was holding, which looked similar to her own, and her bright eyes sparkled. But she didn't move. Wan Yanyan asked, "What's wrong? You can try it at home if you want." Hearing her gentle voice, Sweet Girl's eyes reddened and she whispered, "Big sister, you don't need the goat milk anymore. Does that mean I can't come to see you in the future?" Wan Yanyan was surprised and chuckled softly. She reached out and gently rubbed her soft hair. "What are you talking about? I don't need goat milk for now, but I will still need it when it gets colder," she said. "Now bring it to me. It would be a pity if it spoils," she added. "Besides, even if I don't need it, you can still come to see me." Sweet Girl asked, "Really?" Wan Yanyan nodded. "Really? Go try on the clothes now," she encouraged. Sweet Girl happily took the clothes, first washing her hands and feet before trying them on. When she came out wearing the new clothes, she felt a little awkward. It was her first time wearing such new clothes. Wan Yanyan waved her over. "Come out and let me see," she said. Sweet Girl's parents looked quite nice. Although the girl was sun-darkened and thin, her big eyes sparkled, and she had a sweet dimple when she smiled. Her clear eyes looked like a little angel. Wan Yanyan didn't hold back her praise. "You look very pretty," she said. Sweet Girl's face turned red with embarrassment. Yuan Yanyan asked her to take the remaining items home for Godan. The Sweet Girl didn't leave, but instead diligently swept the yard, fed the chickens, and cleaned the chicken coop. Despite her small size, she was very skilled at these tasks. She was grateful, and Yuan Yanyan didn't stop her. She was busy making soap and thinking about when Jiang Ran would return. That wild chicken still needed him to kill it. At the entrance of Hongxing Commune, a girl blushed as she looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran looked very cold. Yang Guifan followed the commune leaders, arranging the new educated youth, but she secretly watched Jiang Ran. Did Yuan Yanyan really change her nature and truly marry this troublemaker? If she hadn't changed, how could she have asked for the clothes she gave her back and also wanted her to pay for the watch? Thinking about how she still owed Yuan Yanyan so much money, Yang Guifan felt heavy-hearted. She held the list and instructed each new educated youth to go to different teams. Finally, her gaze fell on the girl who blushed when looking at Jiang Ran. Since Yuan Yinyan wouldn't let her feel comfortable, she wouldn't let her be happy either. Yang Guifan smiled gently and said, Su Wanqing, you go to the Dahan village team. She pointed in the direction where Jiang Ran was standing. The girl called Su Wanqing blushed even more and shyly looked at Jiang Ran. She stepped toward Dahan village. Comrade Jiang Ran, I am.
Su Wanqing.
Besides Jiang Ran, there were also Zhang Qi and Su Yao, who was sneaking over from the youth point. Except for Jiang Ran, who ignored Su Wanqing, Zhang Qi and Su Yao watched her closely. Zhang Qi was watching carefully. If this troublemaker dared to show interest in other women, he would immediately tell Yuan Jiqing. Yuan Jiqing was so beautiful and shouldn't be with a man who is indecisive. Su Yao blinked, clearly seeing Su Wanqing's feelings for Jiang Ran. It was obvious to everyone. Yang Guifan was clearly arranging this person to make things difficult for Yuan Yinyan. She was just a small official at the commune, but she was so imposing. Every new educated youth had to listen to her. It was so easy for her to set traps. Su Yao couldn't help but glance at Yang Guifan. She was talking to another commune official, and her demeanor was different from the villagers. This petty person, how could she be so suitable? Suddenly, Su Yao thought again about what Yuan Yinyan said that day as she passed by her. Where did Yang Guifan hide that watch? Why would she rather give Yuan Yinyan over 100 yuan than hand over the watch? It was a men's watch, and Yang Guifan wasn't even wearing it. Su Yao's mind was quite active. Everyone has their own thoughts. Jiang Ran, coldly, pointed to the new educated youth station, but didn't say a word to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing felt a bit embarrassed, her fingers slightly clenched. But just now, she realized that Jiang Ran was just cold on the outside but warm inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted like that. In Day Village, 4 new educated youths were assigned, 2 men and 2 women. When they finished dividing up and were about to return to the village, Su Yao wasn't willing to give up. Wait for me, I want to catch up with Yang Jiqing. She ran down quickly toward Yang Guifan.
Yang Guifan, stop.
Yang Guifan didn't want to pay attention to Su Yao's voice and kept walking straight ahead. Su Yao shouted, if you don't stop, I'll tell the commune about what you've done. See if you still have the face. Suddenly, Yang Guifan stopped and turned to look at the shameless little person, Su Yao.
What do you want?
Su Yao was proud. Yang Jiqing, where did you take the watch that belonged to Yuan Yinyan? Did you give it to someone? Yang Guifan's face turned pale instantly. She forced herself to stay calm. It's none of your business. Su Yao knew Yang Guifan quite well. The more she acted like that, the more she believed Yang Guifan was hiding something. I'm just curious. If you won't tell me, does that mean you're doing something shameful? Su Yao was also seen as a petty person in Yang Guifan's mind, someone who couldn't stand others doing well. Fearing her gift-giving might be exposed, Yang Guifan quickly thought of an excuse. I gave it to my boyfriend. Su Yao was surprised, not just a gift, but a boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend?
I didn't know.
Yang Guifan looked her over and slightly raised her chin. We're both officials in the commune. You wouldn't know because you're not in the commune. There are other things to do in the commune, so I won't talk to you anymore. Yang Guifan said casually and then turned to leave. Su Yao was so angry she twisted her face in frustration. Yang Guifan's boyfriend was just an official in the commune. She looked plain and not as good-looking as herself. She had a good job and a good man. Su Yao was so angry she almost stomped her feet. Actually, Yang Guifan wasn't as calm as Su Yao thought. When Su Yao asked her that question, her heart was already in turmoil. The boyfriend was just something she made up on the spot. Why did Su Yao come to ask about the watch? Even she noticed it. Could others have noticed too? No, this matter must be resolved early, or she won't be able to relax at any time. This time, Yuan Yinyan made a few bars of soap quickly. When she was free, she took out a carrot sent by her third sister-in-law, sliced it into strips, blanched them, and laid them out to dry for pickled vegetable strips. By the time she finished, it was already noon, and Jiang Ran hadn't come back yet. Yuan Yinyan and Sweet Girl, one big and one small, were squatting inside a wooden chicken coop. They looked very eager. Wan Yinyin asked Sweet Girl, "Do you know how to kill a chicken?" Sweet Girl stared at her hands. "Sister, I'm only 5 years old." The wild chicken hid in the corner, cautiously watching the two human devils in front of it. Wan Yinyin is good at cooking, but she usually has the family cook or the supermarket staff handle killing chickens. She has never done it herself. "Forget it, Sweet Girl. Let's go wait for Brother Jiang to come." Sweet Girl stood up with her. The two of them left the door. It was already after work hours, and many families had already cooked their meals and were sitting outside eating. Seeing Wan Yinyin's strange looks, everyone remembered that yesterday she had caused a fuss at the Lin family's wedding. They thought the Lin family would be angry, but surprisingly, during the banquet, Lin Jishu even stood up to speak for Wan Yinyin. Moreover, he changed the wording about the marriage, mentioning that in the future, Lin Jingxin and Song Jiqing's children would take the Lin family surname. This was basically a marriage into the family, but it wasn't said like that before. In rural areas, unless a family is extremely poor and starving, they wouldn't let their son marry into another family. Song Jiqing is from the city, just moved to the countryside. How did he agree? There was no news about it before. When Wan Yinyin came by, Lin Jishu announced it like that. The villagers, who love gossip, felt there was something going on and wanted to find out, but Lin family kept a tight lid, so no one said anything. Everyone's eyes turned to Wan Yinyin. "Wan Jiqing, I heard that Song Jiqing and Lin Jingxin's child will take the Lin family surname. Do you know about this?" An older woman, curious, asked. Wan Yinyin smiled and said, "I don't know." The middle-aged woman almost asked more but held back after hearing Wan Yinyin's answer. "Isn't this marriage into the family? Did Song Jiqing do it voluntarily? You and Song Jiqing are from the same place. Why don't you advise him?" Wan Yinyin looked toward the village entrance casually and said, "Now, men and women are equal. Anyone can take the surname. I have nothing to do with him, so there's no need to persuade him." It was difficult to find out gossip from Lin's family, and even harder to get information from Wan Yinyin, especially since this Wan Jiqing knew many truths. "Big sister, the ox cart and donkey cart are coming." Suddenly, Sweet Girl shouted, and Wan Yinyin saw it too. Dako village was poor, only having ox carts and donkey carts, with no tractors. Jiang was sitting on one of them. Wan Yinyin took Sweet Girl's hand and moved forward. Jiang clearly saw Wan Yinyin too. He jumped down from the cart quickly and walked briskly toward his wife. Su Wanqing was on the cart, looking a bit surprised, and wanted to jump down too. But since the donkey cart was not fast, and it was her first time riding, she was nervous and took a while to jump down. She startled Zhang Qi, who was driving the cart. Jiang approached his wife. "Why are you here?" Wan Yinyin was about to say she didn't dare to kill chickens, but then she saw a young woman running unsteadily from behind Jiang. Her face was flushed, and she looked like a girl in love. Wan Yinyin had watched many love dramas and idol shows. She clearly saw the young woman's eyes, which showed she was attracted to Jiang. Wan Yinyin only glanced at her briefly, then continued to look at Jiang. "I missed you, so I came to pick you up." Hearing this, Jiang's heart fluttered, and his previously dark face finally showed a hint of softness. "Let's go home." The two of them walked side by side, holding hands, with a thin young girl between them, looking like a family of 3. Su Wanqing watched from behind, feeling a bit stunned. What was going on? Who was that woman? She couldn't help but call out Jiang. Jiang frowned slightly, then took Wan Yinyin's hand and turned back to her. He said coldly, "Zhang Qi, Su Yao, you know more about the youth commune over there. Make sure they are settled properly." Although Jiang was not well liked in the village and didn't usually interact much with the youth commune people, Zhang Qi somehow instinctively nodded and agreed. "Got it." "Comrade Su, are you going to the youth commune?" Realizing she had just acted out of line, Su Wanqing looked at the family-like scene and bit her lip. She couldn't help but ask Comrade Jiang, "Who is that woman just now?" Her intentions were obvious, but it was immoral to interfere in others' marriages. Zhang Qi firmly responded, breaking all her hopes. "That's Wan Jiqing, and she is Jiang's wife." Su Wanqing froze for a moment, her eyes filled with disbelief. He got married? Zhang Qi said, yes, Su Jiqing. If you don't get in the car and go back to the Jiqing station, we'll leave first. You can walk there. As he spoke, Zhang Qi turned around. The news of Jiang Ran's marriage hit like a thunderbolt. Su Wanqing's face turned pale, and she clenched her teeth as she followed Zhang Qi during the bright daylight. Even decades later, few couples in the countryside would hold hands in front of others, especially in the 1970s. Jiang Ran held Wan Yanyan's hand, and the two attracted many glances as they walked. Wan Yanyan's heart felt like it was soaking in honey. Jiang Ran being so proactive was rare and precious. Until they reached the door, Jiang Ran finally let go of her hand. She felt a little disappointed that they arrived so quickly, but since Sweet Girl was there, Wan Yanyan chose to act like a serious adult. Jiang Ran, that wild chicken. We don't dare to kill it. You do it. Jiang Ran went to the chicken coop, reached in and caught the chicken. Wan Yanyan took a knife from the kitchen and handed it to him. During the chicken slaughter, Wan Yanyan turned her head with Sweet Girl. Sweet Girl wanted to say she had watched pigs being slaughtered during the New Year in the village, so she wasn't afraid, but she hesitated, worried her sister might feel embarrassed if she said it out loud. She silently closed her eyes. Jiang Ran's movements were quick and skillful. When he was plucking the feathers in the water, Wan Yanyan was no longer afraid. She squatted nearby, resting her chin on her hands, watching him handle it. In her mind, she thought about the new Jiqing who arrived today. Jiang Ran, did you go out and cause trouble with the girls today? Jiang Ran frowned. She doesn't know my background. Once she finds out, she won't come back. Wan Yanyan felt a little hurt by his words, stiffening her back. Jiang Ran looked at her in confusion. What if she finds out your background and still likes you? Wan Yanyan asked. Jiang Ran thought this was a bit silly. The young Jiqing, who just went to the countryside, didn't distinguish between men and women. They all looked down on others, and even villagers wouldn't like him, let alone someone who didn't have a good background.
No, she won't.
Don't think too much. This simple-minded person at this moment, shouldn't he promise he wouldn't like that woman? This was a question even elementary students knew how to answer decades later. Wan Yanyan felt she and Jiang Ran had a deep generation gap. She poked him again. Don't say you're not good enough. I like you, and others might be attracted to your qualities too. His wife was good at saying sweet words. The coldness on Jiang Ran's face melted away, and his tall figure was surrounded by a gentle aura. Don't worry, no one is as silly as you. Jiang Ran picked up the featherless chicken. Let's go. Aren't we going to eat the small fried chicken? Wan Yanyan followed behind. You call me stupid? You're such a straightforward guy. If I hadn't liked you, I wouldn't have a wife. Jiang Ran chuckled softly. Wan Yanyan said, I was just jealous earlier. You should promise me you won't get involved with other women, not blame yourself.
Got it?
Her gentle words stirred feelings in Jiang Ran. If it weren't daytime, he would want to hold her and kiss her tightly. Watching her talk so softly, the sweet girl felt she shouldn't go over. There were no potatoes at home, so Wan Yanyan kept half of the radish brought by her sister-in-law. She heated oil, added slices, chili, and star anise first. Then she put in the chicken. The wild chicken from the mountains had little smell, and as soon as it hit the oil, a rich aroma filled the air. The small wild chicken was simmered with water for nearly an hour. When it was ready, she boiled some hand-pulled noodles, then scooped them out once they floated, rinsed them in water, and mixed them into the cooked chicken. Every strand of noodle was coated with the chicken's fragrant flavor. Wan Yanyan served some to the sweet girl first. Take these home and eat with your brother. When you go back, avoid the villagers. The sweet girl nodded obediently. I understand. Thank you, sister. I'll come back this afternoon to help you. Wan Yanyan smiled. Good. The wild chicken tasted much better than the farm chicken. The meat was tender, soft, and juicy. Paired with the saucy, hand-pulled noodles, Wan Yanyan ate a big bowl until she was full. Obviously, Jiang Ran also thought it was delicious. The remaining half a bowl of noodles was all gone by him. Wan Yinyan ate well at home and rubbed her stomach while watching Jiang Ran go to wash the dishes. At the youth camp, Su Wanqing looked at the old, dusty bed, which was far from the city life she was used to. Even the food was just sweet potatoes, dirty and unappetizing. Why was she assigned to this place? Su Wanqing felt disdain in her heart. Thinking of Jiang Ran, her brow relaxed. Although the village was poor and run down, it wasn't without some good points. The next morning, Jiang Ran went to work early. Wan Yinyan packed 200 yuan worth of soap to take to the donkey cart. The busy farming season had started, and fewer people were going to the county town. The cart only carried an elderly man who looked at what Wan Yinyan was carrying. Wan Jiqing, what are you doing? Her package was quite eye-catching. She couldn't reveal the soap, so she smiled and said, "It's leftover grain. I'm sending it to my parents in the city. They don't have enough to eat." Suddenly, the person froze and looked at Wan Yinyan with disgust. She had thought that this young woman from the countryside wanted to live a good life with Jiang Ran, but instead, she had taken the grain back to her family's home. Who would have a better life like that? It's such a pity that Jiang Ran, a grown man, married such a wife. This auntie couldn't hide her feelings. Her dislike was almost overflowing. Wan Yinyan touched her nose and wondered what she could do. Why didn't heaven give her a space, carrying thousands of supplies? Then she wouldn't have to secretly sell soap. Though she thought this, she didn't really care about others' looks. On the road to making money, sometimes you have to give up something. Wan Yinyan carried 200 yuan worth of soap and walked a bit. The soap was larger than modern ones, and 200 yuan's worth weighed quite a bit. Because her body was weaker, by the time she reached the factory gate, her arms almost dislocated. She told the guard who she was looking for, and Zhang Ping quickly came out. "Hurry, hurry, come inside." Zhang Ping also helped carry the soap. When asked what it was, she calmly said it was radishes sent by her relatives from the countryside. They went all the way to the purchasing room. Wan Yinyan said, "Here's 200 yuan. You count it." Zhang Ping looked at the stacked soap. The 200 yuan was piled together, giving off a nice fragrance. The soap was very good quality, white, tender, and very appealing. Having done a lot of purchasing before, she quickly counted. "Enough. I trust you to do business." Wan Yinyan still carried a cloth bag. "These are new. I added herbs that stop itching and help with dandruff. They're also great for washing the body. You should try them." Zhang Ping smiled and said, "I can't accept this. Just take it back. 200 yuan is enough." Her words sounded nice, but she didn't really intend to take the soap. Wan Yinyan, having learned from her parents, knew how to deal with such people in business. Her smile became more sincere. "This is a new product. Please try it and see the effect. I wouldn't feel comfortable giving it to others if it doesn't work." Zhang Ping smiled and agreed. "All right, I'll try it for you." Wan Yinyan then took out a few carved soap molds and said with a smile, "It's Mid-Autumn Festival soon. I made these especially for Director Jiang. They're nice for personal use or gifts." The carved soaps came in several colors, mixed together like a painting, delicate and beautiful. Originally, Wan Yinyan had offered her some to try, but now, looking at these, she couldn't find any excuse to refuse. Zhang Ping couldn't help but say, "This isn't cheap, right? I just made this set for you, and I haven't set a price yet. You can use it first. If you don't finish it, you can give it to someone else. If others need it later, I will calculate the cost and set a price." Zhang Ping is now the person she contacts most often. If she can help promote her products through her, she won't have to go to the black market every day, which is risky and doesn't earn much. She carefully made these, with good meaning and looks. At least in this small town, they are unique. After Zhang Ping received them, she looked at Wan Yinyan with much more warmth. "Our factory has about 500 or 600 people. 200 yuan isn't enough for the Mid-Autumn Festival. If we can produce more, our factory will need more." Zhang Ping no longer asked the factory director. She could make decisions herself. After Wan Yinyan left, Zhang Ping carefully looked at the 6 delicate soap bars, which were so beautiful she was afraid to touch them. They were for bathing. What kind of person would use such beautiful soap? She thought that taking it home would be pleasing to look at. Then she suddenly remembered something, looked at the soap with reluctance, and then packed it up again. She carried it out of the office toward the director's office. Wan Yinyin received 100 yuan from Director Jiang, feeling happy. Day Village had started the autumn harvest. The donkey carts in the village hadn't come to town for a while. If she wanted to come, she could only walk. So, she took this chance to go to the black market again. She looked around but didn't see any pork sellers, guessing the pork had already been sold out. She did see a middle-aged man selling fish, with only 2 left, which he bought all. Then she went to buy eggs from Lu Guangming. He still had 20 eggs left, and he gave them all to her. Lu Guangming carefully handed her each egg, then looked around and whispered, "The last time you mentioned something to me, I thought it over. I plan to go back to the village to collect eggs. Do you have a way to sell them?" "Yes, I do. Are you sure the villagers won't betray you?" Lu Guangming shook his head. "Our village is behind Deerhorn Mountain. Hard to get to. There are only about 100 households. Everyone knows each other. If someone dares to report us, it would be the whole village's crime, and they'd be punished severely. There are policies from above and countermeasures below. Deerhorn Mountain is part of Day Village. It's not clear if there are others behind it. Currently, city policies are stricter, but village rules are somewhat better. Still, the village is poor. It's normal for farmers to save only 20 yuan after a year of work. Going hungry is common. The existence of a village like Lu Guangming's is not surprising." Wan Yanyan thought of Zhang Ping and said, "All right, I'll ask around for you." Wan Yanyan just left the clothing factory and, upon hearing the news, went back there again. Zhang Ping had just given the carved soap to the factory manager. She had gained something. There was an open position at the factory, and now she had the chance to pay to get her sister a job. Paying money isn't scary. Having a stable job at the factory means she can have children and pass the job down. It would secure the family for generations. It's a steady, reliable job, and buying it for over 1,000 yuan is a good investment for many generations. It's a smart move. When she saw Wan Yinyan again, Zhang Ping's smile was very warm and sincere. Wan Yanyan explained her purpose. The eggs and meat she brought were good for Zhang Ping, and she didn't try to lower the price. 1 jin, about half a kilogram, was 4 mao, 0.4 yuan, more than the buying station's price. Wan Yanyan said, "But it will have to wait until after the harvest. Right now, everyone in the village is busy with harvest work." Zhang Ping understood and said, "Tell me when you'll come. I'll be ready whenever you come, but it's better to come at night. During the day, these things are too noticeable. If others see them, it could cause trouble." Wan Yanyan understood this and agreed. Lu Guangming was waiting nearby in the alley. When he saw Wan Yanyan, he hurried over. "Sister Nian, is it done?" Wan Yanyan nodded. "Yes, it's settled." After running back and forth a few times, it was already noon. Lu Guangming suggested they go to the state-run restaurant for lunch. Wan Yanyan was hungry too. She thought about checking what they had for sale and buying some meat for Jiang Ran when she left. He couldn't skip meat since he worked in farming. "Brother Ran, that person's back looks like my sister-in-law," Wang Lu said as he took a sip of noodles. He saw a tall, slender figure with long, smooth hair. Even the hair looks the same. Jiang Ran's gaze was already fixed on the man and woman. Even with a mask, he could tell what his wife looked like. Wang Lu didn't hear Jiang Ran speak and thought maybe not. "It probably isn't my sister-in-law. She's with someone else too." Jiang Ran's lips tightened. He knew that Wan Yanyan was in the county today. Was she always meeting that man every time she came here? He kept saying he liked her very much. Jiang Ran's face was calm, but suddenly he smelled a faint sour scent. He stood up quickly. When the tall figure overshadowed Wan Yanyan, she felt a familiar aura. Lu Guangming also noticed and turned around. He saw a man who was much taller than him. "Comrade, you're blocking the way." Jiang Ran shot him a glance. Lu Guangming felt a chill. The stranger was handsome, but why was he looking at him with such a strange expression? It felt like he was about to be frozen out. Under this look, Lu Guangming quietly turned around and approached Wan Yanyan, lowering his voice. "Sister Yanyan, there's a man behind you. He's very fierce. Let's go this way." Hey, Sister Nyenyen, don't turn around. Wan Nyenyen saw the person behind her, her clear eyes shining with happiness. Jiang ran. What are you doing here? Her joy didn't seem fake, and Jiang Ran's heart felt a bit better as her happiness eased his worries. Just came with Wang Lu to get some things. His gaze then fell on Lu Guangming. Lu Guangming looked confused, glancing between Jiang Ran and Wan Nyenyen and finally asked Sister Nyenyen, "Do you know this person?" Wan Nyenyen took Jiang Ran's hand and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Jiang Ran." Lu Guangming's mouth opened wide. Even though he always wore a mask when meeting Wan Nyenyen, the exposed skin and voice showed he was very young. He didn't expect that she was already married. Wan Nyenyen then introduced Jiang Ran to Lu Guangming. "This is Lu Guangming from the village behind Deerhorn Mountain." She pulled Jiang Ran's hand and led him to the table. When they arrived, they saw only a bowl of plain noodles where Jiang Ran usually sat. Wan Nyenyen frowned slightly. Jiang Ran usually ate a lot at home, but this plain noodles only had green onions and no oil or water. Wan Nyenyen let go of Jiang Ran's hand, stood up, ordered some meat dishes, and sat down. Wang Lu, who was talkative, said, "Sister-in-law, it's really you. I thought I saw wrong just now. Brother Ran's eyes are really sharp." Wan Nyenyen smiled and said, "It's me." Wang Lu kept talking about how he was surprised to see her there, but she changed the subject. "The village has already started harvesting autumn crops. Why are you guys in the county?" "There's a new tractor in the county. The team leader asked Jiang Ran and me to borrow it, worried it might be taken by another team." When Wan Nyenyen entered the state-run restaurant, she saw a new tractor, but she didn't think much of it at the time. She didn't expect it was related to Jiang Ran. "Wife, why are you here?" Wang Lu still hadn't forgotten his question. Wan Nyenyen was about to find a reason to answer when the waiter brought the food. Today, the restaurant served braised pork and grilled carp. She ordered 2 dishes. As soon as the dishes arrived, no one paid attention to anything else. The carp had bones, and the fish was unfilleted, so Wan Nyenyen rarely took fish to eat. She enjoyed the braised pork with rice. While eating, a piece of fish was placed in her bowl. Wan Nyenyen looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran didn't look at her, but focused on eating his meal. Wan Nyenyen smiled slightly, lowered her head, and ate the fish that no longer had any bones. The carp on the plate was labeled as authentic Yellow River carp, with no muddy taste, and the meat was quite good. Wan Nyenyen had originally planned to discuss with Lu Guangming about sending eggs to the clothing factory, but since Wang Lu was there, neither of them brought it up. After the meal, a few people left the state-run restaurant. Jiang Ran looked at Wan Nyenyen and asked, "Do you want to go anywhere else?" "No, I'm going to find the village donkey cart," she replied. Jiang Ran frowned and took her bag. "Get in the car." Then he looked at Wang Lu. "You take the donkey cart back to the village." Wang Lu. Wan Nyenyen said there should still be room. Wang Lu waved his hand. "I just remembered I need to buy some diesel in the county town. This guy uses a lot of fuel." "Sister-in-law, you and Brother Ran go ahead." Jiang Ran had already put things on the tractor and went to start it. The engine's loud noise was deafening. He casually lifted Wan Nyenyen onto the tractor and then lowered her. "Let's go." Wan Nyenyen was still covering her face when she got on the tractor. Wang Lu and Lu Guangming, who stayed behind, looked at each other. Wang Lu frowned and said, "Brother, what do you do for a living? Why are you with my sister-in-law? Haven't you seen that my brother's face is already as dark as a pot?" Lu Guangming didn't notice. He didn't dare say a word during the meal, only eating silently. When he heard Wang Lu, he awkwardly smiled. "I just sell eggs. Sister Nyenyen bought eggs for me a few times. Today, she helped me out, so I'm having a meal here. Don't misunderstand, I just respect her." Wan Nyenyen was still carefully guarding the eggs to prevent them from breaking on the road. Jiang Ran acted nonchalantly and said, "I heard you have friends in the county town?" Wan Nyenyen replied, "We just met not long ago. If it weren't for today's meal, he wouldn't even know what I look like." She paused and then looked closer at Jiang Ran's face, which was handsome but unreadable. But Wan Nyenyen stared too long, and her gaze felt very noticeable. Jiang Ran pretended to frown and asked, What are you looking at? Wan Yanyan whispered. I'm checking if you're jealous. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Ran coughed and said, Don't talk nonsense. Wan Yanyan asked, Are you really not jealous? Jiang Ran replied, No. Wan Yanyan said, Jiang Ran, I'd be happy if you got jealous. This suggested Jiang Ran might care about her a little. Only the sound of the tractor was heard around them, clattering loudly. Just when Wan Yanyan thought she wouldn't get an answer, a deep voice suddenly reached her ears.
Someone.
She was a little jealous. She was a young girl from the city, and her past crush was a handsome, fair-skinned guy like Song Siming. Today's man was also thin and weak-looking. Wan Yanyan smiled happily. I have nothing with him. Don't be jealous.
He's not as good-looking as you.
Lu Guangming sneezed and touched his nose, wondering who was talking badly about him. Jiang Ran was driving a tractor into the village. The villagers of Dehe village were excited. The wealthier teams in the commune already had tractors. Dehe village had always been the lowest-ranked team. They used to rely on manual labor, but now a brand-new tractor had arrived. People around couldn't take their eyes off it. Wan Yanyan got off the car early, taking the chance when no one was paying attention to her, carrying eggs and fish home. At home, she counted her saved money again. It was almost 300 yuan. She could buy food and drinks with it, but right now she wanted to buy a bicycle to make commuting easier. However, buying a bicycle would leave her with no money left. After thinking for a moment, she decided to keep the money safe. She wondered when she had ever been so worried about money. She felt a little down, but then she quickly regained her energy. She counted on her fingers and remembered that the repayment date she discussed with Yang Guifin was coming soon. If she didn't pay back then, she warned herself not to cause trouble. Everyone was busy during the autumn harvest. Wan Yanyan was originally at home making soap and trying to prepare food for Jiang Ran so he wouldn't be hungry after heavy work. While she was packing fish, Su Yao suddenly came to her house. The team leader called you to work in the fields. Before she could speak, Su Yao sneered. No work points, no. Otherwise, it means you lack a sense of collective honor. That's not just my opinion. The new girl, Su Wangqing, said it. While Jiang Ran isn't around, she's emphasizing your name. Su Yao sneered. Let me tell you, when we went to pick up the educated youths that day, her eyes looked like they were glued to Jiang Ran. If Jiang Ran doesn't let you work, don't think your position is safe. Someone might take it from you one day. From Su Yao's words, Wan Yanyan understood everything. She looked at Su Yao and said, Okay, thank you. I'll go get a few things and then head to work. Su Yao only thought about the word thank you, was slightly stunned, and shouted after her, I don't need your thanks. I'm just here to watch you make a fool of yourself. Hearing Su Yao's words, Wan Yanyan paused for a moment, turned around, and looked at her. Su Yao was caught in her gaze. Suddenly, she remembered what stupid thing she had just said. She quickly stamped her foot. Wan Yanyan turned around again, went into the kitchen to bring the prepared mung bean soup, and put on a sun hat. Then she came out and saw Su Yao still standing at her door, so she said, Let's go. Su Yao and Wan Yanyan walked together awkwardly. Their relationship was not good. In the past, Wan Yanyan looked down on people and was afraid that the people at the youth commune also liked Song Siming. She was cautious around them, and whenever she spoke to Song Siming, she received cold looks in return. Why did she suddenly change so much? Su Yao couldn't understand, and suddenly thought of something. She said, Guess how Su Jiqing ended up in our team? Wan Yanyan looked at her with confusion, but said nothing. Seeing she was uninterested, Su Yao wanted to tease her further but couldn't hold back and said, Of course, it was your good friend who works as a small official in the commune who arranged it. Your good friend really cares about you. Worried you wouldn't be happy. Su Yao emphasized the words good friend with a mocking tone. Compared to someone with a temper and a tendency to scheme, like Yang Guifin who smiles to your face but secretly plots against you, Wan Yanyan liked her even less. Yang Guifin pretended to care but was actually scheming to take her belongings and harm her. She didn't expect that this new youth sent to the village had such connections. No wonder she didn't remember Su Wanqing appearing in the story at Dahu village. The The fields were already busy and lively. Many people were working hard. When Wan Yinyan arrived, Jiang Ran was holding harvesting peanuts. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, swinging with tanned arms that showed slight muscle, glistening with sweat. If someone else looked like that, Wan Yinyan would think it was rough, but Jiang Ran looked attractive to her. It was rare for Wan Yinyan to go to the fields, and she attracted many amused looks. She didn't mind and walked over to Jiang Ran, looking at him sweating under the sun. She said, "Drink some water." Jiang Ran paused his work, looked at Wan Yinyan, relaxed his expression, and took the mung bean water she offered, drinking it in one gulp. Then he handed her the bowl and said, "It's hot in the fields. Go home quickly." Wan Yinyan replied, "I can't go back. I need to work in the fields." Jiang Ran looked at the sun, then at the pale Wan Yinyan, and chuckled softly. "The sun isn't setting from the west, so why do you need to work in the fields? Stop working, go back. I can support you without this work point." Wan Yinyan clearly knew that the work points she earned were fewer than those of children. This didn't really affect her or Jiang Ran's family much, but the new recruit, Su Jiqing, clearly came to criticize her. In this era, she couldn't afford to be labeled as lacking a sense of collective pride. Your bad luck in love says that during busy farming times, you don't go to the fields, which shows you lack a sense of collective pride. Jiang Ran's eyes darkened, and his eyebrows furrowed. Wan Yinyan said, "Don't worry about it. I can handle it. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to ask what work I should do." It's not just Wan Yinyan who doesn't go to work in the village. Jiang Guochao called someone to bring her to work, and others shouldn't be treated unfairly either. So, the usual lazy villagers were also called to work. The last to arrive were Lin Jingxin and Song Siming. Recently, Lin Jingxin and Song Siming had also been having a hard time. The Lin family had saved up votes for years, but they were all used up in one night. This was a big issue. They got married that day, and that night, the Lin family held a meeting to discuss it. Over the past few days, some of the sisters-in-law looked at her with disdain. That night, when she heard that Song Siming owed Wan Yinyan so many votes, Lin Jingxin was stunned. She had always seen Song Siming as pure, upright, and cultured, different from others. How could he do such a thing? Her image of him even collapsed for a moment. But since Song Siming moved to the countryside, she and her father went to the commune to pick him up, and she immediately liked him. She had liked Song Siming for 2 years. At night, when they slept, their skin was close, and they were intimate. Song Siming held her and softly explained his difficulties. Lin Jingxin forgave him. If it weren't for Wan Yinyan causing trouble during her wedding, how could she have been so humiliated in the village? Song Siming's marriage into the Lin family was also a hot topic in the village. When they arrived in the fields, everyone's attention was diverted. In recent days, Song Siming hadn't dared to go out, afraid of the looks and gossip from others. Now, he could only pretend to be calm. Lin Jingxin's father was the village secretary. She looked at Jiang Guochao and asked, "Brother Guochao, why did you suddenly call us to the fields?" Jiang Guochao replied, "You're villagers. Everyone is busy with the harvest. You can't just stay at home and be lazy. Work quickly, finish early, and avoid missing the rain and the harvest." He then arranged for people to go to the fields. When it came to Wan Yinyan, he thought her work was worse than the village children's and said, "Go pick up the peanuts that Tianyo, Go Dan, and Now dropped." It wasn't a heavy task, just collecting the peanuts and fallen fruits from the fields where others had already harvested. Su Wanqing had never stayed in the countryside before and didn't know how hard farm work was. Seeing Wan Yinyan working made her feel a little happy. Lin Jingxin also wasn't good at farm work and was assigned to pick peanuts. Song Siming was luckier. He went to get the and pick peanuts, which required some strength. Wan Yinyan was assigned a basket, and Sweet Girl accompanied her, teaching her how to pick peanuts. Now Dan the child was also there. When he saw Wan Yinyan, he instinctively covered his bottom and hid far away. Wan Yinyan looked at Lin Jingxin, who was still standing there watching Song Siming, then at Su Jiqing, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Next to her, Sweet Girl felt that Sister Nyan seemed a little scary. In the next moment, she shook her head. Sister Nian is the most beautiful and kindest person. She couldn't be scary. It must be because she was bending over to pick peanuts and was tired. Wan Yin took out some candies and called the children over, "Come and eat candy." For rural children, candy was a luxury. Even plain sugar was hard to get, let alone beautifully wrapped candies. Even now Dan, who was hiding and avoiding Wan Yin, kept his eyes on the candies. Wan Yin first gave one to Sweet Girl and now Dan, then looked at the other children. "Do you want to eat or not?" The children almost answered together, yes. Not wanting others to take advantage of her for free, Wan Yin slightly smiled and waved to the children, "If you want to eat, come over." When now Dan saw Wan Yin, his bottom still hurt. Facing her call, he hesitated but stepped forward. The other children weren't as afraid of Wan Yin, especially because she looked pretty and had a friendly smile, which made people like her. One by one, the children came forward and received candies. Some quickly peeled open the wrappers and shoved the candies into their mouths, afraid that Wan Yin would take the candies away if they hesitated. Others clenched their fists, hiding the candies, waiting to eat them at home. No matter what, everyone who came forward received candy. Now Dan gritted his teeth and looked at Wan Yin, asking, "Are you really giving out candy?" "Of course." "Ask them if they have any," she replied. The other children nodded. Thinking about the beautifully wrapped candies, now Dan made a decision and straightened his neck. He approached Wan Yin and asked, "What do I have to do to get candy?" The other children also looked at Wan Yin. Wan Yin whispered a few words. Now Dan frowned and asked, "Is that all?" Wan Yin nodded. "Yes, that's all." It doesn't seem like a bad thing. Not working in the fields is something the new educated youth mentioned. When she spoke, her voice was loud, and almost everyone in the fields heard her. Now Dan thought for a moment and agreed, "Okay." Wan Yin then said, "But don't tell anyone about the candies I give you, or they'll all come asking for sweets. If that happens, you won't get any more." The children, hearing there would be candies, eagerly promised. Wan Yin gave now Dan a piece of candy, then waved her hand, and the children scattered. Soon after, the children finished their candies and, in groups of 3 or 5, noisily gathered around Lin Jingxin. Now Dan called out, "Jingxin sister, why aren't you working?" Lin Jingxin was watching Song Siming work. Song Siming used to hold a pen, as he was a reader and newspaper enthusiast. Now he was swinging which looked quite funny. She felt a bit sorry for him and was thinking about asking her father to give him an easier task. Soon, the children came over, asking why she wasn't working. Lin Jingxin frowned and said, "None of your business. Go play somewhere else." Before now Dan could speak, the other children beside him said, the new educated youth Sue, said that if you're not working, it means you lack a sense of collective honor. She specifically sent someone to call you over. If you still don't work and Sue reports it to the squad leader, what will you do, Jingxin sister? The person who came to call Lin Jingxin out to work didn't say so much. Lin Jingxin's mind wasn't on that. Hearing the children talk, she realized it was the new educated youth causing trouble. Her eyebrows instantly furrowed. Could this new educated youth be trouble? The children continued, "Jingxin sister, you should go work. If Sue reports again, you'll be the one in trouble. Look at Wan Yin, she's usually so lazy, but now she's working." Lin Jingxin glanced toward Wan Yin, who was bending down, holding a basket and picking peanuts, a trace of contempt flashing in her eyes. Her father was the village secretary and held respect in the village. Wan Yin wasn't afraid of the new educated youth. Impatient, Lin Jingxin told the children, "Go work now. Don't stay here and be a nuisance." The children relayed what Wan Yin said, and after being driven away, 1 or 2 of them left, still muttering a few words. Sue, the new educated youth, said everyone must work in the fields. If not, it shows a lack of collective honor. Actually, Sue Wanqing mainly talked about Wan Yin. But when Lin Jingxin heard this, she understood that no matter who she was the daughter of, she had to work. If she didn't, she would be labeled badly by her. A few days ago, Wan Yin caused a big fuss. Her father didn't know what was wrong with him, and even told her not to bother Wang Yinyan. Lin Jingxin was so angry she couldn't express it, and when she was called out to work, she looked at the person named Su Jiqing with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Su Wanqing suggested that everyone should work, so she couldn't avoid it either. The farm work was very dirty, and sometimes bugs would jump onto her. What annoyed her more was that the villagers kept saying she wasn't working properly, that she missed some peanuts, and didn't pick them up well. Su Wanqing was extremely annoyed. She wondered if the woman married to Jiang Ran was like this too. When she turned around, she didn't see Wang Yinyan, but saw a woman glaring at her with cold eyes. Su Wanqing was startled and quickly turned her head. Her heart was pounding, and she couldn't help asking the woman working beside her, "Auntie, who is that woman over there?" The middle-aged woman she called looked over and saw Lin Jingxin. She casually said, "That's the daughter of Secretary Lin. She just got married a few days ago and hasn't gone out since. It's because of what you said that we got to see her today." Then the Annie changed the subject and told others nearby, "Do you think Song Ziming, the Jiqing, is doing well? If not, what if he hasn't succeeded yet?" People around chuckled and looked at Lin Jingxin and then at Song Ziming, who was holding a. Maybe she hasn't come out these days because she's too embarrassed to face people. Look at Lin Jingxin's face. She just got married, and her complexion looks good. Wang Jiqing and Jiang Ran are married too, and they look healthy. But Lin Jingxin's face looks pale, like something's wrong in her marriage. Lin Jingxin stood there, watched by several women who looked at her with smiles, as if she were a monkey. She had only glanced at Su Wanqing earlier, but it was clear that the new Jiqing was causing trouble. Hearing the gossip and complaints around her, Su Wanqing realized something was wrong. She had been blushing while listening to their talk about personal matters, but suddenly she remembered why Lin Jingxin was glaring at her. She only wanted Wang Yinyan to go to the field, but she didn't mean to interfere with others. Now, she had offended the daughter of the village secretary's family. Su Wanqing felt a wave of regret. On the other side, Wang Yinyan told the children to spread the word around the field. She followed the sweet girl and the little boy to pick peanuts. This job was not tiring. She could even see Jiang Ran working from afar, and sometimes people were talking. Wang Yinyan found it quite interesting. By evening, it was too dark to see clearly in the field, and everyone started packing up. Wang Yinyan was about to go find Jiang Ran. A tall figure approached, carrying on his shoulder. He bent down and picked up her basket, softly saying, "Let's go home." Wang Yinyan stood up and said goodbye to the children. Because of the candies, the children liked Wang Yinyan very much. They all waved their arms and said goodbye. Jiang Ren watched quietly from the side. When he finally saw his wife and the children finish talking, he walked beside her and pretended not to care, asking, "Do you like children?"